Ha, finally finished. Bashan hit a hatcher and said wearily. However, at this moment, Bosun suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his heart. He only felt that the endless darkness was eroding his spirit, and he finally fell to the ground weakly and left this world forever. When Bosun regained consciousness, he found that he could not move at all, and his body was wrapped in something like water. Soon sleepiness struck, and I fell into a deep sleep. What he didn't know was that he was reborn as a fetus, and it was a quadruple. However, due to the fusion of the two souls, the physical and spiritual energy did not match, causing him to frantically absorb the energy of his brother, and the other slightly larger fetus, as if feeling threatened, also began to absorb the energy of his brother. Tonight's Konoha village is gloomy, and a group of people in a courtyard of the Uchiha clan are anxiously waiting for something. Sir, don't worry, madam and young master will definitely be fine. A little girl who looked like a maid looked at Uchiha Yamaming's anxious appearance and comforted her. Hey, how can I not worry about this? Uchiha Yamaki said with a sigh. Ka-rub, a sudden dry thunder appeared in the sky, illuminating the dim village for a moment. Born, born. At this moment, a shout of surprise suddenly came from the room. Born? Uchiha Yamame was overjoyed, so he ran over to see it. Ah, strange, monster. However, as soon as he opened the door and entered, he heard the frightened voice of the midwife. What's going on? Uchiha Yamame asked coldly. This is the day of the birth of your own child, where did the monster come from? Without giving a reasonable explanation, ask your whole family to be buried. Young master, just look at the young master, the midwife said, pointing to the newborn child. Uchiha Yamaki walked to the bedside, looked at the newborn child, and couldn't help but exclaim, 4 pupils? Bosun looked at his father in front of him and realized that he was originally reborn, but 4 pupils? Am I not a heavy-eyed then? Could this be some fantasy world? At this moment, Uchiha Mayare, who had become extremely weak because of her birth, said angrily, Husband, I still have children in my belly. What? Midwife, what are you eating? If my wife has any accidents, ask you. Uchiha Yamaming suddenly became angry and blamed the midwife for being incompetent. Yes, the old slave guarantees that the lady is okay, and asks the master to wait outside, the midwife said in a cold sweat. Hearing the midwife's assurance, Uchiha Yamame went out with Bashan in his arms. It's just that as soon as he went out, there was a heavy rainstorm in the sky without warning, which is really beautiful. Bosun is very honest in Uchiha Yamaming's arms, closing his eyes as if he is asleep. In fact, his consciousness has entered his spiritual world. His spiritual world has a loading interface, two-dimensional brawl system, loads 99%. Isn't this a game I designed? Why did you follow me through? Although Bosun was puzzled, it was more of a surprise. In such an unknown world, what a sense of security it is to have a plug-in. Little one, your heavy pupils are likely to be mutated by the Sharingan, but Dad believes that you can become a genius of my Uchiha clan, and you have to keep your mother and brother safe. Uchiha Yamaming said to Bashan, regardless of whether Bashan could understand it or not, it was more like seeking psychological comfort. But Bashan knew from his words which world he came to, although he couldn't understand Japanese, but as a senior two-dimensional fan, Uchiha still understood the 3 words. Did I come to the Hokage world? Bosun said darkly. Half an hour later, Uchiha Yamaming, who was anxiously waiting, suddenly heard the voice of the midwife from the delivery room. Sir, it's not good, you come and see. Uchiha Shanming quickly hugged Bosun and ran over, pushed open the door and said angrily, how is my wife and children? Look, sir. The midwife pointed to the bed tremblingly, her expression full of horror. He had never seen such a strange thing in so many years. Uchiha Yamaming frowned and walked forward, first looked at his wife, and found that it was just exhausted and collapsed, and it was not a big deal, which was relieved. When he turned his gaze to the children, he found that there were 3 children on the bed. One was crying, the other 2 were not moving, and even the skin of the 2 children was wrinkled, and there was no tenderness and smoothness that a baby should have. This is dead? Another heavy pupil. After some examination, Uchiha Yamame found that the 2 immobile children were dead, and they didn't even have eyes in their eye sockets, and the other child who was crying was also a heavy pupil. Midwife, what's going on? How could my child die? Uchiha Yamaming said furiously. Sir, these 2 children were born dead. I don't know what the specific situation is. The midwife was terrified and said in horror. Okay, you go out. Uchiha Yamaming said with some headache, 1 birth, 4 children, 2 dead babies, no one will feel good in their hearts. Don't worry, child, Daddy will protect you. It seems that he sensed something, and Uchiha Yamaaki said such words. Uchiha Shan was solemn, and the rain outside was getting heavier. Not only Konoha, but the entire ninja world was shrouded in this heavy rain. Miyama Mountain, one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world, the big toad immortal who was still sleeping, as if he had some nightmare, suddenly woke up, and there was still sweat on his forehead. Another calamity is about to happen in the ninja world, the big toad immortal said with a faint sigh. He felt the abnormality of the ninja world, and he had felt this abnormality 3 times in total, The first time was when the divine tree came to the ninja world, which drastically reduced the natural energy of the ninja world, but fortunately sealed the divine tree and the alien race through calculation. The second was the great war between Indra and Asuras, which led to a drastic decrease in the population of the ninja world. The third time is now. It can be said that every time he feels this way, something big will happen in the ninja world. Although I don't remember it very well, it must be a pupil blood succession limit. It seems that Xiao Zilla also has to pay attention to it in the ninja world. The next day, after holding a simple funeral for his two poor children, Yamaki Uchiha was called over by the patriarch. I don't know what to say. Uchiha Yamaming returned home with a gloomy face. Is there something the patriarch is looking for you? Is there something the patriarch is looking for you? Uchiha Mayare lay on the bed and asked tiredly. Yesterday's fertility has not yet recovered. Uchiha Saming hesitated for a long time, his lips trembled, and he wanted to say it, but the words seemed to be stuck in his throat, and he couldn't make a syllable, just red eyes, indicating that there was no good news. Uchiha Mayare looked at his appearance and shouted anxiously, "You said it." "Ahem. I, the patriarch, want to kill our children. They say that these two children killed their own brothers before they could make a sound. It is a calamity, and they will be executed." Seeing his wife's anxious appearance, Uchiha Yamame said it sadly. He is just a superior shinobi, and he does not have much say in the clan, and he cannot change the decisions of the clan. Mayare Uchiha almost turned her back when she heard that her newborn child was going to be executed. The reason why the Uchiha clan is called an evil race and a cursed race is because of their attachment to love, and once they lose love, they are likely to go to the other extreme. I'm going to find the patriarch. Having recovered, Mayare Uchiha dragged her tired body and was about to get out of bed. "Myling, you haven't recovered yet." Uchiha Yamaming held Uchiha Mayare and said, "So what to do? Let our children wait to die. I've already lost two children and don't want to lose my last one too." Uchiha Mayare shouted in grief. "Okay, let's go together." In the end, Uchiha Yamaki agreed, and also brought Bashin with his younger brother. Although Bo-shun didn't understand, he roughly guessed something through the movements of the two and their sad mood. He has no resistance to crossing over, he is an orphan, and in this life he not only has parents, but also a younger brother. Soon, the couple took the Bashin brothers to the patriarch's house. At this time, it was still raining, and the two people who had just arrived at the door were stopped and guarded. The patriarch said, "You will not see guests today. Please, let's go inside." Uchiha Myling said anxiously. The patriarch said, "No one can enter without seeing guests." The guard said coldly, "If we don't let us in, we'll just keep kneeling here and can't stand up." As he spoke, Mayare Uchiha knelt on the ground, and the umbrella in his hand also fell to the ground, allowing the rain to wash over his body, but he hunched over and covered Bashan, so that the rain could not reach him. The same is true of Uchiha Yamame, kneeling on the ground and protecting his younger brother well. Is this the mother? Bo-sun was moved in his heart, but the more he moved, the more angry he felt. Why push your parents to do this? In this way, the day passed, until late at night, and the door of the patriarch's house finally opened. At this moment, Uchiha Myling has been frozen all over her body, and she has just given birth to a child and has become weaker, and her body is very hot, and Bo-shun in her arms feels it most clearly. Although he didn't know what it was for, he could still vaguely feel that it was for himself and his brother. This made Bo-sun, who had been an orphan all his life, completely recognize his parents, and at the same time a nameless anger surged in his heart. Brush, Bo-sun's eyes changed, and the four pupils all turned into three-hooked jade riding wheel eyes. However, it may be because the body is still too weak, and he fell asleep in an instant. Ha! Illusion? The patriarch who had just come out felt a pupil force, but it disappeared in an instant. "Hey, you guys come in," Uchiha Yamazawa said with a sigh. "Thank you, patriarch, thank you, patriarch." When the couple heard this, they quickly followed in. As soon as they entered the door, the couple knelt in front of the patriarch, and Uchiha Mayare cried, "Patriarch, please let my child go." Uchiha Shanming also slammed his head on the ground and said, "Ask the clan elder to open the net, the child is innocent." Uchiha Yamazawa looked at the husband and wife with a complicated face, and then looked at the Bashin brothers who were held in his arms, and said with a long sigh, "Shanming, Myling, this is not my decision alone, but the decision of the clan, and I can't help it. Please, now we can only ask you for help, this is our last hope." Uchiha Yamaming said, still kowtowing constantly, "Uchiha Myling too, her forehead is bleeding, and she doesn't know it." Even so, Uchiha Yamazawa did not waver in the slightest. Seeing this, Uchiha Yamaming gritted his teeth and said, "Clan elder, please let us raise the two children until they are 3 years old, and then drive them out of the family. Whether they live or die is up to fate." Shanming. Uchiha Mayare was anxious when she heard this. How could it be possible to drive out of the family at the age of 3 to survive alone? "They are my children too, but that's all for now," Uchiha said. Mayare Uchiha stopped talking, understanding that this was the last hope, and could only pray that her child would be lucky to survive. "Patriarch, can you see it?" Uchiha asked in a deep voice. Uchiha Yamazawa pondered for a while and said, "Okay, I promised you." "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Uchiha Mayare cried with joy, kept thanking her, and finally couldn't hold on and fainted. Myling, Myling. Seeing this, Uchiha Yamaaki was anxious. "Come on, take her to the hospital," Uchiha Yamazawa said. With an order, four ninjas of the Uchiha clan appeared, carrying Uchiha Mayare on their backs, and Uchiha Yamaaki chased after him with two children. Only Uchiha Yamazawa was left in the empty room, and he remembered the words of yesterday's Ket mother-in-law, "The Uchiha family has given birth to two amazing little guys." This sentence made Uchiha Yamazawa wary. Although he is only in his 30s, he also has to think about his children. In order to eliminate competitors, he finally locked the Boshin brothers, which is the rumor of the son of Calamity. However, Uchiha Yamaming and his wife have begged themselves like this: "If they don't agree, it will be too unkind. I'm afraid there will be some whims in the clan, but it's only 3 years, who hasn't had an accident after 3 years, isn't it?" On the other hand, after sending Mayare Uchiha to the hospital, the examination is not a big deal, but because she has just given birth and reigned for so long, she may fall ill. While accompanying Uchiha Mayare in the hospital, Uchiha Yamaaki began to observe his two sons well. Since he was born, until now, his heart has relaxed. "By the way, little ones, I haven't given you a name yet. Well, my brother is called Uchiha Bashan, and my younger brother is called Uchiha Moro. You have to love each other." As if sensing his father's call, Uchiha Moro woke up from his deep sleep and looked curiously at the man in front of him. Time flies. Uchiha Shun and his younger brother Uchiha Moro are 5 years old. He and his younger brother spent 3 happy years. In order to make up for the debt, his parents doted on the brothers in these 3 years, almost responded. However, the brothers left their family 2 years ago, and Uchiha Shun, who learned Japanese, could not let go of this hard-won relationship despite knowing that he was leaving. Uchiha Moro cried even more, awakened the Urgyu Sharinan, which was a little worse than Bashan, enough to see the extraordinary talent of the brothers. When Uchiha Yamaaki and his wife saw Moro awaken the Urgyu Sharinan, they were also taken aback, and even if they strictly ordered that no one of the two brothers was allowed to say anything about it, the brothers also agreed, and left their parents in extreme reluctance and moved to a dilapidated hut on the edge of the Uchiha clan, the kind that leaked wind and rain. Even ordinary people of the Uchiha clan could not intermarry with foreigners, and their bodies had to be recovered, so it was impossible to send the brothers to the orphanage in Kanaha. In the past 2 years, the brothers have suffered from cold eyes and suppression because of special eyes and rumors, and they are no worse than the future Uzumaki Naruto, or even worse. After all, Naruto Uzumaki still has 3 generations of Hokage to send living expenses, and the brothers only have their parents secretly sending some living materials, but hunger still accounts for most of the time. In order to live, the brothers even go to the trash can to pick up food. This made the brothers completely recognize the world, and also laid the seeds for becoming the real children of Calamity later. Uchiha has not been idle for so many years, and has long studied the system thoroughly. This system is very simple. It is the game he designed in his previous life, but in this system there are only various two-dimensional characters he designed, and these characters are integrated with people in an inherited way. Every 5 years, one character can be blindly selected to inherit, but each person can only inherit one character, and if you don't want to fuse, you can save it and wait for the next draw. For example, Bosun, when the system was just activated, he got a chance. He chose Lan Rant's right 6 card, inheriting Lan Rant's Jade, Slashing Knife, Ghost Path, etc., but his strength still needs to be improved step by step. The most important thing is that the system does not publish tasks, and all it takes is time. Soon, there are still a few days to go, and the time for the next character extraction will come. "Brother, I will enter school tomorrow, are you looking forward to it?" Moro walked up to Bashin and said, still a little excited. "Brother, remember what I said, now we are still very weak, we need to disguise and win the protection of the Hokage line as much as possible." Bosun shook his head and said he was afraid that his younger brother would show his stuffing when the time came, and it would be troublesome. In the past 2 years, the people who assassinated the brothers have become more and more frequent, and if Bosun had not fused with blue dye and had some self-preservation power, I am afraid that he would have died on the first day he left home. In order not to expose his strength, he was afraid that this would attract a more violent assassination from Uchiha Yamazawa, so even if Bashin did not even dare to fight wild meat, he could only rely on fishing to occasionally improve his food. In order to protect yourself, now you can only rely on the Hokage vein. As for the group collection, don't think about it, it will be sliced and studied. Don't worry, my character is a hot-blooded boy, a Uchiha boy who aims to become a Hokage and gain everyone's recognition. Moro's little face became serious and said, "Well, yes, remember, you must be sunny, no matter what others do to you, you must return the enthusiasm. Remember those who hurt you, I'll make him disappear when I have the chance." Bashin touched Moro's head and said, in order to gain the trust of Sarutobi Hinata, he directly carried Naruto's template. "Don't worry, brother, don't underestimate me, you won't let people find out," Moro said solemnly. "That brother, can you take a break today?" Moro said with his head bowed, afraid that his request would make his brother angry. When he left home, Uchiha Yamaming told the two brothers the method of refining chakra, as well as a few basic ninjutsu. Now Moro is already a shinobi strength, Bashin is even more medium ninja strength. If you count the characters you fused, the strength can reach the elite middle ninja. Bo-shun doesn't know what's going on, he can be infinitely tolerant of this younger brother, it may be the influence of Uchiha's bloodline. Okay, take a day off today and have a good rest. How could Bashin blame his younger brother? After all, he was just a child, and in his previous life he was still playing with mud when he was so old, but Moro had already begun to work hard to stay alive. Moreover, there are definitely not a few children like Moro. What a twisted world. Bo-sun squinted his eyes and muttered, not knowing what he was thinking. The next day, Bo-sun and his brother ate some leftovers early and reported to school. Even after 7 o'clock in the morning, there were already many people at the school gate. Those people are. At this moment, Bo-sun suddenly found several familiar figures, not because he knew, but because when he watched anime in his previous life, he had a deep impression of these people. With a silver brush head and a black mask on his face, Kakashi Kiki is undoubted. Pot-lid head, green tights, Metkai hammer. Wearing goggles and staring at a 5-year-old girl with dazzling eyes, she must be a belt soil of the ninja world. It turns out that the third ninja war has not yet begun, and now Kakashi is 5 years old and was born in Konoha 36, which means that it is now Konoha 41, and the third ninja war broke out in Konoha 45. It seems that time is running out. Bo-sun calculated the time. Dark. Brother, what is there to look at them? You keep looking at them? Moro saw that his brother had been staring at Kakashi and the others, and he was a little dissatisfied in his heart. You also eat men's vinegar, you won't like men, right? Bo-sun's face was embarrassed, but he must not raise his younger brother crookedly. Then Bo-shun half-jokingly said with a bad smile, but don't worry, my brother won't tell others this secret. How is it possible, brother? Don't misunderstand, I like girls, don't believe it, you wait. As if to prove something, Moro finished speaking and walked towards the crowd without waiting for Bashin to speak. This kid wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary, would he? Thinking of this possibility, Bo-sun quickly followed. At this time, Moro had walked to a girl who had long black hair, red pupils, and a middle-aged uncle standing next to her. Who are you, little one? Can I help you? Sunset Zhenhong asked gently to Moro, and when he saw Moro's pupils, he looked startled, knowing that this child was one of the legendary children of Calamity. Uncle, I just wanted to. Moro was a little twisted. Sunset Zhenhong was very patient, and did not drive Moro away like the others. Under the confused expressions of everyone, he quickly kissed the Sunset Red, and then ran away with a puff of smoke. Sunset Really Red didn't react until Moro ran back to Bashan. My daughter was insulted? Awesome, my generational model. Obito, who saw this scene, secretly said in his heart, and at the same time glanced at Lin, thinking if he could learn it. Unfortunately, I still didn't pluck up the courage to learn Moro. In addition, there is another person. Looking at it, Moro's eyes are about to spew fire. This person is Asma. I already liked Red when I first met, and I can only say that the child in Hokage is not a star and a half. This is only 5 years old. Brother, how's it going? Am I proving myself? Moro ran to Bashan's side and said with a quick look on his face, don't say what you don't prove, I just know that if you don't run fast, your life may be in danger. Saying that, Bo-shun pointed behind his brother. Run? Moro turned his head to look at it suspiciously, and saw Ape-Fei Asma walking towards Moro angrily. In addition to him, there was Sunset True Red, and also walked over with a gloomy face. As for the Sunset Red, he has long been shy and boundless, covering his face and running away. Is there something going on with you? Moro looked puzzled, looking like nothing had happened. Watching Bo-sun blushed a little. When did this kid have such thick skin? You kissed my daughter and asked me what happened? Sunset Zhenhong said in a deep voice. He never thought that in front of everyone, he was still by his side, and his daughter would be insulted. Uncle, what's polite with him? You actually dare to destroy the innocence of a girl. I will teach you a lesson for my uncle today. With that, Asma got to work. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. I did something wrong. I will apologize to that girl, Moro said without humility. Between words, Asma had already come to Moro and was about to hit Moro in the face with a fist. Bo-sun is not worried at all, although the brothers' nutrition is a little unable to keep up, but they can't stand the innate resources. The two human bodies are different from ordinary people. At the time of the fetus, they are twice as many as others, and after birth, relying on the nourishment of the innate UN, even if they are malnourished in the last 2 years, they are not comparable to ordinary people. In the ninja world, it is estimated that only the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan can have stronger physiques than the two brothers. Moro didn't mean to dodge the incoming punch at all, and directly held Asma's fist. You must know that now Moro is already the strength of the lower patients. Asma, it's not worth mentioning. How is that possible? Asma didn't expect that the person with heavy pupils in front of him would easily catch his fist. Just when Asma was shocked, Moro grabbed Asma with his other hand, and threw Asma directly with both arms. Asma was directly dropped by a dog to eat, and after standing up, he was unconvinced and wanted to rush up again, but was stopped by Sunset True Red. Your name is Asma, isn't it? Uncle, how do you know? Asma asked. Because when I was a child, I also hugged you. But leave this matter to my uncle. Naruto-sama is about to start speaking, let's go to the school. Sunset Genhong said with a smile. Okay. Asma forced the anger in her heart and walked into the school, not forgetting to give Maro a fierce look when she left. After Asma left, Sunset Genhong immediately changed her face and said coldly, Boy, you kissed my daughter, what should I do about this? Maro hadn't experienced it either, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Uncle, or let your daughter marry my brother in the future, he will be in charge. Besides, my brother is a genius, and it's absolutely right to marry your daughter to my brother. If it really doesn't work, let him marry your daughter. At this time, Bo-sun stood up and solved the siege. Sunset Genhong looked at the two brothers who were similar in 9 points, and then looked at the heavy pupils in the eyes of the two, and said, You kid can settle the account, no matter how it is not a loss, forget it, they are all children, I don't care, but I won't really bully my daughter in the future, otherwise I will definitely not let you go, got it? Don't worry, uncle, at school, we will take care of your daughter. Maro heard that he was okay and instantly felt that he was okay again. Stinky boy, especially you, if Hong is bullied by you again, Lao Zi will definitely not let you go. Sunset Genhong looked at Maro and got angry. Bo Shun secretly gave his brother a thumbs up, you are really brave. After explaining, Sunset Genhong also left, probably to find his daughter. The Boshin brothers also entered the campus, and Saratobi had just taken the stage, and when everyone had arrived, he began his speech. Ape Fari was speaking passionately on the stage, most of the students in the audience were listening carefully, and even had some yearning, and Bo Sun was playing Hatcher off stage, and the more he listened, the more sleepy he became. On the other hand, Maro listened more and more, and his eyes were full of worship when he looked at the Hokage. Of course, this was all explained by Bo Chun in advance, and he also told him Naruto's story, so that he would follow Naruto's performance. The ape who was speaking on the stage swept at the students below and nodded with satisfaction, especially after seeing Moro's fiery and adoring eyes. He secretly said, there is an inheritor of the will of fire. But he and the one next to him seemed to be the rumored son of Calamity of the Uchiha family, can they be wooed? As soon as this idea came out, I couldn't hold it back, especially after seeing Moro's adoring eyes. A plan was quietly born in my heart. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to live, and the fire will continue to illuminate the village and make the new leaves sprout. The speech ended with the ape flying sun, but the students were angry and enthusiastic. Saratobi, who returned to Hokage's office, sent someone to call Boshin and Maro over. Naruto-sama, did you call us here for something? Maro said excitedly, as if seeing the Hokage was something strange. Son, I've heard about all of you, those people are too much, I'll make them stop talking like this. It's been a hard time for you all these years. Ape Flying Sun said with a kind smile. Really? Thank you so much, Naruto-sama. Maro's eyes were slightly red when he spoke, as if years of grievances had finally been vented, and only he knew why he was crying. Because my brother actually pricked his ass with a needle, it hurts. Ape Flying Sun Chopper took in the demeanor of the two. Bo Sun was relatively calm, he was a calm person, while Maro couldn't hide things, he could see it at a glance, and the most important thing was that he was convinced of the will of fire. So what do you want to do in the future? Do you have any dreams? Saratobi asked kindly. Moro couldn't wait to raise his hand and said, acting like a stunned blue. Okay, you speak first. Saratobi didn't care, or rather, he preferred to see such a Moro. I want to become Hokage, be recognized by everyone, protect the village from harm, and become a big hero. Moro's childish words were sonorous and powerful, and they were deep in the heart of the ape flying sun. Ape Fari said with a spring face, okay, it's really a good dream, but you must work hard. What about you? Then Saratobi turned his gaze to Bo Sun again. Naruto-sama, I don't have much of a dream, but since my brother wants to become Hokage, then my dream is to help my brother become Hokage, become his protector, and protect him for the rest of his life, and be safe. Bo Sun looked at Maro with doting eyes as he spoke, unable to find a single flaw. Although what Bo Sun said, Ape Flying Sun Chopper was not very satisfied, he preferred to see a hot-blooded boy, which was more conducive to control. But this is not bad, tying Maro is equivalent to tying Bashan, so Ape Flying Sun Chopper doesn't care about such a little flaw. You guys go to class quickly, I will stop the village from spreading your rumors, rest assured. But the village can't interfere too much in the decisions of the Uchiha clan, whether you can let your parents take you back, it depends on the meaning of the Uchiha clan. I'm really sorry, it's me who is too incompetent. Ape Fari said with a slightly apologetic expression. It's not Naruto-sama's fault for being able to stop the spread of rumors, and my brother and I are very grateful to Naruto-sama. Although he said that, Maro's expression couldn't help but feel a little low. Okay, let's go to class. Yes, Naruto-sama. After the Boshin brothers came out, they did not go back to class, but used shadow avatars to go to class, and the body came to a small river. Brother, I see Naruto-sama very well, do I still want a disguise? Moro asked, sitting on the grass. Of course, don't look at Hokuchi's kind look, it's actually bad pus. You see, he first promised us to stop the spread of rumors and make us feel good about him. Then he told us whether we can return to our parents, and it depends on the meaning of the Uchiha family, which is obviously to make us hate Uchiha and draw us to his side. His wave is steady and profitable. If we have good talent, the power of his Hokuchi faction will grow. If we don't have a good talent, it will also cause the Uchiha family to split. Bo-shun slowly talked about the pros and cons. Moro listened carefully, and then he asked, haven't we been abandoned by the Uchiha clan a long time ago? How can it lead to the division of the Uchiha clan? Bo-shun smiled and said, we are indeed abandoned, but with the arrogance of the Uchiha clan, it is impossible for us to completely separate from the Uchiha clan, unless we die. And do you think that the father will have no friends if he is dignified? Once the clansmen know that we were abandoned by the patriarch, then what will they think? The hearts of the people at the top and bottom will be scattered. Moro is smart, a little bit through. But this is also a good thing for us. As long as Hokuchi stops the rumors, Uchiha Yamazawa will not come to assassinate us again in a short time, and we can also develop peacefully for a while. So, we need to become stronger as soon as possible and become stronger than everyone, Bo-shun said with a firm gaze. Good. Moro also ignited endless fighting spirit. Until dusk, the brothers were still training hard, but the intensity was not very high. After all, both of them were still growing their bodies. At this time, Bo-sun saw a person and stopped cultivating. That person was Metkai, who had already finished school, and was running upside down. Bashin and Moro learned from the information they had just dissolved from the shadow doppelganger that Metkai was in the same class as himself, along with Kakashi, Obito, Rin, Red, and others. Kai, are you training? Bo-sun took the initiative to say hello and said, this is the man who almost kicked out of the finale. Bo-sun wants to draw him to his side, and if he is faithful, he will not be able to integrate with a suitable person. After all, some future plans need Kai to be such a strong helper. But if you don't follow your own heart, or even hinder yourself, Bo-sun will not relent. After incorporating indigo dyeing, Bo-sun had some plans for the future. Although the system stipulates that everyone can only fuse characters, Bo-sun has Bangyu, and Hongyu can realize the two heaven-defying abilities of wishes and infinite evolution. Hongyu can absorb the desire of things that exist around itself and manifest it, and can protect the host's physical body from dying or dying, and when the host's ability reaches the limit or life is threatened, Hongyu can make the host evolve to the next realm. And this world has the ghost bud art created by humble Liuhu, and it is not impossible to gather the abilities of characters from all worlds. Ha! Who are you? Maddie asked with big doubtful eyes. We're classmates, forgot? We met in the morning, and it was a class. Bo-sun reminded helplessly. Oh, I remember, it's your brother who kissed Red, right? Maddie stood up and said. Moro's old face turned red after hearing this, and Bo-shun said with a smile, that's right, my name is Uchiha Bashan, and this is my younger brother, called Uchiha Moro. Hello, my name is Maddie. Maddie scratched his head and said, do you train alone? Do you want to train with us? Boskin extended a friendly invitation. Ha! Is it really possible? Maddie was surprised, and at the same time very happy in his heart. Although he had just entered school, he could only use physical arts, not ninjutsu and illusion, which caused everyone to laugh at him and did not make any friends. I didn't expect that after school, there would be people willing to train with themselves. Of course it's true, if you want, it's our friend. Bo-shun smiled. Woo, to celebrate making friends, reward yourself with 1,000 push UPS. This is youth. Saying that, Matt K has already started to do it. Brother, isn't this person's brain a little bad? Moro whispered in his brother's ear. It's not that the brain is bad, it's too simple, it can also be said to be the heart of the child. Bo-shun rubbed his brows and said, he has already begun to have a headache for such a person in the team in the future. The three people's cultivation ended very late, and when the brothers went home, they found that the people on the road really stopped gossiping about the two of them. It seems that the ape flying sun slashing action is quite fast, but the eyes looking at the two are still disgusted and afraid. Brother, they are so annoying. Moro felt very sensitive to this, and his expression showed a cruel look. Don't worry, now is not the time, we are not strong enough, Bashin comforted. Moro nodded in agreement. When the two returned home, they found that there were more meals on the table and a note on it. Bo-sun picked it up and looked at it, only to see that it said, baby sons, this is the special meal made for you by your mother, all of them you love to eat, you must eat well. Don't be so tired of cultivation in normal times, you are still young, you should pay attention to rest. It's useless to blame your dad for not being able to live together, but your dad still loves you very much, and now he is trying to find a way to get you back, and I believe it will succeed soon. Our family will soon be able to live together, so you have to protect yourselves. After reading the letter, Bashin gave it to Moro, and his hatred for the patriarch was even greater. Brother, I miss my mother. Moro said with some grievances. So how about we sneak back today? Bo-sun also missed his parents a little. Since this is the case, then go back and see. Okay, Maro said excitedly. After midnight, Bashin and Maro quietly left their small dilapidated house and soon came around the familiar courtyard. There are 3 Uchiha clansmen around the secret sentry, who are monitoring Uchiha Yamaaki and his wife. Of the 3, there are 2 middle shinobi and 1 upper shinobu. Bo-shun frowned. He didn't expect that Uchiha Yamazawa would actually send someone to monitor his parents, including one of them kami shinobi. Brother, what should I do? Maro was also a little unhappy and said, it seems that I can't see my parents today, but I can't just leave like that. Bo-sun's eyes showed a hint of killing intent. Will holding it cause any trouble to my parents? Maro heard the meaning of his brother's words and said with some worry, don't worry, the clan elder can only eat this dumb loss, just the crime of spying on the same clan is enough for him to drink a pot. Bo-sun said disdainfully. Okay, so what do you need me to do? Maro said with some excitement. You go home first, they are still at least medium forbearing, you are not an opponent yet. Ba-shun's words instantly extinguished Maro's fiery heart. But Maro was not an unreasonable person, and obediently went home. Leaving Bo-chun himself, he took out his own slashing knife from the system space, mirror flowers, and water moon. Fortunately, the system is conscientious enough, and the mirror flower water moon can change to the appropriate length with the height of the owner, otherwise Bo-sun really can't control it now. Instantaneous. Bo-sun's figure shook and disappeared in place, and the next moment, the figure appeared next to a Naka shinobi. That Naka shinobu felt as if there was something moving behind him, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw a sharp blade constantly enlarging. The next moment, he only felt a heat in his neck, subconsciously touched his neck, followed by severe pain and suffocation, unable to make a little sound, and finally lost his life in despair. Hey, if it weren't for the fact that you can't do it now, where would you need to be so troublesome? Bo-sun complained. Then, Bo-shun used the teleportation to come to the side of another Naka shinobu. This Naka shinobu was much more cautious than the one just now, and when he felt that something was wrong next to him, he decisively took out Kuwu and stabbed behind him. Good vigilance. Bo-sun said lightly. It's you, little ghost. That Naka ninja widened his pupils and said, he didn't expect that such a young child would dare to sneak up on him, and even almost succeeded. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shed a drop of cold sweat. Bo-shun didn't want to entangle with him, the movement here should have been discovered by that Shangnin, and he wanted to solve the battle as soon as possible. Broken Path Number 4 White Thunder. I saw Ba-shun's hand holding the knife, and released a finger and pointed to the heart of the Naka shinobu, who was still a little unclear. The next moment, a blue-white thunder light shot out from Bo-sun's finger, directly piercing through the man's heart. That Naka ninja fell from the tree unwillingly. Transfiguration. Bo-shun had already felt the breath of the upper shinobi, and in order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he turned into the appearance of the first Naka shinobu to be killed by him, and then cast a teleportation to leave. Stop! The Shangnin behind him saw Ba-shun's back and immediately cast an instantaneous technique to chase after him. Bo-sun's teleportation speed was obviously faster than the man's teleportation technique, and he was quickly thrown off by Bo-sun. Bastard, damn it! The man said angrily. But there was no way, now he could only go back and report the situation to the patriarch. Shanming, what happened outside? Uchiha Mayare heard the movement outside and said, don't worry, even if something happens, it has nothing to do with us. Uchiha Yamaming pouted and said that the dissatisfaction between the two of them with the family has increased over the years. After hearing this, Uchiha Mayare also felt that it made sense, so she stopped caring and continued to sleep. What do you say? He's dead? Even you, the upper ninja, didn't find out for the first time? Uchiha Yamazawa said with anger in his words. Clan elder, could it be that Uchiha Yamaaki did it? The man said in a cold sweat that 2 people died, and he was also afraid that the patriarch would blame him. It's impossible, if he did it, he would have done it long ago, and he didn't need to get himself into trouble. Uchiha Yamazawa dismissed this conjecture. Could that be those 2 kids? The man guessed again. This is even more impossible, to kill the 2 middle ninjas silently, at least they must be particularly tolerant, they are only 5-year-old children, no matter how geniuses now, they can at most endure the strength. Huotao, the task of monitoring Uchiha Yamame and his wife will be handed over to the others, and you will be responsible for catching this murderer for me now. He actually dares to kill someone from my Uchiha clan, no matter who it is, he will die. You go down. Uchiha Yamame waved his hand with a headache and said, there was not a single good news on this day. First Hokage sent a message forbidding any rumors about the Bashin brothers, and now someone killed the clansman he sent out. Yes, Patriarch. Uchiha retreated respectfully. Bo-shun returned home at this moment, although he did not see his parents, but after killing the 2 doglegs of the patriarch, his mood became relaxed again. Brother, are you all right? Maro saw that his brother had returned and asked worriedly. Conduct confrontation training today, let me understand your level first, so that I can arrange a teaching plan for you later. The teacher stood in front of the group of students and said with his hands on his back. When the students heard that they were going to engage in actual combat, they were immediately excited, especially Obito and Matkai, who looked eager to try. Among them, there is also ape-flying Asuma, staring at Uchiha Maro unkindly, who let him dare to tease his goddess in public yesterday. The more Shinobu thought about it for a while, the more he thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, so Asuma immediately raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I want to challenge Uchiha Maro." "Okay, then Asuma and Maro are ready for the first one." The teacher readily agreed. "Brother, your competitor is here," Bo-sun said with a mocking face, and his eyes also glanced at the sunset red not far away. "Humph, brother, you are too wordy," Maro said arrogantly. His face was slightly red, and at the same time he subconsciously looked at the sunset red. "She seems to be quite cute." As soon as this idea came up, Maro was suddenly startled, and hurriedly shook his head. "The secret passage must be an illusion. My goal is the strongest, protect my parents and brothers. How can I be bound by these children's love?" At this time, Sunset Hong felt as if someone was looking at her, turned her head, and saw Moro looking at her in a daze. "Isn't this the one who kissed me yesterday? What is he staring at himself for? It must be a disciple, it's really annoying." Sunset Hong felt a pang of shame when she thought of yesterday's events, and her cheeks flushed with a lovely flush. "Are you still fighting?" Asuma looked at the two of them looking at each other affectionately, and suddenly roared angrily. "Oh? Fighting? How not to fight, just suddenly thought of something." Moro, who reacted, tried his best to hide it, and had already come to the opposite side of Asuma as he spoke. Bo-sun watched this scene with interest, not worried at all that Moro would lose. Moro now has the strength to endure, not counting himself present. It is estimated that Kakashi has the ability to be Moro's opponent. The seal of confrontation between the two sides begins on its own. The teacher looked at the two and said, "Both are perfunctory and have the seal of opposition." Then Asuma rushed over. The current Asuma has not studied ninjutsu at all, although he is from the Sarutobi clan, but after all, he is too young, and not everyone is Kakashi. Moro looked at Asuma, who rushed over without hesitation, with a disdainful face, easily dodged Asuma's fist, and then took advantage of Asuma's lack of attention, stretched out a foot, and tripped Asuma directly. Abominable. The grizzled Asuma stood up and rushed forward again. "You can't win me, admit defeat," Moro said with some impatience. "Don't be too arrogant." Asuma rushed forward regardless. "Cut." Moro pouted, grabbed Asuma's flaw, and directly pressed Asuma to the ground, fixing his hands behind him, making Asuma immobile. "Teacher, did I win?" Moro looked at the teacher and said, "Ah yes, this time the competition is won by Domaro, and the two sides have forged the seal of reconciliation." The teacher didn't expect it to end so soon, and he didn't react. "That's awesome," Obito said with some envy. Matkai burned again. "This is youth. I have decided, I will definitely target Moro in the future, and I will definitely defeat him. This disciple is quite powerful." Shirihong thought secretly in his heart, but when he thought of what he did to himself yesterday, his heart became angry and hateful. "This person is terrible. We must stay away from him in the future. What if he hurts us? I heard that he and his brother are both ominous people. Don't get involved with us then." But it's not all good words, and some people think that Moro is too scary, mainly because of the heavy pupils, which is indeed a little scary. Bashin dismissed the men's remarks, but Moro cared. After all, he was only a 5-year-old. But he didn't show it, because Bo-sun had explained to him, and now he has no strength, so he must endure. The victory and defeat have been divided. Even if Asuma is not convinced, there is no way. Obediently concluded the seal of reconciliation and returned to the crowd, but the unwillingness in his eyes is undisguised. "Okay, let's move on." In Naruto's office, Sarutobi and a man with pale skin and a gloomy temperament are using the crystal ball to watch this scene of the ninja school. "Big Snake Pill, how's it going? Do you want to accept 2 disciples?" Sarutobi asked lightly, not caring about his son being defeated. As a Hokage, this belly was still there. "Very nice boy, but why did you choose to let me take an apprentice?" "It's better to come or Watergate," came the hoarse voice of the Big Snake Pill, and everyone who heard it would feel a little uncomfortable. Orochimaru obviously guessed Sarutobi's intentions. After all, he was one of the few people in the ninja world who could see things rationally. Watergate has been arranged, and the road to Jiraiya is not suitable for them. Ape-flying Sun Chopper told a little lie here. "Look at his brother again," Orochimaru said vaguely. "Well, you can reach out to these 2 children, and it's never too late to decide afterwards." Ape-flying Sun chopped the bar and said with 2 puffs of smoke. In fact, he originally wanted Jiraiya to take the 2 as apprentices, because Orochimaru was too gloomy and cold, and Tsunade's medical ninja was not suitable for the brothers, but Jiraiya was not in Konoha at this time, and Tsunade was not there. I had no choice but to choose Orochimaru, which was also to label the Bashin brothers as Hokage and subtly make them loyal Hokage factions. "Is there anything else to challenge?" the teacher asked to the student in front of him. "I challenge Kakashi." Obito jumped out and pointed at Kakashi and said. Kakashi walked out silently. After finishing the seal of opposition, Obito was just about to rush up, when Kakashi suddenly appeared next to Obito, and put a handful of kunao against Obito's neck. Instantaneous technique, the teacher exclaimed. It's so powerful, I didn't expect Kakashi to be able to use ninjutsu when I first entered school. How handsome. Kakashi's victory was the opposite of Moro's cry for victory just now, and it was all words of praise. Damn, I was careless, I didn't flash, I will definitely defeat you next time. Obito roared unconvinced and left after finishing the seal of reconciliation, without the teacher announcing the result. Hearing that Kakashi wanted to challenge himself, Bashin felt a little surprised, and he hadn't made a move. How could Kakashi target himself? But it doesn't matter, Kakashi is not his opponent anyway, but don't behave too much, who knows if some voyeur is staring at him. Show a certain talent, but not too outrageous. Let the ape flying sun chop feel that it is still in control, otherwise once the ape flying sun chop feels that he is out of control, I am afraid that he will arrange a reasonable accident at the first time, or through the hands of Tuanzang, pick himself clean. Come on, I also want to see how strong the children of the White Fang seniors are. Bo Sun calmly stood up and said, the seal of opposites on both sides is ready to start at any time. The teacher spoke up. The two finished the seal of opposition, and Kakashi finished the short knife behind his back and rushed towards Bashin at great speed. Bo Sun did not take out the mirror flower water moon, because it is not yet used, and he cannot do the original solution, and he can only use it as an ordinary weapon, which is completely unnecessary. Bo Shun took out a handful of kunao from his blade bag and prepared to meet the enemy. Dang, the short knife and kuwu of the two collided several times in a very short time, and the people who watched were dazzled. That's awesome. Kakashi will definitely win. That's right, Kakashi must be stronger than that monster. Listening to these unbearable words, Moro almost did not control his emotions, scolding himself and forbearing, but scolding his brother can't, not a word. But Bo Sun's words, he remembered deeply in his heart and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, but he firmly remembered these people who said bad things about his brother in his heart, and one day he must make them pay. The battle in the field continues. Kakashi is worthy of being a genius, only 5 years old, he has the strength of Shinobu, and he is not far from Naka Shinobu, but it is much worse than Hashun. Bashin caught a flaw in Kakashi and threw out several shuriken shots casually, and Kakashi, who jumped in the air, could not dodge at all. The teacher thought about stepping forward to stop it, but at this moment, with a bang, white smoke flashed, and Kakashi in the air turned into a piece of wood. Avatar. Bashin narrowed his eyes and observed the surroundings warily, and at this moment, a stone earth figure behind Bashin turned into the appearance of Kakashi, and before Bashin could react, he put the short knife across Bashin's neck. I lost, Bo Sun said with regret. He lost on purpose, and he believed that this was what Ape Flying Sun Chopper wanted to see, because it meant that someone in his generation could suppress him, and doing so was also to further gain the trust of Ape Flying Sun Chopper. Accept, Kakashi said lightly, but he always felt that he had won a little too easily, but he didn't think much of it. I knew Kakashi would be able to defeat that monster. Kakashi is so powerful, I don't know when I can be so powerful. Bo Sun is also so good. This phrase was said by Matty. I decided that Kakashi would be my lifelong enemy. To reward yourself, do 1,000 push UPS first. Matkai yelled, and then did it in place, no matter what the occasion. Bashin didn't expect that he lost the game and directly transferred Matkai's target to Kakashi. What he didn't know was that just before this, Bashin and Moro were Matkai's target. Everyone was surprised by Kakashi's strength, and at the same time recognized Bashin's strength, although they recognized Bashin's strength, but did not change their opinion of the two brothers, but became more afraid. After all, the name of the Son of Calamity has too deep an impact. Only a few people were not affected, such as Kakashi, Obito, Rin, Red, etc. Very wonderful battle. I hope you can continue to work hard in the future. Don't be proud, class. After the teacher finished speaking, he went back and prepared to make a report to Hokage. Others left. How? These two people should be qualified to be your disciples. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi closed the crystal ball with satisfaction and said with a smile. The big snake pill did not immediately agree, and said, don't worry about the old man, I'll go to contact it to know if it's suitable. Well, I hope these two little guys have good luck. Ape Flying Sun said lightly. After school, the brothers found a place where no one was and lifted the shadow doppelganger technique. The next moment, not far away, the big snake pill came out from the shadows, and the snake's pupils flashed with a strange light, the art of shadow avatars. It seems that these brothers still have a hidden Sabara rare. Great, now the big snake pill has begun human experiments. Since the death of the rope tree in the Ninja World War II, he has realized the fragility of life, and in order to seek truth and eternal life, he began to slowly carry out human experiments, but it has not been crazy to the point of using Konoha villagers, all provided by Danzo or provided by the enemy. But seeing such a good experimental subject, I can't help but be excited. The Bashin brothers and Matkai practiced for a while, then left separately, and on the way home, a figure blocked in front of the brothers. I wonder what's going on with Orochimaru-sama. Bo Sun asked warily. I want to take you two as apprentices, I wonder if you want to. Orochimaru directly expressed his intentions, and when he found out that the two people in the ninja school were shadow doppelgangers, he had the intention of accepting apprentices. But more is the special of the two, those special eyes, really attracted him. Bo Shun didn't expect Sarutobi to be so impatient and wanted to pull his brothers into the Hokage camp, but this happened to hit Bo Shun's arms. At that moment, Bo Sun directly agreed, although the big snake pill is very dangerous, but he believes that what he has mastered, he can get along happily with the big snake pill for a while. We are willing to meet Orochimaru-sensei. Meet Orochimaru-sensei. Although Maro didn't know Orochimaru, he was convinced of his brother and just followed him. Orochimaru nodded, expressing satisfaction, and then asked, Bashun, Maro, how do you view life? Orochimaru looked at the brothers, his eyes flickering, as if he was expecting some different answer. Life is life, what else could it be? Maro said without thinking. Orochimaru said nothing and looked at Bashun. Life is fragile and great. Bo Sun thought about it and said, oh? Orochimaru was very interested in what Bashun said, and although he thought that life was fragile, he did not think about greatness, so he was very interested. Teacher, since you asked me a question about life, you must want to explore the true meaning of life, Bo Sun said slowly. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he felt as if he had found his soulmate, so he motioned for Bashun to continue. The reason why life is fragile is because it is extremely easy to die, and this needless to say, the teacher must know. And what makes life great is its diversity and creativity. This world is also colorful because of the existence of life. Teacher, you can think about it, if there is no life in this world, it will become lifeless and have no fun at all. Bashun's words made Orochimaru's somewhat confused heart gradually brighten, and he also made up his mind to explore the true meaning of life and pursue the truth of the world. Spara C. The big snake pill sighed, and then said, you guys go back to rest first, I will go to you in a few days. Then we'll go, teacher. With that, Bashun and Maro went back. Only the big snake pill stood in place for a long time, and then smiled strangely and said to himself, old man, it seems that you have lost your eyes, he. After Orochimaru discovered that the two were shadow doppelgangers at school, he realized that the two brothers were not as simple as they seemed. At first, he also wanted to tell Ape Flying Sun about the situation of the two, but after listening to Bashun's words, he changed his mind, and he believed that Bashun would bring him unexpected surprises. Moro, who returned home, soon fell asleep, but Bo Sun frowned tightly, and secretly said in his heart, careless, I didn't expect to be discovered by the big snake pill so quickly. It seems that you have to be more careful in the future, especially the telescope technique of Ape Flying Sun, it is simply impossible to prevent. At the very least, Bashun is not yet able to defend against this surveillance. After figuring it out, Bo Sun put this matter aside and checked his system. It has been 5 years since he first flipped the card, and now he should be able to turn the card again. Bo Sun's consciousness went deep into his mind and found that the originally gray interface had lit up, and there were character cards from various anime games on the interface. Bo Sun clicked start on the interface, and the next moment all the cards in the interface turned to the back, and then shuffled like shuffles for more than 10 seconds before rearranging. Bo Sun hesitated for a long time, and his finger finally clicked on the card in the middle. The card flipped over, and I saw that on the card was a character holding a huge heavy knife, dressed in an indigo and black robe, and a green dragon hovering around him. Kai Daddy? It's still Kinblong G. Bashun was pleasantly surprised, followed by a wave of loss. It's a pity that you can't integrate with yourself, you can only hand it over to others to integrate. But it's not impossible, I have Broken Jade, which can evolve infinitely, and the Ghost Bud Luo technique, but it is impossible in a short time. So who is this character card for? Kai Huang with Kai Huang? Bo Sun thought of Matt K for the first time. If he really handed over Kai Huang to Kai Huang, then Kai Huang would directly kick out the finale? No, it should be a knife. Forget it, don't want to, observe for a while before talking. Stop thinking about it and sleep with your eyes closed. The next few days were peaceful, but in order not to let people find out, Bashun and Maro did not use shadow avatars to go to school, they all went to school in their own bodies. However, after school, he will continue to train, and there is no need to hide it as before, because the big snake pill has announced that he has officially accepted 2 people as apprentices, and many people in the village know about it. However, in addition to Matkai, there was one more person who trained together, and that was Kakashi. After finishing his training, Orochimaru found Bashun and Maro and took them to his lab. When Bashun and Maro arrived at the laboratory, they were greeted by large jars containing human corpses and some animal corpses. Bo Shun is still calm, after all, he has long known that the big snake pill is a scientific madman, but Emoluo is different, the whole process is sluggish, and even now the eyes looking at the big snake pill are faintly afraid. Orochimaru looked at both of them, he was very satisfied with Bashun's performance, but Maro's performance was a little unsatisfactory, but it didn't affect anything. Anyway, his main target was Bashun. How? What do you think? Orochimaru's eyes were frenzied, as if he was showing off his artwork. The teacher is really an avid scientist, Bo Shun said with emotion. Aha, the teacher will definitely become the #1 scientist in the ninja world. Morrow echoed. He didn't dare not say this, for fear that he would one day become a member of the jar. Hee, it's good, since I took you as an apprentice, then I also prepared a gift for you. This is the contract scroll of Longdi Cave, you signed it. With that, Orochimaru took out a huge scroll. Bo Shun was a little surprised, but he didn't expect the big snake pill to give himself the contract scroll so early. Morrow didn't react because he didn't know what the contract scroll meant. Bo Sun did not hesitate, but his finger signed his name on the contract scroll, and then Morrow followed suit and signed his name. Next, I'll teach you psychic. After teaching it a few times, Bo Sun and Mo Luo had already mastered its essence, not to mention the strength of the talent of the two, even the big snake pill was a little envious. Psychic. Since it was in the laboratory of the big snake pill, Bo Sun did not dare to inject too much chakra, so after a puff of smoke, a red poisonous snake about 2 meters long appeared. I'll try it too. Psychic. Saying that, Morrow also began to experiment. Bashin wanted to stop it, but it was too late. I saw that after a puff of smoke, a huge purple figure appeared. The huge figure moved slightly, and many instruments in the laboratory were knocked over. Lie down, 10,000 snakes. This is a big disaster. Bashin exclaimed. Looking at the big snake pill again, his face was already black as the bottom of the pot. And Morrow? At the moment, I have run out of chakra and slept. Big snake pill, what did you call Uncle Ben to come? If you don't give Uncle Ben 100 sacrifices, Uncle Ben will kill you. 10,000 snakes stared at the big snake pill and said, 10,000 snakes, it's not me who came to psychic, it's my disciple. Orochimaru said with a dark face, and pointed to Morrow who slept in the past. Great snake pill, I don't care who summons me, anyway, if you don't prepare 100 sacrifices for me, Uncle Ben will destroy your laboratory. One snake said arrogantly. Bashan-kun, the disaster was caused by your brother, so I will leave it to you to solve. Is there a problem? Orochimaru said with a dark face. And the reason why he did this was also to test Bashan's strength. Orochimaru, are you underestimating Uncle Ben? When Wansnake heard that the big snake pill asked Bo-sun, a 5 or 6-year-old little ghost, to solve himself, he thought that the big snake pill was underestimating himself, and his heart was angry. Bo-sun did not answer immediately after hearing this, but was weighing the pros and cons, and finally he decided to expose his Sharingan, because now the great snake pill is a talisman for the two brothers, and the Sharingan is also the most suitable for dealing with the existence of psychic beasts. Having made a decision, Bashin immediately acted. Sharingan, open. With Bo-sun's low drink, 3-hook jade riding wheel eyes jumped into his eye sockets. Immediately afterwards, 10,000 snakes felt a powerful pupil force break into his mind, and the next moment, there was no consciousness, and 10,000 snake pupils at this moment also became 3-hook jade riding wheel eyes. Under Bo-sun's manipulation, 10,000 snakes automatically disarmed their psychic arts and returned to the Dragon Earth Cave. And Bo-shun also collapsed on the ground at this moment. No way, the current Bo-shun is still too weak, and there is still a certain gap compared with 10,000 snakes. After just controlling 10,000 snakes for a few seconds, chakra consumed almost the same. Heavy pupils. This is heavy pupil. The big snake pill looked at this shocking scene, and he was emotional and uncontrollable. And then he remembered Bashan's words, the greatness of life lies in its diversity and creativity. Life is wonderful. At this moment, Orochimaru's eyes stared at Bo-sun as if he was looking at a rare item. Bo-sun was uncomfortable being stared at by the big snake pill, and he snorted, Teacher, you won't want to slice me for study, right? You're my apprentice, how could I do anything to you? At most, take a little blood. The big snake pill licked his tongue pervertedly and said, Ha. The corners of Bo-sun's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that if you don't pay something today, you can't leave. In the end, Bo-shun still gave the big snake pill a tube of blood, and Morrow did not escape, and was drawn a tube of blood without knowing it. Only then did he leave the laboratory of the great snake pill and return to his residence. Half a year passed. Because of his young age, Bo-sun did not practice chakra much. Chakra is the energy extracted from cells. He believes that premature cultivation of chakra will cause harm to the body, and after the age of 12 is the golden period of chakras skyrocketing. Therefore, he has basically been cultivating spiritual pressure for half a year, and now, Bo-sun has been able to achieve the initial solution. And from now on, Bo-sun's spiritual pressure has entered the explosive period. Because he can use the mirror flower water moon to influence the 5 senses of others and build an illusion world, which will consume his spiritual pressure all the time, which can be regarded as a practice of spiritual pressure. In addition, under the influence of Bangyu, Bo-sun's body has also undergone some changes. The most obvious is that the skin has turned white, and Bo-shun guesses that he may be evolving towards the Datumo family, or that he is completing the genes of the Datumo family. It's just that the process is still relatively slow. If you want to improve this process, I am afraid that you will have to find someone like Ichigo like Landai and force him to accelerate his evolution. On this day, the ninja school was dismissed, and Bashun, Moro, and Matkai were still practicing by the small river in the old place, but Kakashi did not come on this day. Kakashi came home after school and was sullen all day, a little strange. For half a year, the Bashin brothers trained together every day after school with Matkai and Kakashi, so they had a very good relationship. Moro is also willing to get along with the two, because they will not look at themselves and his brother in different eyes. Akai, do you know why Kakashi didn't come? Bashin asked. I don't know, Kai said dumbfounded. As soon as Bashin slapped his forehead, he knew that he should not be asked. However, he already had a conjecture in his heart, and he only waited for time to confirm. Without further thought, he set his gaze on Mat K again. Break it, mirror flower. To be on the safe side, in case Kai opens 8 doors to kick himself, give him a mirror first. Bashan, what are you always staring at me for? Mat Kai was a little uncomfortable staring at Bo Sun and asked. Oh, it's nothing, I just think your clothes are pretty handsome, Bo Sun said subconsciously. The next moment, he snorted and instantly regretted it. I saw that Mat Kai didn't know where to take out a green tights that was exactly the same as the one on him, and flew wantonnly in the wind. Then Mat Kai came to Bo Sun and said with excitement and tears, Bo Sun, I didn't expect that only you have the same vision as me, so good. Come on, wear it and come to the training with me, burn, youth. Ha. Bo Sun can't wait to pump his 2 mouths at the moment and make your mouth. Akai, this dress, only your temperament can hold up. I don't have your special temperament, so I won't wear it. Bo Sun's words are true, this dress is only Mat K will not make people feel ugly, and maybe there will be a Rock Lee in the future. Hey, okay. Although Matty was a little lost, it didn't affect much, after all, he was very forgetful. Next, the three trained each other, very harmoniously. The next day, Bashin and Maro had breakfast and went to school. Have you heard? The failure of the Kimu Shuumao mission caused a great loss to our Konoha village. Yes, I also heard about it. I didn't expect that Konoha White Fang would give up the mission in order to save his companions and cause such a big loss to our village. But isn't Lord White Fang here to save his companions? Among the many accusations, there were 1 or 2 sober, but they were quickly stunned back. If everyone is like him, easily abandon the mission, then our Konoha village has long ceased to exist. Don't forget, our Konoha's will of fire is to burn ourselves and illuminate others, and I believe that the people he saved do not want the mission to fail because of saving themselves. Moreover, I heard that the rescued person is also resentful of White Fang for saving him, which means that I am right, all this is to blame White Fang. This person has a point, making it difficult to find flaws in the counterattack. Hearing the words of the people around him, Bo Sun had already confirmed yesterday's conjecture. The next day, as soon as school was over, Bashin went to Kakashi's house with Kai and Moro. Kai and Moro are worried about their friend and want to comfort Kakashi. And Bo Shun has a different purpose, he wants the soul of Kiki Shuumao. Soon, the three arrived at the door of Kakashi's house, and coincidentally, several people also came to visit Kakashi. They are Obito, Rin, Red, and Asuma. Oh, you guys came to visit Kakashi too, Bashin greeted. Yes, Kakashi is gloomy these days, so let's take a look, Rin said with a worried face. I'm not here to comfort that smelly fart. Obito muttered something in a low voice, but everyone heard it anyway. Obito, don't do this, Rin said with a glare at Obito. Obito is arrogantly schemed overhead. The relationship between Obito and Kakashi is not very good now, and the two have only established a deep bond after becoming teammates, and now looking at Kakashi, they only followed Rin. It is estimated that Asuma is similar, and he came with Hong. Hey, Red, you're here too, Maro asked after seeing Red. Can't I come? Red glared at Maro fiercely and walked in. Brother, why is she glaring at me? Maro asked a little puzzled. Because she likes you, my stupid Adaudu, Bo Shun said with a bad smile. Ha, really? Maro's face instantly turned red and asked. Bo Shun slapped his forehead, are the children of Hokage so precocious? You're only 5 years old. Bo Sun feels that his brother is going to be abducted. What to do? Online wait, urgent. Asuma stared at Maro viciously for a while, and followed. Don't be springy, let's go. Bo Shun slapped his undisputed younger brother and took the lead and walked in. Oh, after a few people came in, he saw Kakashi training frantically in the yard. He didn't know if his father was right or wrong, he only knew that everyone was blaming his father. He also asked his father, but he couldn't get an answer, so he began to use crazy training to numb himself and force himself not to think about these questions. Kakashi, are you all right? Rin stepped forward and asked. Hearing this, Kakashi stopped his training movements and said in a flat tone, I'm fine. Kakashi. Hearing Kakashi answer like this, Rin became even more worried, as did the others, but they didn't know how to comfort Kakashi, and the scene became embarrassing for a while. Yes, I'm going to ask White Fang Senpai, what's going on? You guys talk to Kakashi first, Bo Sun said angrily, and then walked into the room without looking back. The others just thought that Bashin and Kakashi had a good relationship, and seeing Kakashi's lifeless appearance, they were angry and made impulsive actions in their hearts. However, no one stopped them, because they also wanted to know the specific reason, including Kakashi, and they all had a little luck in their hearts, hoping that Bashin would ask something. It's just that as soon as Bo-shun entered the house, he put away his angry expression and became indifferent again. Closing the door, Bo-shuo looked at Kimushuomao kneeling on the tatame, and saw Kimushuomao with his eyes closed, looking like a monk. Bo-sun walked to Kimushuomao and sat cross-legged. It is impossible to sit on knees, and it is impossible to sit on the front and back of 2 lifetimes combined. Senior Shuomao, can I talk to you? Bo-sun spoke. Hearing the sound, Kimushuomao slowly opened his eyes, but his eyes were dead silent, without any life. Seeing this, Bo-sun understood that Kimushuomao had the intention of death, and suicide was the matter of the past 2 days. Kimushuomao did not speak, but just looked at the 5-year-old child in front of him like this. Seeing that Shin-Yu Shuomao did not speak, Bo-sun said again, Senior Shuomao, are you trying to commit suicide? These words made the originally dead eyes flash a touch of shock. After hesitating, he said, yes. He wanted to see what this Uchiha imp named Bashin wanted to do. Is it related to the top? Bo-sun's words completely shocked Kimushuomao. Is this really a 5-year-old ghost? But the next moment is worry, because he knows that there are many dark parts and roots watching him during this time, and once they know what Bo-shun said just now, then Bo-shun will definitely not live tonight. Is Senior Shuomao worried about the junior? Bo-shun seemed to be able to read minds, and he could clearly see Kimushuomao's psychological activities at this time. Yes, I am being watched, and it is likely that what you just said has been heard, Kimushuomao said. Bo-sun shook his head and smiled lightly. Then why didn't they appear? If they had heard, they would have come out to stop me from arresting me alive by the time I asked the first question. Hearing this, Kimushuomao was also stunned, and then reacted, illusion. Bo-sun smiled and said nothing, which was kind of admitted. In the past half a year, he has let go of the mirror in front of many people, even the ape Flying Sun Chop is among them, but Tuanzang, the old sixth, has not shown his face. He can't help. And just to be on the safe side, he also secretly liberated Kagami Shueyu when he found the ninjas who were watching around, so what outsiders see now is only Bashan's angry questioning of Kiki Shuomao, and Kimushuomao is with his eyes closed and does not take care of Bashan. Kimushuomao looked at Bo-shua with a complicated expression, really suspecting that there was a 1,000-year-old monster living in his 5-year-old body. After calming the shock in his heart, Kimushuomao asked, since you already know the truth of the matter, why do you come to ask me? Or do you have other purposes? What I just said is just speculation, and the details are not known. I want the senior to confirm the details. Also, I want to make a deal with my seniors, Bashan said. Then let's talk about the deal first. Kimushuomao was also interested, and he wanted to see where this little devil had the confidence to make a deal with himself. Okay, then I'll talk about it. I want the soul of my senior, and I'm helping Kakashi become stronger. Bashan was very honest about his purpose. Kimushuomao's eyes were half narrowed, staring at the little ghost in front of him, as if he wanted to see what he was thinking, but he couldn't see anything after looking at it for a long time. So he said, I can promise you, but there is one more condition. You say, you can't do anything that harms Konoha. Kimushuomao made such a request. It can be seen that even if he is persecuted by the high level, he still loves Konoha deeply. And the reason why Kiki Shuomao made this request was because he saw that Bashan did not have any sense of belonging to Konoha, and according to Bashan's experience, it could be inferred that Bashan even had a trace of hatred for Konoha, so he proposed such a condition. As for Bashan's ability to help his son become stronger, he did not doubt it, because there are at least 2 Shang ninja who monitor him, and Bashan has the illusion that can deceive Shangnin. The most important thing is that now Bashan is only 5 years old. It's scary to think about. Of course, Bashan replied. Then I'll tell you the truth of the matter. This task is actually very ordinary, similar to usual, but the uncommon place is that the person I saved is surnamed Shinura. Hearing this, Bo-shun understood a little. Shinura Danzo's family. Not long after I returned, rumors flew all over the place, during which Shinura Danzo looked for me, and he threatened me with Kakashi to commit suicide. I've been waiting for Hokage to come forward for the past 2 days, but unfortunately, I was disappointed. Saying that, Shin-Yu Shuomao's expression became lonely, but Bo-sun completely understood the truth of the matter. However, he did not say anything like Kiki Shuomao was cowardly, because he knew that Kimushuomao was thinking about the whole of Konoha, and once he really resisted, it would inevitably weaken the power of Konoha, and now the major ninja villages are about to move, and war may break out at any time, so for the sake of the overall situation, Kimushuomao chose to compromise. After a pause, Shin-Yu Shuomao said, come back tomorrow night, I believe it will not be difficult with your ability. With that, he closed his eyes again. Shadow Doppelganger Art. Transfiguration. Bashan did not leave directly, but used the shadow doppelganger technique, and then the body turned into a flower pot and stopped in the corner, and the avatar walked out to comfort Kakashi with Moro and the others. The next night, it was dark in Kimu Shuumao's room. Poof Bashan's ability to disarm the transfiguration and activate Kagami Shuizuki at the same time interferes with the perception of the dark and root ninjas. Then he looked at Chi Mu Shuumao, who was kneeling, and in front of him was a short knife that had been unsheathed. I hope you can help Kakashi with the power of self-preservation. Saying that, Kimu Shuumao did not hesitate to pick up the short knife on the ground and stab it fiercely into his abdomen. Seppuku committed suicide, he is a ruthless person. Don't worry, I will, Bosun muttered, and Kimu Shuumao closed his eyes reassuringly, this time permanently. Immediately after, Bosun saw Kimu Shuumao's soul come out of the body, no longer hesitated, and directly included Kimu Shuumao's soul into the collapsed jade, and then secretly left, using the cover of the mirror flower watermoon, and was not discovered. Bashan, who returned to his residence, did not go to sleep immediately, but went to the basement, which was a secret room, which Bashan had built by himself in the past 6 months, and no one except Maro knew it. After coming to the basement, Bosun released Kimu Shuumao's soul, and saw that Kimu Shuumao's soul was obviously different from just now, and I saw that there was an extra big hole in his chest, and the scene behind could be seen from the front. This is the result of the transformation of Honyu. Originally the souls of the people in the Hokage world will be classified into the undead world after death, and there will be no virtual holes. But after being included in the jade, the soul is contaminated with the breath of the world of death, and only then will a void appear. Bosun's purpose is simple, he wants to create his own 10-blade broken face. After all, the inheritance characters of the system will not be 100% loyal to Bosun. Believe it or not, give Kai's character inheritance card to Tuanzang, and give you a look back without waiting for you to leave, without waiting for the next day. The ninja of the Naruto world needs spiritual energy and physical energy to cultivate chakra, so Bashan believes that the ninja of the Naruto world is stronger than the soul of the Shinigami world. Of course, it is only the soul strength at the time of death, not the soul strength after becoming a void or the god of death. Bosun feels that with the strength of Kimu Shuumao, the worst after becoming a void must be Yakuka's, the rank of the great void, Killian, Yakuka's, Bastard, and it is not impossible to become Bastard. Is this my soul? Why is there a hole in my chest? Kimu Shuumao looked at his current self and asked. It's true that this is your soul, but why there is a hole is not easy to explain to you. This explanation is very troublesome, but it doesn't matter, you better spend more time in Bangyu. Saying that, without giving Kimu Shuumao a chance to speak, he took Kimu Shuumao back into the jade. What he wants is to be completely loyal to his broken face, not Kimu Shuumao, so he wants to use Honyu to completely erase Kimu Shuumao's memory, and he believes that Honyu will grant this wish of his. The next day, Hakushen discovers that Kakashi has not come to class, and he knows that he has found Kikishuo Shigeru dead. Sure enough, soon, the whole of Konoha knew that Kiki Shuumao committed suicide at home, and then someone spread rumors in the crowd that Kiki Shuumao committed suicide in fear of sin, and he deserved it. Under the rhythm of people with hearts, countless people soon thought the same. Inside Hokage's office, Sarutobi kept clicking his cigarette bag, causing the office to be filled with smoke, and it was Shimura Danzo sitting across from him. The two did not speak. The ape flying sun chopped a cigarette. Shimura Danzo sat on the chair and watched the ape flying sun chop smoking. After a while, Ape Fei Ri Chopper spoke. Tuanzang, White Fang is dead. Tuanzang said calmly, I know. Looking at Tuanzang's calm expression, Ape Fei Ri was furious, and his tone became low. I said, the White Fang is dead, and the White Fang, who made the enemy fearful, is dead. From the words of the ape flying sun, he did not want Kimu Shuumao to die, at least not now. Didn't you acquiesce when I did that? Shimura Danzo said. But I didn't let you kill him. Ape Flying Sun Chopper finally couldn't help but roar out angrily. I didn't kill him, he committed suicide himself. Tuanzang he won't admit it. Ape Fei Ri was angry by Tuanzang's faceless, and it took a long time before he said, Tuanzang, rest for a while, don't leave the route for half a step without my order. Now, Tuanzang is gone, how can I do things if I am under house arrest? I did it all for Konoha, and I'm not wrong. Don't forget, I'm the Hokage. Hinata, you will regret it. With a cruel word, Danzo left the Hokage's office, leaving only Sarutobi to continue the smoke. After school that day, Uchiha Hashin was called to the Hokage building by Sarutobi Hinata, and in addition to the two, Orochimaru was also there. Bosun, I see that your strength has fully met the standards for graduation, do you want to graduate too? Sarutobi said with his trademark hypocritical smile. Did my brother graduate with me too? Bashan asked. Maro is not good yet, his theoretical knowledge is still lacking, so it will take a while, Sarutobi replied. Bosun sneered in his heart when he heard this. What theoretical knowledge is lacking? It is nothing more than feeling that it is not safe to let Maro graduate now, and he wants to let him be influenced by the will of fire for a few more years and completely brainwashed. And the reason why I let myself graduate is that I am afraid that I will be by Maro's side. It is difficult to educate Maro, and I want to support myself. Bosun knew that he couldn't refuse now, so he simply agreed. Well, I agreed. Bosun's joy was a little unexpected for the ape flying sun, but the result was good. However, I have a request. I wonder if the 3 adults can agree to me. At this time, Bo-sun suddenly said. Although Ape Flying Sun Chopper was a little dissatisfied in his heart, he still asked without changing his face, what conditions? I want my brother to go back to live with my parents. After all, I will become a ninja in the future. I need to perform tasks, and I may be away from home frequently, so I can't take care of my brother. I hope the 3 generations of adults will agree. Bashan put forward his own conditions. Dada Ape Flying Sun Chopper did not agree at the first time. His fingers tapped on the desktop at once, as if to measure the pros and cons. After a long time, Ape Fei smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go talk to your patriarch about this." Sarutobi does not think that the Uchiha clan will break with the village because of this incident, and as long as Maro is cultivated as the successor of the Will of Fire, then he can be used to weaken or even split the Uchiha clan, so he feels that it is more important for Maro to be more important. And after this incident, Maro will definitely remember his good, even if the more mature Bo-sun will accept this love. But how did he know that Bo-sun was not only a little mature, but that the mature heart was rotten? Okay, you take a few days off first, prepare well, and let your teacher teach you more. After that, Ape Flying Sun Chopper waved his hand, signaling that the 2 could retreat. Orochimaru was silent the whole time, and did not say a word until Kazuhiro walked out of the Hokage building. After the 2 left, Tenzo walked in and said, "Sarutobi Hinata, hand over Uchiha to me. He is very suitable for the route, and he also needs restrictions. You can also see that he is not the kind of person who is disciplined, only the root can suppress him and make him a sword in our hands." After listening to Tuan Zhang's words, Ape Fei frowned tightly, falling into deep thought. Tuan Zhang did not urge, and after a while, the Ape Flying Sun chopped and said, "He can't hand it over to you. As long as Maro is there, he can't turn the sky." Sarutobi still refused after weighing the pros and cons, because the roots of Danzo were a little too powerful, and in Konoha, except for the Uchiha clan, almost all the bloodstained families had people who served in the roots, and those people were rare geniuses. Therefore, Sarutobi didn't want to continue to strengthen the power of the roots, and if it weren't for the growing friction between the major ninja villages, a big war might break out soon, and he even wanted to weaken the power of the roots. Hinata, he is not something you can control. Only the root is the most suitable place for him, otherwise there is only death. Tenzo is very dissatisfied with Ape Flying Sun's answer, 2 brothers, is it not enough for you to have one? I want both. It's too much. I'm Hokage now. Ape Fei said in a deep voice, and his face became serious. Humph, you will definitely regret it. With such a sentence, Tenzo still left, but his heart's desire for Hokage deepened. Bashan and Orochimaru agreed to train themselves tomorrow, and then the 2 separated, and after separation, Bashan did not return home, but came to the forest where he often caught game. Originally, he just wanted to distract himself, but he didn't know why, so he came here while walking. Well, come here, catch 2 rabbits, and go back to make spicy rabbit heads. Seeing that it was still early, Bo-shun began to arrange traps, and then camouflage them with grass. A dozen were arranged in a row before jumping to a tree to rest. Within half an hour, Bashan saw a rabbit caught by a trap. Bo-sun was overjoyed in his heart and walked up quickly. However, the scene in front of him made Bo-sun almost scold his mother. I saw a snow-white rabbit, standing on both legs, grabbing a trap with one front paw, and a pair of big white eyes looking viciously at Bo-sun who came over. "Is that the trap you arranged?" A crisp and pleasant female voice came into Bo-sun's ears. "Groove, the rabbit has spoken." It's not that Bo-sun doesn't know about psychic beasts, but he has never seen a rabbit psychic beast, and what is the matter with those white eyes? People from the Hyuga clan were cursed by the old witch? Turned into a rabbit prince? However, before he could figure it out, he saw the rabbit kicking on the ground with both legs and jumping to the same height as Bashan. Under Bo-sun's doubtful gaze, the little paw flicked and directly dropped the trap on Bo-sun's face. Caught off guard, Bo-sun only felt a pain in his face, and then lost his balance and fell to the ground, which shows that this rabbit has a lot of strength. And the rabbit did not stop there, but jumped directly on Bashan's face, and kept stepping on Bashan's face with his powerful hind legs, and said while stepping back, "Tell you to arrange traps, step on you, trample you to death. If it weren't for Miss Ben's cleverness and quick movements, she would have caught your way. I must trample you to death today." Bo-sun also reflected at this time, grabbed the rabbit that was jumping on his face, but now Bo-sun has been stepped on several times, and several rabbit footprints have appeared on his face. Bo-sun grabbed the rabbit, and with his other hand, he gently touched the place where it had just been smashed and painted. "I really don't know where a rabbit has so much strength, and it has white eyes, it's really strange. Let go of Miss Ben quickly, or you will look good." The rabbit was carried in his hand by Bo-sun, with cruel words, "Not afraid at all." Bo-sun looked at the rabbit in front of him and felt very interesting, so he frightened, "I heard that the spicy rabbit head is delicious, I haven't eaten it yet." Hearing Bashan's words, the little rabbit instantly became honest, and its 2 small short paws covered its mouth, looking very cute. You don't eat me, my meat is not delicious," the little rabbit said pitifully. Then tell me about your origins. Why do you have white eyes and a rabbit? And also talk? Ba Shantai slipped the rabbit in front of him. It was Ba Shan's action that made the originally scared rabbit suddenly look surprised. Ha! What is your situation? Bo Shun asked, puzzled. The little rabbit asked and answered, and said with some excitement, it's you, the person I'm looking for is you. What is it that you are you? Are you a little Neza? Bo Sun is even more confused now. Is this rabbit some kind of mad rabbit disease? Thinking of this, Bo Sun suddenly became disgusted, and straightened his arms, keeping the little rabbit away from him. Hey, what's your expression? Are you disgusting, Miss Ben? The little rabbit instantly saw Bo Sun's thoughts, and became open and clawed again. Answer my question, and how did you know about me? Make it all clear, or I'll chop you up and eat it. Bo Sun's eyes suddenly became fierce, and the little rabbit was scared to quickly become honest. My name is Tai-Tu Jupiter, and I come from a place similar to the 3 holy places, but I am the only one left in our clan. Huixing said. When Bo Sun heard this, he was almost choked to death by his own spit, and quickly interrupted, cough cough. You said that your name is Datu Jupiter. Yes, what's the problem? Huixing looked at Bo Sun innocently and said. What's the problem? Is that a big problem? Why did the big tube would appear now? I'm not well developed. However, thinking that this Huixing was frightened by himself just now, it is estimated that he has no strength, so he breathed a sigh of relief. No problem, you continue. Oh, my white eyes are born, and we are born to speak. Bo Shun then remembered that Kagaya's body was a rabbit. As for why you said I knew you, it was because 5 years ago, I was sleeping and suddenly had a strange dream that a person with heavy eyes would save me. You wait first. Ba Shun interrupted. What's wrong? Huixing said. Bo Shun asked his doubts. Why should I save you? AI? Doesn't it work? Huixing was stunned at first, and then he saw his big eyes become misty, and one by one large tears fell on Bo Sun's hand holding Huixing. Don't cry. Bo Sun had a headache. Why did this little rabbit look so dumbfounded? That, so can you 9-9 me? Huixing said pitifully, with anticipation in his eyes. Bo Sun knew that as long as he refused, the next moment, the little rabbit would have to cry. So he said, let's talk about what problems you're having. Bo Sun decided to find out first, maybe there will be some windfalls. Good. Huixing began to describe it in detail. Our Datumu family was originally divided into the main vein and the servant. At the beginning, the main vein was my ancestor, which belonged to the Datumuwai or something, and the servant was the Datumu or something. Bo Sun didn't expect that Datumu actually had such a history, so he listened more attentively. But think about it, it seems to be true. If nothing else, the light name is like, such as the big tubewood style, like the sort number. Until my grandfather's generation lived in the house, the servant didn't know where to get the divine tree seed, which led to a great increase in the strength of the servant and overthrew my father's rule. Later, the main vein was reduced to a servant, and the servant became the master. Speaking of this, Huixing's mood became a little low, but he quickly adjusted. Bo Shun suddenly thought of Kagaya. She came to earth as a servant, but I don't know why I sneaked up on Kagaya. After listening to Huixing's words, Bo Shun figured it out. Mentioning Kagaya, Ba Shun looked at the rabbit in front of him and asked, then do you recognize Kagaya? Hey, you know my sister? Huixing blurted out, looking at Bo Sun with some surprise. As if he knew something shocking, Bo Sun asked, I just know, so do you know that your sister has also come to this world? What? She's here too? Where is she? Take me to him. Huixing suddenly became excited. You can't see her now, and I don't have the ability to take you to her now. Ba Shun shrugged, indicating that nothing could be done. Huixing calmed his mood for a moment, and then continued, I was originally sent to this world to plant divine trees, but this world is not simple. At that time, there were many people named Onmyoji, who were very strong, and there were also many holy places. Unlike now, there are only 3 holy places. At that time, their cultivation required natural energy, but because the divine tree frantically absorbed the natural energy in the world, it was finally discovered by them. So a big war broke out. Bo Sun asked eagerly, what happened then? Don't blame him for being anxious. The main thing is that Huixing tells everything he doesn't know, which evokes his story addiction. The final result is that the Onmyoji is dead, countless holy places are collapsed, and I am also seriously injured and dying, and I have to find a place to sleep and recover from my injuries. It wasn't until I woke up 5 years ago to see that the world had changed a lot. Eileen, you are so powerful. Huixing's words startled Bo Sun. Alone, picked a planet. Humph, is that? Huixing proudly tilted his neck that was not there at all. Just when Bo Sun wanted to offer Huixing like an ancestor, who knew that Huixing's words turned sharp, and directly made Bo Sun's waist pole harden again. But after that big battle, my strength has been completely gone, and now I can't even use my eyes. The corners of Bo Sun's mouth twitched slightly. Are the women of your Datumu clan so stupid and sweet? I didn't have any vigilance at all, and I just shook out my old bottom. It can't be that big war that broke the brain, right? After waking up, I found that there was no breath of the divine tree, it must have been destroyed, so that those guys will definitely kill me when they arrive and find that the divine tree is gone. So I came out to look for the heavy pupil and wanted him to protect me. In the past 5 years, I have searched for many places but have not found it, but today I finally found it, he. Huixing smirked while rubbing his head and grabbing her hand, as if to show favor. Why should I protect you? And as long as you recover your strength, those people won't necessarily be stronger than you, right? Bashan asked. There are still people who are better than me, and it is not so simple to restore strength, so I can only find someone powerful in the future to protect me. Huixing seems to be praising his witty choice. Bosun thought for a long time, and made up his mind and said, I can help you, and I can help you recover your strength, but you must also help me. No problem. Huixing agreed in one bite, but she didn't notice the weird smile at the corner of Bashan's mouth. My name is Uchiha Bashan, just call me Bashan. Saying that, Bosun put her on his shoulder and walked home, and Huixing honestly lay on Huixing's shoulder and asked, that, Bashan, can you tell me a little bit about my sister? Good. Bosun nodded in agreement and told Huixing without any reservations. After listening, the 3 lines of Huixing Firecat quarrel to raise the ashes of Itsuki Yu and Itsuki Hamura. The hateful Haji and Hamura are simply not sons of man, don't let Miss Ben meet them, otherwise you will definitely beat their out. Bosun listened to the black line all over his head, that's it? And the princess? However, this also allowed Bosun to roughly understand Huixing's character and heart, and while his personality is a little silly and sweet, he also has a hot temper, and he will be proud from time to time, and he also cares about his relatives in his heart. The most important point is, the strength is terrifying. Okay, I'll help you get your sister out. As if coaxing a child, Bosun gently held Huixing in his arms and stroked it. Huixing's humanized face turned red and quieted, and then enjoyed Bosun's touch, not to mention, Bosun's big hand was quite warm. By the way, how will your strength be restored? Bashan asked. My injury is also just right, I don't have much strength, but I will slowly recover my strength in the future, but the speed is too slow, and it will take hundreds or thousands of years to recover to my heyday. Huixing said frankly. Bosun was shocked, for so long, the yellow cauliflower was cold, so he asked, is there another way? Yes, absorb a lot of natural energy, or the divine tree fruit. Bosun's eyes lit up when he heard this, a large amount of natural energy, maybe he could plan the dragon vein. Don't worry, I will help you as soon as possible. After that, Bosun went home with Huixing in his arms. On the way, he explained a lot of things to Huixing, such as not being able to speak in front of others, and asked Huixing to find a way to hide his white eyes, otherwise he would be discovered by the Hayaga family, which would be a big trouble. Fortunately, Huixing has begun to regain his strength, and he can't open his eyes, but he can still hide it. Brother, you're back? Moro was happy to see Bashan back at home. Well, it's back. Brother, is this your prey? When Huixing heard this, his hair suddenly stood up. What the hell are these two brothers? Bunny is so cute, how can you eat Bunny? This is my pet, Bosun said with a bad smile, while also brushing the hair that Huixing had stood up. It's hateful, I actually said that Miss Ben is a pet, and you must look good in the future. Huixing thought viciously. Ha! Pet Moro said with a disappointed expression. Stinky little ghost, what kind of expression are you? I'm disappointed not to eat it, am I? Huixing wanted to punch Moro out of anger, but the rabbit was under the eaves and had to bow his head, so he could only think about it. By the way, brother, someone just informed us that we can go home and live. Moro said happily that for more than 2 years, he and his brother had not been home once, and this time they could finally go home. Well, I know, Bosun said with a smile, and in his heart he praised the speed of the ape flying sun. Then let's go back quickly. Moro impatiently pulled Bashan and ran in the direction of home. At this moment, the patriarch's mansion of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yamazawa, is smashing everything in the house. Ape flying sun, your hand is too long, even the affairs in our clan have to be taken care of, hateful and hateful. Uchiha Yamazawa angrily smashed the only table left in the house before slowly calming down. Come man, Uchiha Yamazawa shouted, filled with anger. Soon, a Uchiha upper shinobu knelt on one knee in front of Uchiha Yamazawa. Always keep an eye on Uchiha Bashan, and once you find him on a mission, find an opportunity to kill him. Uchiha Yamazawa is full of killing intent. Uchiha Bashan he killed, and the ape flying sun can't be stopped. I said it. Yes. As soon as he said yes, the shinobi withdrew. Ahem. When only he was left, he coughed violently. Poof, a mouthful of blood was directly spat on the ground, and his face instantly turned pale. This was an old wound left by his second Ninja World War, and it had not been good over the years, but it was getting worse, and he felt that his limit was about to come. Therefore, before he dies, he will erase all the existence that threatens his son Uchiha Fugaku. This is also an important reason why it is necessary to kill the Bashan brothers, not even if they are young. Fuyu, you have to improve yourself as soon as possible, Uchiha Yamazawa muttered. Bashan and Moro returned home in shock, real home. Dad, Mom, we're back. As soon as he arrived at the door, Moro couldn't wait to shout. Then he pushed open the door and saw his parents eating in the yard. Uchiha Mayare and Uchiha Yamame, who were eating, heard a long-lost familiar voice and looked up. I saw Moro running towards the two with small short legs, followed by Bashan, but Bashan was a little embarrassed, so he just walked slowly behind. Son, my good son. Uchiha Mayare hugged Moro, and the tears in her eyes couldn't help but burst out of her eyes. Uchiha Shanming's eyes also burst with tears, but they did not flow, and Bo-shun also smiled and looked at this rare and warm scene. Ba-shun, come over quickly and let your mother see. Myling let go of Moro and said to Ba-shun, good. Bo-shun walked over a little awkwardly, although he was very happy, but he was really not used to this kind of scene. Stinky boy, what are you doing twisting and pinching? Didn't you hear your mother call you? Shanming said with a smile. Don't scold my son. Myling glared at Shanming, looking at Shanming a little aggrieved. I'm helping you. Huh. Seeing this, Bo-sun also laughed, let go of the shyness in his heart, and walked to his mother. Mom, my brother and I are back. It's good to come back. It's good to come back. The tears that Myling had just put away flowed out again, taking Bo-sun and Moro into her arms together, holding them tightly and not wanting to lose. Okay, Mom, let's not cry. Oh, Mom's health is not good, we have to eat well, Moro said like a little adult. Bo-sun also nodded, because 5 years ago, in order to intercede with the Bo-shun brothers, Myling had just given birth to a child. She knelt in the heavy rain for a day, and she also had a fever, and since then she has fallen ill and her body has been very weak. Good, listen to my precious son. Myling wiped away her tears and said happily. After eating, the family chatted late, most of them were the second elder and Moro talking. Bo-sun basically rarely interjected, the scene was very warm. Teacher, you came early. Saying that, Bashan also yawned. You're late, Orochimaru said, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He very much wanted to know what level his disciple had reached now. Teacher. Bo-shun still wanted to say something, but the big snake pill couldn't wait to start. Shadow snake hand. The big snake pill's hands turned into snakes and extended towards Bo-shun at an extremely fast speed. Bo-sun didn't have time to think about it, his hands froze, and the pop turned into smoke, leaving a section of dead wood in place. Good risk. Bo-sun's current strength is enough to be comparable to Shangnin, but his ninja ability alone is still at the middle ninja level. No way he can know too few ninjutsu, except for the three-body technique. He will only be able to extinguish the art of fireballs and fire. Moreover, he has not practiced chakra much in the past half a year, and he has been cultivating spiritual pressure most of the time. So if you only use ninja means, Bashan still has a lot of pressure. Teacher, I'm not your opponent now. Bo-shun sold miserably. The big snake pill licked his lips and said, don't worry, I will try not to let you die. Don't worry. There was no time to complain, and the attack of the big snake pill came again. The array of 10,000 serpents. I saw countless poisonous snakes gushing out of the mouth of the big snake pill, and soon formed a poisonous snake tide, wanting to drown the waves. Crazy? Do you need this trick against a schoolboy who hasn't graduated yet? I'm afraid that ordinary Shangnin can't destroy so many snakes at once. Although Bo-sun wanted to curse people, this trick could only be carried hard. Fire escape, fire extinguished. Bo-shun took a deep breath and frantically output chakra, and soon, a wave of extremely wide range of fire spat out from Bo-shun's mouth. The array of 10,000 snakes and good will be extinguished but collide. On one side is a sea of scorching fire, on the other side is a terrifying poisonous snake, not giving in to each other. Soon there was a burnt smell in the field, which lasted for about a minute before the two sides stopped. The big snake pill was fine, not even sweating, but Bo-sun was exhausted by chakra, and the whole person was lying on the ground panting. Fortunately, with the help of Bangyu, the bloodline has evolved towards the big tube, and the amount of chakra is much more than that of others, otherwise he would have been defeated long ago. The strength is good, but why don't you use the Sharingan? Orochimaru walked up to Bashan and asked. Bo-sun glanced at the big snake pill and said, this is a whole card, and it can't be used easily. A hint of disappointment flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but he really wanted to see the power of Bashan's chakra eye. I see that you know less ninjutsu, so let's teach you some ninjutsu. Saying that, Orochimaru gave Bashan a few ninjutsu scrolls to practice by himself, and then left. He still has an unfinished experiment, and if this child is not Bashan, he may not even have the interest in tempting. After all, this disciple is the only person who shares his own interests, and I am afraid that there are few such people in the entire ninja world. Bo-shun rested for a while, got up and picked up the 4 scrolls beside him. These scrolls are not bad, 3 fire scrolls, and 1 illusion scroll, so that there is no shortage of attack and control. Bo-shun happily began to practice these 4 ninjutsu. Soon, on the day of the examination, Bo-sun came to the school and found that the playground was already full of people. Oh, everyone is early. Bashan took Moro to greet people. Bashan, come on, I'll definitely catch up with you and Kakashi, Kai said with a thumbs up. come on, Kakashi and Bashan. Lin cheered the two on. Seeing this, Obito glanced at the corner of his mouth and muttered in a low voice, what's so great? Thank you. Bashan thanked him. Kakashi stood coldly on the sidelines, looking like he didn't care about anything. Obito saw that Kakashi didn't care about Rin's encouragement, so he said, "Hey, Kakashi, you're so rude. Bring soil, it's okay." Rin pulled Obito and shook her head. Abominable. Obito was stopped, otherwise he really wanted to beat Kakashi, although he couldn't. Kakashi, Hashun, as long as you can hold out in the hands of Naka Shinobu for 10 minutes, you can graduate. Which of you will go first? The teacher introduced the rules and said, "I'll come." Kakashi said first. "Hey, your brother has graduated, why don't you graduate?" Sunset Hong poked Maro next to him with his finger and said. Emoluo's little face was slightly red, and he scratched his head and said, "My strength is far worse than my brother, and I have to go to school for a while longer." "Oh." Sunset Red snorted. Originally she was just curious, there were no other thoughts, maybe there were some ideas, but she hadn't noticed it yet. "Look, let's go," Obito shouted. In the field, Kakashi pulled out his short knife and stared at Naka Shinobu. Instantaneous technique. Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly, appearing beside Naka Shinobu, and the short knife in his hand swung down mercilessly. Dang, that Naka Shinobu reacted quickly, and a kunai was quickly taken out of his blade pouch and blocked Kakashi's short knife. Instantaneous. Kakashi actually knows how to teleport. Obito looked at Kakashi's battle with reluctance. It can be said that he has always regarded Kokosi as his opponent, and now he has been pulled out by Kakashi, and he is uncomfortable in his heart and determined to cultivate well. Bosun and Maro are more calm. Without him, what is so good about rookie chickens pecking at each other? Not to mention Bashan, now even Maro is stronger than Kakashi. Fire, the art of the fireball. The Naka Shinobu spat out a fireball 2 or 3 meters in diameter and attacked Kakashi with a billowing heat wave. Tudun Tuliu Wall. Kakashi sealed his hands and successfully performed ninjutsu before the fireball arrived, and the next moment a wall of earthen with a dog's head was raised. Since this time, Kakashi has developed the habit of carving a dog's head in the earth. Can there be a bonus for the earthly dun that carves the dog's head? Bashan muttered. Boom, don't say. The dog's head earth flow wall is very powerful, and successfully blocked the How fireball. Just as Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, that Naka Shinobu suddenly appeared from behind Kakashi. While you're obscured, Naka Ninja is really difficult. Kakashi paid more attention to the other in his heart. Naka Shinobu threw out a few mobile phones and saw that Kakashi hurriedly resisted with a short knife, looking a little busy. Thunder and go. Kakashi quickly froze after dodging the shuriken, and an electric current ran down the ground to Naka Shinobu's feet. Shadow Doppelganger. Kakashi was shocked. He knew that he was still inexperienced, much worse than this Naka Shinobu who had performed many missions. However, he didn't have time to shock, and the opponent had already struck, kicking Kakashi several meters away. Ahem. Kakashi stood up in embarrassment. Now there were 2 minutes before the end of the exam. As long as he persevered, he would be able to pass the test. Now all he has to do is delay as much time as possible. Soon the two fought together again, and Kakashi fell completely on the defensive. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi looked at Kakashi's performance through the telescopic technique, nodded in affirmation. Kakashi's combat IQ is not bad, he also knows how to use the rules, and he is not reckless to defeat Naka Shinobu, not bad. I wonder how Uchiha will behave. Thinking of Bosun, Ape Flying Sun's expression became a little intriguing, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. When the time comes, Kakashi passes. Congratulations on becoming a shinobi, Kakashi. The teacher announces the results of the contest and hands a brace into Kakashi's hands. Kakashi didn't get too excited, but just held the brace tightly, indicating that he was not as calm as he looked. Dad, I'll prove to you that missions are the most important thing for ninjas. Kakashi secretly vowed to prove it. Kakashi didn't know that his blackening journey had begun now, and under Bashan's operation, he didn't stop like the original. Next, Uchiha Shun. The teacher called Bashan's name. Come on, brother. Come on. Maro and Kai, and several other people who were close to Bashan encouraged. Don't worry, Bo-chun behaved very easily. The result of this competition was already predetermined, and Bosun easily dragged on to 10 minutes and successfully passed the exam, but he showed some embarrassment. If you have to say that you are tired, you can only be too tired of acting. I believe everyone doesn't like to watch the abuse of vegetables, especially if the other party is still a nameless passerby. Congratulations, Bosun, this is your forehead protection. The teacher is also happy with your performance, and there are 2 geniuses in your class who graduated after half a year, and any teacher will be very happy. Thank you, Bo-shun said politely. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hinata also saw Bashan's performance, but he didn't expect to be more powerful than Kakashi. It seems that the way Bosun is handled is going to be changed. I hope you can be used by me, otherwise I don't mind disappearing another genius. Ape Flying Sun looked at Bosun in the crystal ball and muttered. The current Ape Flying Sun Chop is in the prime of life, and now he is a veritable ninja, and he is not the dog bear who will be aging in the future. This is also why Bosun has always wanted to hold on. The current Sarutobi Hinata and Shimura Danzo are both excluding dissidents, both when they are ambitious. Compared to the future, it is much more difficult to deal with now. After Bosun became a shinobi, he did not team up with others to perform tasks, but has been following the Big Snake Pill to carry out various experiments, and occasionally the Big Snake Pill will take Bosun to perform some bloody tasks. It wasn't until a year later that Kakashi became a Chuninja, and Hashan also took the exam and completed the Chuninja exam. After that, he was recruited by the Ape Flying Sun to receive the Dark Part, and this work was 3 years. Although the past 3 years have been very tired and busy, Bosun's experience and strength have been rapidly strengthened, and Bosun now has an elite ninja with the strength of the ninja alone. This was still when he didn't practice chakra much. Although the spiritual pressure is steadily increasing, it has not brought him a qualitative change. At least now he is not a shadow-level opponent, unless the other party hits his own mirror. But some people in this world not only have 5 senses, like the Kagura Heart Eye of the Uzumaki clan to restrain his mirror flowers and moons. It's been 45 years since Konoha, and time flies so fast. In the evening, Bosun returned home and sighed. In the 45th year of Konoha, Bosun knew very well that the Third Shinobi War would break out this year. Forget it, come on, now at least self-preservation can still be done. Konoha 46 Maro should also graduate, exactly 5 years, can draw cards again. If you draw a good inheritance, then give Maro a graduation gift at that time. And Mati. Bosun took out a Kinglongji inheritance card, looked at it and put it back. It's not time yet. Bosun has already thought about when to hand it over to Meti, just waiting for that to happen. While Bosun was lying on his small bed and wandering leisurely, the entire ninja world exploded because of the news. That is, the 3 generations of Wind Shadows are missing. At this time, emergency meetings were held in all the villages. At this time, the Hokage office was crowded with people, except for Konoha F4, all of them were the patriarchs of the major families. Let's talk about it, Ape Flying Sun said with a dry smoke. The middle ninja present looked at me and I looked at you, but they didn't speak, and no one was quite prominent. In the end, Danzo, one of Konoha's F4, was the first to stand up and say, I think we should prepare for war now, and when the assembly is completed, we should launch a war against the land of the wind. We must start first, otherwise we will wait for the wind country to select a new wind shadow and stabilize the situation, which will be very unfavorable to us. After listening to Tuan Zhang's words, Ape Fei thought for a while and said, it's okay to prepare for war, and it's okay to gather people, but we can't be the first to start a war, and the first to start a war will always fall into the tongue, and then other villages will find excuses to start a war with us. Even if we don't start a war, won't others start a war? Tuan Zhangqi only slapped the table. Why do you have to oppose all my suggestions? Sure enough, I'm the best candidate for Hokage. Danzo is very unbalanced in his heart, thinking that Hinata is not worthy of being a Hokage. We can only do this, even if there is a glimmer of hope. We can't let Konoha fall into an embattled situation. Do you think that Konoha now, once besieged by the 4 major ninja villages, how sure is it of victory? Non-Japanese chopping is also a rare angry channel. If I were to be the Hokage, I would definitely save Konoha from fire and water. Tuan Zhang said unconvinced. Now I'm Hokage. Well, I don't want to hear anything more from you, now announce the order. Shimura Danzo, send the roots to collect the news of the major ninja villages, and if there is any wind, report it immediately. Patriarch Uchiha, ensure the security of the village and arrest the spies of the major ninja villages. The rest of you, recall all the ninjas who are out on mission and prepare for war. The Ape Flying Sun chopped one order after another. Yes. In the dead of night, Bosun suddenly sat up from the bed and quietly walked out of the room. Huixing, who was sleeping on the bed, was awakened by Bosun, so he followed. Bosun soon came to the cliff of the Fire Shadow Rock, and then walked a few kilometers before stopping in front of a large tree. Huixing also jumped on Bosun's shoulder at this time, and Bosun noticed Huixing in it, but he didn't care that Huixing knew his secret. So I took him in my arms. Then a boulder next to the tree was removed, revealing a dark hole. Bosun walked in without hesitation. Roar as soon as he entered the cave entrance, there was a terrifying roar from inside. Bosun, what's in this? Huixing was startled by this voice, and his little paws clung to Bosun's clothes. He was afraid that Bosun was raising some monster, and then gave himself to the monster as rations. I have to say that Huixing's brain hole is really big. A monster. Bosun laughed. As soon as Huixing listened, wasn't this the same as what he guessed? Don't, I don't want to be fed to monsters. Huixing shouted, his big eyes filled with tears. Bosun looked at Huixing, who scared him into crying, a little crying and laughing, and tapped Huixing with his finger. What are you talking about? When did I say that I would feed you to the monster? No, isn't it? Huixing is a little embarrassed, and his feelings are all his own brain supplements. Bo Sun laughed meaningfully. Hey, you're laughing so scary, are you thinking about something bad? Huixing felt that Bo Sun was beating his own mind and did not hold back his fart, but Bashan ignored her and continued to walk into the depths. Soon they reached the innermost part, and Bashan lit a torch. I saw a saber-toothed tiger-like thing wrapped in white bone lying lazily on the ground. Its tail was like a soft sword, swinging disorderly, and from time to time it let out a beast roar. Monsters! Although Bo Sun told him that there was a monster inside, and he was mentally prepared, when he really saw it, he was still frightened in his heart and directly got into Bo Sun's collar and hid. This is exactly the void that Kimushuumao's soul turned into, and after being washed away by Bashan's memory, Bashan began to blur him, and once Kimushuumao was blurred, he was a great void at the level of Yakuka's. The people killed by Bo Sun in the performance of tasks over the years were made into voids by him for Kimushuumao to devour, but if Kimushuumao wanted to become a broken face, it was still much worse. But this war is a good place to harvest souls. Master, Kimushuumao said respectfully. Well, you now go to the border between the land of wind and the land of fire, and I will go there to find you. Bashan nodded and said, yes. The next moment, Kimushuumao turned into a thunder and disappeared here. Come out, it's gone, Bo Sun said softly. Huixing poked out his little head and looked left and right, making sure that the monster was really gone and guessed thoroughly. Bo Sun is speechless. You used to be a single planet existence, do you want to be so timid? Thinking so, Bo Sun's eyes looked at Huixing with a little contempt. As if he saw Bo Sun's thoughts, he said, you actually dare to underestimate Miss Ben. How dare I? Bo Sun said strangely. I'm a little white rabbit AI, just that monster has such long teeth, I want to eat rabbits. Huixing forced his own defense. That's right, you're not afraid, single out a planet's rabbit. Bashan teased the little rabbit, it felt very interesting. Huixing is about to collapse, his good image woo-woo sat for a while. Huixing finally remembered the question he wanted to ask, what is that just now? Bo Sun did not hide it, and said, that is the product of the soul. I've also been looking for the corpses of strong people all these years to summon their souls and then transform them into such monsters. Are you short of the corpses of the strong? Huixing asked. Of course, I have searched for it myself over the years, but my luck is too bad, and the body of a strong man cannot be found. How? Do you know where there is? Speaking of this, Bo Sun suddenly had a flash of light, and slapped his brain in surprise. Yes, you should know the souls of some strong people. The corner of Huixing's mouth flicked, one small paw crossed his waist, and the other paw stretched out 2 fingers. Of course I know where there are the corpses of strong people, but you have to give me at least 2 a day. No, 3 carrots. Bo Sun thought she wanted something, and immediately agreed, okay, I promise you. Tell me where there are the corpses of strong people? Huixing made a thoughtful expression, and although Bo Sun was anxious, he did not rush. After a while, Huixing said, Hell Valley of the Land of Thunder. Jigakudani? Isn't that where the Blood Pool clan is located? Bashan muttered. Do you say that the Blood Pool clan has red eyes and horizontal pupils? Huixing asked. That's right, that's it. The first stop I went to after waking up, and I accidentally fell into a blood-colored lake, and there was a crystal coffin at the bottom of the lake, and I felt that I was still very strong before my life. It seems that I have to find a chance to go to Hell Valley. Bo Sun touched the bar and thought. This was not available for the time being, so Bashan asked, is there anything else? There is another place, which seems to be the relic of a large tubular family, and there is the corpse of a strong man in it. The location seems to be right in the land of fire near the land of wind. Huixing said with some uncertainty. Really? Ha ha ha. I really love you, Huixing. Bo Sun was too excited, holding Huixing and kissing him fiercely. You stinking rascal. Miss Ben's first kiss. Woo. Huixing wants to cry without tears. I help you, but you still take advantage of me. Do not bring this, lose money. Ahem, who hasn't had a first kiss? I didn't care that the first kiss was given to a rabbit. So, you still took advantage of me. Bo Sun forced a quibble, but the more I thought about it, the more I thought, damn it, my first kiss was actually given to a rabbit. Bashan, I fought with you. Huixing's eyes were red, and then a rabbit-like 9 heavens thunder court kicked both feet, directly kicking on Bo Sun's face. Ugh. When he got up to eat the next day, as soon as Bo Sun sat down, Uchiha Yamaming looked at him strangely and asked. Bo Sun glanced at Huixing, who was holding 2 carrots and nibbling on not far away, and said, it's okay, it's just that the little rabbit had a nightmare and kicked me. Do rabbits still dream? Uchiha Yamaki wondered. Bo Sun did not tell others about the special features of Huixing, even Maro did not know. They all thought that it was Bo Sun's pet. It's okay, let's eat. Bashan had another 2 dashing days, but, just today, the village of Sunahai declared war on Konoha. The reason is that the disappearance of the 3rd generation of Kazekage is a conspiracy by Konoha, and the newly appointed 4th generation Kazekage Raza leads the village of Sandhidden to declare war on Konoha. Therefore, Bosun was transferred to the combat unit by the ape Flying Sun, and today immediately followed the army to the battlefield. Kakashi. While the team was assembling, Bashan saw Kakashi and stepped forward and shouted. Kakashi nodded in response. Since this product joined the dark department, it has become more and more gloomy, and it is not surprising to see everyone look like this. Even Bashan is happy that Kakashi becomes like this, and when the time comes, he will tell him the cause of Kiki Shuumao's death, which will be the last straw that crushes the camel, completely pushing Kakashi into darkness. You two are Kakashi and Bashan, right? A gentle voice entered the ears of the two, making people feel like a spring breeze. Bosun fixed his eyes and secretly said, "Isn't this Bofang Shuman? Why is he here?" Doubts followed, but Bosun still pretended not to know and asked, "You are? Hello, I'm Naruto-sama asking me to bring you too. The three of us will be the first team in the future, and I am your captain," Bofang Shuman said with a smile. "Ah, hello Captain Watergate," Bosun asked. Well, Bashan knew that this was Sarutobi, who was afraid that he and Kakashi would be inexperienced on the battlefield, so he found someone to lead the team. After all, both of them were geniuses of Konoha. "Hello, Captain," Kakashi said, acknowledging the captain. After saying hello, the scene fell silent again, causing Bofang Shuman to be a little embarrassed. Fortunately, their team soon set off. Because it is a grain and grass team, so the earliest departure, just as the so-called soldiers and horses have not moved, the grain and grass go first. On the way, Bofang Shuigei taught the two about the battlefield experience while walking, which benefited the two a lot. At the same time, the mansion of Patriarch Uchiha Yamazawa asked the person kneeling in front of him on one knee, "Have people arranged to go in?" "Patriarch, the people have already arranged to go in, and the news has also reached the side of Cheyenne village." But the reporter hesitated, not knowing whether to ask or not. "But what? If there is something to say, just say it," Uchiha Yamazawa said with a frown. The subordinate clasped his fists and said, "Report to the Patriarch, is it really good to leak the route of the grain and grass troops into Cheyenne village? In case Hokage finds any clues." Who didn't finish speaking, but Uchiha Yamazawa fully understood what he meant. "It's okay, it's just a small part of the grain and grass. Konoha can completely withstand this loss, and who has the evidence that we leaked the news?" Uchiha Yamazawa has a dangerous light in his eyes. In the past few years, he has found many opportunities to kill Bashan, but he has never succeeded once, and he has been skillfully defused by Bashan. He felt that he could live for 2 or 3 years at most, and he had to eliminate all hidden dangers and let Uchiha Fugaku sit safely on the throne of the Patriarch. So now, Uchiha Yamazawa has become a little crazy and completely reckless of the consequences. "Okay, it's none of your business, go down." Uchiha Yamazawa waved his hand to signal to retreat. Yes. On Bashan's side, he was holding a dog's tail grass, leisurely lying on the cart carrying grain. Everyone else was walking, either pushing the car, only he was lying on the car, very comfortable. At first, people didn't say anything, but after a long time, some people became psychologically unbalanced. "Why are you lying down? We are walking." Among them, especially the 6 people of the Uchiha clan, looked at Bosun, their eyes were about to burst into flames. "Hey, Uchiha-shun, you hurry up and get me down, don't you see that you are lying alone in the car, and everyone else is walking?" Uchiha Yen rushed forward and shouted. Bosun hung the dog's tail grass eyelids, and said, "You can also come up, I didn't stop you." Bosun closed his eyes after speaking. This time it was even more excessive, and he specially hummed a little song, "I am a sunny and cheerful big boy you." Uchiha Yen concluded, "You think I don't want to? All the grain trucks are horse-drawn carriages like you, and the rest are all pushed by people, and I must not be thrown down when I go up? Humph, I see that you don't have a sense of unity at all, just thinking about your own selfish people. It's really strange, how can we Uchiha have you this monster, 4 pupils don't say, but also killed their own brother, really an ominous person. By the way, that younger brother of yours is also an ominous person like you. You all deserve to die." Uchiha Yen was unwilling to be deflated, so he mocked Bosun madly. When Bosun heard these words, he finally reacted, sat up suddenly, and his 4 pupils stared at Uchiha Yen, who was looking at Uchiha Yen, suddenly felt a little bottomless in his heart, and his steps couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Uchiha Yen, you are also too inferior, you were actually scared back by an 8 or 9-year-old child, ha ha ha," Uchiha said with a smile. "Abominable. You give me death." Probably because he was frightened by Bashan, a person he had always looked down on, so he raised up and punched Bashan. But he is tolerant among the elites, and he is not able to deal with an 8 or 9-year-old child? However, he does not understand the world of genius, and he does not understand the world of genius who has opened it. Bosun lightly caught the incoming fist. "You're such a rookie." Bosun taunted, and then slowly applied the hand that held Uchiha Yan's wrist. "Ah, let go. I'll teach you to let go, you monster." Until now, Uchiha Flame is still dying. "You're such a pathetic man." Bashan let go of his hand, and the man jumped out of the car and walked away. Not because he was afraid, but he had already sentenced these people to death, but he needed a chance. If he stays here any longer, he is afraid that he will not be able to resist slaughtering these scum, then he will also be charged with killing his companions. Ha ha ha, you monster, are you afraid? Just an ominous person like you, sooner or later die on the battlefield. Uchiha Yen saw that Bo Shun let go of himself and left, thinking that he was afraid, so he became even more unscrupulous. Although you can't kill, it's not too much to charge some interest first, Bo Shun muttered, looking back at Uchiha Yan, who was barking at the dog, and smiled crookedly. Still watching, Uchiha Yen saw that Bo Shun's eyes were staring at him, and an uncomfortable feeling suddenly appeared on his body, so he drank. Everyone around didn't care about this, they were all in the mood of watching Uchiha lively. The remaining 5 Uchiha people stood behind Uchiha Yan, which could be regarded as supporting Uchiha Yan's behavior. Bo Shun didn't speak, just defiantly hooked his finger at him. Uchiha Yen is a violent temper, or that the Uchiha family rarely has a good temper because of their arrogance, so where can he withstand such a provocation as Bo Shun? Immediately raised his fist and blasted towards Bo Shun, wanting to teach Bo Shun a lesson. However, Bo Shun was waiting for him to make a move, and when Uchiha Yen rushed over, he pulled out the mirror flower shuiyu on his waist. Uchiha Yen was shocked. I just want to teach you a lesson, you actually want my life. But now it's too late to think about closing his fist, because Bo Sun's movements are too fast, and he is not even given the opportunity to perform a substitute technique. Instantaneous. In order not to let Uchiha Yen dodge, Bo Shun even used an instantaneous step, and came to Uchiha Yan's body in the blink of an eye. Poofa, this is not a simple pain, but a pain from the depths of the soul, and the mirror flower water moon can hurt the soul. In the future, Uchiha Yan's arm is considered wasted, even if he can still move. It is estimated that even the chopsticks will not be able to hold it steadily. Bo Sun pulled out the mirror and said, "Trash, don't manage your mouth well, next time this knife will be in your mouth." The 5 people behind Uchiha Yen only reacted now, pointing at Bo Shun and angrily saying, "Bo Sun, you actually dare to make a move against your own clan. This is a mortal sin." They underestimated Bo Shun, but they didn't expect that the 14-year-old Uchiha Yen was already among the elites, and he was actually hit by Bo Shun's blow and fell to the ground. It's hard to imagine how Bo Shun had such strength at the age of 8 or 9. "Oh, why didn't you stop me when he was about to hit me just now?" Bo Shun asked rhetorically. "He just wanted to compete with you, but he didn't expect you to put such a heavy hand," a middle-aged man among the 5 said. Hashun recognized this man, named Uchiha Tadakashi, an upper shinobi who often followed Uchiha Yamazawa. Did I agree to talk to him? And did he just say 2 words to me? Since there are none, is his behavior considered a sneak attack on his companions? And also sneak attack in the middle of the mission, which is a crime +1. Bo Sun's few questions were instantly speechless. "Hey, trash, your companions can't help you with this, you're just them quitting to fight." Bo Shun walked up to Uchiha Yan and said, while saying, he also twisted Uchiha Yan's wound with his foot. "The painful Uchiha flame is heartbreaking. You talk nonsense," Uchiha Doran said with an ugly face. At this time, the Wei Feng Shui Gate heard the movement and rushed over, pulling Bo Sun away, and Uchiha Yen felt much better. "Bo Shun, what's going on?" Bo Feng Shuman asked with a frown. He is not only the leader of Bo Shun and Kakashi, but also the leader of this food and grass team. "Just now Uchiha Yen sneaked up on me, fortunately I reacted quickly, or I would have died," Bo Shun said. When Uchiha Dolong and the others heard this, they said with an angry face, "You talk nonsense, when did Uchiha Flame want to kill you? At most, I want to beat you up." Now in this situation, they can't be biased towards Uchiha Flame, because many people around have seen it, so they can only tell the truth and try to make Uchiha Yan's punishment smaller. Bo Feng Shuman inquired about what happened and found that it was really Uchiha Yan who provoked the incident, but Bo Shun was also at fault. "You too." Bo Feng Shuman was just about to announce the punishment when he was interrupted. "Enemy attack, alert." The team at the front said loudly. "How come? How does the enemy know our transport routes?" Bo Feng Shuman said suspiciously. But the most important thing now was to repel the invading enemy, so he said to Bo Shun and the others, "First protect the enemy, and then consider your punishment later." After that, Bo Feng Shuman used the Flying Thunder God technique to go to the front. Seeing this, Bo Sun also followed. If there is a battle, someone will die, and he will not miss this opportunity to collect souls. Uchiha Taran glanced at Uchiha Yan and said, "Leave 2 people to protect him, and the others follow me." Uchiha Doran followed with 2 Uchiha as well. They followed Bo Shun, because before he set off, the patriarch gave himself the task of killing Bo Shun while he was in trouble. In addition to him, among the 6 of them, there is a Kami Shinobu named Uchiha Kawakawa who also knows about the plan, while the others do not. No matter how genius is, age is your limit after all. I don't believe it, 2 Uchiha Shinobi can't kill you, Uchiha Teitaka thought to himself. Looking at Bo Sun's back, his eyes became more and more fierce. Bo-shun seemed to feel something, and immediately looked back and found that it was Uchiha Terran, and Uchiha Doran saw Bo-shun turn back and quickly lowered his head, so that Bo-shun did not see Uchiha Terran's eyes. But he likes to think bad about everything, so he secretly keeps an eye. Bo-sun turned his head and plunged into the battlefield. Why is this little ghost's perception so keen? Uchiha Doran breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the Konoha ninja had already fought with the Sand ninja, and the Wave Feng Shui Gate relied on the art of Flying Thunder God to quickly intersperse the enemy army, and every time he moved, he would take away a person. However, now the strength of the Wave Feng Shui Gate has not yet reached its peak, at least the second stage of the Flying Thunder God has not yet been. Bo-shun activated the skill instantly, flashed behind a Sand ninja, the slashing knife in his hand swung down without hesitation, and the next moment, a human head flew out. Bo-sun's figure flickered, like a forest elf, and no one grabbed the corner of her clothes. Of course, it may also be because he didn't provoke the killing force. In short, Bo-shun used the cooperation of instantaneous sword techniques, and in just a few minutes, Bo-shun killed more than a dozen Zhong shinobi. Uchiha Taitaka was stunned when he saw this scene. He thought that he couldn't kill so many Naka shinobi in such a short time. Is this human? It's a monster, right? At some point, he even wanted to support Bashin as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If this grows up, it will take off directly. But thinking about his family and Uchiha Yamazawa's means quickly suppressed this idea. Wave Feng Shuiman was dealing with one person and 5 upper shinobi, but he was at the moment downwind, because one of them was a female shinobu, surrounded by several fireballs, exuding a terrifying temperature. This person is the Burning Leaf Warehouse of Shinobu. She, like Bo Feng Shuiman, is the person in charge of this mission, so she needs to manage the overall situation. To control the overall situation, it is necessary to observe the changes in the battlefield at all times, and in this observation, the two discovered how powerful Bo-sun's talent is. I didn't expect Bo-sun's strength to be so strong, the key is still so young, and the future is limitless. Watergate secretly said, without a trace of jealousy and rejection. And Yakang thought more. Konoha actually produced such a demon person. White Fang has only been dead for a few years, just such a person, and the person who is suspected to be White Fang's son, is already more powerful than most of the Zongnin at such a young age. The more he thought about it, the more Yakang wanted to kill the two. After all, they could become the strongest enemies of Sand Shinobu in the future. And the richness of that fire country, is it really so easy to cultivate geniuses? If Sand Shinobi Village occupies such a rich fire country, then there should be many geniuses who will emerge. At this moment, Yakang was even more persistent and eager for the land of fire. You too, go and kill that imp. Yakang pointed to the place where Bo-shun was. In contrast, she felt that Bo-shun was more threatening to Cheyenne village, and even directly sent 2 Shangnin for the sake of safety. You must not be allowed to pass. Watergate wanted to block the 2 shinobi. Your opponent is us. Yakang stopped him, and there were 2 upper shinobi around him, so that he could not support Bo-shun. Although Watergate masters the Flying Thunder God art, Bo-shun does not have his sword of patience by his side. But now he can't save it, because once he passes, no one drags Yakang, then his side will have a huge loss. Abominable. Watergate can only pray that Bo-shun will hold out until he solves the battle. Wind escape fierce wind palm. Wind escape wind cutting technique. Bo-sun was happily singing and brushing the mob, but suddenly he was sneaked up. The powerful wind pressure formed by the strong wind palm sealed Bo-sun's position, and the invisible wind blade formed by the wind cutting technique struck towards Bo-sun. I have to say that the two cooperate very well. But Bo-shun is also not covered, and reacts quickly after discovering that he has been sneaked in. Fire storm dance. Both the ninjutsu that Hashun reacts and copes with is leveraged. The wind fuels the fire. Originally the fire can be known to be the wind, and the flame formed by the ninjutsu of the storm dance will form a line of fire along the air flow to attack the enemy. It is simply the best choice for ninjutsu to deal with the situation at hand. The 2 shinobi were very experienced and knew their strengths and weaknesses, and jumped out of Bo-shun's attack range the moment he used the storm dance. Not far away, Uchiha Taitaka and Uchiha River had been observing the situation here in Bo-shun, and their hearts were overjoyed after seeing that Haki was approached by 2 shinobi. If Bo-shun is killed by shinobu, they don't have to do it, so there is less risk for them to do it. This little ghost is really powerful. A shinobu said. Then it is even more necessary to destroy him. Another shinobu said viciously. Up. Bo-sun smiled contemptuously, pulled out the mirror flower water moon on his waist, and said softly, break it, mirror flower water moon. Bo-sun began to understand, and everyone who saw this scene will be dominated by his 5 senses. Unless he has the Shen Heart Eye of the Uzumaki clan, the natural energy perception of the fairy arts, and the ability of Naruto to perceive the shadow of the wheel tomb after getting the Yang escape in the later stage, he can only be teased when facing Bo-shun. In addition to these 2 shinobi who saw the beginning of Bo-shun, many people saw it, including Uchiha Taitaka and Uchiha River. Bo-shun only controls the 5 senses of these 4 people, and in the eyes of Uchiha Chuan and Uchiha Terran, Bashan becomes an insignificant little character. And the two shinobi, one of whom was Bashan, because he found out that he wanted to kill him, so he took another helper and killed them directly. Similarly, in the eyes of those two shinobi, Bashan is his own person, while Uchiha Tagawa becomes Bashan, and Uchiha Tadara is here to support Bashan. So, both sets are like people who killed Bashan, and at this moment they are fighting, and the fight is hot. However, just one face, the two shinobi were suppressed by Uchiha Taitaka and Uchiha River. The Uchiha clan really lives up to its name. No wonder there are rumors in the ninja world that when you meet someone from the Uchiha clan, if you are alone, escaping is the best choice. To fight Uchiha, you need at least two ninjas. Bo-shun watched this scene with interest, whether he casually solved the little monster Shinobu who killed him. Soon, the battle between Shinobu and Uchiha ninja ended, and not surprisingly, the two shinobi were killed in battle, while Uchiha Taitaka and Uchiha Kawa were also injured. Especially Uchiha River, one palm was directly cut off. This happened because the two shinobu knew they were invincible, so they began suicide attacks. A sand ninja who was not afraid of death took Uchiha River with a fire move, and then tightly protected Uchiha River closely. The other sand shinobu is also a ruthless person, directly attacking the trapped Uchiha River with a wind-cutting technique. That sand shinobu was directly cut in half. If it were not for Uchiha Taitaka feeling in time and pulling a handful of Uchiha River, it may not have been thrown into a palm. Yakang has been observing the situation here, and when he saw the two people dead, he cursed the two in his heart. Are you too stupid? I asked you to kill a child, but you were tough with two Uchiha. Who will die if you don't die? But now she can't take the extra shangnin to solve Bashan, so she can only retract her mind and concentrate on dealing with Watergate. Seeing that Bo-shun was fine, Watergate also withdrew his attention over there and concentrated on his battlefield. It was at this moment that Bo-sun suddenly lifted the ability of the mirror flower water moon. Uchiha Taitaka and Uchiha Chuan only felt a flower in front of them, and once again saw that it was, and found that the dead Bashan had turned into a sand ninja. And Bo-sun used the teleportation to come not far from the two, and said, "Hello, what's going on at this time?" They can't believe their eyes. How the hell did this happen? Magic? But they didn't feel that the chakra in their bodies was abnormal. What kind of monster are you? How did you do it? The two fell into deep shock. It's simple. Because of this. Sherry-nan, open. With a low drink, for three-hook jade blood wheel eyes appeared in Bo-sun's eye sockets. The Sherry-nan was originally very beautiful, but looking at the four Sherry-nan eyes in Bashan's eyes, how the two were arranged, a thick fear arose in the bottom of my heart. Ignoring their panic, Bo-shun said, "Now let go of our personal grudges first, or retreat from the enemy first." Bo-sun turned off the Sherry-nan, but secretly used the mirror flower water moon, which once again affected the perception of the two, but the two did not notice it at all. They also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then glanced at each other and began to confront the enemy, deciding to find a way to spread the news of Bo-sun's opening of the three-hook jade riding wheel eye back to the clan as soon as possible. I have to say that the Uchiha clan is powerful, even if Uchiha Chuan has no hand and can't perform ninjutsu, but just by relying on the Sherry-nan eye illusion and physical skills, he can easily deal with those middle ninja. In just a few moments, the two of them killed about 30 sand ninjas, all of them were middle ninja, and a few lower ninja. But they didn't notice that they were slowly moving in the direction of Bo-fang Shui Gate and Yakang. Bo-sun looked at this scene, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had long detected that these two people were not kind to him, then he could only ask you to die. The three of Yakang were fighting with the Wei Fang Shuman, but at this moment, Uchiha Dulan and Uchiha Chuan suddenly broke into their battlefield, sharing a lot of pressure on the Watergate at once. Who said the Uchiha clan is an evil one? Look, how good, even if you are seriously injured, come to support. At this moment, seeing this scene, Watergate was extremely moved, and his inner opinion of the Uchiha family also changed from arrogant to fierce and self-sacrificing. If the two of Uchiha Doran knew the real situation, they would have shouted, "No, we are arrogant people, we are the way of others." It's hard to do. Yakang frowned. The three of them were able to contain the Watergate, but suddenly two helpers came, and their own side immediately fell into the downwind. "Up, at least kill these two Uchiha," Yakang said viciously. If it weren't for these two Uchiha, their plan would have been absolutely successful this time. Yes, at this moment, Watergate suddenly felt that the pressure had dropped sharply, but Uchiha Doran and Uchiha Chuan were miserable, and they were attacked madly by two shinobi, and Bashan was still ghosting behind his back, and from time to time let the perception of the two be wrong, so that they could not dodge the attack of Shinobu. Coupled with the fact that Uchiha Kawa can't use ninjutsu now, he was quickly killed by a wave of gathering fire. And at this time, Uchiha Doran was no better, there were countless large and small wounds on his body, and chakra was almost exhausted. It is unimaginable that after 10 minutes of fighting, a shangnin chakra is actually about to run out. But it's also normal, who let Bo-shun often guide him to unleash the Sherry-nan illusion on the tree. Withdraw, Yakang shouted loudly, "No way," facing the Wei Fang Shui Gate alone, soon he couldn't parry, he could only choose to retreat. However, this retraction sounded to Uchiha Doran as kill. Still shouting at Uchiha Doran, the next moment, he saw countless shinobi rushing towards him. Even if you die, I won't let you have a good time. It's too much of a bully, really, when we Uchiha are good bullies, right? Always for us. Since that's the case, let's die together. Then, he saw him use the teleportation technique to block the two shinobi who had just fought with him. Seeing this, Bo Feng Shuman's face changed, and said, Dulong, you are coming back soon. People are ready to withdraw, why are you still going over? However, to Uchiha Doran it sounded, Terran, I remember you are Uchiha's pride. Uchiha Doran smiled gratifyingly and said, I Dulong died deservedly. Watergate, what are you talking about? Watergate said he didn't understand. The next moment, I saw him rushing in front of the two shinobi, and he also had more than a dozen ignition detonation charms pasted on his body. You lunatic, let go. The caught Sand shouted in horror. But Uchiha Doran just didn't let go and hugged the two Sand shinobi to death. Boom, a huge explosion sounded, and the bones of Uchiha Taitaka and the two shinobi were gone. Yakang looked at this scene in disbelief. Are the Uchiha clans all crazy? But she was not willing to delay, otherwise their losses would be even greater. However, after returning home, the mission report she wrote read, the Uchiha clan is crazy in battle, and once they find that they are invincible, they will take suicide attacks, and it is recommended that at least 2 ninjas deal with it. Bo Shun also did not expect that his own win would make the Uchiha clan face 3 opponents of the same rank on the battlefield in the future, resulting in heavy losses in every battle. Of course, this is an afterword. Quickly retreat. San Shinobu withdrew like a tide, and Watergate also ordered not to pursue. In this battle, this convoy of 300 pairs of people, only more than 100 people remained. Kaminobu lost 3, 2 Uchiha, and 1 of the Chimera clan. The loss of Shinobu is also very heavy, half of the people who stay here, there are only 4 shinobi. After cleaning up the battlefield, Hakei Shuman found Hakatsu and Kakashi and said, You two are doing very well, I will report it to Naruto-sama. In this battle, Kakashi and Hashun contributed a lot, and Shinobu's Naka ninja, one of them was killed by the 2 of them. If it weren't for the existence of the 2 of them, maybe Kanaha's side would have been unable to hold on long ago. Thanks, but it's all as it should be. Bo Shun said politely. Kakashi echoed, Thank you. You are all Kanaha's future, and you all deserve it. Okay, it's time for us to move on. Because they needed to deliver food, Sutton was slow and traveled for 4 days to reach his destination, and a war report had long ago been transmitted back to Kanaha. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi passed on the report of Watergate's battle to the other Kanaha F4 members. After a while, Ape Flying Sun Chopper said, This time the grain and grass troops were attacked. What do you have to say about Tuanzang? Bang! Tuanzang directly shot up and said angrily, You doubt me? Ape Flying Sun Chopper didn't speak, just stared at Tuanzang, and said for a while, Forget it this time, I hope to be able to unanimously go out. Don't make small moves. Because Tuanzang did too many dirty things, it turned out to be the first suspect. But Tuanzang can stand this. What I did with you, I can be the one who carries the pot, but I haven't done it and you still want to put the pot on my head. This is excessive. I said it, it's not the news I leaked. Tenzo gritted his teeth and said, he swore that once he knew who did it, he was guaranteed to regret coming to this world. That's the end of this matter, and Watergate's report also mentions Kakashi and Bashin for credit. Looking at the intelligence, both of them already have the strength to be particularly tolerant. Sarutobi said, You can promote the 2 of them to become special shinobi. Mito Minion said, That's what I meant. Sarutobi nodded and said, Danzo spoke at this time, Hinata, both of them are very talented, since you don't give Bashin to me, then hand Kakashi over to me. Ape Fei Ri rubbed his eyebrows and said, Let's talk about this matter when the war is over. Ri chop. Tuanzang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ape Flying Sun Chopper. Okay, this matter is so decided, tell the big snake pill, let him hurry up and arrive at the designated place as soon as possible. Yes, a dark part suddenly appeared. After Bo Shun and the others arrived at the target location, the Watergate arranged for people to patrol, and the others lived in tense rest, and no one knew if Shinobu would suddenly sneak attack. Bashin returned to the tent and pulled out the star who slept under his collar. I don't know what's going on, but recently this rabbit likes to sleep more and more, sleeping more than 16 hours a day. If he hadn't felt that the little rabbit was slowly getting stronger, he would have thought that the rabbit was sick. Bashin put the little rabbit on the bed and began to reminisce about the previous day's battle. To be honest, he likes to use the mirror flower water moon to tease the feeling of others, and the mirror flower water moon is also used by him to use the essence. But he still feels that it is not enough, because his spiritual pressure is still too weak, even if many people see the original solution at one time. But Bosun can only control part of the 5 senses, and he can't do the same as Captain Landai, whom sleeps so comfortably. Huixing suddenly sat up from the bed, and his little paw wiped his eyes that had not woken up. Ba Shun's thoughts were interrupted by Huixing's voice. Are you finally awake? Bo Sun said a little helplessly. Aha, I'm so hungry, do you have anything to eat? Huixing woke up and looked for food. No way, one sleep is 16 hours, who is not hungry? Bo Sun directly threw her a pill of military food. What is it? Huixing had never seen the soldier food pill, asked, and ate it directly without waiting for Bo Sun to answer. However, in the next second, he regretted it, and his little face became like a bitter melon king. Disgusting, it's so unpalatable. Bo Sun ignored her. Anyway, just eat enough, and then asked, do you know where the relics of the Big Tumu clan are? Bashan pulled out a map to her and marked his current location. Here. Huixing looked at it for a long time before he found the place on the map. Bo Sun looked at it, about 100 kilometers from his current position. If he wanted to go, these 2 days were the most suitable, and when the large army arrived, the war was estimated to begin, and then he would have no time. In the end, Bo Sun decided to go to the ruins of the Big Tube Wood tonight. Soon night fell, until midnight, and Bashan suddenly sat up from his bed. Shadow doppelganger art. Bashan separates a doppelganger to stay here, and then takes the sleeping star to his destination. Bo Sun had been using teleportation to hurry, and in just over an hour, he felt the place pointed by the star on the map. But there was no exact location, so Bashan woke up Huixing. What's wrong? Huixing looked like he hadn't woken up and said confusedly, see if you can find that ruin. Bashan said, okay, I'll take a look. Huixing looked up reluctantly, and it took a while to recognize the direction and jump in front to lead the way. Another hour, one person and one rabbit finally found. Bo Sun stood in front of a mossy cave. The mouth of the cave was dark, and it was night, and there were various insects chirping in the bushes, and the picture looked a little strange. Few go in and take a look. Bo Sun overcame the human body's instinctive fear of the unknown and slowly walked inside. You wait for me. Huixing shouted, she is a girl, she is afraid of the dark, right? Huixing jumped on Bohun's shoulder with a big jump, but as if he didn't feel safe enough, he got into Bashan's collar again. Bo Sun didn't care about this. Bashan found a wooden stick and lit it with fire as a torch. In an instant, the cave was illuminated, but soon Bashan came to an end. Nothing was found. Huixing, are you misremembering? There's nothing here. Bo Sun grabbed Huixing's long ears, lifted him up and said, Huixing shouted. Bashan obediently let go of his hand, and Huixing fell to the ground with an ass. Huixing rubbed his little butt and looked at Bo Sun with resentment, almost embarrassed to look at Bo Sun. Then he said, this is it, there are organs here. Saying that, Huixing found a protruding stone on the rock wall, and then slowly turned it. The next moment, the place where there was no road suddenly began to vibrate, and soon it rose up like a gate, revealing a road. I didn't expect there to be a mechanism. Bo Sun became more and more curious about the next strong corpse. Can't wait to walk over. Huixing followed closely. After entering, the stone door behind him closed again, and the scenery here was very different from the outside. On the surrounding stone walls are stone-carved murals, and Bo Sun carefully looked at it. The first mural depicts the birth of 2 children. The second mural still shows 2 children, but there is an old man, whose eyes are circled. The third is of 2 young people in the painting, one with thunder in his hands, the other helping others. The fourth painting begins with 2 young men leading their respective subordinates in battle, and the picture is very tragic. In the last painting, a young man fails and leaves his hometown lonely. After reading these paintings, Bo Sun probably already knew who the corpse inside was. Indra. It must be him. This is a rare and good soul. Maybe he can become Vastold, the highest level of void. Huixing, quickly lead the way, I can't wait. Bo Sun said excitedly. Good, bored. Huixing said arrogantly, but still honestly led the way for Bashan. Soon, Bo Sun saw a gorgeous crystal coffin carved with dragon wind. The people inside are very old, but they are not decaying, which should be the reason for this crystal coffin. It can be seen from his long hair that this person is Indra, because when Bashan read the original book, Azura had short hair and Indra had long hair. Bo Sun put one hand on the crystal coffin, and the next moment, the crystal coffin was received by him into the system space. This is not bad, otherwise a system does not even have storage space, then it is still called plug-in? This trip was very satisfactory and returned to the camp happily. After resting for 2 days, Orochimaru led the team over, and immediately held a meeting of Shangnin and arranged a battle plan. Because Bashan was Orochimaru's apprentice, he was also taken to this meeting. Hinata, now you lead the people of the Hyuga clan, first go and check the deployment of Shinobu's troops. Orochimaru said. Yes. Hinata took the order and went on a mission. Let's talk about the tactics that Shinobu may take. Orochimaru continued. San Shinobi is nothing more than 2 sets of fighting methods. One is to delay the war. As long as we are dragged down, then other shinobi villages are likely to participate in the war, and then we Konoha will face a one-to-many situation, and if other battlefields are inferior, it is likely to recruit our troops. There is also a kind of guerrilla warfare. The Sand Ninja village has insufficient finances and not many troops, but they have adopted a plan of elite troops, although there are not many troops, but there are many elites, which will also drag us into an unfavorable situation. Bofang Shuman frowned at this time and said, in that case, then we can only fight a blitzkrieg and crush San Shinobu as fast as possible, but San Shinobu is very difficult. The big snake pill nodded in approval and said, that's right, so we have to force San Shinobu to take the initiative to start a decisive battle with us. Another Shinobu asked, then how do you persecute them? The big snake pill laughed a little crazy hee, send a few elite squads into the country of wind, destroy the transportation of its grain from the inside, and make their frontline troops short of food and clothing, then, they can only fight a decisive battle with us, or surrender and admit defeat. Everyone nodded in approval after hearing this, and Bofang Shuman took the initiative to ask, then I'll go, I'm fast, and it's hard for Shinobu to catch me. The big snake pill nodded and said, I also think so, in addition to you, there will be many squads to go, and the people sent this time will be at least 200 people, otherwise the transport team of Shinobu will not be destroyed by just a few people. Watergate, you are the commander-in-chief of this operation, you can usually scatter to destroy, but once you get the news that they are transporting supplies, immediately assemble and intercept. Orochimaru said. Yes, then, Orochimaru looked at Bo Shun again and asked, do you want to go? Go. Bo Shun readily agreed. He came to the battlefield to devour his soul, how could he give up a mission? Call Kakashi too, his strength is also very strong. Bashin suggested. Kakashi? Good, Bashin and Kakashi will be handed over to you, Watergate. Orochimaru looked at Watergate. Don't worry, I'll bring them back safely, Watergate said confidently. In fact, he felt that Bashin and Kakashi were not very suitable for this mission, because this mission would go deep into the hinterland of the Land of Winds, which was too dangerous. The two of them were both rare geniuses in Konoha, and it would be a pity if they died like this. But since you have chosen the path of ninja, then some things are inevitable. Thinking of this, Watergate has no obstruction, and can only try to protect Konoha's future pillars. The meeting lasted for more than 3 hours until Hinata returned. Lord Orochimaru, there are about 15,000 people in Shinobu this time, and we have a total of 20,000 people this time. San Shinobi is less than us, but it is not to be underestimated, let's do it according to the previous arrangement. Yes. The country of wind, most of the area is desert. At this time there are 3 figures on the desert, 1 large and 3 small, officially infiltrated the country of wind in the wave wind. Watergate, Kakashi, and Bashan. This damn place is too hot, isn't it? Bo Shun said with his tongue sticking out. Kakashi, you're all now, are you still covered and not afraid of prickly heat? Bashin teased. Don't be afraid. Kakashi replied coldly, not wanting to take Raibashin. Hey, it's still a little rabbit, I'm not afraid of being so hot. Bo Shun patted Huixing, who was sleeping under his collar, and sighed. Bashan, just leave the pet at home on the mission, I'm afraid it will be dangerous if you bring it out. Bofang Shuman reminded. Don't worry, Captain, this is my lucky rabbit, it will be fine. Bo Sun waved his hand and said, well, there is a town ahead, you go to find a hotel to rest first, and I will inquire about the news. Bofang Shuman said. Good. Bo Shun and the two nodded. As soon as the words fell, Watergate quickly disappeared in front of the two with the Flying Thunder God technique. Bashin looked at Kakashi and said, I'm afraid the front line is already fighting now. I don't know, Kakashi said, looking at the sky. Bo Sun saw that he didn't want to chat, so he stopped talking. Soon, the two arrived in the town, which was relatively bleak. There were few people on the street, and the houses were all earthen houses. However, just as Bashin was about to look for a hotel, a red-haired teenager caught Bashan's attention. Not far away, a red-haired boy with a beautiful face seemed to feel something, and looked at Bo Sun's position. As soon as he turned around, Bo Sun confirmed who this person was. Red Sand Scorpion. How could he be here? Could it be that after killing 3 generations of Wind Shadow, he still hasn't run out of the Wind Country? Bo Shun thought secretly. What are you looking at? Kakashi asked. At the same time, I also saw the Red Sand Scorpion. Hey, nothing, let's go, Bo Shun said with a sigh. He knew that the Red Sand Scorpion had set its sights on the two of them, and if it was just himself, it would not attract the attention of the Red Sand Scorpion. But Kakashi's silver hair was too conspicuous. Even if it wasn't certain that this person was Kakashi, the Red Sand Scorpion would pay attention. His parents were killed by Kimu Shuumao. Sure enough, along the next way, the Red Sand Scorpion kept hanging behind the two people, and there was no cover, as if it was intentional. Kakashi had also spotted him a long time ago and said, is it a shinobu? It's not, Bo Sun said angrily. Now he doesn't know if the Red Sand Scorpion has made the 3 generations of Wind Shadows into puppets. If the 3 generations of Wind Shadows have been made into puppets, then it is really difficult to deal with. Kakashi was a little puzzled by Bashan's temper. It was strange that he was just fine. How are you sure it's not? Kakashi doesn't care about Bashan's mood, but now he is on a mission, and if he is not careful, he will die. Hey, what's your name? At this time, the Red Sand Scorpion behind him suddenly pointed at Kakashi and said, Kakashi. Kakashi sensed the hostility of the Red Sand Scorpion and said, Hearing this name, the pupils of the red sand scorpion shrank. His parents were killed by Kiki Shuumao, and naturally they investigated carefully and knew that Kiki Shuumao had a son named Kakashi. Bashin is speechless. You can't say a fake name? You have to say your real name. There is still a lack of social beatings. Wind escape vacuum bomb. The red sand scorpion does not talk nonsense, and it is a wind escape. The author checked that among the attributes of the red sand scorpion, Shinobi 10, it shows that he can ninjutsu, and he also used the sand avatar in the original work. Countless bullet-like real air projectiles were fired at Bashin and Kakashi, and mainly took care of Kakashi. Fortunately, the two reacted relatively quickly and all dodged, but Kakashi's arm was still wiped with a blood stain. However, those ordinary people on the street were unlucky. Although there were few people, there were still a few unlucky eggs who were hit by vacuum bombs and died on the spot. Run, ninja kills. When the people on the street saw this scene, they threw down their things and scattered. But Scorpion doesn't care if they live or die, now he just wants to avenge his parents. Exercise and personal tricks. The Scorpion's 10 fingers stretched out 10 chakra lines and shot at the ordinary people who fled, and the people connected by the chakra lines instantly felt that their bodies were not manipulated. This is a technique developed by Scorpion to directly control the battle of living people without puppets, and since he only had time to take away 3 generations of wind shadows when he left, he does not have puppets now. Only these ordinary people can be used to fight. Puppeteer. Kakashi frowned a little. Since Kiki Shuumao died, he had abandoned the practice of the Kiki clan of sword art and concentrated in ninjutsu instead. The physical art and knife art are very restrained to the puppeteer, while the general ninjutsu has a limited effect on the puppeteer, unless it can destroy the puppet or directly kill the puppeteer's ninjutsu. What's going on? My body is out of control. Who will save me? The villagers shouted in horror. But no matter how much they shouted, it was useless, and the Scorpion expressionlessly controlled them to attack Kakashi. Although Kakashi thought the mission was the first, he still couldn't bear to let him strike at unarmed civilians. So you can only dodge in embarrassment. Bashin frowned and looked at Kakashi now, and secretly said, "Can't bear it, then I'll add another fire to you." The next moment, Bashin came to the vicinity of Kakashi in an instant and directly beheaded a civilian. But the headless corpse was still attacking under the control of the Scorpion, and Bosun cut off the person's limbs one by one. "Bashin, what are you doing?" Kakashi said with some shock. He didn't understand why Bashin did this. "Are you an idiot? Although they are civilians of the land of wind, and now they are attacking us, that is the enemy. Even if they are controlled, they are enemies." Bosun scolded his head and covered his face, and then while dealing with the civilian puppets who continued to attack, he continued, "We are Konoha's people, even if we have good intentions, we must use it on Konoha's people." While speaking, Bosun solved a few more civilian puppets. "If you die here, what about your mission?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi instantly became different, no longer showing mercy to those people's men, stabbing to death, and soon the two of them abolished these puppets. The red sand scorpion looked at the two people with some shock. Although he only controlled some civilians, but under his control, everyone had the strength of Zongnan, but there was no mechanism and poison. However, after a few minutes, it was solved by the two of them. He didn't expect to look at two people younger than himself, so powerful. "In that case, let me show you what true art is." Saying that, the red sand scorpion took out a scroll, and after unsealing the seal, a middle-aged man with black hair appeared in front of the two. 3 generations of wind shadows. Kakashi recognized who this man was and was taken aback. "I didn't expect that the fuse for the war between Konoha and Shinobu was actually here." Bosun also pretended to be surprised, but he was secretly surprised in his heart. The scorpion has not left the country of wind for so long. Is it transforming the corpse of the 3 generations of wind shadows? I don't know if the 3 generations of wind shadow puppets at this time have occasionally retained the blood succession limit. It shouldn't be yet, it should have been studied later. After all, the current scorpion is only a teenager. Shaking his head, Bosun dismissed his idea. 1,000 hands to martial arts. I saw that the scorpion controlled the 3 generations of wind shadows, and the appendix of its left arm summoned 1,000 arms, and then the IOU arm quickly came towards Kakashi and Heshun. Instantaneous technique. Instantaneous. The two of them avoided this ode arm, but after avoiding it, these 1,000 arms suddenly released countless poisonous mist. Fire escape, fire extinguished. Bosun spat out endless flames in his mouth, and this large-scale fire directly burned all the poisonous mist, and the 1,000 arms were also burned in half. But after Bosun ran out, he was directly spread on the ground, sweating profusely, looking like I couldn't do it. Kakashi noticed Bosun's situation and asked, "Are you all right?" "It's okay, it's just that chakra is exhausted, and it's up to you next," Bosun said with a wry smile. Kakashi felt more stressed after hearing this, but that was all it could do. Seeing that Bosun had no power to fight, the scorpion wanted to kill him first, so the arm that had not been destroyed just now suddenly aimed at Bosun, and then shot out countless kunai from it. Bosun could clearly see that these bitter weavyu were glowing with a hint of green, which was obviously purely poisonous. Tu dun tuli a wall. The wall of the dog's head earth rose in front of Bashan, blocking these bitter nothingness. Seeing that there was no way to solve Bashan, the scorpion took aim at Kakashi. Soon the two were at war. Bo-sun is a beautiful theater to watch. Of course, his chakra was not exhausted. Even if he cast dozens of ninjutsu like that just now, it would be enough. The reason why he pretended to be exhausted of chakra was just that he didn't want to fight. The 3 generations without the blood succession limit are not Bashan's opponents at all. Moreover, this is an important member of the future Xiao organization. Wouldn't killing him by himself be a great pleasure in self-destructing the future? Plus, a while and the wave of Feng Shui Gate should come back. There is no need to expose the strength, so let Kakashi top for a while. Anyway, with Kakashi's ability, even if you can't beat it, you can open it 5-5. After a while, Kakashi gasped, and during this time, he had been in the downwind, because he had not yet developed the Chidori, so the speed was still short, and he couldn't get close to the scorpion's body at all. Bashan saw that Kakashi chakra had bottomed out and felt almost the same, so he shouted at the scorpion, "I advise you to leave here, our leader is just going to inquire about the news, and he will be back in a short time. He is Kanaha's yellow flash wave Feng Shui Gate, even your wind shadow is not necessarily his opponent. If you don't go, leave your little life here, don't blame me for not reminding you." Sure enough, when the red sand scorpion heard the wave Feng Shui Gate, he stopped moving, but did not leave, but stood in place, staring at Kakashi deadly, with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. However, after weighing the pros and cons, I still chose to leave. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. If he continued to fight, it would not be long before he would definitely be killed by the other party. "But I saved you, don't you say a word of thanks?" Bashan said as he leaned over to Kakashi's side. "Thank you," Kakashi said expressionlessly. Bo-sun pouted, "Cut, it's really insincere." At this time, Bo-feng Shuman suddenly appeared beside the two and said, "It seems that you have experienced a difficult battle. Captain, I'm afraid your name as the fastest man in the ninja world is not fake, right? We're all over and you're coming." If I hadn't been smart, Kakashi would have died. Bo-sun teased. "Ahem, sorry. Watergate coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, and his words were filled with sincere apologies. "Well, forget it." Bo-shun waved his hand and said, but in his heart was a secret way, "What a gentleness, if everyone in the ninja world were like you, it is estimated that they would have been peaceful long ago. It can only be said that it is worthy of the little son." "Captain, let's talk about the intelligence you probed," Kakashi said at this time. In his eyes the task was greater than everything. Bo-feng Shueman sighed in his heart. It seems that the death of Lord White Fang has really caused Kakashi too much damage. However, Bo-feng Shueman did not show the book, but seriously talked about intelligence. "Half a day ago, there was a squad of 20 sand ninjas passing by here and brought 2 carriages. I don't know what is pulling on it. However, the possibility of food can be ruled out, and in addition to food, it can only be a ninja. Time is urgent, we don't have time to inform the other squads now, otherwise in another day, they will be able to rush to the front, and we won't have time to assemble. This mission can only be the 3 of us, this trip, it is likely to die." Bo-feng Shueman said solemnly. "Captain, don't worry, let's go," Kakashi said firmly. "Hey, Kakashi, don't decide for me, bastard." Bashan can't wait to kick Kakashi to death. Now it's too late for him to hide his strength. There are so many people on the other side, what if his strength is exposed? Kakashi didn't speak, just stared at Bashan, and finally Bashan lost the battle and said, "It's okay to go, but if you are in danger, I will definitely take you to block damage, bastard Kakashi." Bashan is not just talking. If his life is really in danger, he will definitely use Kakashi to block the damage, because his purpose in approaching Kakashi is impure, let alone feelings. "Okay, let's go." Saying that, Bo-feng Shueman quickly chased after Hashin and Kakashi. On the way, in order to replenish chakra, Kakashi and Bashan both ate a pill of soldier's food. That unpalatable taste almost made Bashan's soul ascend to heaven. Bashan's side was chasing the transport team, and the frontline Shinobu side did not continue to attack after being repelled by Orochimaru after several waves of attacks. In the largest tent in the camp, Luo Xia, Ya Kang, and the others were talking about something. "The interior of our wind country has been infiltrated by Kanaha's people, and many squads have been attacked in the past 2 days. It's okay to transport the detonator, right? Kanaha's yellow flash may also be in the land of the wind." Ya Kang frowned and asked. This time on the battlefield, he had never encountered the wave Feng Shui Gate, and he felt a little worried. Luo Xia glanced at Ya Kang and said confidently, "Don't worry, this detonation talisman will definitely be delivered safely." "What are you sure of?" Ya Kang asked. Luo Xia frowned. He didn't wait to see Ya Kang, thinking that she was a stumbling block to his complete control of Cheyenne village, and he was also worried that Ya Kang's reputation was too high and overshadowed him. So he said unhappily, "I said there will be no problem, there will be no problem." Adjournment. The meeting ended unhappily, and Luo Xia jumped like a thunder after everyone left. "I am Wind Shadow, you actually dare to question me? Abominable Ya Kang. After the war is won, it will be your time to die." After half a day of rapid marching, the 3 of them finally saw the squad, which was resting and adjusting. Seeing this, the three did not immediately attack, but took a breath in place and began to recover chakra. Soon, after the three of them recovered, Bo Feng Shuman began to assign tasks. I will try to drag as many ninjas as possible. You two find an opportunity to destroy those 2 truckloads of supplies, destroy the materials and escape immediately. Remember, our mission is to destroy supplies, not kill, remember? Bo Shun and the 2 nodded and said, yes, remember. What the 3 didn't know was that among the 20 people, there was a white-bearded old man, like an ascetic, who became an accident of this action. Old man Fenfu, you seem to be being targeted. In the body of the blessing, there was the voice of Shower He. Fenfu's originally closed eyes slowly opened. It seems that it is impossible to complete the task calmly. As a crane keeper Zulai, Fenfu has been imprisoned, but this time, I don't know why, I was sent on a mission. He didn't want to come because he didn't want to cause killing, but the person who gave him the order said that if he didn't come, then Shinobu might die even more. There is no way, he can only come over. At this moment, Bo Feng Shuman appeared behind a sand ninja without warning. Be careful. Fenfu reacted quickly, almost discovering him when the wave Feng Shui gate had just appeared, thus dragging the sand shinobu over. The spiral pill in Bo Feng Shuman's hand was empty, and he was also slightly surprised, but he didn't expect someone to react so quickly. However, he was experienced, and after a slight shock, he quickly adjusted back, and the whole person quickly attacked others. Boom, the speed of the water gate is too fast, although Fenfu can react, but he does not have such a fast speed to save others, causing a Naka Shinobu to be hit by a spiral pill and directly lose the breath of life. Immediately afterwards, Hake Shuiman wanted to continue attacking the other shinobi to relieve the pressure on Hakushan and Kakashi's actions for a while, but Fenfuku blocked his way and said to the others, team of 4, back to back. Yes. At this time, Bashan and Kakashi also came behind the wave Feng Shui gate, but Bashan's expression suddenly changed when he saw the blessing. Lean, how is he? Bosun's soul is strong, and when he sees the blessing, he perceives that there is also a soul in the body of the blessing, who can unite the 2 souls, and is still an ascetic, and Bosun can't think of anyone other than a tale of human pillar power. However, just when the 2 sides were deadlocked, and no one thought of making a move first, the star in Bashan's collar suddenly crawled out and said to Bashan, the things in his body are delicious. Huixing drooled, looking at Fenfu's belly with a foolish look. Watergate and Kakashi didn't expect that this rabbit was not an ordinary rabbit, but they didn't care too much, although psychic beasts were not common, but they were not for nothing. Fenfu was a little uncomfortable to be stared at by Huixing, but the shower he in Fenfu's body was even more uncomfortable, even fearful. Is she that woman? No, it can't be, she's already sealed by the old man. Xiaojuru appears extremely irritable and fearful in the body of the Fortune Division. Even, Fenfu couldn't control the tailed beast chakra escaping out, frightening the other shinobi to quickly take the supplies away. Watergate also saw the red chakra that escaped from the blessing, and secretly said, this is dangerous. Shower He, what's wrong? Fenfu communicates with Shower He. Divide the blessing, hurry up. It's dangerous here, just now I sensed some familiar breath, so I reminded you that someone was, but I didn't expect it to be her. Shower He hurriedly said that the woman had left too much impression on him, even if he now sensed that she was not strong from Huixing, he was still not willing to take risks. Sorry, Shower He, if I leave, these people will die. Fenfu said with an apologetic face. Stinky old man. Shower He gradually calmed down, he really couldn't help this person he recognized. After so many years of getting along, Shower He has long accepted the blessing, and even said that the blessing is very similar to the old man of the 6 paths. In the Book of Formations in the original work, the evaluation is divided into blessings, accept with your heart, explain love, and a practicing monk who shares a heart with Ichigo. Shower He suddenly became emotional, and said in his somewhat sharp voice, stinky old man, I really can't help you, then make a good fuss, anyway, if you die, I will be resurrected. Then please, Fenfu said gratefully. The next moment, a tailed beast coat appeared on Fenfu's body to wrap it. Wind escape practice air bomb. An air cannon was fired at the 3, and the 3 quickly dodged. Boom, although the air bullet did not hit the 3 people, it blasted the 3 people out of a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters. Wei Feng Shui men and Bo Shui were not surprised because they were mentally prepared, but Kakashi had never seen the power of the tailed beast, and a cold sweat could not help but flow on his forehead. That's it. Bashan, you must get it for me, even if you can't get all of it, but you have to get a little, just a little. It's good, it's not good, Bashan. After seeing the power of Shower He, Huixing recognized at a glance that this was part of the fruit of the divine tree, although she had not eaten it before, but she was sure that it was very helpful for her strength to recover, and her eyes were suddenly hungry. Even for this, they actually began to sell cute. Okay, good, I promise you it's not okay. Bosun really couldn't stand it, and goosebumps rose when he listened. Although Huixing's voice is very good, can you imagine a rabbit talking about loli and selling cute to you? Hashan, you and Kakashi deal with those shinobi, I'll drag this person Zulai. After Watergate finished speaking, he didn't give the two a chance to speak and rushed over. Kakashi, you go to deal with those sand ninja, I have seen it, they are all Naka shinobi. It should not be difficult for you, even if you can't win, you can't die, I'll go to support the captain. After Bashin finished speaking, he used the moment to disappear in front of Kakashi. Kakashi, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and in reaction he cursed angrily, Hashun, you bastard. But Sand Shinobu didn't give him a chance to continue, and had already attacked him. I had no choice but to face the enemy first, and then find Bo-shun to settle the score afterwards. Flying Thunder God Slash. The water gate flashed behind Fenfu, and the blue ball in his hand smashed down without hesitation. And Fenfu was not dodging. When the spiral pill is about to hit himself, the tail behind him flexibly blocks the spiral pill, and then flicks the water gate with a forceful flick. He just wanted to pursue, but Bashin blocked him at this time. Broken Deo 33 Kang Wo Pendant. Bo-sun aimed one hand at the Fenfu, and then a blue flame shockwave blasted towards the Fenfu. Although Fenfu felt that this move was not very strong, the trembling from his soul made him have to be careful. Bo-shun also knew that with his current spiritual pressure, using the Azure Fire Pendant when he was not chanting was not powerful enough to cause too much damage to the tailed beast's fortune. At most, the soul would be hurt somewhat. But he wants to create opportunities for Huixing. The wind escapes, the sand scatters. In an instant, countless dense sand balls shot over like bullets. Boom, the two attacks cancel each other out, erupting with a violent sound. Boom, and at this moment, Huixing suddenly came to the place where the tail behind Fenfu was without warning, and it was a mouthful. Huixing bit off a large piece of the red Shao'erhi chakra and gobbled it up. Ah. The shrill cry of the crane resounded in the sky. Divide the blessing, change me. Good. In the blink of an eye, the tailed beast coat on Fenfu's body had disappeared, and then after a cloud of smoke, Shao'erhi's huge body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. What the hell is this monster? Kakashi said in shock. In this way, his three views have been refreshed, and he can proudly say to his friends when he goes out in the future, I am also a person who has seen the world. Ahem, back to the topic. Bo-fang Shuman felt that things were too tricky, came to Bo-sun's side, and said, this mission is abandoned, I will cover you, you withdraw first. No, Captain, I cover you, you withdraw. As soon as Watergate tried to refuse, it was interrupted by Bashan. Although Kakashi and I are geniuses, how can a genius who has not grown up compare to a genius who has grown up like you? Konoha needs you, and your partners on the battlefield need you, so you must go back. I look forward to the day when you become Hokage. Watergate looked at this child who was only 8 or 9 years old stunned. What kind of ideological consciousness is this? Even Kakashi looked at Bashin very incomprehensibly, not understanding what good it was for him to do so. Wouldn't it be good to continue to perform the mission with a useful body after leaving? No, I can't leave my team behind and escape alone. Watergate rebuffed Bashan's words. He thought that such a child could be regarded as Konoha's future. Bo Shui felt very uncomfortable, but Bo-fang Shuman just didn't go, and Bo Shui couldn't help. Wind escape practice air bomb. Shao Tsuru fired a huge training air bomb. Feeling such a power, Bo-sun knew that he could not carry it hard, and left in an instant. Watergate came to Kakashi in an instant, and took Kakashi to use the Flying Thunder God technique together, and dodged this training bomb. Boom, the practice of aerial bombs directly blasted the sand out of a huge pit of tens of meters. But no one saw that Huixing was lying on the tail of the crane at this time, holding onto it. Every now and then a bite is taken. Blah blah vomit, it's all sand. Huixing eats a mouthful of sand every time he eats, but he still enjoys it, because Xiaojuru's body is sand, and the sand contains Xiao'erhi's chakra. Xiaojuru is also in pain, because every time Huixing takes a bite, he will lose a part of his chakra, although as long as he is alive, he can slowly recover, but it hurts. Bastard, you give Uncle Ben down. Xiao'erhi roared angrily. Hearing the roar of the Xiao'erhi, Bo-shun found that Huixing was lying on the tail of the Xiao'erhi. This dead rabbit is really not afraid of death. Bo-shun complained. However, Bashan's eyes were on those shinobu, and he planned to solve the shinobu first before dealing with Morizuru. Captain, you drag Moritsuru, Kakashi and I will solve shinobu first, and then support you as soon as possible. After that, Bo-sun rushed down. Kakashi hurried to follow. How willful. However, the juniors are fighting like this, how can you lag behind as a senior? Psychic. Bang, after a cloud of smoke dissipates, Toad Buntai appears. Watergate, this guy is not easy to deal with. Toad Buntai said with a heavy heart when he saw Xiao'erhi. Wen-tai, please. Bo-fang Shuman jumped to the top of Steady's head and said. Wen-tai pulled out his knife and said, where, teach this tanuki a lesson today. It's on. Practice empty bombs. Xiao'erhi was worthy of being a tailed beast, and spit out several training aerial bombs in a row to attack the Watergate. Wen-tai, jump. Received. Wen-tai jumped to a height of tens of meters with the Watergate and dodged these several training bombs. However, just when they were in the air and couldn't borrow their power, the crane on the ground suddenly raised its mouth and began to condense the tailed beast Jade. Flying Thunder God Technique. The Watergate threw several swords of ninja not far from Moritsuru. The next moment, Watergate pressed one hand on Wentai's head, and then Wentai's huge figure instantly appeared not far from Shao'er-He. In the air where Wentai was just now, a tailed beast Jade roared past. That is, if the Watergate action was 1 second later, they could declare their sacrifice. Before Shao Tsuru could react, Bunta quickly drew his sword and slashed at Shao Tsuru at close range. Flutter, Shao'er-Hetai resisted and was directly cut off an arm. Seeing this, Huixing's eyes lit up, and he was just about to go over and carry Shao'er-He's broken arm home to eat slowly, but the next moment, the chakra in the broken arm disappeared and returned to Shao'er-He's body. And that arm also turned into grit. Seeing this, Huixing also understood, he could only eat chakra by lying on Shao'er-He's body, so he simply did not move his nest. Anyway, now Shao'er-He has no time to deal with himself. By absorbing the sand beneath him, Xiaozhiru's severed arm grew back. Watergate is in trouble. Seeing this, Wentai jumped away and said, Watergate is not in a very good state at this time, just using the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer Wentai, consuming too much chakra. The current wave Feng Shui Gate is not a late Watergate reborn in the soil, nor does it have a 9-tailed chakra mode, so now he can't use the Flying Thunder God technique as unscrupulously as later. However, at this moment, Shao'er-He's attack came again. Another tailed beast Jade, Toad Wenta hurriedly dodged, but when he landed, he only felt that the ground sank, and then countless sand rushed to his face, wanting to devour himself. Sand Desert Layer Burial Seal. It's not good, Watergate, I can't move. Wentai found that this dense spell mark had appeared on his body at this time. How can I abandon you? Watergate wants to escape with Wentai again using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, because the spell seal isolated the Watergate and Wentai, the Flying Thunder God technique failed. At this time, fine sand was about to completely drown Wentai, and Watergate was desperate in his heart. Wentai was his best fighting partner. Don't. At this moment, Bo Sun's voice sounded, divide the blessing, let Shao'er-He release Wentai, otherwise these people will all die. Shao'er-He, stop first. Fenfu said after seeing it clearly. I saw that there were 15 people around Bo Sun, but they just fainted and did not die. After he and Kakashi kill the 3, they find that Watergate is at a disadvantage, and it is only a matter of time before he loses. Watergate is too lacking in ninjutsu to deal with such a large scale, high attack as the tailed beast, otherwise with his speed, he can definitely tease Xiaozhiru casually. Of course, after learning Juzine's sealing technique, it is similar. Therefore, Bashin told Kakashi to catch alive, and in order to knock the rest of the people unconscious as soon as possible, he even used the Sharingan. This knocked 15 people unconscious so quickly. Stinky old man, don't order me. Xiaozhiru shouted in dissatisfaction, but the movement in his hand stopped. Divide the blessing, let's talk about the conditions, Bashin said. What conditions? Fenfu condensed a doppelganger above Shao'er-He's head and said, I will release these people, and you will give us these supplies. Bashin continued. Fenfu shook his head and said, no, these are taken away by you, and they will become materials against us, and I can't be an enemy. Then I won't embarrass you either. Destroy these materials, and I'll let these people go. Bashin lowered the conditions. But Fenfu still shook his head and said, no, Sand Ninja Village is very poor, these materials are destroyed, and on the battlefield, Sand Ninja Village will still die a lot of people. Then if you send these things to the battlefield, many people will die in Konoha. Bo Sun squinted and said, although I am a monk, in the end, I am still a person, a monk of the country of wind, and I can't do anything that harms the country. Fenfu said after a moment of silence. In that case, you return the same way with these goods, and I will release these people. Bo Shun frowned. This is my last condition, if it doesn't work, then everyone will die together. Yes. Fenfu nodded and said, come back, Xiaozhiru. Cut, it's really not interesting, Uncle Ben still wants to make a big fuss. Although he said so, he still returned the body to the blessing. Xiaozhiru disappeared, and Huixing didn't eat chakra, so he quickly returned to Bashan's side, jumped into Bashan's collar and fell into a deep sleep. I'll release the 5 first, you guys go back, and after a day, I'll let the rest go, Bashan said. Well, I believe you, if you can't keep your promise, then I will directly participate in this war. Fenfu threatened. He was originally a peace-loving person, and the reason why he agreed to Luosha to come out of the mountain this time was to let Sand Ninja Village die less, and he didn't want to appear on the battlefield as a last resort. Don't worry, I'm still very faithful to my promises, Bo Sun said cheekily. His promises are all kept when it is beneficial to himself, and although he intends to keep his promises this time, if he really understands him, he will definitely not dare to believe him like this. Bo Shun has already set his sights on Fenfu. This person's soul is very strong, suitable for transformation into fiction. Good. Saying that, Fenfu took the 5 people and drove the carriage towards the way it came. Wu Bashan, it's all up to you this time. Watergate exhaled a turbid breath and said, "It's nothing, the captain is the key. If you can't drag Morizuru, Kakashi and I can't capture these people alive." Bo Shun said modestly. "Mrs. Wen, thank you this time, you go back first," Watergate said to Wen Tai, who had broken free. "Well, Watergate, I'll go back first." Saying that, Wen Tai glanced at Bo Shun a few times intentionally or unintentionally, not knowing what it meant. "By the way, have you awakened the Sherinan?" Watergate asked. "Ah, that's right, but I hope the captain and Kakashi will keep it a secret for me. You should know a little about me and my brother. We are targeted by the Patriarch, so it's better for me to hide some strength," Bashin explained. "No problem," Bo Feng Shuman said yes. However, Bashin is still a little uneasy, because Watergate is likely to tell Hokage that he will definitely consider himself a threatening existence at that time. But it's better to say that you don't let the Patriarch be told, but let the Watergate hide the Hokage, then it is very suspicious. Forget it, with your own strength, even if you can't fight, it's still no problem to escape. Hashan didn't think much about it anymore, and together with Watergate and Kakashi, he found a safe place to house these shinobi. After Wen Tai returned to Miyama Mountain, he immediately went to see the Big Toad Immortal. "Oh, Xiao and Tai, is there something wrong?" The Big Toad Immortal's eyes were cloudy, and he looked like he was about to die of old age, and said weakly, "Big Toad Immortal, I was channeled by Watergate today and found a little ghost of the Uchiha family, very similar to the person you dreamed of before," Wen Tai said with a serious expression. "Oh? You elaborate." A ray of essence suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Big Toad Immortal, but it disappeared in an instant. "Didn't you say that there was going to be a catastrophe in the ninja world? And it's related to pupil surgery? The Uchiha family's chakra eyes are similar, could it be that a kaleidoscope was born again?" The Big Toad Immortal was puzzled. Buntak continued, "No, it's a Uchiha boy with 4 pupils, and according to his age, he was born in the year you dreamed." The Big Toad Immortal was also shocked when he heard this. He had seen all kinds of pupil techniques in the ninja world, but it was the first time he had heard of it, and it was so close to the time when he dreamed. The Big Toad Immortal pondered for a long time and said, "Let Jiraiya take a closer look at this Uchiha boy, don't act rashly first." "Yes, the junior quit." After when Tai left, the squinted eyes of the Big Toad Immortal suddenly opened, without a hint of the twilight of dying. Muttered, "I don't know if the old guy of the Ninja Cat clan knows about this. That old guy seems to have the ability to predict the future, to be precise, to predict danger. It seems that we have to connect with other psychic beast races, and we must not have the things of 1,000 years ago, otherwise the only remaining holy places will no longer exist." A day later, Bosun released the rest of the people as agreed, and although the operation was not completely successful, it also greatly delayed the supply of materials to the Sand Shinobu village, which caused the Sand Shinobu on the battlefield to fall into the downwind, resulting in the death and injury of the Sand Shinobu. "Luo Sha, didn't you say that the materials are foolproof? Why hasn't it been yet?" Yakang angrily came to Luo Sha's tent and questioned. "Presumptuous, I'm Wind Shadow now, that's how you talk to Wind Shadow." Luo Sha became more and more dissatisfied with Yakang, and wanted to get rid of it quickly. But now is not the time, and Shinobi village still needs her. "Before, you swore to us that there would be no problems with the supplies, but now what? Do you know how much we have lost?" Yakang was not afraid of him at all. She was originally dissatisfied with Luo Sha's position in the Wind Shadow, not jealousy, but simply disliked this person, because Luo Sha acted too unscrupulously. "I will be responsible for this incident, but it is not your turn to accuse me. Get me out now." Luo Sha issued an eviction order. "Well, I'll see how you explain it to us." Saying that, Yakang slammed the door and left. "Coming," Luo Sha said angrily. "Kazekage-sama," a shinobu said on one knee. "Send an envoy to Union Village, just say that their conditions we have agreed to in Cheyenne Village, let them send troops immediately." Luo Sha gritted his teeth and said. As soon as it started, Union Village came to him, saying that he would join forces to deal with Konoha, but the conditions put forward were too harsh. If he won, Cheyenne Village could get at most a little benefit, and most of them were all asked by Union Village. Therefore, he refused at that time, but now he has to promise that once he loses, Cheyenne Village may be completely destroyed. Also, let people send a message back to the village to clear the Konoha ninja in the Land of Wind as soon as possible. Yes. The shinobu immediately went to arrange the task. Abominable Konoha. Damn Yakura. Luo Sha vented his emotions incompetently. Half a month later, in the Konoha Hokage building, Yunafe Ri looked at the few letters in his hand, his brows furrowed. There were 3 letters, one from Watergate, reporting on the results of their mission. Kakashi's credit. The most important thing is that Bo Shun awakened the Sherinan in shock, and all 4 of them are 3-hook jade. This made him feel very uneasy, afraid that Uchiha would have another Uchiha spot. The second letter is from the Big Snake Pill, reporting the victory and defeat on the battlefield, and the victory is more and the loss is less, which is good news. 8th Fei Riko was in a very bad mood at the moment. Firstly, Bo Sun's talent was somewhat beyond his control. the second is that Union Village declared war on Konoha at this time, and Konoha will face great pressure. Summon the patriarchs of the various families in Jiraiya, as well as the 3 Hokage assistants. 8 Flying Sun said into the air. Yes, a figure quickly swept out. Soon, the patriarchs of the major families were already in place, and the 3 members of Tuanzang and Zile also arrived quickly. 8 Fei saw that the people were almost coming, and began to announce the order. Now announce a few orders. Union Village has declared war on our Konoha, and then Jiraiya will serve as the commander. Go to the battlefield of Union Village. All major families need to send some troops. After all, Union Village is not as easy to deal with as Cheyenne Village. Don't worry, we will cooperate with Jiraiya. The major patriarchs spoke. They knew that they could not engage in mods at this time, and once Konoha lost, then the biggest loss would be the interests of the major families. Jiraiya raised troops and supplies as soon as possible, and then set off immediately. Sarutobi said. Don't worry, old man, Jiraiya said confidently. 8 Flying Sun Chopper was still very satisfied with this disciple of his own, and he also trusted him very much. Okay, you guys go down first, Sarutobi said. Yes. When the others retreated, 8 Fei Riko took out the letter from Bofang Shui Gate and handed it to the 3 of Tuanzang to see. Hinata, I said a long time ago, hand him over to the root. How is it now? He's been hiding. It shows that he has a second heart for Konoha. Do you think you can still control him? In the face of Tuanzang's ridicule, 8 Flying Sun Chopper does not feel anything. Politicians must have thick skin. I still trust him. As long as he doesn't do anything to harm the village, then he can still be trusted. Although 8 Flying Sun Chopper wants to kill Bo Sun in his heart, he must maintain the image of Wei Guangzhang. Tuanzang knows his friends well, and when he hears 8 Flying Sun Chopper say this, then he is relieved. If the interests of the village are not harmed, then it is good to let him harm. What a big thing. Why do you want to add to the crime? Sure enough, Uchiha is all evil, deliberately hiding his strength, and must have bad intentions. Tuanzang's eyes showed a hint of greed. For 3 hooked jade writing wheel eyes. Also, how are heavy pupils formed? He desperately wants to study and use it on himself. Tuanzang, don't let me find out what you did out of the ordinary, Sarutobi said. Tuanzang chuckled. Hee, understand. Do you mean not to leave evidence? Hee, sure enough, you are darker than me. The 4 of them discussed for a while about preventing the country of Earth from declaring war, and then dispersed. After returning to the root base, Danzo ordered his subordinates, go and a few people, monitor Uchiha Hashun's parents and younger brother, and don't let people find out. If you can't enter the Uchiha clan land, invite the Uchiha patriarch over and I'll talk to him. Yes, subordinates will do it immediately. A root member was ordered to retreat. Uchiha Shun, your eyes are mine. Tuanzang's greedy eyes were unconcealed at this time. At this time, Bo Shun was still living in hiding in the hinterland of Shinobi, and he didn't know about the changes in Konoha village. Even if he knew, Bo Shun couldn't leave Konoha now, because his parents and younger brother were in Konoha. Unless his parents and younger brother are dead and cut off his affection. During this time, Shinobu seemed to be crazy to look for the ninja who infiltrated Konoha, and in 5 days, the 3 of Boshin had been surrounded and suppressed more than a dozen times. Fortunately, there were not many people who found them, and the strength of the 3 was not weak, and they killed the people who came to surround them, so there was nothing to do, but they were a little exhausted. But the other squads are uncomfortable. They don't have a strong person like Bofang Shuman. As long as the other party is twice as good as themselves when encountering Sand Shinobi, then basically they can't run. But these Bosun don't care. It's good to be surrounded and suppressed. In a few days, he has collected hundreds of souls, including some Shangnan souls. As long as it continues, I believe that Kimashuumao is not far away. In this way, a year passed, and the 3 of them lived in the hinterland of the Land of Wind for a whole year, during which all the other Konoha ninjas who had penetrated into the interior of the Land of Wind were destroyed, except for the Wave Wind Watergate team. However, this year, these Konoha ninjas caused great damage to the transportation of Sand Ninja Village, and involved a lot of the energy of Sand Ninja Village, causing Sand Ninja Village to be completely inferior when facing the Great Snake Pill troops. Thankfully, the Wei Feng Shui Gate successfully developed the second stage of the Flying Thunder God under high pressure. Bo Sun's strength was also completely revealed, and when he first revealed the strength of the elite Shangnan, he really shocked Bofang Shuman. But now, under such high pressure, Bo Sun's strength may have grown to the shadow level. Kakashi also reached the strength of Kami Shinobu earlier than the original. Just today, Bofang Shuman received news that the battlefield in Union Village had been lost, and it needed Bofang Shuman's skills to rush to support. And Bashin and Kakashi can go back to the village to recuperate for half a month. With the Flying Thunder God of the Wave Feng Shui Gate, the 3 soon returned to the Konoha camp. Whew, finally back. Bo Sun exhaled a long breath, and it was him, and after staying in such a highly mentally stressful place for a year, he couldn't help but feel tired. I won't send you back to the village, I have to rush to the battlefield of Union Village as soon as possible, Bo Feng Shuman said. Captain, you must come back alive, I still want to see you become a Hokage. Bo-sun waved goodbye. Don't worry, leave such a sentence, and the figure of Watergate disappears. Kakashi, don't you even know to say goodbye? Bo-sun said speechlessly. It's so unbearable. Boring, Kakashi said indifferently, then returned to his tent and began to pack his things. This year of getting along, it is impossible to say that there is no emotion, but Kakashi, who is used to indifference, is a little unaccustomed to talking like that. Bo-shun has nothing to clean up, but he still has to meet Orochimaru. Teacher, I'm back. Bo-shun walked into the camp tent of the big snake pill and said, it looks like it's been a good year. Orochimaru looked at Bo-shun for a while and said, not bad, I almost died several times. Bo-shun said a little unlovely. However, it would be better if you could give me 1 or 2 life-saving ninjutsu. That's what Bashin came here for. Orochimaru looked like he had already seen through your expression and said, what ninjutsu do you want? Dirt reincarnated. Why do you want to learn this ninjutsu? Orochimaru did not mention whether he had this ninjutsu, but asked rhetorically. He had always been interested in this disciple and wanted to know his purpose. Because I want to find the body of a strong man and strengthen my means a little. Bo-shun did not mean to deceive the big snake pill, but did not fully state his purpose. After all, the two are now people in the same boat. Over the years, some of the research ideas provided by Bo-shun have greatly accelerated the research and experiments of the big snake pill, and Bo-shun has also been giving the big snake pill a hand and learned a lot of things. The two can be said to be mutually beneficial. Oh? What kind of strong? Orochimaru is interested. The ancestors of our Uchiha clan, but I don't know who it is. Bashin said so. Can't it be said that it is Indra? Speaking out, it is estimated that the big snake pill does not know who Indra is. Could it be Uchiha? Orochimaru showed a crazy look and subconsciously licked his lips. Bo-sun shook his head and said, no, as for who it is, I can only know when I succeed. Orochimaru heard that it was not Uchiha spot, and he lost most of his interest, and the Uchiha he knew was the strongest Uchiha spot, an existence that could compete with the original Hokage Mu. That's why he is interested in Uchiha's body, and now he has not been defeated by Uchiha's kaleidoscope, and he has not yet been obsessed with Sharingan, so he has lost most of his interest. Take it, don't expose it in front of people. Once exposed, Konoha will think that you stole the Book of Seals. Moreover, this technique has not yet been perfected, and the resurrected deceased cannot have the strength of the peak before death. Orochimaru threw out a scroll and reminded. I know, the teacher is assured. Bashin took the scroll and left here. Instead of walking with Kakashi, Bashin came alone to a cave deep in the mountains, and inside was the saber-toothed tiger-shaped Yakukas that Kikishuumao had transformed. Immediately afterwards, Bo-shun released all the voids made by the souls collected in the past year, let them devour each other, and when they grew into Yakukas, then let Kimushuumao devour. If Kimushuumao can grow to Vastad, and then break the face, it will become the core combat power of Bashan's subordinates. Bo-sun was watching from the sidelines. This year he collected a total of more than 1,300 souls, which may be the reason why chakra needs spiritual energy, and the quality of these souls is very good. Basically 10 voids devour each other, you can become Killian, but hundreds of Killian devour each other to give birth to an Ashikas. As a result, only 1 Yakukas and more than 30 Killian were born. Lean, Bo-shun couldn't help but burst into foul language. How many souls does it take to cultivate Kimushuumao into Vastad? Forget it, feed it all to Kimushuumao, become stronger if you can get stronger, and then directly use Bangyu to break his face. Bo-shun gave up the idea of cultivating Kikishuo Shigeru into Vastad, and wanted to break him as soon as possible. Kimushuumao received the order and began to devour the newly born Ashikas, and the other voids were collected into the system space by Bashan. Soon, Kimushuumao finished devouring, and Bo-shun began to use the power of collapsed jade to envelop Kimushuumao. Under the action of the power of Hongyu, Kimushuumao's body began to quietly change. I don't know how long it took. Finally, with a sound of bones breaking, Kimushuumao turned into a human form, with a signature void hole in his chest, and a third of the white mask on his face covering the eyes on the left side. See my king. Shuo-mao, who had just evolved into a broken face, knelt on one knee and saluted. From now on you will be called White Fang, Bashin said, then threw White Fang a piece of clothing for him to wear. Thank you to my king for the name. White Fang put on his clothes and said, follow me in the shadows first, don't let people find you. Yes. Bashan did not rush back to Konoha either, and rested for a day at a small hotel halfway through. At night, Bashan's consciousness sank into the system, and for another 5 years, he could draw cards again. If you draw a good character inheritance this time, then give it to your younger brother as a graduation gift. Bo-sun clicked the button to draw the card, and saw countless anime characters on the interface slowly turning, and finally the pointer stopped on a card. I lean on, Kagaya Atsuki. Is it okay to be like this? Bashan was surprised and delighted. Kagaya's various abilities and pupil techniques are very perverted, but a good hand was played by him. If nothing else, let's say that killing the ashes together, the middle will die, unless there is ninjutsu such as Izanagi, you can avoid the end of death, but even if Danzo comes, you can only avoid about 10 deaths, and then what? But Kagaya insisted on playing it as a dart, and it couldn't be hit, even if you used it like Junmaro's corpse bone vein. Bah, scum. Fortunately, although it is a woman, it is also suitable for Maro. After all, it is only to inherit bloodline, physique or something, and it will not change gender. Bo Shun looked at the lit card and said, Bashin has done all his own things, it's time to go home. The next morning, with all his might, in the evening, Bashin returned to the gate of Konoha. Stop, who? The man guarding Konoha's gate stopped Haki and asked. I'm Uchiha Shun, and I received an order to go home and repair for half a month. Bo Shun took out his own order and approved the article. So it's you, let's go inside. The person who looked at the gate seemed to know Ba Shun, and after confirming Ba Shun's identity, he let it in. By this time, Maro had already finished school, so Ba Shun went straight home. However, as soon as he arrived near his home, Bo Sun felt that there were several strange and cold soul auras around. This breath is simply like a reptile in a stinking gutter, disgusting. Roots? It seems that my situation was still reported to Ape Fei Ri by Bo Feng Shaman. Bo Shun quickly determined the identity of these people, and only the human soul breath at the root could be so disgusting. I hope you won't cause any harm to my family, otherwise, I will let you experience the taste of your soul being cut by 1,000 cuts. However, if it is created into a void, it should be very strong. Bo Shun thought secretly. Dad, Mom, brother, I'm back. Bo Sun pushed open the door and shouted, not revealing a trace of abnormality. The three people who were eating in the house heard this familiar voice, immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks, and quickly walked out of the room to welcome Bo Sun. Son, let my mother see if you are injured. Uchiha Mayare dragged her delicate body and circled around Ba Shun, checking Ba Shun's body. Bo Shun took the initiative to turn around a few times, let his mother check it well, and found that there were no injuries, and Uchiha Mayare was relieved. Brother, you're finally back. Moro leaned in front and said happily. This year, Moro didn't want to graduate early all the time and go to the battlefield with his brother, but remembering Ba Shun's explanation, he could only resist the idea of graduating early. Fortunately, Ba Shun returned intact. Well, I'm back, and besides, I've got a gift for you when I come back this time, Bo Sun said dotingly. The brother's attribute can't be changed back. Hey, let's go into the house quickly, the food will be cold, Uchiha Yamaaki said at this time. He is also very happy to return safely from Ba Shun, but his father's love is like a mountain, and he is not good at expressing it. Yes, come inside. Uchiha Mayare quickly pulled Bo Shun to the house. Ba Shun's return, the whole family is very happy, and has been pulling Ba Shun to talk about things on the battlefield. Bo Sun also avoided the important and said lightly, not wanting to worry his parents and brothers. It wasn't until midnight that the chat ended because Uchiha Mayare was in poor health and couldn't hold on. Back in the room, Ba Shun handed Moro's inheritance card to Kagaya. Brother, this is the inheritance card of a peerless powerhouse. As long as it is fused, your bloodline and physique will slowly return to the ancestor and become stronger. Bo Shun explained simply. Then it's still brother, you keep it. Moro refused without thinking. Bo Sun smiled helplessly and said, don't worry, I have fused an inheritance card, and this is a gift for you. Hearing Bo Shun say this, he accepted the card and said, well, thank you brother. Bo Sun pretended to be angry and slapped him on the head twice, and said, thank you what, I am your brother. Hey. Moro smirked a smirk. Laugh what laugh, quickly fuse. Just stick the card to your forehead, Bo Sun urged. Oh. Then, Moro attached the card to his forehead, and the card turned into a little starlight and merged into Moro's body. The next moment, Emo Luo's body also glowed with a faint light. This process lasted 2 hours before it ended. At this time, Moro's appearance did not change much, but his skin turned a little whiter, and there was a faintly more inoffensive temperament on his body. For such a long time, Bo Sun was also slowly returning to the ancestors. At this time, his skin was no longer the color of normal people's skin, his skin was exactly the same as that of the big tube, and his hair began to gradually turn gray. Therefore, the Uchiha clan became even more disgusted with him, and the words of the Son of Calamity that had been calmed down came out again. Fortunately, Bo Shun has been on mission for the first 4 years, and has been on the battlefield for the next year, and there is not much time to stay in Konoha, otherwise the Uchiha clan may disappear a few people from time to time. Depending on the situation, Moro also has such a trend, but it doesn't matter, strength is king, one day it is annoying, all slaughtered. How does it feel? Ba Shun asked. Unexpectedly, this strong man is actually the ancestor of our Uchiha clan, Moro muttered. After receiving the inheritance, he already knew everything about Totsuki Kagaya, and he felt that this ancestor was pitiful, and at the same time he despised the 2 Uchiha second ancestors. Send them 2 words, big silly than. Ba Shun saw Moro's mood change and said, what's wrong? It's pitiful that our ancestor was actually sealed by his own 2 sons. Her two sons are also big fools. That one named Hamura actually decided to overthrow his mother's rule for a woman. What kind of ninja sect? Understand each other? Do you and your mother understand each other? Demon Puppet said angrily. Bo-shun understood why Moro was so angry, and at the same time sighed. The root of the mental illness of the Uchiha family has been found. It turns out to be Uatsuki Hakai. Okay, don't think so much, go to sleep. Bo-shun said. Moro calmed down and said. Just as Bo-sun returned, the news of his return to the village was already known by Tuanzang and Sarutobi Ri. Tuanzang, don't let me down. Sarutobi slashed in Hokage's office, looking down at Konoha village and muttering to himself. At the root base, Tuanzang was a little impatient when he got the news of Bo-shun's return. The secret of heavy pupils. He was desperate. However, this matter cannot be rushed, he needs to arrange it foolproof. Uchiha Shun and Uchiha Moro, your chakra eyes are mine. This day won't be too far away. The next day, Obito suddenly found Bo-shun. We're gathering today, are you coming? Obito asked, but his tone was a little bad. He has always been like this to Kakashi and Bo-shun, because he envies the talent of the two, but he will not be jealous. Of course, when, Bo-shun said. Noon today, Konoha Yakiniku restaurant. Okay, then let's go now, it's past 10 o'clock, and if you don't go again, you may have no seats. Soon, Bo-shun and Moro arrived at the Yakiniku restaurant, found a seat and sat down first, while Obito went to find Rin. It's been 5 years, Kakashi hasn't been in school for 5 years, Obito hasn't chased Rin yet, and Bo-shun really admires him. Mentioning Rin, Bo-sun thought of his brother's hooliganism when he was a child, and did not know whether the two of them had achieved positive results. Hey, I really broke my heart for my brother, and now I have to care about his marriage. Brother, how are you and Sunset Hong? Bo-shun poked Moro with his finger and asked. Moro was a little confused. What's wrong? Is it that you are in a relationship with her? No. Moro blushed and stammered. As soon as Bo-shun saw it, he knew that his younger brother should like Sunset Red. So, do you like Sunset Red? Bo-shun asked. What are you talking about, brother? Moro was a little afraid to look at Bo-shun, for fear of being seen in his thoughts. How could Bo-shun not know his brother? Don't try to lie to me, you just like it. Can I tell you how to chase her? How? Bo-sun seductively said. Really? Moro hesitated, feeling that his brother should not be harmed, which was an admission. I tell you, when the Sunset Red comes, you ask him, we are friends from time to time. If she says yes, you say, then let's have a baby to strengthen the relationship. If she says it's not a friend, you say, let's have a baby and be friends. Moro was stunned when he heard Bo-shun's words, I'm only 10 years old, I want to fall in love, why am I about to have a baby? What Bo-sun didn't know was that when he was talking to Moro, the person in the seat behind Bo-sun was already trembling with anger. What are you talking about? A murderous voice suddenly sounded from the ears of Bo-sun and the two. The freezing killing intent made the two of them fight in unison. Bo-sun turned back stiffly, and saw Sunset Zhenhong's murderous gaze staring at him. Originally, when Sunset Zhenhong heard that his daughter was going to participate in a class reunion today, he didn't care, but thinking that 5 years ago there was a smelly boy who disrespected his daughter and would also participate, he had to care. So I came to the barbecue restaurant in advance to prevent my daughter from suffering losses. Unexpectedly, the most dangerous thing is not Uchiha Moro, but his brother Uchiha Shun. Uncle Sunset True Red, it's none of my business, I didn't promise my brother. Seeing the murderous gaze of Sunset True Red, Moro immediately sold Bo-shun. Bo-shun turned his head to look at Moro, I'm your brother. Brother, just let Uncle Sunset True Red beat it, it won't hurt. Moro also lowered his head embarrassedly, not daring to look at Bo-shun. He also didn't want to betray Bo-shun, but Uncle Sunset True Red's gaze was so scary, Uchiha Bo-shun, that's how you taught your brother. Saying that, the sunset is really red to start. How could Bo-shun stand and be beaten? I immediately ran out of the Yakiniku restaurant. When he swept out of the barbecue restaurant, Bo-sun secretly said, brother, there is only so much I can do, whether you can get the Sunset Red is up to you. It turned out that Bo-shun had already discovered Sunset True Red, and what he just said was just to stimulate Sunset True Red, lure him away, and create opportunities for his younger brother. I have to say that the disciple control attribute is directly full. Sunset True Red didn't care what Uchiha Moro was, and chased him out. As everyone knows, he has already fallen for Bo-shun. Hey, what about Bo-shun? As soon as Moro wanted to chase him out, Obito and the others came, but he didn't see Bo-shun's figure, so he asked. That, Uncle Zhenhong found him something to leave. Moro lied, but he can't say that his brother taught him how to have children with Red, but he was discovered by Red's father, and now Red's father wants to kill his brother, right? Hey, my dad? Hong was also a little confused, not knowing what his father was looking for Bo-sun. Forget it, since he was called away by my father, then let's eat first and wait for him, Sunset Red said. Oh, Moro snorted absent-mindedly, a little worried that Red's father wouldn't really kill his brother, right? However, he didn't see Hong glance at Mo Luo faintly, and secretly said, "Your brother is creating opportunities for us, what an idiot." Red already has the shadow of Moro in his heart. After all, the bite 5 years ago is still fresh in his memory. As time passed, Moro's shadow in her heart became clearer and clearer. As soon as she heard that her father had left with Bashan, she knew that her father was not worried about Moro, and quietly followed, but was led away by Bashan. However, Moro, an idiot, actually didn't notice it at all. It's very angry. Bo Sun and Sunset Zhenhong came to a training ground, and Bo Sun, who was running in front, stopped. Seeing this, Sunset Zhenhong also stopped and sighed. "I didn't expect you to be so strong." Along the way, he is chasing Boshan with all his strength, although he is not a physical ninja, but he is also an elite ninja, and he can't catch up with a 10-year-old imp under all his strength. "It's okay, Uncle Zhenhong, do you want to consider accepting my brother as a son-in-law? His talent is not much worse than mine," Bashan said half-jokingly. But Sunset Zhenhong shook his head very seriously and said, "No." Bo Sun's eyes were cold, but he recovered in an instant and asked, "Why?" Sunset True Red actually had the feeling of being targeted by the tailed beast just now, but this feeling was fleeting. However, he knew that this feeling was what Bo Shun exuded. This made him more jealous of the 10-year-old Uchiha imp in front of him. His feeling is right. Just now Bo Shun thought in his heart, "Dare to refuse, find an opportunity to make you disappear, let you block free love again." Sunset Zhenhong explained, "Although Uchiha is not as strict as the Hyaga clan, in order to maintain the purity of the bloodline, he will not let the clan marry a foreign woman. Besides, I don't want to get too close to the Uchiha family, you should understand why." Bo Shun nodded, and then said, "My brother and Hong's matter, you let them develop freely, if there is any resistance, then cut him." Bo Sun's domineering remarks shocked Sunset Zhenhong, and he didn't know where Bo Sun's confidence came from. However, Bo Shun didn't explain anything more. He already had shadow-level strength at the moment, coupled with the existence of White Fang. He didn't know his opponent in Konoha. No one can keep him. But now he doesn't want to turn his face, and if he turns his face, he has to defect with his parents. He just wants to kill those who deserve to be killed, and then wait for the wave of Feng Shui Gate to become the Fire Shadow, transform Konoha into what he wants, and then the family will be happy until death. "Forget it, I don't care about your young people's affairs." Sunset Zhenhong shook his head and said, from the speed of Uchiha Shun, he could see that he was not an opponent. Moreover, the other party is still a member of the Uchiha family, and the illusion that he is good at is even more restrained. Hey, what an incompetent father. Sunset Zhenhong secretly cursed himself in his heart. He disagrees with the root cause of Red and Moro being together, or Konoha's relationship with Uchiha, and he is afraid that one day his daughter will become a victim. Before leaving, Shirihong said very seriously, "Before adulthood, Moro and my daughter are not allowed to do things that cross the line. Otherwise, let you see how terrible a father's anger is." "You really took what I just said seriously." Bo Sun laughed. "I just want to lead you away. Now that things are settled, I'll go back to the party." Bo Sun waved his hand and left. "What a terrible little ghost." Sunset Zhenhong sighed, and then left here as well. However, Bo Sun did not go far when he was stopped by 3 people with animal masks. "Uchiha Hiroshi, come with us, Danzo-sama wants to see you," the cold voice of the dog-faced mask said. "Hey, it's a disgusting taste." Bo Sun covered his nose in disgust. The roots had done too many dirty things, and the soul was filthy, and Bashan hated the smell. "Repeat the order again, Danzo-sama wants to see you, go with you," the dog-faced masked man said again. Bo Shun looked at the 3 and narrowed his eyes. "Okay, lead the way." Bo Sun did not choose to do it. He planned to meet the legendary Pot Shadow, and by the way, cast a mirror on him. The 3 root ninjas were obviously stunned, but they didn't expect Bo Shun to cooperate so much, and then said, "Come with us." Bo Sun nodded and followed the 3. Soon, Bashan was taken to the root base. The base of the root is underground, so the light is very dark, and the 3 root ninjas bring Bashan to the main hall of the root, and Danzo is standing in front of the hall at this time. "Master Tenzo, Uchiha Hashin has been brought," the root of the dog face said respectfully. "Very good, you guys go down first," Tuan Zhang said with a wave of his hand. "Yes." After the 3 of them retreated, Tuan Zhang looked at Bo Shun and said, "Uchiha Bashan, I know your past, you must hate Uchiha Yamazawa very much, or hate the Uchiha clan. You know that. Bashan plays with taste." Tuan Zhang thought that Bo Shun would be surprised and panicked, but he didn't expect that he didn't care at all, which made him a little unable to hold Bo Sun's heart. Tenzo frowned, and after pondering, said, "I can give you the strength so that you can take revenge on the Uchiha clan. Think about it, if it weren't for the Uchiha clan over the years, what you and your brother have suffered, think about your frail and sickly mother, all this is caused by the Uchiha clan. As long as you join the roots, I will help you avenge and make those who bully you and mock you pay." Tenzo tried to arouse Bashan's hatred, but he failed, and he did not see the slightest change in emotions in Bashan's face. But it was his eyes. There was a kind of banter about watching the clown perform. "Who is he, Konoha no Dark, no one has ever dared to underestimate him, let alone treat himself as a clown. So, the anger in my heart burned at once. Tuan Zhang, do you think I'm stupid? As far as you are concerned, no dog is important to me, so I throw 2 bones to the dog, and it knows how to bark at me twice and wag its tail twice. But what about you? Unloading the grinding and killing the donkey is just a basic operation in your place, do you think I wrote back? So, your performance is like a clown in my eyes, funny. Bashan scoffed. Bashan is right, Kikishua Shigeru is a good example, although he is not rooted, but it is Konoha's, and finally died in the upper Konoha. And the later medicine master Yanaya died in the hands of the medicine master, and he was thrown away after Tenzo used it. So you won't say yes? Tuan Zhang's tone suddenly became cold. As the saying goes, if you want to stab a person's eyes, you can't hide it, and Tuan Zhang is like this at this moment. Aha Bo Sun shrugged, looking indifferent. Come man, kill him for me. Tuan Zhang gave an order, and 3 roots suddenly broken outside the door. It was the person who had just brought Bo Sun. But the 3 of them did not rush towards Bashan, but towards Tenzo. Countless shurikens flew out of the 3 of them and attacked Tuan Zhang. Tuan Zhang quickly dodged and roared, "What are you doing? Want to rebel?" But the 3 of them seemed to have not heard of it, and they killed Tuan Zhang regardless of it. Wind escape vacuum wave. A transparent sharp attack swept towards the 3 people like a whip, and the 3 of them did not dodge, and they were directly cut off by the block. Snap! Bo Sun smiled and applauded gently. Master Tuan Zhang is really ruthless, even his own subordinates say kill if they kill, and their brows don't wrinkle a bit. Tuan Zhang reacted to this, and those 3 people were all controlled by Bo Sun. But what if it's controlled? Attack yourself and die for whatever reason. What shocked him now was Bo Sun's illusion attainment, and he actually didn't notice the slightest illusion chakra. How could he have noticed that on the way to come, Bo Shun had cast a mirror on the 3 people, and he had just been treating Tuan Zhang as Bo Sun, and Tuan Zhang's vacuum wave made them think that the other party did not attack, so they crashed into it. It's you who is doing the ghost. Do you want to be a traitor? Tunzo questioned. Oh you Master Danzo, don't slander me, it's clear that the 3 root ninjas can't stand your oppression, so they want to assassinate you, Bo Shun sophistically argued. Tuan Zhang understood that it was impossible for him to subdue Bo Sun, so he could only die. Then you will die. Your eyes, I will put them to good use and use them to kill your brother, your parents. Wind escape vacuum wave. Tenzo roared angrily, and then several sharp vacuum sickle blades struck towards Bashan, and everywhere it passed, whether it was a pillar or something, it was cut off. Break it, mirror flower water moon. Bo Sun pulled out his slashing knife and slowly uttered the spell. Then, Bo Sun did not move, but opened the Sharinan eye, and the 4 enchanting pupils were reflected in Tuan Zhang's eyes. Whoop! Even if Bo Shun didn't move, Tuan Zhang's attack was a miss. It turned out that just now in the eyes of Tuan Zhang, Bo Shun suddenly shifted his position, and then he controlled the attack to change direction, and in his opinion, Bo Shun was dead. At this moment, Bo Sun's voice suddenly sounded in Tuan Zhang's ears. Tuan Zhang, do you think I will kill you? Tuan Zhang's pupil shrank sharply, quickly jumped away from his original position, and looked at Bo Sun, who had just stood behind him, with a look of disbelief, and said, "This is impossible, you are obviously dead. Could it be a Zanagat? No, your eyes are not blind." Tuan Zhang had countless questions in his mind. Is Danzo-sama so timid? You haven't answered my question yet. Bo Sun's voice came from behind Tuan Zhang, which frightened Tuan Zhang's heart, but after all, he was a person who had been famous for a long time, but he calmed down and said, "What do you want to do?" Tuan Zhang asked. For such a long time, Bo Sun did not kill himself, that is, he could negotiate conditions. Of course, it is not ruled out that Bo Sun has some perverted hobbies. Remove everyone who is watching my family. Bo Sun put away his playful tone and said, "Yes." Tuan Zhang agreed. There is only one request, if my family makes any mistakes, whether it is done by you or not, I will count it on your head. After speaking, after the group hid, Bo Sun's figure disappeared, fixed his eyes. Bo Sun was still in his original position, motionless. Everything that Tuan Zhang just did is an illusion. After Tuan Zhang understood it, he had a new understanding of the horror of Bashan's illusion, and when he returned to his senses, his back was already wet with cold sweat, and Bashan had already left. After Bashan left, Danzo smashed a lot of things, and flames were about to erupt in his eyes. Uchiha Bashan, the old man will not give up. For Konoha, everything I do is for Konoha, no one can stop me. After venting, Tuan Zhang found his good friend, Ape Flying Sunday Hinata. I told you a long time ago to hand over Uchiha to me, how about now? His illusion, even I am not an opponent. Tunzo taunted. It is clearly a mockery, but in fact, he wants to use the Ape Flying Sun to make a mistake in decision-making as a threat to get benefits. It is worthy of being a group of people who can calm down so quickly, and can also plan some benefits for themselves with this matter. However, the Ape Flying Sun Chop is not a fool. How can you let it be at your disposal? Hey, this is also to blame on you. What are you doing with spying on people's families? Originally the relationship was good, but when you made such a fuss, I suddenly froze. The 8th flying sun chop is to pick itself clean. It's all made by Tuanzang. What does it have to do with my 8th flying sun? Hinata, you. Tuanzang was so angry that he couldn't speak. Would I have done this if it weren't for your acquiescence? Tuanzang slapped the table angrily and questioned. Although Sarutobi Hinata remembered the old feelings could not be used indiscriminately, and said, the root is under your control. The Hokage, can't actually command the ninja in the village. Is the root too powerful? Tuanzang really didn't expect it. I just came to ask for benefits. Why didn't the benefits arrive? And I had to hand in some. Sunko, you're a real dog. Sunko, let's walk and see. Tuanzang said a cruel word, turned around and left. In this game, 8 flying sun wins. However, after Tenzo left, Sarutobi Hinata's gaze gradually became cold, and his eyes were glued to the 2 photos on the table. One was Uchiha Bashan and the other was Uchiha Moro. It seems that you still have to start with Uchiha Moro. Over the years, Moro has made a lot of friends at school, but the bond is not very deep. It is still necessary to strengthen the bond between Moro and others, so that Moro can be tied to Konoha's chariot, so that Bashan can become Konoha's knife. Sarutobi muttered, and then began to check the information of all of Moro's students, and finally, his eyes were fixed on the information of a red-eyed little girl. When Bosun returned to the barbecue restaurant, everyone's dinner was already halfway through. Bashan, you're finally back. Kai gave him a hug after seeing Bashan, and if Bashan hadn't pushed him away, maybe the big lips would have been printed on Bashan's face. Kai, sit down and talk. Bashan forcibly pressed Kai into his seat. After taking a look at the people who came, Red, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, Kai, Asuma, just these people, the others were not very familiar, so they did not call. Brother, you finally came back. Uncle Zhenhong didn't treat you well, right? Moro, who had been wandering outside the world, was also happy to see Bosun returning. Red rolled his eyes on the side and said secretly, in the future, you will still be alone. I hope you have never found a partner. At the same time, I am still very unconvinced in my heart. Am I a beautiful and cute beauty, is not as good as your brother? Don't say, it's really not comparable. Bosun also noticed Hong's mood and asked, what did you just do? Turn red gas into this? I didn't do anything. Moro said unobscantedly. Really, nothing. Bohun's words meant something. But Moro obviously didn't understand, and said, I really didn't do anything. I have always been worried about my brother. I am afraid that Uncle Zhenhong will beat my brother to death. I really thank you. I created such a good opportunity for you. Did you actually do it? Also, you are worried about me as a hammer. Since you are worried about me, why did you sell me in the first place? Bosun was almost ascended to heaven on the spot by his own indisputable younger brother. Hey, forget it. You are still young. I don't blame you. When you are a little older, if you are still so stupid, I will beat you into the smoke. Bosun touched Moro's head and said helplessly. Moro, who listened to it, made a snort, hit until it smoked. How far it had to be hit. Bashan didn't care about him, but said to Red, let's change places. I want to be next to Kakashi. There is a situation. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. Oh. Red bowed her head and changed seats. It was at this time that when everyone saw the blushing Moro, they instantly understood Bashan's intentions. Bosun looked at his brother a little helplessly. You blush a bubble tea. Well, I thought I was going to have one less competitor. Obito muttered. Although the voice was small, it was still heard by Kakashi. Cut, childish. Kakashi taunted mercilessly. Kakashi, what do you say? Have the ability to fight. Childish. Abominable Kakashi. Before I knew it, the dinner ended in a joyous atmosphere, except for one person who was unhappy, that is, Ape Flying Asuma. During the party, Asuma saw Moro and Red sitting together, and Red also served Moro dishes from time to time, and Asuma's whole heart was broken. But he didn't dare to attack. Firstly, the occasion was inappropriate, and secondly, and most importantly, he couldn't beat Moro. Every time he challenged Moro in recent years, he was beaten up and almost beaten out of the shadows. What's more, Moro also has a brother-control mad demon Bosun beside him, and he doesn't want to die yet. At night, Bosun came to the depths of the silent forest, carrying in his hand an ordinary villager who had been knocked unconscious. Then he took out Indra's body, and he wanted to reincarnate Indra. And in order to avoid accidents after Indra woke up, Bosun specially found ordinary people as sacrifices for Indra's rebirth. The art of dirt rebirth. The next moment, the villagers, who were originally faint, suddenly woke up in severe pain, and watched their bodies wrapped in pieces of paper and unable to do anything. Soon, the spell was successful, and Indra's appearance came into Bosun's eyes. He was also secretly relieved. He was originally worried that Uchiha Madara would not be able to summon Indra's soul as the reincarnation of Indra. Now it seems to be too much to worry about. The rebirths of Indra and Azura are both chakra rebirths, not souls. Are you? Indra opened his eyes and asked. My name is Uchiha Shun, I can be considered your junior. Shun replied. Descendants of me and Uchiha Hana. Indra muttered. Junior, how did you summon me out of the undead world? Indra asked. He was very curious about these kinds of ninjutsu. After all, he can be regarded as the founder of ninjas, because it was he who invented the seal-release ninjutsu. Although the ninja sect created by the 6 Dao immortals can possess chakra, it cannot use various ninjutsu at will like the 6 Dao immortals. Therefore, Indra invented the method of releasing ninjutsu with seals, which has been passed down to this day. It was invented by a genius among the descendants of Asura that can reawaken the soul of the deceased through the body tissue of the deceased and then use a living person as a sacrifice. Bo Shun explained patiently. He didn't mind talking to Indra, but also wanted to see if he could find Asura's body through him. Is it? It's really interesting, Indra praised. It's just that Bo Shun has some doubts. Indra shouldn't be like this. It should be a person who believes in strength, and his temper is a little like Uchiha. However, how could this Indra not feel the slightest aura of killing, but was still somewhat peaceful? Indra saw Bo Shun's doubts, but did not take the initiative to explain, but asked, how has the ninja world been all these years? For thousands of years, there have been wars. Until more than 40 years ago, your junior Uchiha Madara and Asura junior Senjukuma joined forces to create the ninja village system. Because of the unattainable strength of the two, the ninja world was peaceful for a while, but because of the concept, Uchiha Madara defected to the village. Soon after, the thousand-hand pillar also died, and it was not easy to make peace for a while, and the war began again. Until now, the war is not over. Moreover, someone is planning an even bigger catastrophe, and once that person succeeds, the entire ninja world will perish. Bo Sun slowly tells these histories. Who is that person? Indra asked. I don't know, I just know that it's a black and unslippery human-like thing. Bo Shun revealed a little dark news. I believe Indra will definitely remember this person. Sure enough, when Indra heard Bo Shun's words, he instantly remembered Heiju. When he and his brother turned against each other, this guy accounted for a large part of the reason. I didn't understand it until I died, but unfortunately it was too late. But I didn't expect that he actually lived for thousands of years. He immediately realized that Heiju's plan was not simple, and he might really perish. So he looked at Bo Shun and said, how do you think peace can be achieved? There was scrutiny in my eyes. I didn't know what I was thinking. Without hesitation, Bo Shun said, force that is so strong that everyone is desperate is the only way to peace. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Indra burst out laughing when he heard this. Yes, only strong force is the only way to peace. At this moment, that Indra is the Indra who is gifted with evil. The arrogant and domineering makes Bo Sun can't help but look sideways. Other than that, it's a little close. Bo Shun shook his head and said, oh, what's missing? Indra asked. He found this junior very interesting. Bo Sun spoke, it is not enough to have strong force, you also need endless lives, otherwise when you die of old age, the war will start again. Indra pondered for a moment and said, you're right. Then he continued to ask, Junior, why did you call me here? I just need your great strength, Bo Shun said bluntly. Indra's eyes were also cold. Are you planning to use me? That's right. Hearing that Bo Shun was so direct, Indra looked at him for a long time, then retracted his momentum and said, as long as you can achieve peace, why not use me? So, you agreed? Bo Shun was also a little surprised. He thought that he needed to control Indra, but he didn't expect to agree. How? Indissoluble? Well, I don't understand. When I invented ninjutsu, I knew that once people had power, they would fall into endless wars. That's why I have to gain more power to restrain them. However, my stupid brother actually wants to touch the world with love. What a fool. Now, I'm a dead man, I shouldn't have mixed with human affairs, but if I can help you, if I can organize that guy and make peace in the ninja world, then everything is worth it. Indra's narration, Bo Shun also understood his thoughts. He thinks that he has spoken out the peaceful method, which coincides with what he thinks of, plus the danger factor of Black Absolute, so he will help himself. But what he didn't know was that Bo Sun had never thought about the peace of the ninja world, and what did the ninja world matter to him? He just said what he thought was a peaceful method, but he didn't expect to be misunderstood. How can you make sense of this? By the way, do you know where Asura is buried? Bo Shun asked the question he wanted to know the most. Indra shook his head and said, I don't know, I never went back after I was defeated. Bo Shun was somewhat disappointed after hearing this. However, Indra continued, although I don't know, I know where he lived, and I will tell you the scope of his original life, and then you can find it yourself. Really? Thank you so much, Bo Sun said happily, even using honorifics. Immediately afterwards, Bo Shun brought out a map to Indra. Well, the landscape has changed a lot, but it can still be roughly seen. Indra looked at it for a moment and said. Then he drew a rough range on the map, probably here, then you can find it yourself. Bo Shun took the map and said, well, thank you so much. Then next. I will suck out the soul of the senior in a while, do not resist. Bo Shun said with a smile, it was good to be able to easily transform Indra into Vastad. Indra nodded in agreement. Without Indra's resistance, Bo Shun smoothly withdrew Indra's soul with Avatar. Under the influence of Honyu, a hollow gradually appeared in Indra's soul chest. At this time, Indra's memory has not disappeared, but after he becomes a void, his memory will disappear at first sight, and finally form a new personality. It's amazing. Indra looked at the change in himself and sighed. Greater conviction that Bashan can bring peace. However, he did not know that he would become an accomplice of the world destroyer. Bo-sun did not let him immediately become a void, but received a Bang Yuzhong, first erase his memory, and then turn him into a void, otherwise there may be an accident. For the next 10 days, Bashan observed Indra's situation, and finally on the 11th day, Indra's memory was completely erased. Bo-sun just began to turn it into nothing. Unsurprisingly, as soon as it was born, Indra was a Vastad-level void. Even if it is not by devouring the same kind, Indra's strength is slowly increasing, and sooner or later it will break its own face. Therefore, Bo-sun in Annihilation used the broken jade to break his face, and when his strength could not grow, and then broke the face by himself, he was the strongest Indra. From now on, you will be called Indra, Bo-sun said lightly. Indra said respectfully, yes. King Xiaowu gave the name. You hide it first, the first task is to complete the self-destruction, I will call you if something happens. Bashan ordered. Obey. The next moment, Indra disappeared in place, and even Bashan could not see his movement clearly, which showed the terrifying strength of his strength. I want to hurry up and raise my strength, otherwise, I can't suppress my subordinates. In case of betrayal, it will be a great disaster. Bo-sun thought to himself. 3 days later, Bo-sun actually saw Watergate and Juzine on the street. So he walked forward and greeted, Captain, didn't you go to support the battlefield of the Thunder Country? How did it come back? Seeing that it was Bo-sun, Watergate said with a smile, that's right, but now the battlefield of the Thunder Country can be stabilized, and the students of the ninja school are still 5 days away from graduating, so Naruto-sama asked me to come back and bring a group of students. And now that the war is tight, I'm afraid I can't teach them how long. I'm going to take them to the battlefield. Hey, Watergate sighed helplessly, they are still children, just graduated. You actually want to go into battle? This damn war. That's the case, but Captain, you don't have to worry too much, with your protection, they will be safe. Bo-sun nodded. Watergate shook his head and said, I'm not strong enough to do that, but I'll try to protect them. Forget it, don't talk about this, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Uzumaki Jushine. Watergate introduced. Bo-sun also looked over and secretly said, is this the nine-tailed man Zuli Juzine? In the future, when she dies, do you want to snatch the nine tails over? Just enough to feed Huixing. However, just when Bo-sun had this idea, the nine-tailed group in Juzine's body exploded. He felt as if he was going to die. Juzine, this person is very dangerous, almost stay away from him. Nine Tails said through gritted teeth. This is the first time that the threat of death has been felt, real death. Therefore, even if he hates Juzine, it is nothing compared to life. Juzine was also shocked, this was the first time that the Nine Tails took the initiative to find himself. Nine Tails, you are actually so kind? Wouldn't it be to sow discord? Juzine said suspiciously, a little unconvinced. The old man doesn't disdain to do that, even if he sows discord, he is also provoking you and Watergate, and it is not enough to provoke such a smelly boy. The Nine Tails said arrogantly. Later, I was afraid that Juzine would not believe it, and added, I have an ability to sense good and evil, and just now this little devil showed strong malice towards you, although it was only for a moment. Whether you believe it or not, you judge for yourself. Throwing down such a sentence, the Nine Tails didn't say much. Anyway, now that he is sealed, he can't run away, and when he dies, Juzine dies first. Believe it or not. Hey, Nine Tails, you make it clear, bastard. No matter how Juzine called, the Nine Tails just didn't respond. Seeing that Juzine was stunned, and her face was ugly, Watergate thought that she was sick, so she cared. What's wrong, Juzine? Watergate, I'm a little uncomfortable, you send me back first. Juzine pretended to be weak and said, good, then I'll go back first, and we'll talk about it another day. After saying goodbye to Bo-sun, Watergate left with Juzine. Captain, please. Bo-sun squinted and watched the two slowly leave his sight, and secretly said, is it exposed? The Nine Tails seem to be able to perceive good and evil. However, there is no evidence, and you can't take what you do. At most, it is an extra layer of defense, and it is harmless. At this moment, Juzine, who had just returned home, originally weakened and disappeared instantly, and Watergate was stunned. Juzine, you are. Juzine did not answer, but asked instead, who was that person just now? Watergate did not hide it either, saying, he is my former subordinate, named Uchiha Hashan, and he has been on a mission together for more than a year. The Uchiha clan? Juzine was shocked. Could it be that he coveted the Nine Tails in my body? The Nine Tails in the body heard that Bashan was a member of the Uchiha clan, and he was also grinning, and it was Uchiha who treated him like a pet, a shame that he could not forget for the rest of his life. What's wrong? Any questions? Watergate saw that Juzine was acting so strangely and asked. Watergate, can we not touch him in the future? I don't like it, Juzine said, but did not tell Watergate what the Nine-Tails said. Because everyone knows how much the Nine-Tails hates humans, what if Watergate thinks that the Nine-Tails is deceiving himself? Watergate frowned, a little did not understand what Juzine meant, but still chose to promise her, okay, I promise you, try not to contact him, but once there is any task to work together, I can't help. That's good, when there is a task, you must also be careful with him, I always feel that this person is not simple. Juzine reminded. Okay, I see. As soon as Bashin returned home, he was called to the Hokage building by Kakashi. Naruto-sama, is there something going on? Bashin asked. 8th chopped his bar twice and said, I called you here this time to talk to you about the division of classes. Shifts? Both Bashin and Kakashi hated to be surprised. We have all graduated for several years, and the strength is the last time is Shangnin, are you sure you are not joking? Ahem, although the two of you are shocked and very strong, but since graduation, you have been acting alone and do not have your own squad. This is not possible, fetters are the driving force that makes people strong, so that people can find their life goals and will not let themselves go astray. So, both of you have to participate in this class. The 8th Flying Sun slashed the words, and Bosun almost vomited. Bonds can lead people astray. In the original work, Orochimaru, Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Uzumaki Nagato, which one did not have his own bond at the beginning, and finally died as soon as the bond died, all became crazy for 100 years. Since it was arranged by Naruto-sama, then we will do it. Kakashi was not very happy either, but thought that this was arranged by Hokage after all, just like Bashin said, the biggest arrangement of Hokage. So he nodded and agreed. 8th Ari nodded in satisfaction and said, you can go back first, and rest well recently. Yes, Kakashi said and retreated, but Bashin did not leave. Do you have anything else? Sarutobi asked. Naruto-sama, how about we make a deal? Bosun said with a grin. Sarutobi didn't know what the hell Bosun was doing, so he asked, what cooperation? You help me watch Danzo and don't let him threaten my parents. I'll help you destroy Uchiha. As soon as Bosun's words came out, 8th Sun's face darkened, and a terrifying aura erupted on his body. The current 8th Flying Sun chop is not old, it is still shinobi. But Bosun was not afraid at all, and quietly looked at the eyes of the 8th Flying Sun. Bashan, take back your words, I can act as if I didn't hear anything, otherwise I will provoke the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha, you are a traitor. 8th Ari said with a black face. You know, now is a time of war, and Bashan's actions can be completely regarded as betrayal, killed on the spot. Bosun shook his head and said, Naruto-sama, listen to me analyze it with you. Sarutobi didn't speak, just stared at Bosun, wanting to see what flowers he could say. I'm talking about helping you destroy Uchiha, not now, but when you need it, when I destroy it. It's impossible, the Uchiha clan is part of Konoha, and I won't destroy Uchiha at any time. 8th Flying Sun refused with one bite. Now has not experienced the Nine-Tails rebellion, although Sarutobi Hinata is suppressing Uchiha, it is not as crushing as it was later. Moreover, Uchiha belongs to Konoha's powerful combat power, and without Uchiha, Konoha will also break an arm, so it is absolutely impossible for Sarutobi to agree. Naruto-sama, Uchiha is one of the two founding families of Konoha, now that the Thousand Hands are gone, Uchiha is the only founding family, but there has never been a Hokage, do you think, will they be willing? Even if Uchiha Yamazawa has no idea, what about his son? What about his grandson? And what about the radicals? Bosun's demagogic words kept filling the ears of the 8th Flying Sun. So, in order to prevent trouble, we make this transaction, in case one day, Uchiha can't help but attack, I can help you destroy him. You also know what happened to my brother and I when we were children, so I hate Uchiha. After Bosun finished speaking, he quietly waited for the answer of the 8th Flying Sun. The 8th flew and clicked the bags under his eyes, and after a while, the office became smoky and smoky. Then he slowly raised his head, looked at Bosun with complicated eyes, and said, Bosun, you are too dangerous. Today, I should not have heard, you go back. This answer, Bosun was not surprised, so he shrugged his shoulders and walked away. Only the 8th Flying Sun was constantly smoking, just now he was moved, but it was at this time that he realized the danger of Bashan. At this moment, the danger level in Bashan's heart is directly following the Uchiha spot back then, and the only thing that is bad is that the strength is not enough. Hey, it seems that you can only control Maro as soon as possible, otherwise Bosun may do something crazy at any time. And if you can, try to provoke Bosun as little as possible, he's crazy. 8th Flying Sun muttered. No one wants to provoke a madman unless they are sure to beat him to death. Otherwise, wait for crazy retaliation. Bashan left the Hokage building and went home, waiting until after 2 o'clock in the morning before getting out of bed and heading straight for the root base where he had been. The reason why he went so late was because he was afraid that the 8th Flying Sun Chop would spy on him. He didn't believe that it was more than 2 o'clock, and the 8th Flying Sun Chop still didn't sleep. Stop! What people? Not far from the base of the route, Bo-sun was stopped by a root. I'm Uchiha Bashan, if you have something to find Tenzo, you go and report, Bo-sun said lightly. I want to call Tuanzang-sama, the root man said murderously. Good, Master Tenzo, go quickly. Bo-shun perfunctory. Master Tenzo is not something you want to see. Me, you actually dare to fool me. Growing up so big, it is Bo-sun playing others, coupled with inheriting the ability of blue dyeing, and having a mirror flower, he naturally likes to control others and tease others. Unexpectedly, he was tricked by a small root member here, and immediately decided that he must be given a taste of what fear is. Break it, mirror flower water moon. As soon as the mirror flowers and moons were solved, the root member was hypnotized in an instant. Since you won't let you in, then I'll leave. After that, Bashan left. Count you acquaintance. With a cold snort, he continued to go back to guard. It didn't take long for the sky to dawn. At this time, the root of the substitute class found him and said, I'm coming to exchange you, and I'll give you one of the steamed buns I just bought. Thank you. After taking the steamed buns, he left, eating the steamed buns as he went. Only, why is this steamed bun so strange? Why do you still bring bursting juice? Well, it's quite Q-bomb, and you must ask him where he bought it when you turn back. Snap, however, at this moment, a snap of fingers suddenly sounded in his ears. Immediately afterwards, the originally white sky in his eyes was still extremely dark. Then he felt a sharp pain rush to his brain, causing him to fall to his knees. He wanted to ask what was going on, but he found that he couldn't speak. Where is the steamed bun that you just ate yourself? Obviously his own tongue. When he looked back again, where was Root's companion, it was clearly Uchiha Bashan. Bo-sun walked in front of him, slowly squatted down, and smiled. Is the tongue delicious? However, Bashan's smile was like a demon in his eyes, and he said to him, come and accompany me. The ninja had fear in his eyes, he had been tortured a lot, and he had all survived. But I've never eaten my own meat zero. Especially if you eat it voluntarily unconsciously, you still don't feel it, and you think it's delicious. At this moment, he looked at Bo-sun with a pleading in his eyes, and Bo-sun understood, kill me, please. Biting the tongue will not die in the first place. After biting the tongue, it will bleed non-stop, lose too much blood and die. Bo-sun smiled, ignored him, and walked straight towards the root base. Bo-sun did not wait for others to report. The whole process was opened, hypnotized when he saw people, and soon arrived at the main hall of the root base. It was discovered that Tuanzang had been waiting for him here for a long time. Uchiha Hashan, what is the crime of killing a member of the Konoha root? Tuanzang shouted coldly. It seems that he already knows about the murder that Bashan just killed. Bo-sun was not strange, and said, okay, for you, dying a subordinate is like drinking water. I came to cooperate with you this time. Tuanzang pondered and said, what cooperation? Since you can't subdue Bo-sun, you can't kill it at present, it's better to cooperate to seek some benefits, and then kill when you have the opportunity. This is Tuanzang, which is different from the ape flying sun. Sarutobi loves power, but also wants Konoha to be strong, provided that it does not threaten his status. Danzo, on the other hand, has been under the guise of everything I do, it's for Konoha. In fact, everything he does is for himself. As long as it is beneficial to himself, even if he kills his father and enemies, he can cooperate. If the Uchiha clan wants to rebel, I will help you destroy him. And you, just don't deal with my parents while I'm not in Konoha. Bashan spoke out about his deal, but also exposed his weaknesses. That is the parents, but not exposed. In order to deal with themselves, Tuanzang will attack his parents sooner or later. Since this is the case, it is better to say it directly and delay some time. Wait for the end of the 3 battles, and then slowly play with him after returning to the village. Moreover, the original work of Uchiha was exterminated by the Uchiha weasel, and in this life, it is not bad to change the method of extinction. For example, fighting hard with Konoha. Bo-chun is not in the habit of being a good person. Okay, I promise you. Tenzo happily agreed. He had already begun to target the Uchiha clan, but he had perfectly inherited the will of the second-generation Hokage Senjutsu, and even the blue was better than the blue. Uchiha rebelled and you helped me exterminate the clan? Simple, as long as I persecute the Uchiha family, I am afraid that they will not rebel? When I get the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, plus the original Mudun cell, then it will be your Bashan's death period. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. And just like that, the 2 big bad guys started a happy cooperation. A few days later, the graduation examination of the ninja school began, and Maro easily defeated his opponent and successfully graduated. The current assessment is not as simple as later performing a 3-body technique to pass the assessment. If you only know the 3-body technique, you don't know how to die on the battlefield. Today, you will officially graduate. Tomorrow morning, when you gather in class, you will announce your class classification and the teacher who leads the team. The teacher said to the graduating students, yes, I'm finally graduating, Kakashi, I'll definitely catch up with you. Obito almost jumped up with joy. Others were also very happy. But soon they will not be happy. it is now in the middle of the war, and Kanata's forces are tight. I believe, soon they will be on the front line. At this moment, the teacher said, Mitarashi Red Beans, Uchiha Moriste, there is something to tell you. The others disband. Everyone looked at the two suspiciously, and Obito gloated over to Moro, and said with a smile, Moro, you won't have graduated and need to repeat a grade, right? Ha ha ha. In the face of Obito's taunts, Moro was not used to it, and bang bang was two punches that hit Obito's head. The head with soil was visibly topped with two large bags, and they were strung together like sugar gourds. Bastard Moro, you have the ability to single out. The rustic Wawa shouted. You just can't beat me anyway, but I won't fight you, slightly. Moro also grimaced after speaking, which was very much in line with the image of Naruto when he was in school. I don't know if he is like this by nature, or because Bosun has wanted him to pretend to be like this for a long time. Maybe even he himself has forgotten what his personality is like. Bastard Moro, Obito was about to rush forward, but Rin stopped him in front of him. Obito, you can't beat Moro, you will be beaten if you go up. Hey, Lin, are you worried about me? Obito was instantly distracted and said happily, okay, take the soil, let's go first, the teacher must have something to do with them. Lin said softly. Okay, I'll let Moro go this time, but I'll tell you, it's not that I can't beat Moro, I'm just looking at your face and letting him go. Obito said shamelessly. Aha. Rin covered her mouth and chuckled, nodding and acknowledging what Obito said. Such a gentle and kind girl, no wonder Obito likes it. After everyone left, the teacher said to the two, you two have been assigned to the hands of Lord Orochimaru, one of the three shinobi, and form a team with Moro's brother. What? Team up with your brother? That's great. Moro was delighted, and there was no better news for him. Since his brother graduated, he has spent less time with himself, and now teaming up with his brother is definitely his biggest wish at present. Hungu is also very happy. It is lucky to be able to form a team with two geniuses, not to mention that he also has his own adored Sanchin Orochimaru as a teacher. The teacher continued, however, now that the war is tight, Lord Orochimaru has written back and said that his squad will report to the battlefield of the Land of Wind tomorrow. If you can successfully reach the battlefield of the Land of Wind alive, even if you pass his assessment. Hey, teacher, you're not kidding, are you? Red Bean was a little puzzled and a little shocked. We just graduated, we're going to go through the entire fire country alone, and then go into battle? Are you kidding? To be honest, Red Bean was a little scared. Moro did not have much fear, and when he did not accept the inheritance, he was shocked to reach the strength of special patience. After being inherited, because Moro was originally used for a part of the bloodline of the Big Tube, the fusion was very rapid, much faster than the original Bashan, and now he is already the strength of the elite Shainin. I believe it won't take long to break through to become a shadow-level powerhouse. How can this kind of thing be a joke? Go back and get ready, and let Moro know your brother when he gets back. Yes, teacher. After that, Moro jumped and ran back home, and Red Bean looked loveless. After returning home, Moro told Bashan about the matter, and Bashan did not say anything, he had already guessed the approximate. At night, after Bosun washed, he went to bed. Before going to sleep, he also glanced at Huixing, who was sleeping beside him. He has been sleeping since he devoured a lot of Shao'er chakra last time. Little rabbit, if you don't wake up again, I can't help but eat spicy rabbit head. Bosun chanted, and seeing that Huixing did not respond, he covered the quilt and went to sleep. The next morning, Bosun felt a tingling in his arm, which was no longer his own. Confused to open his eyes, I feel as if there is a soft mass in my arms, it feels very good, and my skin is very smooth. Wait a minute, skin? Bosun seemed to have thought of something, his confused eyes instantly widened, and it was a white-haired loli that came into view. And this white-haired loli is Red Fruit, holding herself like an octopus, with a wisp of crystal saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. What the is going on? What about rabbits? Bosun looked confused. Subsequently, Snap, looking at the white-haired loli in his arms, Bosun's heartbeat gradually accelerated. Who the can stand this? Bashan showed a lewd smile that was uglier than crying. Although he is 10 years old, his height has reached 1 meter 6, and his physiology has gradually matured. Facing such a delicate and cute little loli, it is a nonsense to say that he can't move. How about a kiss? Just one down. Bosun thought of it and acted, pouting his big lips and leaning in. However, at this moment, the white-haired loli opened her eyes in a daze, and then saw a donkey pouting its big lips and about to kiss herself. Dead beast, get out. Frightened, she directly slapped with all her strength and slapped directly at the donkey face. Ugh! Bosun screamed and was fanned under the bed. At this time, the white-haired loli gradually sobered up, looked at her hands a little confused, and then lifted the quilt and looked at it. Ha ha ha, my Huixing has finally changed back into a human being. Great! After more than 1,000 years, Huixing finally changed back into a human body, and she almost cried out with excitement, completely forgetting the donkey she had just dreamed of. Are you Huixing? Bosun covered his face at this time and stood up and asked. Yes, I've changed back into a human being. Huixing didn't feel that he was not wearing clothes at all, he just wanted to share his joy with Ba Shun, and suddenly pounced on Ba Shun's body. The star about 1 meter and 2 meters tall hung directly on Ba Shun's body. Bo Sun wanted to remind her, but he was a little reluctant. That, Huixing, you better put your clothes on first, Bo Sun said awkwardly, and there was a trace of regret in his eyes. Close your eyes. Huixing screamed and got back under the covers. Che, you're a rabbit, I didn't see anything, I didn't stroke anywhere? Bo Sun raised his eyebrows and said, wanting to tease Huixing. Well, you don't turn your head, do you? Huixing suddenly showed a head from the bed and said through gritted teeth. Bo Sun tilted his neck, looking like what kind of posture can you take me? White eyes. You see me naked, and I want to see you too. Huixing directly used the ability of white eyes to see, and stared at Bo Sun deadly, especially a certain place in Bo Sun was even more focused. Oh, I'll go, you tiger girl. Bo Sun was stunned by Huixing's commotion, and quickly covered the key parts with both hands. Okay, good, I won't look at it, I'll go find you a dress. With that, Bo Sun fled quickly. After Bo Sun left, Huixing breathed a sigh of relief, and his face turned red. I didn't expect that this time I was sleeping, I could directly turn into a human body. It's just that it hasn't fully recovered, otherwise it wouldn't be like this little kid now. Huixing whispered. Just then, the door to the room was slammed open. Brother, eat, eat. At this moment, the two looked at each other, and time seemed to freeze. My brother was slept by a little girl? That was Morrow's first thought. Mom, my brother. After Morrow affirmed his thoughts, he wanted to tell his mother, but before he finished shouting, he was covered by Bo Sun who came back. Don't bark, do you hear that? Ba Shun's eyes seemed to be about to eat people, which frightened Morrow and nodded quickly. Only then did Bo Shun let go of the other party, gave the clothes in his hand of Huixing, and pulled Morrow out. Brother, what is that? Morrow asked as soon as he came out. Bo Sun did not hide it and said, that is my little rabbit. Hey brother, you're so perverted. Morrow looked at Ba Shun in disgust and said. Bo Sun of anger trembled all over, and secretly said, this is my brother, dear, can't fight, can't fight. Didn't I have a pet rabbit before? She's the rabbit. Ba Shun explained again. So it is. However, Morrow said something that suddenly realized, but his expression told Ba Shun that he didn't believe it. How could a rabbit become a human? It seems to be. Emo Luo seemed to have suddenly thought of something, looked at Bo Sun again, and asked cautiously, is it a big tube? After he was passed on, his memory recorded that Kagaya Atsuki was a rabbit. That's right. It's just that she was injured before, so she changed back to her body. Ba Shun nodded and said. Then he instructed, don't tell anyone, don't say it to anyone. Don't worry, brother, I know, after all, it's the one who wants to be my sister-in-law. Morrow assured as he patted his chest. You give me a side. Bo Sun gave him a blank look and ignored him. By the way, brother, today we are going to the battlefield of the Land of Wind, will my sister-in-law follow? Morrow asked. Bo Sun's forehead was bruised, if it weren't for his own brother, he would have beaten him 8 times a day. Her name is Huixing, don't call her sister-in-law again. Bo Shun almost roared. Yes, I see. Morrow was so frightened that he nodded quickly. Why hadn't he found his brother so terrifying before? Whose sister-in-law? At this moment, a milky voice came from behind the two. After Bo Sun listened, his bones were almost crispy. Damn, whether it is the voice or the appearance, it is just right to grow at the point of the wave, but the body has not yet grown, which is a shortcoming. Morrow didn't feel much, because he already had someone in his heart. That, sister-in-law. Woohoo! As soon as Morrow was about to speak, he was mercilessly covered by Bo Sun. Didn't say anything. Bo Sun quickly diverted the topic and said, we are going to the battlefield today, you have to go with me. Are you worried about me? Huixing suddenly showed a little devilish smile and said. Bo Sun was uncomfortable watching and said, you need to turn back into a rabbit, you can't let others find out. Hey, you used to like rabbits, so perverted, I like it so much. Huixing's words did not make Bo Sun almost vomit a mouthful of old blood, and Morrow next to him had quietly moved his footsteps away from Bo Sun, for fear that he would be infected and dislike himself after being known by Hong. Something is wrong with my brother, something is wrong with my sister-in-law, they are a couple. It's better to be red, it's normal. Morrow said secretly in his heart. Bo Sun also noticed Morrow's movement and sighed secretly, since they are all said to be perverted, then the immutability, isn't it sorry for you? Well, I have a showdown, I just like rabbits, I'm a pervert. What do you say? One more word to the old lady? Just as Ba Shun was showdown, his wife's voice came from behind him. Just by listening to the sound, you can feel that a volcano is about to erupt. The family had a beautiful breakfast, including Huixing, but not Ba Shun. During the meal, Ba Shun's parents cared about Huixing so much that they regarded him as a daughter-in-law. And Bo Sun was miserable, and everyone was allowed to eat at the table after eating. During this period, he also saw Huixing's eyes glancing at him from time to time, and his eyes were full of defiance. However, with the old lady here, he knew that he couldn't resist. This was bloodline suppression. When the time came to set off, the two brothers and Ajaki gathered at the gate of Konoha village. Moro was more excited, and Red Bean was excited mixed with some fearful emotions, except for Bosun's black face the whole time. "Your brother, what's going on?" Red Bean poked Moro with his finger and asked in a low voice. Moro looked at Bashan's gloomy face and knew that he couldn't make his brother angry at this time, so he said, "I don't know." Oh, Red Bean was also afraid that Bo Shun would be angry, so he didn't ask more. The reason for all this is also caused by Huixing. After Huixing turned back into a rabbit, he kept lying on Bashan's head, unable to survive. Bo Sun was going to use Qiang, and Huixing said, "I will tell my aunt that you bully me. In a word, take Bashan to death. Go." The three of them rushed towards the battlefield of the Land of Winds together, considering the strength of Red Bean, so Bashan and Moro did not rush with all their strength. Just after Bo Sun and the others set off, Tuanzang made a small move again. "Oil Lady Ryoma, the subordinates are here. You go and poison Uchiha's parents, chronic poison. Obey." Oil Lady Ryoma is the elite of the root, the right-hand man of Tenzo, and will meticulously carry out Tenzo's orders. Moreover, the Oil Lady clan is also the family that is best at poison making in Konoha, so Danzo gave him this task. "Hee, Uchiha Bashan, as long as you control your parents, are you afraid that you will not obediently? When the 3 battles are over, I will threaten you to destroy Uchiha and then assassinate Hinata, so that I am the most qualified person to become Hokage." Tuanzang imagined his smooth future. And Bo Shun did not expect that Tuanzang, the old yin, would actually use poisoning methods. He thought that Tenzo might continue to monitor after he left the village, or he might kidnap his parents and threaten him, but he didn't expect to be poisoned. Because although Tuanzang is despicable and shameless, Bo Sun has never seen Tuanzang poisoning people, which belongs to habitual thinking. Ape Flying Sun Chopper is also in action, whether it is Bo Chun or Moro, they are people he values very much, and he also wants to know how strong Bo Shun is now, and Emo Luo has nothing to hide. Therefore, he sent 3 Dark Upper Shinobi to the battlefield of the Land of Wind, record the performance of the 2 brothers on the battlefield, and transmit information to him at any time. Once it is found that the 2 are out of control, the Ape Flying Sun Slash will definitely be more ruthless than Tuanzang. At this moment, the 2 Bashan brothers don't know that the 2 C positions in Konoha F have begun to plan themselves. "Be careful, someone." Bo Sun suddenly stopped and said. Moro and Red Bean also stopped and looked around vigilantly. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, countless Ku Wuxiang 3 people from all directions. Avatar art. When Dangdang Bashan and Moro respectively pulled out Kagami Shuiyu and Kuwu to block, Red Bean did not have the reaction speed of the brothers, and the speed of the seal was not slow, and he used the substitute technique to dodge. Oh, it's 3 Konoha imps. At this time, the surrounding 6 sand ninjas walked out of the woods and looked at the 3 with playful faces. "Little ghost, are you going to the battlefield? To be able to go to battle in this year, you are the great geniuses of Konoha, right?" Bo Sun secretly gave him a thumbs up. The Sand Shinobu analyzed very correctly. Even if he took Red Beans, he was also a small genius. If it were not for the teacher of the big snake pill in the original work, I believe that the achievement would definitely not be just a special forbearance. Now it seems that he is on his way to worship the great snake pill as a teacher. Don't talk? It seems that I guessed correctly. I'm the most fond of killing geniuses. The Shinobu smiled maniacally. Bo Sun really can't stand it. Did you get so many scenes? Broken Path 31 Red Cannon. Bo Sun aimed one hand at the person who spoke, and saw a crimson pillar of fire shoot out. Muji Ninjutsu. How is that possible? San Shinobu was extremely shocked. Even Red Bean was no exception. Muji Ninjutsu can surprise the other party on the battlefield and catch the other party by surprise. Now, although Bashan's red cannon is not ninjutsu, it is a ghost path, but it does not hinder his powerful and instantaneous characteristics. That San Shinobu didn't have time to dodge, and was hit hard by the red cannon. When the smoke clears, where is the man's body? All broken arm stumps. The first time Red Bean saw such a scene, he vomited at once. I really don't understand you, you all like to add drama to yourself. Bo Sun said indifferently. Golem Shinobu swallowed his spit with difficulty. They just saw that the 3 of them were just graduating shinobi, at most the talent was better. They just arrived here, and being able to kill 3 Konoha genius ninjas is a good start. Who would have thought that these 3 children were not geniuses, they were perverts. Your brother is so strong. After the Red Bean spit out a little comfortably, he looked at Bo Sun with adoration and said to Moro next to him, Of course, my brother is the strongest. Moro looked proud, as if he was praising himself. I remember, he's Konoha Black Shinigami. Half a month ago, he and Yellow Flash suddenly disappeared from the territory of the Land of Wind, but he didn't expect to return to Konoha. A sand ninja recognized Bashan's identity with a terrified expression, and his legs retreated uncontrollably. What? Is he the Black Reaper? The other shinobi also showed expressions of fear. In the past year, Bashan has destroyed the transportation of sand shinobu countless times in the territory of the Land of Wind and the Wind Watergate, and is powerful and kills countless people, and was nicknamed a Black Shinobu by Sand Shinobu. Bo-sun's face was not very good looking. He didn't like this nickname. One of the broken roads, Chong. Swish. Bo-shun raised a finger and aimed it at these shinobu, followed by countless shockwaves like bullets, constantly shooting at shinobu. Run! I don't know who shouted, and the 5 shinobi scattered and fled. However, how could Bo-shun let them go? Countless shockwaves like bullets hit no one, and each blow would cause a blood hole. AAA Bo-shun beckoned to the 2 and said, "There are 5 people here, one of you 2, stay one to ask for information." Ha! Are you going to kill them? Red Doe has become even more bloodless because she saw the dead man's face turn pale, but she has never killed anyone. That's right, go ahead, killing is something that ninjas have to go through. Bo-sun said indifferently. Good. Red Bean took out a kunao stick and walked towards a sand ninja with heavy steps. Puff Kuu pierced the chest of the shinobu without hindrance, and Maro on the side was faster than her and had already killed both of them. And he is only a little ugly, and there are no adverse reactions such as vomiting, which may be related to his experience as a child, and this may be his nature, not the upright and cheerful character he has always had. After killing the second person, Red Bean finally couldn't help but vomit, and Bo-shun didn't care about her, but walked to the only remaining shinobu. What is your purpose in coming to the Land of Fire? How many people are there? The sand couldn't help but look at Bo-shun with indignation, spat out a mouthful of blood, and said, "I won't tell you anything, you died this hard." Hearing this, Bo-shun not only did not get angry, but gently applauded and said, "I like your backbone, I hope you can still be so tough later." "You, what are you going to do?" The only remaining shinobu said with a frightened expression. "You'll find out in a minute. I know a form of torture, called Ling Chi execution, also called 1,000 cuts. The so-called 1,000 cuts are to cut the flesh directly from the body of a living person, and it takes 3,600 knives. In order to ensure that the prisoner will not die in the process of torture, the cut flesh is the size of a copper coin, which ensures that the prisoner will not die. If the number of knives reaches 3,600, it will be divided into 3 days, cutting 1,200 knives per day, during which the prisoner cannot die. The conditions here are simple, there is no copper money, and the time is limited, so I can only make you feel aggrieved, and I personally handle the knife to ensure that 3,600 knives can be cut in 1 day." Bo-shun pulled out the mirror and revealed a devilish smile. Not to mention that Sand Shinobi, even Red Bean and Moro were frightened. "Gollum, Moro, your brother is so terrible," Red Bean whispered. "Also, it's okay." Moro stammered, but secretly said in his heart, "What a fart, I'll make my brother angry again after we are together, chop my hands." "You, don't come here." Shinobu watched as the long knife in Bashan's hand slowly approached him, and shouted in horror. "I forgot to tell you, my knife is specially made and can hurt the soul, I believe you will be cool enough to fly." Saying that, Bo-sun put a small piece of meat on the arm of the sand ninja, a thin layer, the size of a copper coin. AAA The pain of the soul being cut is unimaginable, it is a pain that has never been felt before. Before he could slow down, Bo-sun swung his knife again, this time 10 knives, and 10 pieces of flesh were cut down. The unimaginable pain constantly stimulated his brain nerves, causing his severely injured body to constantly wriggle on the ground, trying to escape. But how could Bashan let him go? Just as Bo-shun was about to swing his sword again, Shinobu finally moved. I say, please, give me a pain, please," Sand said with tears and pain, not only the pain of the body and soul, but also the pain of crushing his faith with his own hands. However, he really couldn't hold on. I'm sorry. Bo-sun stopped the movement of his hand, but his face was very disgusted. "How hard did I think it was? That's it? Speak quickly, purpose, number. We entered the Land of Fire this time to imitate your Konoha and carry out a sneak attack on your team transporting supplies. I am not as good as the number of people in this operation, after all, I am just a Zongnin who does not know much, but it will not be less than 200, Shinobu honestly explained, and Bo-shun also complied with the promise, and looked at his head with a knife. After solving everything, Bo-sun walked next to the Red Bean, the guy was still spitting, and the bile was spitting out. "Dead or not? We set off before we died," Bashan said. "I didn't." Gagging. "Disgusting." Bo-shun looked at her in disgust. How did the original big snake pill see her? "I don't understand." "No way." Bo-sun waited for a while before Red Bean eased up, and said with a miserable white face, "Sorry, I lost time, let's go." As he spoke, Hongda kept his head down, obviously frightened by the fierce Bashan, and did not dare to look at Bashan. Bo-sun didn't care, and then the 3 set off again. Because of the Red Bean oil bottle, and along the way, they also encountered a lot of sand ninja who entered the country of fire and killed a lot of people, and only on the 5th day did they reach the battlefield of the country of wind. Although the process is a little twisty, but the results are remarkable. Moro, needless to say, quickly adapted to killing. Red beans now also have a touch of killing energy. Killing now has no psychological burden. As soon as the three arrived, they went to find the big snake pill. Orochimaru looked at the three of them, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Because this is a battlefield, I don't have much time to teach you, and you have to go to the battlefield at any time." Needless to say, there is no problem in experiencing a year of grinding on the battlefield. Moro's strength is not weak, and I believe it won't take long to adapt. Only Red Bean, the strength is a little poor. If you go to the battlefield, you may die at any time. You can choose to give up and return to the village. Hongda did not intend to give up, and said with a firm face, "Teacher, I will not give up." "Well, in that case, you stay." Orochimaru agreed. At this time, Bosun spoke, "Teacher, we met Shinobu on the way here, and their purpose is the same as we did a year ago. The number is not less than 200. It's okay, it's just that I let you come alone when I know that they entered the land of fire, which is a test for you." Orochimaru said nonchalantly. "So that's the case, take the teacher. Do we have any plans?" Bo-shun asked again. "Sand Shinobu can't hold out for long. The Sand Shinobu inside the fire country will be handed over to Hokage. We will soon usher in the general attack of Sand Shinobu. This is the first thing we consider. The snake pupil of the big snake pill emits a dangerous light, like a poisonous snake, which will give people a fatal blow at any time. Teacher, Shinobu is likely to use human pillar power. This is indeed a problem, and if he is completely tailed in the army, it will be a huge disaster for us." This problem, even the big snake pill had to consider, but at this moment, the big snake pill's gaze suddenly looked at Bosun, flashing with a strange light. "Bo-shun, can he handle it to you?" Bosun smiled and said, "Don't worry, teacher. Ha ha ha, I'm really curious about how strong your strength is now." Orochimaru said with a smile, but there was still a hint of obsession in his eyes. Over the years, he has been studying the blood of the Boshin brothers, and Moro's is okay, not very different from the normal Uchiha family, but Boshun's body has a mysterious power, and he has not studied anything for so many years. He has a hunch that once it is researched, the effect on himself will be very huge. This is still the blood that Bo-shun and the two gave to the big snake pill 5 years ago. If Imoluo gives the big snake pill some blood now, I believe he will definitely be able to find the abnormality of Imoluo now. Then it's okay, we'll go back first. Bo-shun said. Go back. Half a year passed, and in this half year, Konoha and Shinobu did not fight frequently. They were all small fights. However, the atmosphere on the battlefield was becoming more and more depressing, because both sides are accumulating strength and preparing for the final decisive battle. In half a year, Bosun and Imoluo have changed a lot. Their skin and hair have all turned white, and even Bosun's eyes have begun to change, originally black pupils mixed with a hint of white. Bosun knew that the missing large tube with gene in his inner was being completed, and a hint of white in that pupil was a white eye, but it was not fully formed yet. His strength has reached the limit of the shadow level, and Moro has also entered the strength of the shadow level. The brothers have long been a little impatient, but fortunately, after half a year of recuperation, both sides are ready for a big war. Today, Orochimaru urgently convened a pre-war meeting. Sand Shinobu has begun to assemble on a large scale, and the decisive battle is today. Orochimaru said coldly. Hinata, scatter your clan and assign them to various battle groups, and form a combat team for every 3. Hinata obeys. I'll deal with Luosha. Cho's old lady needs at least 10 upper ninja to contain her, 3 people from the Oil Girl clan, 1 from each family of Inyuga butterfly, 2 from the Uchiha family, plus 2 ordinary upper ninja. Her puppet skills cannot be underestimated, and be careful of his poison. Obey. At this time, Hinata asked, then what if Shinobu sends out the power of the human pillar, and the scorching leaf warehouse? Then it will be handed over to my beloved apprentice. Orochimaru said with a smile. The Uchiha brothers? Hinata frowned. In the past 6 months, he has realized how strong the strength of these 2 brothers is. In terms of talent is simply terrifying. 10.5 years old shadow level, do you dare to believe? He naturally excluded the Red Bean, and so did the others, and the strength of the Red Bean was also quite okay, and he already had the strength of Zongnin in half a year, but it was completely covered by the light of the Boshin brothers. Any more questions? Orochimaru said. Nope. Then go and deliver the order. Yes. Bosun's side is waiting for the upcoming decisive battle, but what he didn't expect was that something went wrong at home. At this time, the patriarch's mansion of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yamazawa, was looking at the letter in his hand and frowning, and the letter wrote in detail the performance of the Boshin brothers on the battlefield. He knew that it was now impossible for him to kill the Boshin brothers, and their strength was even stronger than him. This is simply sensational. 10 years old, only 10 years old. What was he doing when he was 10? Just graduated from ninja school, doing the low-level task of catching cats and weeding. At this moment, a black cat next to him spoke. Patriarch Shan's, now they are not something you can deal with. The cat mother-in-law asked me to tell you, since you can't deal with it, you can let others help you deal with it. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Cough 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 was happy, suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood from his mouth, and his face turned pale. He didn't have much time, and it was precisely because of this that he was in a hurry to get rid of the Boshin brothers, so that there would be no obstacle after his son Fugaku became the patriarch. I want to think. Uchiha Yamazawa kept wandering around the house, and after half an hour, he finally cleared his mind and thought of a way. He shouted, "Come, patriarch, please order." The 3 Uchiha people said on one knee. You 3, find 3 more Uchiha clan upper shinobi, disguise themselves as people from the dark department, and kill Uchiha Yamame and his wife. Remember, the speed must be fast, do not leave any handles. Uchiha Yamazawa showed earth-shattering killing intent in his eyes. But the 3 looked at each other, not knowing what to do. It's okay to kill the Boshin brothers, because they are the children of calamity. But Uchiha Yamaming and his wife have made meritorious contributions to Uchiha, and there is no reason, just let them kill, they are indeed difficult to do. Tuanzang wants to control the Boshin brothers through them, and in turn deal with our Uchiha clan. If Tuanzang succeeds, then our Uchiha clan will face a huge disaster. I believe you also know some of the strength and talent of the 2 brothers, and what I want you to do now is to blame the heads of Hokage and Danzo, so that they both lose, so that our Uchiha clan will be a little better. I believe that after the Uchiha Yamaming couple knows, they should understand that their sacrifice for the Uchiha family is their pride. Uchiha Yamazawa also did not expect that the reason he casually said was actually true. Yes. The 3 looked at each other and agreed. What is it to sacrifice 2 clansmen for the sake of the Uchiha clan? After the 3 left, Uchiha Yamazawa laughed. Ha ha ha, Bashun, Moro, as soon as your parents die, I believe you will fall out with Konoha. I don't believe it, the whole Konoha can't kill you. This is his goal, to kill the parents of Boshin and Moro, let them turn their faces with Konoha, and reap the benefits of the fishermen. 6 people dressed in dark costumes and various grimaces appeared near Bashun's parents' house. What people? At this time, one person blocked 6 people, and this person was the oil girl Ryoma who had been poisoning Bashun's parents for the past 6 months. As soon as he finished poisoning and wanted to leave, he was told by the bug that 6 people were approaching quickly. Only then did 6 people stop. Leave 2 people to kill him, let's go in, the cat-faced masked man ordered with a wave of his hand. Their actions must not be exposed, otherwise the Uchiha clan will be destroyed, but fortunately they are all wearing dark clothing. Even if this person ran away, it would most likely be considered a dark part, and at most it would be suspicious of Uchiha, and there was no direct evidence that they did it, but just in case it's better to kill. Yes. The 2 people wearing monkey and rabbit masks stayed, and the cat-faced mask walked into Uchiha Yamame's house with the rest of the people. I'm going to get rid of them quickly and go to tell Master Tuanzang, the oil girl Ryoma secretly said in her heart. He cast an instantaneous technique to escape, but he was not good at ninjutsu, so he was directly stopped by 2 Uchiha clansmen. Don't think about running, you can't escape. Then I can only kill you. As he spoke, countless poisonous insects crawled out of the oil girl Ryoma, densely packed, and in the blink of an eye, a large area of the sky had been shrouded. Now he can't escape, he can only create some big movements to attract people to come. Up. Fire. At this time, the remaining 4 people had already arrived at Uchiha Yamame's home. Uchiha Yamaaki and Uchiha Mayure calmly sat on the table and ate, as if they did not know the situation they were about to face. It's just that because the bodies of the 2 have been eroded by chronic toxins for half a year, the 2 of them are very weak, especially Uchiha Mayure, who is already in a bad body, and her face is still bloodless at this time. Less than 30 years old, his face is already wrinkled, his hair has become gray, and there is almost no flesh on his body, and his state is very different from half a year ago. Uchiha Yamaming is not much better, his figure is withered, he originally had the strength of upper patience, and now I am afraid that even the middle patience is a little inferior. Uchiha Yamame, you guys are coming? He put down his bowl and chopsticks, his tone flat, as if waiting for them. Uchiha Yamame, we are here to kill you. Uchiha of the cat face mask frowned, he didn't know why Uchiha Yamaming and his wife were so calm. Don't they know that they have come to kill them? We know, I just want to know who asked you to come. Ape Flying Sun? Shinmura Danzo? Still is, clan elders? Hearing Uchiha Yamaming's words, Uchiha's pupils of the cat-faced mask shrank sharply, but quickly calmed down. Sorry, can't say. He was afraid that something would be investigated after the death of Uchiha Yamaaki and his wife, so he couldn't say anything at all. Actually, we have known for a long time that there will be such a day, since the birth of my 2 children. Their talent is unmatched, so they are jealous of those politicians, whether it is Hokage, Danzo, or our clan elders, they all want to control or destroy my children. But, I'm a father. Speaking of this, Uchiha Yamame's tone suddenly increased, and then he looked at his wife, his eyes filled with tears, full of tenderness and apology. But Uchiha Mayure smiled. It's okay, it's our choice, isn't it? What do you want to do? At this time, the four Uchiha had already realized that something was wrong, but Uchiha ignored it and said, I am incompetent and cannot escort my sons. When they were young, they suffered so much, and now they can no longer be a drag on them. After that, Uchiha Yamaaki smiled, and Uchiha Mayure also smiled. The next moment, in the shocked gazes of the four people, the husband and wife each took out a step of explosive charm. That's right, it's a step. Run! Uchiha of the cat face mask gulped. Without him saying it, the others were already running out. But it was too late, and the detonation charm in the hands of the husband and wife had already been ignited. Boom! A loud bang, followed by flames rushing into the sky, centered on the Uchiha Yamame family. A radius of 100 meters was directly raised to the ground. Even the three oil women Ryoma who were fighting outside were blown out by a strong shockwave. The four Uchiha who did not escape in time were directly killed, and the bodies were engulfed in fire, and the Uchiha Yamaming couple who were at the center of the explosion were even more blown up. And this huge explosion directly alarmed the entire Konoha. What's going on? The dark department quickly sent someone to take a look. Ape Fei-Ri looked solemnly at the billowing smoke coming out of the Uchiha clan, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Yes, Genmi Danzo was also alarmed, especially since the voice was still coming from Uchiha, and he quickly ordered people to go and check. Find out for me what's going on? Yes. At this moment, such a thing is happening in Konoha's large and small families. In a ruin not far from the explosion, a figure slowly climbed up from the ruins. It was the oil girl Ryoma who had just been stunned. He didn't have time to check his injuries, so he immediately set off to rush back to the route, to inform Lord Tenzo of what had just happened. Not long after he left, the two Uchiha who remained outside also stood up from another ruin, looked at each other, and quickly returned to Uchiha Yamazawa house to report the situation. What happened to the explosion just now? I'll let you assassinate. Do you understand what an assassination is? Yes? Uchiha Yamazawa roared. At this moment, he was furious. Originally after the assassination, even if he suspected that it was done by the Uchiha family, then he secretly investigated, and the confrontation was secret. But now, this matter has attracted the attention of the entire Konoha, then it cannot just be investigated secretly, and it will definitely be investigated with all its might. At this time, when he looked at the two, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but it was finally suppressed by him. You two have been going out less recently, and also, changed the files of the 4 dead people to missing. Yes. The two breathed a sigh of relief and said that when they just felt the killing intent of Uchiha Yamazawa, they were really afraid that they would be unloaded and killed by the donkey. Fortunately, that didn't happen. The oil girl Ryoma also soon returned to the root base. Tuan Zhang saw the oil girl Ryoma come back and quickly asked, what just happened? Oil girl Ryoma report Lord Uchiha Yamaming and his wife died, and when his subordinates returned from poisoning, they met 6 people wearing dark clothing, and their strength was all in upper patience. After listening to it, Tuan Zhang's face was gloomy and scary. His chips to control the 2 Bashin brothers were gone, and he might be retaliated. No, there will definitely be retaliation. Who is it? Who the hell? Danzo came to Hokage's office and pushed open the office door with a direct and violent bang. Cough cough. In the office, there was already smoke, and even Tuan Zhang, who was accustomed to smoking secondhand smoke around Ape Flying Sun for many years, was choked and coughed twice. Tuan Zhang, say, did you do it? Sarutobi looked at Shinura Danzo coldly. This time he was really angry. The person he sent just now had returned, telling him that the bones of Uchiha Yamame and his wife were gone, and even everyone within 100 meters of the surrounding area had been affected. More than 30 people were killed and wounded by the Uchiha clan, including 7 ninjas, not counting those sent to assassinate. And the movement is so big, if you don't give an explanation to the village, I'm afraid it will cause panic among the villagers. For example, such a big vicious incident occurs in the village, and the village cannot find the murderer, so will it come back next time? Will the next person to die be yourself? So Sarutobi Hinata was very angry, and Danzo had been poisoning Uchiha Yamaaki and his wife, he knew, but he didn't stop it. But when such a thing happened, he was the first to suspect Tuan Zhang. Me? And I said it's you? Just now the person I sent to poison came back. He said that a total of 6 people wearing animal masks were going to kill Uchiha Yamame and his wife. He stopped too, but not long after the remaining 4 people went in, there was an explosion. Hinata, did you say it was done by your dark part? Tuan Zhang is also very depressed. You can't think of me for any good things, but a lot of bad things are pressed on my head. I owe you. Hearing this, Ape Flying Sun Chopper also fell silent, thinking in his heart it must not be himself. If it is not Tuan Zhang, then who will it be? Tenzo, who do you say it will be? At this time, the Ape Flying Sun Chop also calmed down. Tuan Zhang should not do this, otherwise he would not have bothered Ballast Poison in the second half of the year. There are only 2 possibilities, either it was done by spies from other villages. After all, you also know the performance of the Boshin brothers on the battlefield, and other villages also have their own intelligence, and they will definitely be able to inquire about the basic situation of Boshin. This is done in order to provoke the relationship between the Boshin brothers and Konoha, so that Konoha will lose two geniuses and two more terrible enemies. Sarutobi nodded when he heard this, and Danzo continued, the other possibility is the Uchiha clan. They have a feud with the Boshin brothers. Naturally they don't want them to live well. As long as the Boshin brothers fall out in defect, then they are Konoha's enemies. Uchiha is equivalent to driving the danger out of Konoha, and let the village become Uchiha's knife against the Boshin brothers. I have to say, Danzo is worthy of being the assistant of Hokage if he didn't do too much, and really for Konoha, Konoha would definitely be even stronger and more prosperous than it is now. But no matter what kind of possibility, the most important thing now is that the 6 people can't be found, and if they come back at this time, they will definitely not give up. Now is a critical period of war. If such 2 people become enemies, then it is extremely unfavorable for us. Sarutobi is constantly thinking about how to minimize Konoha's losses. Tenzo didn't bother, and after a while, Sarutobi said, our war with Shinobu is almost over, right? Now send someone to inform Orochimaru that after the war with Sand Ninja, go directly to the battlefield of the Land of Thunder to support. Delay until the end of the war to settle the matter of the Boshin brothers. Ape Flying Sun Chopper could only decide this way in the end, and Tuanzang nodded in agreement. It's just that what they don't know is that there is a figure that is quickly rushing towards the battlefield of the Land of Wind. At this moment, in the battlefield of the Land of Wind, the Konoha ninja and the Sand ninja have begun to clash. War is cruel, people are dying all the time, the sand has been stained red with blood, and everyone has killed Red Eyes, regardless of life and death. Bo Shun is killing indiscriminately in the army of Sand Ninja at the moment, because he has not yet seen the figure of Fenfu. Puff Bo Shun solved the life of a shinobu with another sword, and just when Bo Shun wanted to continue killing, a figure stood in front of him. This person is exactly the blessing that Bo Sun has been looking for. Ba, let's let the poor monks be the opponents of the benefactor. Fenfu blocked in front of Ba Shun. Originally he didn't want to participate in the war and kill, but seeing his compatriots dying under Ba Shun's knife, he decided to stop Ba Shun. Even if he loses his life, he can't let Boshin kill again, because originally Sand Shinobu and Konoha were evenly matched, but after Boshin killed more than a dozen Shang Shinobi, Sand Shinobu had gradually fallen into the downside. Blessing, I can't let you go this time. Bo Sun is still very hungry for the soul. Even if he can't become a Tenblade, then he can feed other voids, right? Besides, there is also Chakra, who guards the crane, who can also feed Huixing, but he can't feed all of them to Huixing, otherwise how will Datumu Kagaya come out? He promised Kagaya to help him rescue Kagaya, although he doesn't know if he will keep his promise when the time comes. Shao'er-He, it's over to you, just delay him as much as possible. Okay, I see, old man. Shao'er-He's tone was a little helpless. In fact, he didn't want to come out, because he saw the rabbit above Ba Shun's head, and he felt that the rabbit had become much stronger, and his instinctive fear was stronger. But for the sake of the old man he reluctantly recognized, he still decided to help him. Roar, Uncle Ben is coming back. With a strange roar, Shao'er-He's huge body appeared in the battlefield. What a terrifying aura. Is this the tailed beast? Tailed beast? Sand Ninja Village actually brought the tailed beast. Quick, stay away from the tailed beast. The ninjas of Konoha retreated one after another. The role of the tailed beast on the battlefield was not vain, and the tailed beast Jade came out. It was death one by one. When the people of Sand Shinobi Village saw Xiaojuru, in addition to being surprised, they were also a little wary. Shao'er-He actually came to the battlefield? We should be able to win now. It's better for everyone to be careful of the tailed beast. Yes, everyone should be careful. Orochimaru, this time you Konoha lost. A smile finally appeared on Luosha's serious face. Ha. It's not good to be happy too early, otherwise it won't end well then. The hoarse voice of the big snake pill came into Luosha's ears. He didn't know what means the big snake pill had to block the tailed beast. Could it really rely on that teenage little ghost? As soon as Shao'er-He came out, his mouth began to condense the tailed beast Jade, and the blue-red energy continued to converge, and finally formed a black energy ball. The tailed beast Jade quickly attacked Ba Shun, and the ninjas around Ba Shun all scattered when they saw this. Run, unstoppable. Bo Sun did not run away like them, but was very calm, and the others thought that Bo Sun must have been frightened and stupid. However, if anyone is close to him, they will definitely hear what he is saying. When Shao'er-He condensed the tailed beast Jade, Bo Sun was not idle, otherwise even now he would not dare to hard connect the tailed beast Jade. The proud son of heaven, the iron wall, the dragon walks, the lion roars, the tiger roars, the wolf runs, truncates the heavens and the earth before collapsing. 81 of the bound Deo, broken void. After Bo Sun finished singing, the tailed beast Jade of the crane had also flown to nearly 1,000. It's over, this little devil is dead. Some people saw that Bo Sun was motionless, and there was some sadness in their hearts. And Shinobu Village is very excited. This genius of Konoha is finally going to die. Luo She glanced at the big snake pill defiantly. Your disciple seems to be dying. Huh? Orikimura didn't care. He believed that Bo Shun would not do such a brainless thing. Since he did, he was sure of winning. Sure enough, just when everyone thought that Bo Sun's bones would be gone, a huge defensive wall lay in front of Bo Sun. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, resounding in the sky. Blocked. People in front of Boshin may not be able to see because they are obscured by smoke, but the people behind Bo Chun saw it clearly. They saw that the tailed beast Jade suddenly exploded when it was about to concentrate on the waves, as if it was blocked by a wall of air. Blocked. He blocked the tailed beast Jade. The people of Konoha were completely excited. Originally they were worried that the tailed beast would cause Konoha to fail, but now that they are not afraid, without the threat of the tailed beast, they are more ferocious when they attack Shinobu. Impossible, that's tailed beast Jade, and he's just a 10-year-old ghost. The smoke cleared, and Shinobu saw the most frightening scene, and Bo Shun stood there unharmed, and the strong psychological gap caused their morale to be greatly hit. Many people on the battlefield also noticed Ba Shun, whether it was Rasha, Cho or Hakra, they all had great killing intent towards Ba Shun. At the same time, Yakang also noticed that his opponent seemed to be a little ghost, and the two of them still looked alike. Could it be twins? As soon as this thought came out, Yakang's heart shook. What a terrible brother. Shao'er was also very annoyed when he found out that his tailed beast Jade was blocked, but instead of brainless attacks, he kept using the wind to consume Ba Shun remotely. Wind escape sand scatter bomb. Shao'er opened his mouth, and countless sandballs shot towards Ba Shun at an extremely fast speed under the blessing of the wind, and the sandballs greatly increased their penetration power under the blessing of the wind. Instantaneous. Bo Shun was extremely fast, and he dodged the attack of the crane in a casual stroll. Broken Road 36 Thunder Roar Cannon. Taking advantage of the fact that Shaojiro had just finished unleashing ninjutsu and did not connect with the next ninjutsu, Ba Shun seized the opportunity to release a Thunder Roar Cannon. A yellow ball of light gathered in Ba Shun's hand, aiming at Shao'er, and the next moment a yellow thunder pillar shot towards Shao'er. Morizura didn't have time to dodge, and was able to control the sand to form a defensive shield in front of him. However, the Thunder Roar Cannon was extremely powerful, and in the blink of an eye, it penetrated the sand defense of the crane. Boom! The Thunder Roar Cannon directly broke one of Shao'er's arms. Huixing, you hurry up and eat a few more bites on Shao'er, and try to recover, Bo Sun said at this time. Aha! Huixing's eyes lit up, and the next moment he disappeared on Ba Shun's head. Shaojiro was about to fight back, when he suddenly felt something strange behind him. This was followed by the familiar pain. That dead rabbit is here again. Roar go down to Uncle Ben. Saying that, Shao'er lay on the ground and wanted to crush Huixing to death, but Huixing was a chicken thief, and ran around Shao'er's big thick waist to Shao'er's stomach. Whoops, 2 more. Although it is not very painful, but it is uncomfortable, just like a mosquito, it keeps catching you and sucking your blood is a truth. Shaojiro was annoyed by Huixing. At this time, Ba Shun, taking advantage of the fact that Shaojiro had no time to pay attention to himself, began to chant the mantra vaguely revealing a cloudy coat of arms, an untamed talent, tides, denials, paralysis, and a moment, hinder long sleep. The crawling iron princess, the clay puppet that constantly self-harms, combined, bounced, and extended to the ground, knowing your powerlessness. 90 black coffins. After singing, Bo Sun was also a little weak, and now he was still a little reluctant to be able to release the black coffin. Huixing, get out of the way. I saw that black squares were constantly forming around Shao'er, and constantly intertwined, and Huixing heard Ba Shun's words and quickly jumped off Shao'er. At this moment, the black coffin was completely formed. What is it? It's ceiling, right? Everyone looked at the black coffin standing tens of meters high in the field in shock. What's going on? Nope, I don't know. At this moment, the miserable cry of the crane came from the black coffin, which startled everyone. After the battle between the big snake pill and Luo She, he glanced at Bo Sun and secretly said, "My good apprentice, you are really getting more and more mysterious." He has been paying attention to the battle of Bo Sun just now. He noticed that there was no seal from beginning to end, and the moves used were not seen at all, so his curiosity about Bo Sun became heavier and heavier. If a woman becomes curious about a man, it is the beginning of that woman's love with that man. Then, the big snake pill became curious about a person, and basically the end was slice research. Shao'er's screaming stopped, and the black coffin dissipated. After the black coffin dissipated, Shao'er's figure did not appear, but sat cross-legged in place with his hands folded in blood, but there was no life. Blessed. Yakang and Cho saw Fenfu sitting there motionless with his whole body covered in blood, a little worried and wanted to go and see the situation. If Renzhuli died, then they would lose this war. Stop. Maro blocked Hakura's footsteps, and Kami Shinobu, who besieged Cho, also blocked Cho from passing. Abominable. Get out of the way. The two tried to break in, but to no avail. Bo Shun stepped forward to check on it, confirmed that Fenfu was dead, and began to collect his soul. This step was completed very quickly. At this time, everyone on both sides stopped fighting, because the victory and defeat had already been divided, and San Shinobu had basically lost without the big killing weapon of the tailed beast. Konoha, on the other hand, doesn't want to fight pointlessly anymore, because it needs to maintain troops, and there are other battlefields that need support. Only Bo-sun was left walking around the battlefield, which looked very strange. Luo Xia, you lost. If you don't surrender, we can accompany you to continue fighting, Orochimaru said with a smile. Luo Xia's face was gloomy. He never expected the powerful Uchiha Shao'er was actually defeated by a 10-year-old imp. Although he was angry in his heart, he knew that they had lost, and the economic conditions of Shinobi Village no longer allowed them to continue fighting. We surrender. Luo Xia felt very humiliated when he said these words, and he vowed that he would wash away the shame in the future. Ooh, win! We won! Finally home to go home. Hearing the surrender of the Shinobi Village, Konoha's ninja shouted excitedly and jumped directly on the spot. And Shinobu is one by one. Since Shinobu has surrendered, then you should withdraw your troops, and someone will go to discuss compensation. The big snake pill said at Luo Xia. Shinobu. However, just as Luo Xia was about to order the withdrawal of troops, a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. I saw a man with a white bone mask on his face standing there, and there was a big hole in his chest, and at a glance it could be seen that this guy was definitely not a person. It's just that he has 2 corpses in his hands. The corpses are not complete, almost every corpse has disappeared half of the body. Looking at this strange scene, none of the people present dared to move, because the huge aura on his body made everyone present feel a very great pressure. But Bo-sun and Moro were shocked at the same time, looking at the 2 corpses carried by the man in his hand, like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. That's exactly their parents. You killed our mom and dad, I want you to die. Moro generally lost his mind and went to Indra, but he was stopped by Ba-shun, and he looked at Ba-shun suspiciously. Brother, it's not him, he's my subordinate. My king, your subordinates are guilty of failing to protect your parents. The man walked up to Bo-sun and slowly knelt down and said, such a powerful person is Ba-shun's subordinate. Even Orochimaru is a little confused, he has never seen Bo-shun's subordinates. But Luo Xia was not in a hurry to withdraw his troops at this time. If the Uchiha brothers went back, and even boldly guessed that it was Konoha who killed their parents, then, even if the San Shinobu economy did not allow them to continue fighting, then they could use this to threaten Konoha not to compensate. Ba-shun and Moro did not speak, but only looked at the mutilated bodies of their parents. Bo-sun remembered that when he was just born, his mother knelt in front of the patriarch's house with her arms, shielding herself from the cold rain with her body, and thus fell ill. He remembered the slight love he had received from his parents, a warmth he had never felt in his previous life. But it's all gone. At this moment, Bo-sun felt that his eyes suddenly hurt, and he couldn't open his eyes in pain. But soon, the pain disappeared, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes had changed again. The 4 kaleidoscopic chakra eyes kept rotating, and gradually, the 2 kaleidoscopes in each eye socket began to merge, and finally his heavy pupil disappeared. He has just awakened the kaleidoscope, the eternal eye. At the same time, the kaleidoscope brought him not only changes in his eyes, but also qualitative changes in the chakra in his body. He knew that he had awakened the kaleidoscope of chakra eyes, but he did not have the slightest joy in his heart, because his genes were slowly being completed, and it would not be long before he could logically awaken the kaleidoscope himself, and he did not need the pain of losing his beloved at all. The same is true of Moro on the side, who also awakens the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and it is also the eternal eye. Do you like that pattern? Kaleidoscope. Orochimaru's heart was shocked, knowing that since Uchiha spot, no one has awakened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Indra, what's going on? Bo-sun's voice was filled with icy killing intent, and even the big snake pill that had killed countless people was a little frightened. Back to my king, someone disguised themselves as the Dark Ministry and wanted to kill your parents, but your parents chose to ignite the detonator because they didn't want to be a drag on you and your brother. When I arrived, there had already been an explosion, and I could only save the remaining body of the second elder. However, I sensed the soul breath of the Uchiha clan in the place of the battle, and the soul breath of a very strange person. The killing intent on Bo-chun and Mo Luo's bodies seemed to condense into substance. Before going into battle, Ba-shun had told Indra to protect his parents, otherwise he would not have been able to go into battle with such peace of mind. It's just that he didn't expect that Tenzo would be poisoned, let alone that his parents didn't resist at all and directly committed suicide. As long as he resisted for a short time, Indra could sense it and quickly come to help. It's a pity. Thinking that their parents would rather die than be a drag on the two, Ba-shun and Moro shed a line of blood and tears. Back to Konoha. Bo-sun carefully put away his parents' corpses. As long as the bodies are still there is still the possibility of resurrection in the future. You can't go without Naruto-sama's order. At this time, 3 people came out and blocked the path of the 3 of Ba-shun, who were sent by the ape flying sun to monitor the Ba-shun brothers. However, Bo-shun only glanced at him lightly, and indifferently spit out 2 words, "Sengzi banished." Immediately afterwards, the space behind the 3 people suddenly shattered, and the dark space seemed to have a huge suction power. What is this? The three of them resisted vigorously, but the black hole seemed to not stop sucking them in, and the suction force became more and more powerful. No, don't. In the end, the three were sucked into the black hole and disappeared without a trace. After the three disappeared, the broken space was gradually repaired. This move is his awakened pupil technique, and there are 4 in total. His Bashun's hand shocked everyone not lightly. Just by looking at it, he killed 3 upper shinobi in seconds? It's terrifying. Spursi the big snake pupils revealed longing and curiosity, and there was a trace of greed. Is there anything else you want to stop us? Bo-sun looked around, his expression indifferent. Finally, he looked at the big snake pill and said, "Teacher, what about you?" "Hee, the teacher is not your opponent now." Bo-sun understood the words of the big snake pill, and said in disguise, "I don't block it." The Bashun brothers were gone, and everyone present knew that Konoha was going to suffer. After Bo-sun left, Luosha thought that he could fight again, so the decisive battle that had been over began again. Although Shinobu lost in the end, Konoha also won a crushing victory, originally going to 15,000 Konoha ninjas, and finally came back alive less than 2,000. Of course, this is all a later story. The three of them quickly moved in the direction of Konoha, and at this speed, it is estimated that they can return to Konoha in a day. Indra, do you remember what kind of breath those souls pretending to be people from the Dark Division? Remember. Indra nodded. Brother, can I do it myself then? Morrow said in a hoarse voice, in a very bad mood. Yes, those people have to pay. Morrow hears the answer he wants, but he still can't be happy because he has no parents. Don't worry, Mom and Dad will be resurrected in the future. Bo-shun said resolutely. Hearing Ba-shun's words, Morrow's empty eyes lit up with a hint of brilliance. Really? Brother? He looked at Ba-shun with hope in his eyes, hoping for an affirmative answer. Of course it's true, the Eye of Reincarnation has the ability to resurrect the dead, but the price of the spellcaster is also his own death, so we have to plan well. Bo-shun put his thoughts and ideas. Well, I believe brother. Receiving an affirmative answer, Morrow finally put his mind at ease. But the anger in my heart still needs to be vented, and someone needs to bear it. After a day of hurrying, he had returned to the gate of Konoha village. The three of Bo-shun swaggered inside. Bo-shun is to be high profile, that is, to let those who have bullied him and his brother know that he is back, that is, to make them fearful. Ha! Aren't you Uchiha and Uchiha Moro? How did you get back from the battlefield? Did you win the battle? A guard at the door recognized Ba-shun and Moro. Lose, except we are all dead, Bo-shun said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. What? So you still have the face back? You are a deserter. The man listened to it and then made an accusation. Another guard also came over and said angrily, I see that the rumors of your Uchiha clan are correct. You two brothers are the sons of calamity. It's because of you that we Konoha will lose. Why don't you die? Brother, can I kill them? Moro tilted his head to look at Ba-shun, who had long since lost his previous innocence, replaced by a cold and tyrannical heart. But think about it, whether he is really Naruto, how can he not remember hatred for what happened when he was a child, not to mention that he is still a paranoid Uchiha clan, and the hatred will only become stronger. In other words, the current Moro is the real Moro, and it was just a play performed to live. What? You still want to kill us? Ha ha ha, just by you two little ghosts? Plus the strange man in the mask is not an opponent to ask us either. The two were very disdainful when they heard Moro's words, and they didn't blame them. They were just ordinary Zongnin, and they didn't know the strength of Ba-shun and Moro, and they didn't have any insight, which could be understood. Of course you can. After Ba-shun finished speaking, Moro had already started. I saw Moro disappear in front of the two in an instant, followed by a sound of breaking the air. Swoosh, the next moment, a person's head flew up, and hot blood sprayed the person next to him. What happened? At this moment, all that remained in his heart was fear and despair. Moro walked slowly towards him, and he kept retreating in horror. What do you want to do? You are doing this to rebel against the village. Do you want to be a rebel? He also wanted to threaten Moro with this, but Moro didn't buy it. Are you finished? When you're done, you're ready to die. After that, Moro's figure disappeared again, and in the blink of an eye, the man's head was cut off, and the man's expression was still stuck in the fear just now. Let's go. The three walked into Konoha and headed towards the Uchiha clan. Shortly after the three left, the two bodies at Konoha's door were discovered, and then quickly reported to Hokage. What do you say? The guard at the door died? The ape was shocked. If this is the case, the enemy must have entered Konoha, but Konoha's enchantment did not react, indicating that the person knew how to enter Konoha's enchantment. Come, give me the whole village to search for suspicious people. Sarutobi did not expect that it was the Ba-shun brothers who returned, because at the moment the front line was still fighting a decisive battle, and it was impossible for them to get news. Yes, Naruto-sama. At this time, the person who was searched by the ape-flying sun was in the clan land of the Uchiha clan. The three came to the door of a courtyard, which Indra perceived. He knew the soul breath of those two people, so he found it quickly. It's just that what surprised Bo-sun was that those two people were actually together. Bang! Bo-sun kicked the door of the courtyard open, and the huge movement made the two people who were talking in the house quickly come out to check the situation. Ba-shun? Moro? After seeing Ba-shun and Moro, a look of panic appeared in the eyes of the two, but when they thought that what they did was for Uchiha, the panic in their eyes immediately dissipated. I'm right, I'm afraid of something. Bo-shun, who knew the two, were cousins, hardcore supporters of Uchiha Yamazawa, not too old, 25 or 6 were already shinobi, and they were good geniuses. And he didn't bully the Ba-shun brothers at the beginning. Uchiha North, Uchiha South, you should know what we are here for, right? For Ba-shun's words, the two did not care, among which Uchiha Bey said even more arrogantly, what for? Aren't you on the battlefield? It won't be a deserter for fear of death, right? Sure enough, you guys don't deserve the surname Uchiha. It's really a shame for Uchiha. Bo-sun laughed angrily when he heard this, ha 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 ha. Ba-shun's whisper made the two feel very uncomfortable, and Uchiha Kida frowned and asked, what are you laughing at? Is it ridiculous? It's nothing, I just want to tell you that just now there were two people like you, their mouths smelled like eating, and they smoked us, so they died. I believe, you will die even worse. When Bo-sun spoke, his tone suddenly became cold, and the huge killing intent instantly enveloped Uchiha North and Uchiha Nan. Gollum the two swallowed their spit with difficulty. Even if they are now Shangnan, they don't have such a terrible killing intent. How did this little ghost who is only 10 years old do it? Is he already stronger than us? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just the murderous aura on Bo-sun's body makes them feel like they are facing a great enemy. You must know that they are good at forbearance. Is there really such a genius in the world? Oyama Tsumi. At this time, Moro suddenly opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye and activated his pupil technique. 1. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. When the two saw the kaleidoscope, they knew that they couldn't escape. Even if the patriarch came, they couldn't keep them. The next moment, the two felt as if they were suddenly carrying a mountain, and the two were suddenly pressed to the ground. Their internal organs were broken, and they felt that they had the illusion of being pressed into meat sauce at any time. This is one of Moro's 4 pupil techniques, and the ability is to control the magnitude of gravity. Who made you do that? Bo-shun looked at the tragic situation of the two and did not care at all, but asked the culprit. No, I don't know. Uchiha Bey gritted his teeth and said. He knew that he was going to die, so why did he involve the patriarch? When Bo-shun heard this, he smiled and said, I don't say that I also know, it's Uchiha Yamazawa, right? The two were silent. Bo-sun walked in front of the two, slowly squatted down, patted the cheeks of the two and said, you don't think I won't move him without evidence, do you? Are you naive? In my place, I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. In the face of Ba-shun's humiliation, the two could not help even if they were angry, but they were really worried about the patriarch. You can't hurt the patriarch, otherwise, Uchiha will definitely be in chaos at that time. Uchiha Nan said in an almost pleading tone. But this infuriated Ba-shun even more. Why? What does the Uchiha family have to do with me? Have you Uchiha people done anything to help us since birth? Apart from insults, abuse, beatings, and oppression, what else have you left us? Ba-shun's words caused the two to fall silent. The two opened their mouths to say something, but found that they had nothing to say. Moro, dare to peel. Ba-shun is too lazy to talk nonsense with them now. They will be punished as they deserve. Dare. Moro nodded and walked towards Uchiha Kida, taking out a kunao in his hand. And Bo-sun was the same, taking out a kunao and starting to open an opening on Uchiha Nan. A kill me. There is a kind of pain for loud zup. There were constant screams in the courtyard, but this did not affect the two of them. However, the screams here were soon heard. What are you doing? At this time, an old voice sounded, and Bo-sun looked back to see that it was an old man of 50 or 60 years old, followed by several juniors of the Uchiha clan, but he didn't know him. At this time, several people who came also saw the situation in the courtyard clearly, and saw that the skin of Uchiha Bey and Uchiha Nan's hands had been peeled off, and the flesh and blood were exposed to the air. And because the two of Bo-chan have not done this before, the business is not skilled, and many places are torn off with the meat. Yes, it is to tear it off, cut a small opening with kunao, and then tear the skin off with your hands. You can imagine what these two people are suffering. When the old man saw this scene, he blew his beard and glared angrily. Those juniors also stared at Bo-sun and the two with bad faces. Uncle Yada, kill me quickly, I can't stand it, Uchiha said like a gossamer. What are you doing? Hurt your kindred. This is a capital offense. Don't stop yet, Uchiha Yatsushiro roared. Bo-shun stopped the movement in his hand, wiped the blood from his hand with a dress on Uchiha Nan, and slowly stood up. Indra, I'll continue this, you help me peel it. Yes, the way Bo-shun turned a blind eye to Uchiha Yatsushiro made people feel insulted. How could he say that he was also an elder of the Uchiha clan, and he was actually ignored like this? As soon as he was about to say something, Ba-shun interrupted him with a wave of his hand, his expression a little disgusted and annoyed. Old thing, you say that you are about to enter the soil, so don't come out and be nosy. Isn't it good to wait for death? You have to come out to find death. Uchiha Yatsushiro was choked with anger, but before he could speak, Bashan's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and Bashan had already come behind him when he said goodbye. The two are back to back like this. However, Uchiha Yatsushiro's whole body was already wet with cold sweat, and if Bashan attacked just now, he might not even be able to react. I don't even know how I died. After getting up, the junior was also frightened by Bashan's terrifying strength, but the most frightening thing was that the pupils in Bashan's eye sockets at this moment had become kaleidoscopic chakra eyes with complex textures. Just now Maro had been busy peeling and did not look up, so they did not see, but Bashan's eyes now they saw. Golem 1, Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eyes. This kaleidoscope writing wheel eye Uchiha Yatsushiro also heard it, secretly shocked by Bashan's talent, and also regretted his impulse. You go and call our clan elder. From now on, in less than a minute, I will cut off one of the fingers of this dead old man. As for how many fingers he can have, it depends on when you can call the clan elder. Saying that, the mirror flower Shuyu in Bashan's hand suddenly came out of the sheath, and everyone saw a stream of light flash, and the little finger of Uchiha Yatsushiro's left hand was cut off. Even if Uchiha Yatsushiro is an elder, he can't bear the pain of his soul being cut off. You guys aren't going soon, Uchiha Yatsushiro roared. Yes. A few juniors had long been frightened and ran out. The courtyard fell into the same scream as just now, but in less than a minute, it would be mixed with an old scream. At the same time, Sarutobi also knew who killed the guard at the gate, and learned that the two brothers were in the Uchiha tribe, so he quickly summoned all the dark departments to go to the Uchiha clan land with him. Danzo did the same, even faster than Sarutobi Hinata, but he didn't go to the Uchiha clan, just sent some root ninjas. He is very desperate. He was played by Bo-chun half a year ago, and now of course he will not bang Bo-sun's brow. Of course, if Bashan is dying, that's a different story. 5 minutes passed, and Bashan cut off all the fingers of Uchiha Yatsushiro's left hand, and was about to cut the sixth one. No, don't, Bashan, the old man is an elder, you can't do this to me. Bo-sun pouted disdainfully. It's all now. What about the elders pu? Say, Bo-sun is going to do it. At this moment, the person Bo-sun had been waiting for finally came. Uchiha Yamazawa walked in with a gloomy face, but as if he hadn't heard it, the knife in his hand swung down without the slightest pause. Uchiha Yatsushiro screamed again. If he simply cut off his finger, he could bear the pain. But Bo-sun's mirror flower water moon can directly hurt the soul, and the pain in the soul cannot be endured no matter how patient. Moreover, under the shroud of Bashan's powerful killing intent, he didn't even dare to hide. He was afraid that he would die if he hidden. Bashan, didn't you hear me teach you to stop? Uchiha Yamazawa said coldly. He didn't expect Bashan to rush back to Konoha so quickly, and as soon as he returned, he found the two people who had started at that time. This means that Bashan already knew that he had arranged for someone to kill his parents. What's going on? Why would he know? At this time, Uchiha Yamazawa saw the strange face of Indra and secretly said, could it be him? Before he could think about it, Bo-sun interrupted his train of thought by speaking. Patriarch, what do you say I am going to do against you? Bashan's directness made Uchiha Yamazawa a little unexpected, and he didn't know what to say. You let our brothers lose their parents, and you don't know if Fugaku is in the village. Hearing Bashan mention Fugaku, Uchiha Yamazawa suddenly became excited. What do you want to do? I was the one who killed your parents. If you dare to make a move on Fugaku, I won't let you go. Uchiha Yamazawa released a cruel word. He no longer had hope of killing the Bashan brothers, because he saw the kaleidoscope of chakra eyes in Bashan's eyes. Not only that, at this time, after Uchiha Nan and Uchiha Bei died alive, Moro also walked over, and his eyes were also kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately Fuya went to the battlefield of the Land of Thunder, otherwise I am afraid that he would really be less fierce. I am not afraid of the living, but I am still afraid of the dead. Bo-sun pouted disdainfully. What do you want? These words were almost squeezed out of his teeth, which shows how unwilling he is. But the situation is stronger than people, and he Uchiha Yamazawa is already considered soft. In this way, including you pick 100 people from the Uchiha clan to be martyred for my parents. My parents suffered so much when they were alive. They have to enjoy themselves below, right? These people should be slaves and maids, so that they have someone below to call them, and they can also protect them from being bullied by ghosts. What do you think? After Bo-shun said Uchiha Yamazawa didn't say anything, Maro's eyes lit up and said, well, this is a good way, brother, you are so smart. That's, hey. The words of no one next to the two made everyone present shudder. Martyrdom, never before in the history of the ninja world. Martyrdom is different from funeral. Martyrdom means that the king is dead, and the person who is martyred and the king have no enmity, but if you need to be martyred, you have to die. The funeral is that I kill your friend, and you want to kill me to give your friend a funeral, and the relationship between the two is an enemy. There are not many people in the Uchiha clan, and the civilians and ninjas together are only a few thousand. Now Bo-shun wants Uchiha Yamazawa to pick out 100 clansmen for burial, then he is the sinner of the Uchiha clan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Without even thinking about it, Uchiha Yamazawa refused. Clan elder, don't refuse so quickly. If you really refuse, my brother and I will be very angry, and there is no guarantee that there will be a few people left in the Uchiha clan. Bo Shun stretched out a finger and shook it, asking him to think again. At this moment, a young ninja of about 20 years old behind Uchiha Yamazawa seemed to be really unaccustomed to Ba Shun's arrogance, so he spoke. Ba Shun, what are you and our Uchiha clan? Don't think that you are great if you awaken the kaleidoscope chakra. I don't believe that the thousands of ninjas of our Uchiha clan are not your opponents. Even if we Uchiha clan are not your opponents, but we Uchiha clan are Konoha's ninjas, will Konoha turn a blind eye? If you don't want to die, leave quickly. For the sake of the same Uchiha clan, we won't stop it. Bo Sun did not expect that someone in the Uchiha family was so brave. The corner of Bo Sun's mouth slightly hooked an evil arc, instantaneous. Brush, a big head flew up, and blood sprayed Uchiha Yamazawa's body. Feeling the hot blood on his skin, Uchiha Yamazawa trembled fiercely in his heart. He actually didn't see Ba Shun's movements clearly just now. Although he has not awakened the kaleidoscope, he is still a shadow-level powerhouse. As a shadow-level powerhouse, he couldn't even see Bo Sun's movements clearly. A sense of fear filled my mind. Has he always been so brave? Doesn't he know that I awakened a kaleidoscope? Ba. After speaking, Bo Shun also spat on the dead Uchiha, and his behavior was very bad. Everyone present was silent, not daring to speak anymore. They could only wait for Uchiha Yamazawa to decide. Uchiha Yamazawa, don't blame me for not reminding you. As a patriarch, you must know how to give up the small and protect the big. If you really can't make a decision, then I'll go to Uchiha Fugaku and believe that he will be better than you. You said that if I told him to castrate himself, I would let the Uchiha clan go. What will happen to him? Ha ha ha. Bo Sun laughed happily, but laughed a little maniacally. He just wants to torture Uchiha Yamazawa, first make him have a nervous breakdown, and kill her, otherwise it's not interesting. It's still my brother's clever means. Moro also felt very relieved in his heart, although he knew that his parents could be resurrected in the future, but the anger and hatred in his heart must be vented. Ba Shun, I was wrong, I beg you, let go of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yamazawa lowered his head and said in a low voice. He can't choose, it's wrong to choose which one. It doesn't matter if he dies or not, but his son Uchiha Fugaku will never have the chance to become a patriarch again. Asking people not to kneel, it's too insincere. Bo Shun said lightly, his eyes half narrowed, just to see if you Uchiha Yamazawa can endure this humiliation. Uchiha Yamazawa clenched his fists, his nails were embedded in the flesh without knowing it, and drops of blood continued to drip on the ground. His whole person was trembling, humiliated like never before. Patriarch, you can't kneel, Uchiha Yatsushiro said with pain in his hands. Yes, you can't kneel, we Uchiha clans can die. It can be destroyed, but you just can't do anything that damages Uchiha's pride. The other Uchiha members around also shouted one after another, looking at Bo Shun with hatred, as if they wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Uchiha Yamazawa also raised his head at this time. Just now he almost put the Uchiha family to shame. That's right, the Uchiha clan will never lose their pride. Uchiha City, you go and gather the ninjas. Yes, Patriarch. After that, the one called Uchiha City ran out, and Bo Shun didn't stop him. Since you guys are looking for death, then I don't mind killing a lot. However, I have to say that the Uchiha clan is worthy of being a clan with the same name as Senju, which is really interesting. It's better this way, otherwise it's too boring, hee. Bo Shun whispered softly. Then he looked at Indra and said, you don't have to make a move today, just watch, today is the stage for our brothers. Yes. Indra took a few steps back and stood not far away and watched quietly. Fire escape, fire extinguished. Just as Ba Shun and Indra were talking, Uchiha Yamazawa suddenly attacked, and fiery flames spewed out of his mouth, forming a sea of fire that swept towards the brothers Ba Shun and Moro. It's less than half a point of me. Fire escape, fire extinguished. Bo Sun opened his mouth to taunt, and also fought back with a bold fire. It's just that the scope of his fire extinguishing is somewhat large. If the fire extinguishing of Uchiha Mountain is a big river, then Ba Shun's is the rolling Yangtze River, which is not comparable at all. In just a moment of contact, Uchiha Yamazawa's fire was swallowed up by Ba Shun's, and swept towards Uchiha Yamazawa unabated. How is this possible? Uchiha Yamazawa didn't expect to lose with just one face. He felt that Bo Sun had opened the kaleidoscope before, and it was certain that he was stronger than himself, but he didn't expect to be so much stronger. It's no wonder he thinks so. Who would have thought that Ba Shun's current amount of chakra has far exceeded the shadow level? Even if it doesn't reach the level of the 1,000-hand pillar or the 9 tails, at least it won't be worse than other tailed beasts. Patriarch, we're here to help you. Fire escape, fire extinguished. Fire escape, fire extinguished. Fire escape. How fireball technique. Just when Uchiha Yamazawa was about to use his Inagya, the other Uchiha clansmen finally arrived. Some Don't talk about other dishes, the main thing is that the fire is extinguished, but such a large-scale ninjutsu can't hide at all, unless it can fly. Immediately afterwards, dozens of powerful fires were extinguished but spit out, mixed with a powerful fireball technique, and they all matched Bosun's powerful fire extinguishing. Boom! 2 waves of flames were opposed, forming waves of flames, and the temperature around them increased by more than 10 degrees. Finally, after more than 10 seconds, the ninjutsu of both sides was exhausted, and the people of the Uchiha clan did not dare to be careless, staring at Bosun deadly. Are you sure you want a medal? This incident was Uchiha Yamazawa who killed my parents first, and cannibalism was also his head. Why did you come to hinder me? Bosun looked at them suspiciously, looking like I didn't understand. Hearing Bosun's words, some of the people began to hesitate, and Uchiha Yamazawa seemed to see what they were thinking, so he quickly spoke. Bosun, he wants to deceive everyone here. You 2 brothers are the sons of calamity, you will destroy the Uchiha family sooner or later. This matter has long been prophesied by the cat mother-in-law. It is your parents who must protect you, they want to let Uchiha perish. I have to kill them. I'm doing this all for the sake of the Uchiha clan. What's wrong with me? The other Uchiha clans seemed to be right when they heard it, otherwise why did the patriarch keep targeting their family? Their family does not have a sin patriarch. It seems that we misunderstood the patriarch. That's right, Bosun is fooling the public. Uchiha Shan's righteous Ling Rant's words really made Bosunkai laugh, and those big fools of the Uchiha family almost made him laugh until his stomach hurt. Ha ha ha, you guys are so hilarious. Clan elder, you won't be Tuanzang's illegitimate son, will you? Talking tastes exactly like him. Hey brother, you really are. What is there to say to a fool of a Bangzi? Kill it all. Living is also a waste of air. Maro also made a mockery at this time, not only made a mockery, but also opened it directly. Susanoo. A white giant rises from the ground, first a skeleton, then quickly grows muscle tissue, and finally puts on an armor, while Maro appears in the crystal on Susanoo's forehead. Since I haven't adapted to the kaleidoscope chakra eye, it's already the limit to open it to this stage, and I believe it won't be long before I can use it freely. Is this God? Can we really win with guys like this? Some of the young Uchiha members stared blankly at a giant statue. Uchiha Yamazawa was full of bitterness in his heart. If they could use Susanoo, he was also confident that he would consume the 2 brothers to death before, but that was only limited to Susanoo who could open the first stage. Now? Why don't you play a fart, kill yourself? Stop! The 8th flying sun, who was rushing over, suddenly saw this giant object, and immediately ordered people to stop. He has seen the Susanoo of Uchiha spots, although this Susanoo is not as good as Uchiha spots, but it is also 100 meters tall. Unless he asks Yoshina to release the 9 tails, he is really not an opponent. Naruto-sama, are we still going over? One of the Dark Ones asked. 8th Fei Ri gritted his teeth and said, passed. He wants to work hard, otherwise the Uchiha clan may really be extinguished. Now the Uchiha clan cannot be destroyed, and they are still needed on the battlefield. Patriarch, don't give up. As long as they exhaust their pupil power, we have a chance. Uchiha Yatsushiro awakens the depressed Uchiha Yamazawa. Okay, fight. Uchiha illusion. Uchiha Yamazawa opened the Sharingan eye and faced Maro with an illusion. However, Maro only recovered in a moment, while Uchiha Yamazawa was directly eaten and spat out a mouthful of old blood. What a strong mental power. I never expected that Maro's spiritual power was so strong. I'll also see what my Susanoo looks like. Susanoo. In the desperate eyes of everyone, a blood-red Susanoo rose up again. It's just that Susanoo of Bosun is a little different from ordinary Susanoo. His Susanoo seems to have only one form. The first half of his body is a fat pants, the upper body has no clothing, and his strong body is exposed. And there are 3 heads and 6 arms, and the middle one has a crystal on his forehead, where Bosun is standing. This image is it the 6th heaven demon King Bosun? Sarutobi soon came nearby, just watching another Susanoo appear, and his heart set off terrifying waves. 2 Susanoo, one of them must be in decline, and if his plan goes well, then Maro will definitely inherit the will of fire like Uchiha Kagami. At that time, Konoha will definitely be at the peak of development in his hands. Unfortunately, all this was impossible at the moment when Uchiha and his wife died, so he hated the person who assassinated Uchiha Yamaaki and his wife. Hey, since it can't be used by me, then I have to destroy. A fierce look suddenly flashed in Sarutobi's eyes, and then he ordered the dark part beside him, gather all the ninjas in Konoha, be ready to meet the enemy at any time. Yes. After the dark part left, the 8th flying sun chop did not rush over, but stopped in place, waiting for reinforcements. He is afraid of death, he will not easily risk without enough strength, otherwise Watergate will not have to die in a few years. What to do? What can't be won at all. With the appearance of the 2 Susanoo, the belief that the Uchiha clan had just established a fish dead net was instantly shattered. Why didn't you call? Aren't you usually very good at barking dogs? Bosun looked at the crowd below in disgust, but everyone kept their heads down and did not speak. because they had indeed done a lot of excessive things to the Boshin brothers. But they don't think they're wrong, it's just that now the situation is stronger than people, and they don't dare to resist. If you don't talk, do you think you'll be fine? Bo-sun decided to recover a little interest first, and then controlled the sixth-day Demon King to step on everyone, and Maro also followed suit and stepped towards everyone. Not good, run. Uchiha, who was present for a while, scattered and fled, but not everyone fled, and some of the low strength were directly trampled into meatloaf. Among them, Uchiha Yatsushiro did not have time to react because of his injury, and was directly trampled to death by Bashan. 8 generations of elders. Uchiha Yamazawa shouted in pain. Elder Yatsushiro was his hardcore supporter, just died, and his son Fugaku would have one less supporter in the future. However, Bashan doesn't care about this. These people deserve to die. Why are you running? You should run after us, just like my brother and I did when we were children, chased and beaten by you. Hungry can only rummage through the garbage can, Bo-sun said emotionally, but the action did not stop at all, and he also played the long jump, jumping here for a while, jumping there for a while, anyway, wherever there are many people. Emolua was even more excessive, and actually took out a large long knife 40 meters at his waist, making people run 39 meters first and slash through the knife. For a moment, Uchiha was badly damaged. The dozens of people who arrived early were already half dead, and Uchiha, who had not yet arrived, did not dare to approach again when he saw such a scene. It's not that no one resisted during this period, but Susanoo's defenses couldn't be broken at all. Bashan and Maro were a little excited to kill, and it was not enough to kill people, but they destroyed all the buildings in the place they passed, and the people who did not have time to escape inside naturally turned into meatloaf. It's like two big monsters, see what destroys what. Ha ha ha, have you ever thought that you will also be chased and killed one day? Have you ever thought that you are like an ant, and it is not too easy for others to pinch to death? Finally, someone from the Uchiha clan couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Bashan, are you going to be punished by heaven for doing this? Heavenly punishment? Where in this world is there any natural punishment? If there were a heavenly punishment, there would be no tragedy in this world. What are you doing there? Playing moral kidnapping? Bo-shun grabbed that Uchiha in his hand, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. Tell you, ER's presumptuousness is based on my weak strength. Now, you are weak, it is my turn to be presumptuous. Even if I let you eat now, you have to eat it for me immediately with a smile, or you will die. Bashan's rampant voice completely shocked everyone, including Naruto, as well as Uchiha and ninjas of all races who came to support. Gollum, even if it was Uchiha back then, it was just that, right? Chu-Deo Ding-Hui, the current patriarch of Chu-Deo, exclaimed. No, he's more evil than Uchiha. A Mariko-headed person next to Akimichi Dingui gave another answer. This person is the current patriarch of the Nara clan, Nara Shikacha. They are all people who have been in the same era as Sarutobi Hinata, and they have all seen the power of Uchiha Madara, and now the power shown by the two Bashan brothers may not be as strong as Uchiha Madara, but in their opinion, what the two have done is even more evil than Uchiha Madara. After all, Uchiha just defected and fought with the original Hokage, but did not cause killing. Of course, it may be because he can't beat the Senju pillar, but in any case, he didn't kill his own people in the first place, did he? In just a moment, the Uchiha clan lost more than a dozen people again, and Sarutobi knew that he could no longer watch the play, otherwise the crippled Uchiha would not be of any benefit to Konoha. Moro, Bashan, don't stop soon. Bo-sun and Maro, who were saving, heard the sound of ape flying and slashing, and suddenly stopped the movement in their hands. Seeing this, Ape Fei-Ri thought that Bo-sun and Moro remembered their old love, and the originally heavy heart was less hazy, and secretly said, it seems that the previous efforts were not completely fruitless. Even his expression became a little smug, as if to say, look, it has to be me. Old man, for the sake of you helping us before, you don't care about this matter, otherwise even you will be destroyed. Bo-sun's pupils flashed with a dangerous light. Ape Fei-sun's face collapsed immediately, but he didn't expect Bo-shun to give face at all. So he turned his head to look at Moro, pretending to be distressed and disappointed, and said, Moro, how can you do this? They are all your companions. Stop, it's still time to turn back, don't be blinded by hatred. Isn't your dream to be Hokage? As long as you contribute well to the village in the future, everyone will slowly forgive you. Moro's face was a little dark, and he turned his head to look at Bo-sun and asked, Brother, can I cut him? Yes, I have long seen that he is not good, and now he is coming to stop us, it is really eyeless. Bo-shun nodded and said, for so many years, pretending to be a sunny personality, from time to time I have to be crushed by your will of fire, forced to nag all day, and now I want to vomit when I see you. If it weren't for my brother's explanation, only by pretending to be sunny and cheerful would we have a chance to live, do you think I would take care of you? Sarutobi looked at such a strange Moro, and for a moment he was a little speechless, and after a while, he said, it seems that it is not unreasonable for the Uchiha clan to say that you are the children of calamity. He thought clearly, since the matter is irreparable, then keep his benevolent side while showing his iron-blooded side. Psychic. After a cloud of smoke, a tall and strong ape appeared in front of everyone. Hinata, what kind of enemy is this time? It's two imps of the Uchiha clan. The ape demon fixed his eyes, and when he saw the two 100-meter-tall Susanoo, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Hinata, this is not easy to deal with. It's impossible to retreat. Transform into an ape demon. Good, transform. The next moment, the ape demon transformed into a thick iron rod. The three clans of Pig Deer Butterfly are responsible for containment, and Uchiha Yamazawa organized Uchiha to attack. Good. Maro, you deal with Uchiha, I'll go to meet the ape flying sun. Don't worry, brother. The brilliance in the hand of the sixth-day demon king of Bosun flashed, and a huge tin staff appeared out of thin air in an instant, and the magnificent momentum smashed towards the ape flying sun. The whirring sound of breaking the air made it impossible to ignore his power, and the ape flying sun slash did not dare to resist, and could only launch the teleportation technique to escape. Boom! Huge power directly smashed the ground out of a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters. Shadow mimicry. Nara Shikacha launched a shadow mimicry to connect the shadow of the sixth heaven demon king of Bashan, but he alone could not control Bashan, so dozens of clansmen he brought together launched the shadow mimicry technique, which was able to control Bashan. The art of heart turning. Yamanaka Tsuki also used a family secretary in an attempt to enter Bashan's inner world. Poof! It's just that as soon as he entered Bosun's inner world, he was driven out by Bosun's strong spiritual power, but in just a moment, he saw a scene that he will never forget. It was a brilliant star-like thing, as if it was providing a steady stream of energy, and he felt unparalleled power in just a moment. It's hard to imagine how far he will grow once he is given enough time. So he wanted to quickly tell the ape flying sun, but how could Bashan do what he wanted? Peek into your inner world, how can you let it go? Say goodbye. A flash of red light flashed in the Bashan kaleidoscope, and in an instant, a pupil technique descended on Yamanaka Yu's body. What is it? Why do I? It will become like this. In the blink of an eye, Yamanaka Yu aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, his voice became older and older, his skin became shriveled and wrinkled, his hair turned silver, and his eyes were full of fear. You're getting old. However, as soon as Chu Dao Ding Hui finished speaking, Yamanaka Yu fell to the ground with endless horror, and there was no life. This is Bashan's kaleidoscope chakra eye pupil technique, called Dao Eye. The Sherinan serves as the pupil of the spiritual portrayal, and the two pupil techniques that Bashan now uses confirm this. Because I want to go back in time, I awaken the Dao. You can control a person's time, fast forward or backward, but it must be a living person. It can only be said that there is still a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye limit. If you evolve to the reincarnation eye, then it may be able to affect dead things. And the other pupil technique, because Bashan wanted to hurry back to Konoha, so he awakened the spatial pupil technique of Asanzi, and the banishment was just a use of space. The other two pupils hadn't had time to experiment. Is this the time pupil technique? It's terrible. Will we die of old age like this? Bosun's pupil technique greatly hit the morale of everyone, often said that time and space ninjutsu, but people have seen space ninjutsu at most, never seen time ninjutsu. Even if it's just space ninjutsu, it's also a top-level ninjutsu. In addition to psychic art, it's only Bashan's current flying thunder god art, which has already made the enemy anxious, not to mention the ninjutsu of time that has never been seen. But now I see it, and it's still in the hands of the enemy. Abominable. You actually killed Yamanaka Yu. The art of multiplication, the art of butter fusion. As the best friend of the relationship, the death of Yamanaka Yu made Akimichi Dinghui instantly furious, and directly turned into a small giant of more than 30 meters, and blue chakra wings appeared behind him, like butterflies, and his figure also lost weight. He rushes angrily at Bashan, wanting to avenge his good friend. Dinghui, come back! Nara Shikacha shouted anxiously, but Chu Dao Dinghui turned a deaf ear, and his mind was full of the appearance of the old death of the moon in the mountains just now. Shadow doppelganger art. Wudun Dalian bullet technique. Ape flying sun saw Chu Dao Dinghui rushing up, afraid that he would also follow in the footsteps of the mountain moon, and hurriedly started. He put the King Kong Ruyi stick on the ground, divided into 4 shadow doppelgangers, and then formed different seals, took a deep breath, and the next moment, the 5 attribute balls attacked towards Bashan. You dare to come and send you to death? Bosun looked at Chu Dao Dinghui, who only reached his knees, and said with disdain. Bosun was bound by the shadow mimicry, but he tried to break free easily, and he broke free from the shadow mimicry with a swing of his might. And the Nara family such as Nara Shikacha were also eaten back and thrown out. Immediately after that, he was about to wave his hand towards Chu Dao Dinghui. Bang! Chu Dao Dinghui grabbed the tin cane that hit, and the huge force made him constantly retreat, and even vomited blood from his mouth and nose, but he still did not let go. I didn't expect that the strength was not small. Bosun drew the tin staff but did not pull it back, and at this moment, the attack of the ape flying sun slash also reached the head in the middle of the 6th-day demon king. Boom! Snap! After an explosion, there was the sound of several glass shattering. I saw that the crystal on the forehead of the head in the middle of the sixth-day Demon King actually cracked. The attack seems to have been strengthened by the secret technique, but I didn't expect that the ape flying sun slashed something. Bo-sun was a little surprised by the strength of the ape flying sun, but it is relieved to think about it. After all, it is a big family. Even the pig deer butterfly has its own secret technique. How can the ape flying family not have it? Sarutobi Hinata saw that Susanoo of Bashan was punched out of the crack, and felt that he was not invincible. Quick, attack the crack. However, before his words were finished, he saw that the original crack was repaired, and then the whole person was embarrassed. Old man, what did you just say? Bo-sun plucked his ears and said, just this little damage, I will repair it for you in minutes. Sarutobi was embarrassed again for a while, and now he finally understood why the two of Senjukuma and Uchiha were able to calm the chaos and create a new system. I also understand why Senju is so targeted at the Uchiha family. This is fucking hanging. How to play. Holding the tin staff in the hands of the sixth heaven Demon King, Chudeo Dinghui suddenly felt the power coming from the tin staff in his hand suddenly increase. The next moment, the furious power descended on his body, causing him to kneel on the ground. All of a sudden, his internal organs were also impacted, and a wisp of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Click. A sharp pain came from his knee, and he knew that he would never be able to stand up again in this life. But he still gritted his teeth and did not let go of the tin staff in his hand, shouting to the ape flying sun, Naruto-sama, attack quickly. Ape Faichop looked at this fierce man, although he wanted to attack, but thinking of the gap between the two sides, he chose to minimize the loss and planned to negotiate. This is a politician. In their eyes there will always be only power and interests. Hee, you called the wrong person, Bo-sun said with a mocking laugh. Ha! Chudeo Dinghui saw the silence of the ape flying sun, laughed self-deprecatingly, and then gave up resistance as if he had been drained of all his strength, and was directly smashed into a meatloaf by the tin staff of the sixth heaven Demon King. Old man, it's really you. Such a good subordinate said to give up and give up? You're really damned. Bo-shun suddenly lifted Susanoo at this time, and the whole person Shishiren floated to the ground, mercilessly exposing the hypocritical face of Sarutobi Hibi. Those ninjas present looked at Sarutobi Hinata one after another, casting questioning eyes. Even the seriously injured Nara Shikata had a touch of loss in his eyes. Smart as him, how could he not know what Ape Hibiki was thinking? However, in the face of so many doubts, Ape Flying Sun Chopper said without changing his face, where the leaves fly, the fire also lives endlessly. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. We are all old, we have to think about the new generation. Dinghui can die for the future of Konoha. It is the perfect will of fire, is the pride of Konoha. I know that the difference in strength between our two sides is very large, and if we continue to fight, Konoha will suffer heavy losses, plus there is still a big battle between the villages. Konoha cannot lose anymore. If he can, the old man can use his life to repay the Uchiha clan for their mistakes. Ape Flying Sun Chopper couldn't be beaten, decisively submitted, and after a few words, he gained a lot of popularity, and even some Uchiha changed his opinion on Ape Flying Sunday. I knew Naruto-sama wouldn't be wrong. I actually suspected that Naruto-sama would harm our Uchiha clan. I really shouldn't be. I will always support Naruto-sama. He's just for Konoha's future. What's wrong with him? After listening to the explanation of the ape flying sun, those questioning eyes turned out to be a little fanatical. Snapping, Bo-sun gently applauded while walking towards the ape flying sunko, until he stopped 1 meter away from the ape flying sun. Ape flying sun, really worthy of becoming a Hokage. To be honest, I suddenly admire you. What Bo-sun said was the truth, and the means of ape flying to the sun were indeed extraordinary. In the original work, all the dirty things he did were given back to him, and he was always the image of Wei Guangzhang, and this is to keep for a lifetime. However, when the variable comes, can he still be like this? Maro also stopped killing at this time, lifted Susanoo, and walked to Bashan's side, calmly watching the ape flying in front of him. It's not that he doesn't want to kill, but it's boring, and after Sarutobi said those words, the Uchiha clan suddenly attacked like crazy. There is quite a feeling that a soldier dies for a confidant. Those Uchiha no longer had fear in his heart, and Maro felt bored, and did not feel the slightest pleasure of revenge. That's just the end for now. Let's talk. Sarutobi did not respond to Bashan's words, but wanted peace talks. Yes, we still have the request at the beginning, as long as people including Uchiha Yamazawa give my parents a martyrdom. Boshan just wants to see what you ape flying sun. If you don't agree, then I will cripple your Konoha, promise, then the character you just created with great difficulty will collapse. However, there is another possibility, that is, the Uchiha family was buried spontaneously. But either way, there is no loss to Bashan. Wasn't the person you just killed enough? It has long been enough for 100. Ape Flying Sun said with a frown. No, we killed only because they resisted, and I wanted their martyrdom. Know what martyrdom is? I'll explain it to you, Aethe. Martyrdom is when those people need to be buried alive in my parents' mausoleum. It is punishment for them to be slaves and servants below for their slaves and serve my parents below. Now you see? Bo-sun said it lightly, but the person who heard it was a numbskull. Even daimyo don't have this treatment. Clan elder, Naruto-sama, if my death can be exchanged for the safety of the clan and the village, I am willing. One of the Uchiha clans suddenly said, and someone took the lead, and then more people joined in. Yes, I would like to too. I would like to too. Many people in the Uchiha clan have chosen to sacrifice themselves, and at this time, they also recognize the strength of the Boshin brothers, and if they don't agree, they will really destroy the clan. 8th Ari secretly sighed in relief, and when others did not pay attention, the corners of his mouth faintly hooked a strange arc. It's good that these Uchiha are not exactly crazy and no gratitude. He thought so. It's just not enough. The people who are willing are a minority after all, only 20 or 30 people, and most of them are upper shinobi and middle shinobi, which are the mainstay of Uchiha. Uchiha Yamazawa did not want the Uchiha clan to decline from now on, and said to Boshun with a heavy heart, I can promise you, give me a day, when the time comes, I will hand over people to you, including me. Although Bosun is still a little disappointed when he thinks of this possibility, but it's okay, it's still a long time, and I'll let you know what to spare is. I'll pick it myself. Impossible. Uchiha Yamazawa refused without even thinking about it, but how could Boshun be left to him? Then fight until you destroy your clan. Boshun's words glowing with a hint of murderous intent silenced Uchiha Yamazawa. Brother, go door to door and pick those who have bullied you. Brother said that those who have bullied you, you must make them pay the price when they have the opportunity. Now is the time. Moro has murderous intent on his body, and he is going to find those who have bullied himself and his brother. Stop. Someone tried to step forward to block it, but was stopped by Uchiha Yamazawa. Patriarch. They are still children, they are all the future of Uchiha. A Uchiha clan member said anxiously. Most of those who really bullied and beat the Boshin brothers were about their age, or a few years older, and although the adult Uchiha was far from disgusting them, his arrogant personality made the adult Uchiha not beat the Boshin too. Boshun's current behavior is completely cutting off the future of their Uchiha clan. So what can be done? Do you really want to let Uchiha exterminate the clan? Uchiha Yamazawa asked rhetorically. He didn't want to in his heart. What dignity? It's all floating clouds at the time of life and death. Only living can wash away shame. Before I dared to fight hard, because I didn't know the gap between the two sides, I felt that at most the loss was bigger, and I still had a chance to win. But now he sees the gap between the two sides clearly, and if he tries desperately, he is a fool, and only by living can there be infinite possibilities. Hey! The man flicked his arm in frustration, and then the whole person squatted on the ground and wept silently. Wow, don't kill me, help, I'm wrong, Moro, let me go. I'm sorry, I was wrong, let me go. Who will save me? Who will save me? The people of the Uchiha clan listened to the screams and cries for help that kept coming from the clanland, and they felt so harsh, and some people covered their ears in order not to hear these sounds. But no matter how they covered it, they could hear those sounds. Bang! A Uchiha tribe really couldn't stand the inner torture, and directly hit the wall, and knocked himself out abruptly. This can't stand it? My brother and I have been suffering for 10 whole years. Don't worry, this is definitely just the beginning. From now on, every breath you take is a gift from me and my brother. Enjoy the good times that won't be long. Saying that, Boshin stabbed Uchiha Yamazawa's life, and then went to find Moro, believing that Moro has now solved almost the problem. Patriarch. Many people ran over to check on Uchiha Yamazawa's situation, and after confirming that Uchiha Yamazawa was dead, they all looked at Boshun, with endless resentment in their eyes. Boshun, we Uchiha will definitely wash away today's shame. It seems that you still haven't realized your mistake. If you hadn't been so targeted at our family, but treated us like other clansmen, would there still be the situation we have today? No, on the contrary, our two brothers will become the strongest combat power of the Uchiha clan, so that the glory of the Uchiha clan will shine in the world again. Bosun's words made them dazed for a while, and their eyes became empty and blank. Are we really wrong? But why? They are children of calamity. Sarutobi looked at the back that was gradually moving away, relieved. It was finally over, although more than 200 ninjas were lost, but most of the dead were the Uchiha clan, and they were still within the acceptable range. If the losses are too great, Konoha, which is in the midst of war, may be defeated. While looking for Moro, Boshin collected those martyrdom objects into the system space, and martyrdom is not a matter of talk. Soon, he found Moro who was killing, but he was not killing people, but talking to others. Bosun fixed his eyes and saw a little girl about his age standing in front of Moro, talking to Moro. That girl was none other than Yuri Hong. She was originally on the battlefield, but she was injured some time ago, so she returned to Konoha to cultivate. Today, when I saw those two giants, curiosity drove me here. But I never expected that when I first came here, I actually saw the scene of Moro killing his own people. Moro, can you stop killing people? Sunset Red's tone was almost begging. In her cognition, everyone is a village partner, why fight each other? Red, I don't want to hurt you, get out of the way. Moro's icy tone made Sunset Hong feel strange, even a little scared. Why? Aren't they your people? Red was very puzzled, and her red eyes wanted to understand the reason. She didn't understand why the sunny and cheerful Moro of the past had become the cold-blooded butcher he was now. You don't know me at all. Now I don't want to say why, you should take revenge. Moro does not want to explain, do not persuade others to be good without suffering others. He felt that he and Sunset did not seem to be a good fit. Although Bashin and Moro's few classmates at the ninja school did not treat them as monsters, they never understood what life the Bashin brothers lived. Even the Uchiha belt soil of the clan is only half aware, let alone others. Moreover, he is about to become a traitor. Will the red go with him? Apparently impossible. Hong, why did you come here? Come home with me. At this time, Sunset True Red suddenly appeared in front of Sunset Hong and wanted to pull her away. No, I'm going to ask clearly. Sunset Red bumped into his father in a rare way. Brother, how many more are left? We should go. Bo Sun suddenly said at this time. The last one. Then hurry up. Moro nodded, opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, crossed the Sunset Red, and directly shot a pupil at the same big Uchiha as himself. No, don't. Sunset Red wanted to stop it, but was firmly held by Sunset True Red. Oyama Tsumi. Ugh. Puff. In an instant, that Uchiha was crushed into a meatloaf in panic. Bashin collected the last body and left with Moro, leaving only Sunset Red sad, with his head bowed and not knowing what he was thinking. Sunset Zhenhong on the side opened her mouth, wanting to say something to comfort her daughter, but she didn't know what to say, and finally gave up. The two Bashin brothers, led by Indra, went to the base of the roots. Here is their second battle. Although Shimura Danzo did not directly kill his parents, but he broke the law and should be punished. It's just that when Bashin and Moro entered, the entire base was in shambles, and only one person was lying in the center of the hall, and there was no breath of life. And the deceased is none other than the oil girl Ryoma, the one that Indra perceived. Bo Chun searched the root laboratory, but there was nothing of value, and it was impossible for Danzo to move everything in such a short time, but it was easy to destroy. Although there was some disappointment, it was not a big deal. Tuan Zhang, it's still a long time, don't worry. A dangerous glint flashed in Ba Shun's eyes. Tuan Zhang is like a rat in a sewer, although there is no threat, but it is disgusting enough, and there is a hand in making people's mentality. Without stopping too much, Bashin and Moro walked away, taking Indra and White Fang with them, and of course, certainly not forgetting the little white rabbit. It's just that the little rabbit fell into a deep sleep again after returning. Probably this time the chakra ate too much again. Bo Shun left, waving his hand not to take a cloud away, but Konoha was bitter, because what happened today had been spread by the spies in Konoha. I believe it won't be long before the major ninja villages receive the news. Sure enough, within a few days, IWA Shinobi Village and Mist Shinobi Village declared war on Konoha one after another. The Ape Flying Sun was in a hurry, and one order after another did not stop being issued. During this period, there was not a single good news. Even if the Great Snake Pill defeated San Shinobu, it was not good news. The loss was too heavy, 15,000 people. There were more than 1,000 people left. Now he looks a lot haggard. At this time, Bo Sun took his younger brother to build a crown tomb for his parents, and then buried all the martyrs in it. As for the bodies of their parents, Bo Shun did not plan to bury them, and would definitely resurrect his parents in the future, and they also needed their flesh and blood tissue, so Bo Shun left his parents' bodies in the system space. Brother, where are we going next? Moro asked. Bo Sun looked up into the distance, was silent for a while and said, let's go to Kusanagi village. Then the group set off for Kusanagi village. It's just that what they don't know is that because of them, the Third Ninja World War broke out completely, and the 5 major ninja villages, as well as various small ninja villages, all participated in the war. And the news of Uchiha Yamazawa's death also reached the ears of Uchiha Fugaku, who was participating in the battle in the Land of Thunder. In a tent in the Konoha camp, there was a roar. What do you say? My father was killed? Uchiha Fugaku shouted emotionally. Say, who is it? Who killed my father? The Uchiha who came to deliver the news wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, it's the Uchiha brothers, those 2 people who are called the children of calamity. Are you kidding? They are only 10 years old at most, how can they kill my father? Uchiha Fugaku grabbed the man by the collar and questioned him. There is still a glimmer of hope that what I hear is fake news. That person didn't dare to resist. He was a small summoner, the strength of the tolerant. How dare he resist in front of Uchiha Fugaku? Really, it's true. The 2 brothers awakened the kaleidoscope Sharinan. Uchiha Fugaku's hopes at this moment were completely dashed. He closed his eyes in grief, and the figure of the stern father slipped through his mind. Although it was stern, but how much his father had paid for himself silently for so many years only he knew. However, his father is gone, and he hasn't even seen the last of his father, and now he can only stay in his own memories. Thinking of this, his heart was like a knife. At this moment, he suddenly felt a headache, and then this pain slowly transferred to his eyes, and he only felt that a cold breath converged towards his eyes. The severe pain made him can't help but cover his eyes with his hands, and his body was a little unstable. Young patriarch, what's wrong with you, are you okay? The man was worried and wanted to step forward to help. Get out. Uchiha Fugaku realized that this should be a problem with his Sharingan, whether it was good or bad, he couldn't let others know. The man was a little slow to react, he didn't understand why Uchiha Fugaku let him roll, and thought that he didn't do something well. Young patriarch, I told you to get out. Uchiha Fugaku interrupted him directly and roared. Oh, yes. The man ran out because he was afraid, and there was one more thing he didn't tell Uchiha Fugaku, that is, Hokage asked him to go back and lead Uchiha to resist the Mist Ninja village, but looking at Uchiha Fugaku's current situation, he could only wait for a while. After the man left, it didn't take long for the pain in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes to disappear. He reopened his eyes, and a pair of blood-red eyes outlined with long black stripes came into view, and there was a black dot between each two stripes. Is this a kaleidoscope? Uchiha Fugaku felt that his pupil power had been terrifyingly improved, and even chakra had been raised by a level. If he had strength that was infinitely close to the shadow level before, then now he definitely has the strength of the shadow level, and he is not weak among the shadow level powerhouses. It's ridiculous, it turns out that you can only get it if you lose it, he said with a bitter smile. Having awakened the kaleidoscope, he has already understood the conditions for the kaleidoscope awakening. That's why I feel bitter in my heart. Uchiha Shun, Uchiha Moro, I will find you. The battlefield of the Land of Wind. At this time, the Land of Wind has surrendered, but Konoha has also paid a heavy price, and only more than 1,000 people are left in 15,000. Just as he was about to return to Konoha to rest, a dark ninja suddenly appeared. Lord Orochimaru, Naruto-sama ordered that Iwa Shinobu village declare war on Konoha, and order you to immediately lead the rest of the personnel to support. At this time, why did Iwa Shinobu village declare war on Konoha? Orochimaru asked with a frown. He was also very busy these days, and the news was closed, and he didn't know the news outside. Sir, not only Iwa Shinobi village, but also Kiri Shinobi village has declared war on Konoha. The specific reason is that the Uchiha brothers made a big fuss about Konoha. Later, the news spread, making Iwa Shinobu village and Kiri Shinobu village feel that Konoha was in civil disorder and lost a lot of combat power, so they declared war on Konoha. The Dark Ninja gave a general explanation of what happened. Okay, I see, you go back first. The big snake pill said impatiently, he can finally go back, he has long been in the battlefield enough, he has long been eager to go back to continue his interesting experiments, why did you let me go to other battlefields? Bashuna, you really gave the teacher a big problem, what a trouble, but the next time we meet, we may be enemies. If it's an enemy, it's okay to kill you, your body teacher has been hungry for a long time. Somewhere underground in the ninja world, an old man with gray hair and skin full of ravines was listening to a report from a dark humanoid creature. These two are Uchiha and Kuroja. Madara-sama, I found two interesting people when I went out this time. Interesting people? Is it interesting to have? Before Uchiha could speak, a white Jew wrapped in spiral stripes suddenly interjected. Shut up, Uchiha said with a glare at Baiju. Baiju was taken aback, and waved his hand again and again. I'm sorry, I just wanted to make a joke and make this boring hole laugh more. Uchiha was too lazy to deal with him, and just as he was about to speak, Baiju interjected again. However, you really don't have a humor cell, no laughter, ha ha ha. Uchiha-ban, Kuro, LLL Omega, if you say one more word, I will destroy you. Uchiha almost gritted his teeth and said, and when Baiju saw this, he immediately made a gesture to shut up and stop talking. Hey Ju, you continue. Hey Ju nodded and said, good. These two people are the same people of Madara-sama, the elder brother is called Uchiha Bashan, and the younger brother is called Uchiha Moro, and he is only 10 years old now, and they are both rare talents. A few days ago, their parents were murdered by the current patriarch of Uchiha, and the two of them opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye after hearing the news. Hearing this Uchiha spot, there was a hint of interest. Kaleidoscope chakra eyes are already scarce, plus they are still brothers, so that they can obtain eternal kaleidoscope chakra eyes by transplanting eyes. Hey Ju, you did a good job, find a way to kill one of their brothers, and the other can get the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and then guide him to become my spokesperson when the time comes. Kuro Ju, Uchiha saw that Heiju seemed to have something to say. Heiju, what else do you have to say? They're already an eternal kaleidoscope. The words were amazing, and Uchiha didn't expect this, so he frowned and asked, what is the situation? The brothers were born ominous, and according to what I heard, they were originally quadruplets, but two of the children were stillborn at birth, and those two dead babies had no eyes. It's strange that those two who are alive are born with heavy pupils, so they are defined as the children of calamity and have been bullied. At that time, when they awakened the kaleidoscope, they who were originally heavy pupils became the same as normal people, and when fighting against others, the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye consumed very little of them, so I guess that they may already be an eternal kaleidoscope. Heiju said what he heard and saw, but there was one thing he didn't say, that is, something seemed to have changed in Bosun and Moro's bodies, and he could even feel a familiar breath. Especially on Moro, that breath made him feel his mother's feelings. If Maro is not a woman, he thinks that Maro is the reincarnation of his mother. But that feeling couldn't fool anyone, so he decided that he had time to check it out, but he still couldn't let Uchiha know now, otherwise it would be bad to suspect himself then. Heavy pupils, as soon as they awaken, they are eternal eyes, which is really interesting. Uchiha muttered, he had never seen this situation in his life, which made his boring life a little more colorful, and he couldn't even help but go and see it for himself. Madara-sama, do you want to train them to be the executors of the plan? Uchiha thought for a moment before he spoke. Yes, you keep an eye on them, and when they separate, notify me, and I will personally solve one, leading the executor of the Moon Eye plan. Koro was surprised. He didn't expect Uchiha to personally make a move. Is Madara personally shot? Will it be a fuss? They have an eternal kaleidoscope of chakra eyes, I can be sure, even if they are young, few people are their opponents. Can I do it without making a move? Uchiha snorted coldly, very conceited between words. Koro thought about it too, otherwise Konoha wouldn't have let them go. Is there still surveillance over there with Obito? Surveillance, we must make two preparations. In case these two brothers are unwilling, then we can't leave them with an eternal kaleidoscope as a hidden danger that will hinder us. So the option of bringing soil cannot be abandoned. I know, my subordinates retreat. Bo-shun didn't know that he had been targeted by a big guy, and at this moment they had already arrived at the door of Kusanagi village. Although it was only at the door, Bo-shun saw what chaos was. There were no guards at the door, and ninjas could be seen everywhere on the street, but they were all embarrassed. But even so, most of them had a bottle of wine in their hands, drank on the street, and when they were drunk, they lay on the ground and counted the ball. Bo-shun saw the paralysis in their eyes. Because of the war, small countries between large countries became battlefields, and so did Kusanagi village. They did not have the slightest opportunity and ability to resist. From anger at the beginning, to habituation, to paralysis, and finally to self-abandonment. And now there are two people who have given up themselves, thinking about Bo-sun and others coming. Hey, little ghost, caretaker, you are Konoha's rebels, right? I don't know if you have a reward, and if you do, you can exchange it for $2 to drink. Ha ha ha, little ghost, let's go with us. Bo-sun is too lazy to talk nonsense with such people. He just needs a place to stay, and he needs some people under him to help him do things. 6th Day Demon King. From now on his Susa will be called this. The next moment, a blood-colored giant that was 100 meters tall rose from the ground, and the people in Kusanagi village who saw this scene opened their mouths and looked at this blood-colored giant in disbelief. They were a small village, and where had they seen this, someone immediately fell to their knees, with a glimmer of hope in their eyes, and shouted, "Oh God! Save our shinobi village." There was one and there was a second, and then everyone on the street who saw this scene knelt down, including the two who thought that they exchanged their bounty. They thought they had seen the true God. Take me to meet the leader of your shinobi village. Bo-sun has no intention of killing. These people will be their own coolies in the future. Yes, yes, my lord, please follow me. The two people closest to Bo-sun instantly stood up, hunched over and walked in front of Bo-sun, with a flattering attitude. Bo-shun and the others were soon taken to a building. Knock. One of the men leading the way knocked on the office door. Come in. A thick voice came. Bo-sun and the others pushed the door in, and what came into view was an old man of 50 or 60 years old. His hair was half white, and his old face was full of sadness. You are. The old man was a little displeased when he saw the two strangers, Bo-sun and Maro. This is the most important place in Kusanagi village. How can he bring strangers casually? However, out of caution, and saw that these two imps were wearing Konoha's forehead, but there was a scratch on it, so he did not attack, but asked the situation first, which is also the helplessness of their little ninja village. Chief, they are gods. A god who can protect our Kusanagi village. One of the people who led the way said with a feverish look in his eyes. They were already in a state of confusion and despair, but after seeing Bo-shun's divine power, they seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. Only God can have that kind of power and bring light to Kusanagi village. This is what they have in mind at this time. God. The leader was puzzled, and then shook his head, feeling that it was impossible. This was just two little ghosts. How could it be a god? My name is Uchiha Shun, and this is my younger brother Uchiha Moro. Poof! Hearing Bo-shun's words, the leader almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. But he had heard of these two daimyos. How did the ruthless people who killed more than 200 people in Konoha and finally calmly left come to his Kusanagi village? It won't be here to slaughter the village, right? They are not a big ninja village like Konoha, and it is not too easy for these two people to slaughter their Kusanagi village. And he is older, and he has a wider range of knowledge, but not so broadly. He had also seen Susanoo of Uchiha from a distance, which caused him to feel that Hashun was similar to the legendary Uchiha spot. And who is Uchiha Madara? Ninja Shura. And the first Hokage Senju pillar to calm the chaotic world. Isn't that also okay? He also has a younger brother? After the shock, he immediately stood up from the chair, his originally ugly old face, forced out a smile, rubbed his hands and came to the two of Bo-shun, bowed his waist, and made himself slightly lower than the height of the Bo-shun too. 2 adults, I wonder if there is anything we need to serve in our grass ninja village. Bo Shun looked at this leader of the Kusanagi village and nodded secretly. He would be a man. Can't be a person. Kusanagi village is originally a survival in the cracks, the strength is weak, if even people can't do it, he can't sit in the position of the leader of Kusanagi village. We can shelter Kusanagi village, but your Kusanagi village needs to do things for me, Bo Sun said lightly. Good, no problem at all, the chief farts and agreed. He wished that someone could shelter their Kusanagi village, let alone do things for Bashun. Even if he let him call Bashun's father, he was happy. Who can experience the suffering of survival in the cracks of all these years? Bo Sun's words were like a heavenly sound, which made him excitedly leave an indisputable cat urine. What's your name? Hoi-sama. The villain is called Honda Kotaro, the leader of Kusanagi village, and his strength is Shangnan. Honda Kotaro replied honestly. Today you can go and announce to the outside world, just say that I Uchiha Shun and Uchiha Moro are stationed in Kusanagi village. We covered Kusanagi village, all the ninjas of other countries in the country of grass, all get out of the country of grass, give them 3 days, when the time comes, they have not left the country of grass, I Uchiha Bashin personally attacked. Bashin believes that the matter between himself and Moro should have spread throughout the ninja world, unless the other ninja villages are too wasteful, and there is no spy for them in Konoha. Hearing Bashun's words, Honda Kotaro's tears that had been stopped suddenly broke the embankment again. So excited. Our Kusanagi village is finally going to turn over. Yes, I'll do it right away. Kotaro Honda agreed without the slightest hesitation, because I'm covered by 2 more people comparable to Uchiha, and I'm still afraid of you? This is a misunderstanding, but not a complete misunderstanding, because the 2 Bashin brothers may not be as strong as Uchiha now, but the gap will not be too big. Honda Kotaro seemed to be 10 years younger, happy like a child, and looked at the 2 leading people next to him stunned. The 2 looked at each other and secretly said, sure enough, it is worthy of being a god, and even the leader is convinced. Soon, all the ninja villages in the ninja world received a notice from the Kusanagi village, as follows: from today onwards, all ninjas from other countries will leave the territory of the Kusanagi country within 3 days, otherwise our god, Uchiha Hashun, will personally take action, and if you don't leave, you will never have to leave. Boom, the entire ninja world was in an uproar. Kusanagi village, this doesn't want to live. Want to be destroyed. I estimate that Kusanagi village is the frog at the bottom of the well, others will recognize their father if they are a little stronger, and return God, if he is a god, I am the creator. Kusanagi village is over, it is estimated that the daimyo of Kusanagi country will have to be mad. People who heard the news thought that Kusanagi village was impatient, and they had never seen such a death. Who does he think he is? Say let's withdraw. What did he think of our IWA Shinobi village? In a camp in Kusanagi, the lowest of IWA Shinobi village directly smashed the table in front of him. The staff officer next to him had a bitter face. How can he slap the table when he is angry? We can't learn from Lei Ying. However, he still said out loud, Lord Lois, I think it's better to withdraw. According to the news from the Konoha spy, the 2 brothers killed 200 or 300 people in Konoha, and the 8 flying sun who beat the soft did not dare to make a move, so we better be cautious. Lois frowned and said, we have a lot of fortifications in Kusanagi village, and we can't shrink the turtles that Konoha ninjas have beaten. If we withdraw, our attack will be interrupted, and the loss will be huge. Or let daddy send Lao Zi. In short, it will be fine. Lois still did not intend to give up the results already achieved, and the staff officers had no choice but to carry out orders. This happens to other shinobi villages, such as Konoha. It's just that the first time Sarutobi received this notice was to order the Konoha ninja to withdraw from the land of grass. Let you consume IWA Shinobi village. It's just that he may be disappointed by Sarutobi Hinata, and when Oniki learned of this notice, he flew non-stop from IWA Shinobi village to Kusanagi village, and let his son and the ninja of IWA Ninja village withdraw as quickly as possible. But he knows that the kaleidoscope Sharingan is that his master died under Uchiha's Susanoo. Susanoo is already his psychological shadow. As for the other large ninja villages, although they were all laughing at Kusanaga's death, there was no movement, because Kusanagi village was only between the 2 big countries of Konoha and IWA Ninja village, and all of them were small countries except for these 2 big countries. In the country of grass, Lois is working with people to make the next battle plan. Lord Lois, the people of Konoha have all withdrawn from the country of grass in the past 2 days, what should we do? Do you still need to ask? Of course it's advanced. Those people in Konoha are really unbearable. They were actually frightened by a little ghost's words. I see that their Konoha first shinobi village is no longer worthy of its name. Ha ha ha, there was a burst of laughter in the tent, and they all laughed at Konoha's timidity. Lois waved his hand at this time, signaling quiet, and said, okay, let's talk about the future battle plan. This Konoha retreat will definitely have a great loss of morale and a disordered army. This is our opportunity. Just as Lois was about to say his plan, a man suddenly broke into the tent. Yagi dear, don't you know that we are discussing the battle plan? Lois shouted, very dissatisfied. The man gasped and said, Lord Lois, your father is here. What? How could my father be here? Could it be? Lois wondered in his heart, and couldn't help but think of the announcement of the grass country. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Take me to my father. He wanted to ask his father why he had come. No thanks, I'm coming. Onaki's short figure supported the old waist and walked into the tent. This flight exhausted him, and he flashed his waist when he landed. This made people inform the Yellow Earth to meet him, but he was afraid of delaying time, so he decided to endure the pain and come over by himself. Because it is now less than an hour before the wave is notified. Daddy, why are you here? Lois respectfully helped his father to sit on the chair. Don't hurry up and inform people to withdraw from the country of grass, Onaki said angrily. Huang Tu wondered if he had heard wrong, and quickly looked at the others, who shook their heads to indicate that they had heard correctly. Oh what? Will it go soon? Onaki is angry. How did I give birth to such a stupid son as you? Didn't you see that Konoha was withdrawn? Why are you still here? Waiting to die? Why? Lois couldn't help but ask. Ask what to ask? Don't you listen to everything I say? Onaki was too lazy to explain, and he didn't have much time to explain, but he was afraid that the Lois would have emotions, so he still said, I'll explain it to you on the road. Oh, okay Daddy. Lois reluctantly began to call people to retreat, and when everything was packed, he immediately set off. Soon they were not far from the border. At this time, Huang Tu asked, Dad, can you talk now? Those two imps awakened the kaleidoscope chakra according to the intelligence transmitted back, and what I saw back then, these two imps may have exceeded the scope of the shadow, and their strength has moved closer to the original Hokage and Uchiha Madara. At the beginning, the Thousand-Hand Pillar and the Uchiha Pillar were overwhelming the ninja realm. If it weren't for the Thousand-Hand Pillar being too idealistic, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any 5 major ninja villages, so, those two imps still try not to provoke. After listening to his father's words, Lois was soaked in cold sweat, thinking about what would happen if he hadn't retreated. I'm afraid these people will suffer. In the small talk, 2/3 of Iwa Shinobu's troops had already entered the confines of Tsuchinoku. Onaki was relieved, but the accident came so suddenly. Look, what is in the sky? Everyone looked up one after another, and a huge blood-colored figure between them was constantly enlarging. Boom! This is exactly the 6th-day Demon King of Bashan. When Onaki saw this giant, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. It was really his teacher's death that was still vivid, and the shadow left by Susanoo was too great. The other Iwa shinobi also looked at Susanoo in horror. This size, larger than the tailed beast, just looking at it already felt a full sense of oppression. Iwa Shinobu who has already passed the junction, I will no longer pursue it, but Iwa Shinobu who is still in the territory of the grass country at this time must die. Bashan's cold and domineering voice reached everyone's ears. Iwa Shinobu, who crossed the border, breathed a sigh of relief, but there was still some anger in his heart, and our companion was sentenced to death by you like this? Iwa Shinobu, who has not crossed the border, is a little desperate, but they will definitely not sit still. Hello, Uchiha Hashun, I'm the 3rd generation of Tokage Onaki, can we talk? I can exchange resources for ninjas who haven't crossed the border yet. Onaki suppressed the shadow in his heart and took 2 steps forward to discuss. It's not impossible, but the people of Iwa Shinobi who don't have a border yet leave half of them to join Kusanagi village. The rest of you, give me 300 million taels of compensation, and I will no longer pursue it. Bosun did not object. The current Kusanagi village was too weak to give him any help, so he could only do this. Yes, but 300 million taels is too much, 150 million taels. Onaki agreed very happily. There were 3,000 people who did not come, half of them were 1,500 people, and these 1,500 people joined Kusanagi village as spies? After all, those people's homes are in Yan'an village, even if Boshun has some means to win over some people in the past, but it is impossible for everyone to be able to win him over, so what news can Kusanagi village hide from himself? But how did he know that Bosun planned to hypnotize them with a mirror flower water moon? Even if the news came back, as long as you dare to believe it, then you don't even know how to die. Boom, 400 million taels. Bosun did not bargain with Onaki, but also increased the price, and like stepping on a group of ants, he stepped on 7 or 8 people under the unexpected gaze of everyone. You, what are you doing? Onaki rounded his eyes. He didn't understand why it was just bargaining, and Bashan began to kill. Isn't it all like this in negotiations? Why are you special? Ask you again, half of the people, 400 million taels of compensation. Do you agree or disagree? Huangtu and the other Yen Shinobu were angry when they saw this scene. Dad, if you fight with him, I don't believe that there are many of us, and I can't win. Shut up! Onaki shouted. Daddy, if you agree, what prestige does our Iwa Shinobi village have in the ninja world? Even your position in the Earth's shadow may not be guaranteed. Huangtu said anxiously, afraid that his father would act irrationally. Even if you lose, it is better than the reputation of surrendering compensation before you fight. Will, if there is anything, I will bear it myself. Seeing that his father was so determined, Huang Tu no longer persuaded more, but his gaze towards Bo Sun was full of hatred. I promise you, Onaki said in a deep voice. In that case, I'll pick someone first. Saying that, Bo Shun lifted the sixth heaven demon king, and soon picked 1,500 people, and all those who had just died were counted among those who were not picked. Moreover, the people selected by Bo Shun were all the strongest among these 3,000 people, and Onaki was distressed for a while, but he couldn't stop it. I can only be psychologically comforted, these people will come back sooner or later, and they are all nails that I buried in Kusanagi village. Only by thinking like this will he feel a little better in his heart. Everyone who was not selected by Bo Sun breathed a sigh of relief that they could finally go home. The hearts of the people selected by Bo Shun were full of bitterness. They knew that the future could not go back, unless the big tree in Kusanagi village fell. It was possible. Remember to send the money as soon as possible. Gone. Bo Sun waved his hand and took the 1,500 people away. Only a group of dejected Iwa shinobu remained, and just now they were laughing at Konoha's people, and now it was their turn. What are you doing with your head down? It's all to blame Konoha for losing this time. If they hadn't released these two beasts, we would have had such a big loss. And Konoha's loss is the greatest. Think about it, if the Bashin brothers hadn't betrayed Konoha, what kind of enemy would we face? Do we still have any hope of winning? Give them some more time, and Konoha can even use the two of them to dominate the ninja world. Hearing this, Iwa Shinobu's gray eyes really lit up, and they were full of excitement again. As long as we win this battle, then we will not be counted as losing. We will take back what we have lost doubly from Konoha. Onaki scanned everyone and began to transfer hatred. I can't deal with the Bashin brothers, and I can't deal with you, Konoha. Onaki's hatred transfer really worked, and the dejected Iwa Shinobu really cheered up again. That's right, it's all to blame Konoha. Konoha is also a fool, such combat power can be forced by them to defect. If you give us Iwa Shinobu village, I will be happy to give him every day. Ha ha ha. Listening to everyone's words, Onaki is not so uncomfortable to think about. What is his loss here? And the two geniuses lost by Konoha are the biggest loss. If they can join the Iwa Shinobi village, don't say 400 million taels, he will give it even if it doubles. Yes. How did I not expect that? Lois looked at Onaki with a look of excitement. What is this, Daddy? Could it be that the blow is too big and crazy? Daddy, what's wrong with you? Onaki didn't take care of the Lois, and muttered to himself, if you can really let them join the Iwa Shinobi village, not only will you be able to get two powerful combat powers, but when the time comes, you can send them 10 and 8 wives, and you can have children. Then wouldn't my Iwa Shinobi village also be able to produce a Uchiha clan? Ha ha ha. Hearing Onaki's words, Lois's eyes became brighter and brighter, and secretly said, my daughter is already 2 years old, and she will be an adult in 14 years. And at that time their brother was only in his 20s, so he should be able to. Hey. Thinking about it, Lois let out a lewd smile. Snap! Ono flew up and slapped his son on the back of the head. What are you laughing at? Ahem, nothing. Onaki felt that his son's brain seemed to be abnormal, and there was no evidence. Gone. After Bashan came back, he briefly told Moro and Honda Kotaro about the news, and asked them to pay attention to receiving the money from Iwa Shinobu village in a few days. Moro was okay and didn't react much, but Honda Kotaro almost cried with excitement. No way, before they were dead and had to be compensated, and eventually became affiliated ninja villages, now they finally saw the money back, and they also abducted 1,500 ninjas. However, these 1,500 ninjas made Honda Kotaro a little worried, so he asked, so, my lord, will these ninjas betray Ah? Don't worry about this, it'll be fine. On the way back, Bo Shun hypnotized them with a mirror, and from now on, all the information they wanted to pass on to the outside world would be false, and they would definitely get lost if they wanted to escape. This is the result of the hypnosis given to their 5 senses by Bashan. Hearing Bashan's assurance, Honda Kotaro finally breathed a sigh of relief and was relieved. And now he has taken Bashan as a true god. Brother, I need to go out for something. You will sit in Kusanagi village, Indra will stay and help you secretly. Bashan said to Moro, and the reason why Bashan arranged Indra in the secret was that he did not want him to be exposed. Although someone has seen Indra before, they have not seen Indra's strength, and this will be a whole card after Bashan. In order to prevent the card inheritors they find in the future, it is naturally good not to betray themselves, but once they betray themselves, they also have the means to deal with them in their hands. Okay, I know brother. I'll leave it to me here. Director Moro said. Then I'll go first and come back to bring you a gift. Thank you brother, Zixi. When Moro heard the gift, his eyes lit up, and the pain of his parents' death was slightly reduced. Gone. This time, Bo Shun only took Huexing, and Bai Ya also stayed in Kusanagi village. At this time, Huexing was still sleeping in the collar of Bashan, and he didn't know how long he would sleep. He is going to dig a grave this time, targeting the land of thunder. Not long after Bashan left, Uchiha received news from Kuroge. Madara-sama, Bashan laughed. Are we going to kill Bashan, or is it his brother Moro? Uchiha thought for a moment and said, Moro, the art of elephant turning. The next moment, a white absolute became what Uchiha looked like when he was young. Isn't this technique the technique of the Eye of Reincarnation? Kuro exclaimed, knowing that he wanted to be an Uchiha, but he had already given the Eye of Reincarnation to Nagato. The Eye of Reincarnation is just a medium. As long as the principle of the technique is studied, it can be used, unless this medium is indispensable. In the original book, Uchiha was able to use Susanoo without eyes after being resurrected. Kuro never expected that Uchiha could actually do this. This doppelganger should be able to handle my 3% strength. However, Faye, you attach yourself to my doppelganger to avoid accidents. The whirlpool called off. Faye said squarely, guarantee to complete the mission. Don't worry, ontology. With such a sentence, the doppelganger left here. In Grass Ninja Village, Moro, who was cultivating, suddenly sensed that a powerful aura was approaching. He immediately stood up and looked around vigilantly, and finally fixed his gaze on a black-robed man on the roof. You are Uchiha Moro? Uchiha clasped his hands around his chest and said proudly. Moro frowned and asked, who are you? What do you want to do in Kusanagi Village? I'm Uchiha Madara, I'm here to kill you. Uchiha generously reported his name and took off his hood, revealing his true face. Arrogant, he will not be like the future with soil, concealed. Aren't you already dead? A momentary shock flashed in Moro's heart, and he quickly returned to nature. Seeing that Moro's heart was so good, Uchiha nodded with satisfaction, and couldn't help but comment, very good. I didn't expect that such excellent juniors would appear in the Uchiha clan. To be honest, if it weren't for the Moon Eye plan, he would really be a little reluctant to kill this junior of his own clan. Come and kill me, come with me, right? It is still useful for the brother here and cannot be damaged. Moro no longer cared why Uchiha didn't die, turned around and walked outside the village. Uchiha looked a little stunned when he heard this, and he remembered his brother. What a lovely younger brother Izuna. He was secretly calculated by that miscellaneous thing between the 1,000 hands. The hateful 1,000 hands should have stabbed you in the first place. Returning to his senses, he also followed Moro out of the Kusanagi village. After all, if after really killing Moro, Bosun submits to himself, then this Kusanagi village may be of some use in the future. The two soon came to a place full of strange rocks. Moro stopped, turned his head to look at Uchiha, and said indifferently, come on, let me see the strength of the ninja Azura back then. Uchiha's forehead turned blue after hearing this. Is this looking down on me? Little ghost, do you want to dance too? I hope you don't let me down. With these two words, Uchiha's figure suddenly disappeared in Moro's eyes. When he saw it again, Uchiha had already come to his side and raised one leg to pump Moro's abdomen. So fast. Moro hurriedly raised his hand to block. Bang! A powerful kick directly kicked Moro out, but fortunately Moro blocked it in time and turned over in the air a few times before landing steadily. But Uchiha was unforgiving, and once again bullied him, not giving Moro a chance to breathe. Moro can only resist in a hurry. No way, he has only been fighting on the battlefield for half a year. Even if he is a genius, he is not as experienced as Uchiha, who has been fighting for decades. His use of power is also not comparable to the current Uchiha Madara. Therefore, even if Uchiha is only 1/3 of his strength now, he is not necessarily an opponent. However, it is not impossible. It can only depend on the speed of Moro's growth and learning. If he can grow up quickly in battle, there is still a great chance to defeat the current Uchiha spot. After Uchiha kicked Moro away again, he stood in place and took a deep breath. Fire is extinguished. Moro quickly stood up after landing. His bloodline had returned to his ancestors, and this injury was nothing at all. He wiped a wisp of blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the rapidly approaching sea of fire. It was too late to make a seal. Susanoo! Boom! The sea of fire completely submerged Moro, and the sea of fire disappeared after a few seconds, but nothing happened to Moro. At this moment, he was already wrapped in white Susanoo, which resisted the burning of the sea of fire. You really disappointed me. You have power, but you can't fully master it. Uchiha said with some disappointment. Originally he thought that he would be able to fight with great blood before he died, but the result made him a little disappointed. Let me teach you what power is. I don't need you to teach. Moro was also angry, and the kaleidoscopic chakra eyes in his pupils flashed with a dangerous light. Oyama Tsumi. Moro activated the kaleidoscope pupil technique, and Uchiha instantly felt like he was carrying a mountain and wanted to crush himself into meat sauce. But now he not only has the power of Uchiha, but also the power of the 1,000-hand pillar, and his physique has changed a lot. New Dun Tree Realm Birth. Uchiha's movement has been greatly affected, and in his current state, he cannot suppress Moro with physical skills. Moreover, his Sharingan is not his own. He can release Susanoo without Sharingan, but he cannot release the two pupil techniques unique to the kaleidoscope, and can only use Mudun to end the battle. In an instant, countless branches on the ground drilled out, and they were growing rapidly, and countless sharp branches pierced Moro. Big Owner Reverse. This is Moro's second pupil technique, which can reverse normal things, a very perverted ability, but it cannot be used on living things, and there is a 5-second interval between each cast. The greater the range affected, the greater the consumption, and the longer the interval. I saw Moro pressing his hands on the ground, and the next moment, the earth suddenly shook. Uchiha didn't feel good, and immediately pulled away from the place. Sure enough, just after he jumped out of this range, the earth in the range shrouded by the birth of the tree realm seemed to have been cut by something, and then the entire range of the birth of the tree realm suddenly flipped, as if cooking flapjacks suddenly turned over. All the trees were buried in the ground, and Moro did not give Uchiha a chance to cast his wood again and quickly tricked him forward. And Uchiha was being suppressed by Moro's Oyamatsumi at this time, and the speed was not as fast as Moro, and he was actually suppressed for a while. Ha ha ha, it's so good, this is the feeling of blood boiling. Sure enough, fighting can make me excited. After being hit by the blow, Uchiha not only did not get angry, but became excited, and the face that was so excited that it was a little hideous almost scared the crying of children. Moro looked at Uchiha in surprise, and secretly said, "Is there a problem with this Uchiha Spot's brain? I'm glad I was beaten." However, he didn't care so much, but said, "I see that your strength is good, do you want to join my brother's swing and do things for my brother?" First of all, he really didn't humiliate Uchiha, he simply felt that Uchiha's strength was good, and his brother might need it, so he invited. However, he invited Uchiha. Even his wife Senjukuma couldn't leave him in Konoha. "Aren't you thinking about fart eating?" Sure enough, hearing Moro's words, Uchiha's face instantly became gloomy, his forehead was bruised, and he said to Moro, "Little ghost, I dare to promise, does your brother dare to accept it?" "Dare? Ha! Hee hee Moro," the straight boy made Uchiha laugh angrily. "I said the opposite, don't you understand? It's useless to talk more, you still become a sacrifice for your brother to fall into darkness." Uchiha quickly approached Moro, and just when Uchiha was about to reach Moro's eyes, he suddenly felt his body lighten. As a result, he did not have time to control his body and directly passed over Moro, and then the pressure on his body came again, causing his speed to decrease sharply. Fire escape how fireball technique. Moro took advantage of this opportunity to attack Uchiha. Uchiha instantly turned on Susanoo, but it was not a complete body, and the flesh and blood Susanoo who could stand boom, a huge fireball slammed into the blue Susanoo, but unfortunately it could not break the defense. "Little ghost, you really gave me a surprise. Although your combat experience and physical skills are not comparable to mine, being able to skillfully use the pupil technique of the kaleidoscope chakra to force me to this job so quickly is proud of your age. You're still the first person to get me excited after that guy between the pillars. Although this body only has 3% of my own combat power." Uchiha showed excitement on his face. As a battle maniac, he had been in the cave for decades, and it really suffocated him. Totally Susanoo. Uchiha's blue Susanoo quickly changed into a full-body Tengu form, with a knife hanging on the left and right sides, and 4 arms on both sides of the front and back, full of oppression. It's just that since Uchiha is just a doppelganger, his height is only 100 meters. Susanoo. Not to be outdone, a white Susanoo with a height of 100 meters descended instantly, but his Susanoo was not the same as Uchiha's, only 2 arms, a knife and a shield, but behind him was a pair of wings. Moro's Susanoo Tengu form also has 100 meters, and the two are similar. Looking at this height of Susanoo, Uchiha was still a little frightened. After all, Moro is only 10 years old. What are you doing when you are 10 years old? I didn't even open the eyes of the writing wheel. I didn't open my eyes until I was 15. You deserve me to remember your name, Uchiha Moro. At this moment, although the two were enemies, Uchiha no longer regarded Moro as a child, but an opponent worthy of his all-out shot. Who wants you an old man to remember? Moro pouted disdainfully. You don't know how old Uchiha is now, do you? I also know history. Uchiha, Uria's atmosphere destroyer, right? Shut up if you can't speak. Hee hee, since that's the case, let's take it. The blue Susanoo pulled out the long knife at his waist, and with a vigorous swing, a terrifying chopping wave flew towards Moro. To be honest, this sword is somewhat selfish, only to blame Moro for talking too angry. Moro didn't dare to be careless, and pulled out the long knife on his waist, which was also a powerful blow, but the sword wave he cut out was not as good as Uchiha's gaze, which was the gap in controllability. The two chopping waves collided, and within a few seconds of stalemate, Moro's sword wave was exhausted, and Uchiha's chopping wave continued to attack Moro, and white Susanoo quickly swung his wings and flew into the air, only to avoid this terrible blow. Boom! Uchiha's chopping wave cut through the sky, cutting the mountain in half several kilometers away. It seems that I will have to train hard in the future, but now Hikari Susanoo will definitely not be Uchiha's opponent. Then you can only rely on pupil technique. Moro's gaze froze, and he manipulated Susanoo to attack Uchiha, but he lifted Oyamatsumi, a technique that was not very applicable to Susanoo and cost pupil power. However, he still has 2 pupil techniques that have not yet been released. Bang! Uchiha blocks with a knife, and with his other hand pulls out a knife and slashes at Moro, who blocks with his shield. The competition between the two men was up and down, but at this moment, Morrow suddenly pulled back. Big owner reverse. The next moment, Uchiha only felt that he suddenly had a sense of weightlessness, and then his Susanoo fell upside down, head on his feet. Boom, the huge Susanoo fell to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Morrow took advantage of the momentum, and the swing of the knife was directly at Chopper. Uchiha reacted extremely quickly, and quickly set up 2 knives to block this Chopper. It's just that the block is blocked, but he was directly knocked away by the huge force of Susanoo with a huge force. Fire is far away. This is Morrow's third pupil technique. When he awakened the kaleidoscope, he wanted to save his parents, causing the flame released by this pupil technique to absorb chakra and life force, feed himself, and if he wants to save others, he can also save his life force and chakra through this flame. And similar to the nature of Amaterasu's flames, where the line of sight is focused, the flame can be ignited, and it will not suck the enemy dry and will not be extinguished. I saw a green flame that directly ignored Susanoo and burned on Uchiha's left arm. Ha! Chakra is draining. Uchiha cut off his left arm without hesitation. He didn't expect that Morrow actually had pupil technique. Remembering Heiju's intelligence, he had a guess in his heart that Morrow had 4 pupil techniques, which meant that his brother also had 4 pupil techniques. What kind of talent is this? God chased after the feeder, right? This really shocked him fiercely. The flame on the severed left arm was not extinguished, but ignited Susanoo, and Uchiha could only lift Susanoo. Without a kaleidoscope, you can't cast pupil art, it's really hard to deal with. Uchiha sighed. Madara, is it a failure? Ah-Fei's voice came, and Uchiha nodded and said, that's right, I'm not my own chakra after all, I can't use pupil technique, the restrictions are too big, but losing is losing. Can there be such a battle before you die, and die without regrets? However, if Madara doesn't solve him, what will happen to stop our plans in the future? Heiju also appeared worried. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Ha ha ha. Uchiha doesn't care about this, still so domineering, so confident. Hei is silent, for 1,000 years, he doesn't want to have any accidents. Ah-Fei, Heiju, you guys go first. Good. After Uchiha finished speaking, Fei broke away from Uchiha and blended into the underground and fled. If there is no chakra provided by Fei in this battle, Uchiha Madara really may not have fought for so long. After all, Uchiha-ban's body is already old, and it all depends on the 10-tailed shell to hang. Morrow, we will see each other again in the future, and I hope you can make me excited in my heyday. Saying that, Uchiha Madara planned to launch his final blow. How could he Uchiha Ba lead to the neck to be killed? Death is also death on the charge. With his last strength, Uchiha once again summoned Susanoo, and Morrow waited for him and also summoned Susanoo. Everything. Uchiha's Susanoo held the sword in both hands this time, and Morrow could clearly sense that Uchiha's chakra was rapidly condensing on that blade, and an unprecedented sense of oppression rushed to his face. Morrow did not dare to be careless, staring at Uchiha closely, afraid that if he was slightly distracted, he would be devastated. The next moment, a terrifying sword chi cut through the sky, extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Morrow's eyes. The long knife in white Susanoo's hand struggled to resist this sword chi, and he kept being pushed back by the sword chi. Morrow knew that if he let go, or if Susanoo's knife was cut off, he would not be spared. Big owner reverse. AAA. As a result, Morrow's pupil power was passing rapidly, and even a line of blood and tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. However, fortunately, the pupil technique of the Great Thing Lord Reversal was perverted enough, and after consuming nearly 50% of the pupil power, he finally rebounded this sword chi back. Ha 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 ha, Morrow, you are very good. Instead of being angry at defeat, Uchiha was excited to experience a rare contest. After saying this, he was directly beheaded by his own Senluo Wangxiang. Morrow covered his still bleeding eyes with one hand, gasped for air, rested for a few minutes before he eased up, and then lifted Susanoo and came to Uchiha, who was beheaded. It's just that where is there still the figure of Uchiha? Only a white humanoid creature was left in place. Is just a doppelganger making it so hard for me to fight? It seems that you still need to practice well. Morrow muttered, just wanted to leave, felt that this white creature was very strange, maybe useful, so he was taken away by the white who was cut in two. In the next few days, Morrow began to purge other small country ninjas who were still in the territory of the country of grass, and as Morrow killed more and more people, no one dared to set foot in the country of grass again. Without the previous taunt, some were just fear. Bo-sun and Huixing have come to the land of thunder, and Huixing has sobered up and returned to the appearance of a white-haired little loli, but his height seems to have risen a little, and his chest has also bulged. I hit 2 rabbits, do you want to eat them? Bo-shun held 2 fat rabbits and shook them in front of Huixing, his tone full of ridicule. Shall we eat chicken? Don't eat bunny? Bunny's so cute? Huixing said pitifully with a pair of white eyes. Ha, is it the one who eats chicken? It's not impossible, Bo-sun said with a thoughtful look on his face. Huixing smiled instantly when he heard this, and he didn't understand Bo-sun's subtext at all. Really? Ba-shun, you are so good. Saying that, he also wanted to step forward to give Bashan a hug, but just as he was about to reach Bashan, a sharp break stopped. Wait, why are you taking off your pants? Hey, didn't you say to eat chicken? I don't care about being in the wild, Bo-sun also showed a silly smile after speaking. You give the old lady death. Hearing this, Huixing still didn't know what Bo-sun meant, and his eyes began to burst into flames. Bend legs, charge power, launch. When a mallet hit Bo-sun's abdomen, Bo-sun's whole person flipped backwards several times before stopping. You said you ate chicken. You dare to say it. I'm fighting with you. Huixing pounced on it for a while, but where she is now Bashan's opponent, Bashan has no big deal except for a few more tooth marks on his body. On the contrary, Huixing was frantically oiled by Bo-sun and touched all over his body. When she reacted, she quickly got down from Bo-sun, her little face was flushed, and Bo-sun almost didn't hold back to take 2 bites. Huixing stared at Bo-sun viciously, but did not dare to approach Bo-sun again. Bo-sun shook his head and sighed. He felt that he felt quite good just now, and he was really a little reluctant. Hey Huixing, how about you bite me 2 more times? Humph. Huixing snorted coldly and turned his head away from Li Bakan. Where did she not know what Bo-sun was thinking, secretly gritting her teeth and muttering, big pervert, even the little girl will not let go, sooner or later cut you. A chirp * 2 1 thought, 2 scolding, 3 chanting, Bo-sun, who specifically scolded me? After thinking about it, I feel that it must be Huixing's rabbit, but it has just taken advantage of others, so forget it. Huixing saw that Bo-sun had gone to cook, and quietly sighed with relief. Soon Bo-sun baked 2 rabbits, tender and browned, and the aroma was even worse, and he drilled into people's noses. Galama sound came from Huixing's stomach, and Bo-sun could hear it clearly. Eat when you're hungry, right? Huixing's face turned even redder, just shy and embarrassed this time. However, she still said righteously, humph, I will not compromise. Hey, see how long you can hold out. Bo-sun is very confident in his craft, and he also brought a variety of spices with him this time, which made the roasted rabbit extremely delicious. Half an hour later, woohoo, bunny is hot. Ha, 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 how can you eat bunny? It's delicious, Bo-sun, I hate you. Ha ha ha. Bo-sun listened to the black lines all over his head, looked at the mouth full of oil, and kept stuffing meat into his mouth. Huixing said angrily, you swallow the rabbit meat in your mouth first. It's really to take the bowl to eat, put down the bowl and scold the mother. Swallow, what's great, Sundara Miss is online, but in Bo-sun's opinion, whereas Sundara Miss is clearly the Sundara tiger lady. Bo-sun gave him a blank look and stopped bickering with her. After waiting for Huixing to finish eating, Bo-sun took out a map of the Land of Thunder and handed it to Huixing. Where is that place you mentioned? Huixing looked at the map, and finally his white finger landed on the map, and the words Jigakudani were written on it. Isn't this where the Blood Dragon Eye clan is held? I didn't expect it to be here. At the beginning of Uchiha, the ancestral land was in the Land of Thunder, and the Blood Dragon Eye clan was framed by the daimyo Masato, so they were all exiled to Hell Valley and guarded by the Uchiha clan. I wonder if that dead powerhouse is a member of the Blood Dragon Eye clan or a member of the Uchiha clan? Bashan and Huixing set up a tent, rested for the night, and set off again the next day. Another 2 days passed, and Bashan and Huixing finally arrived in Jigakudani. What came into view was a desolate area, strange rocks, without a trace of green, red water flowing in the stream, and some corpses scattered in the stream, which looked very strange. And the environment here is extremely hot, with wisps of smoke and an unpleasant smell of corpses in the air. The two continued to walk inside, and it didn't take long for them to see a large green skin bug with a strange appearance, which simply did not look like a creature of the ninja world. At this time, the big bug was lying on the edge of the stream drinking water, and seemed to sense the arrival of someone, and immediately turned his head to look at Bo-sun and the two. Seeing that it was a human being, the big bug directly took the two as prey, and the tube-like thing on its head spewed out a spiderweb-like thing, wanting to capture the two. Sharingan illusion. But Bo-sun directly opened the Sharingan, and in an instant, the huge black eyes of the big bug turned into the appearance of the three-hooked jade Sharingan, standing still in place. The fire is extinguished. It was useless for Bo-sun to keep him, and he was directly executed. In just a dozen seconds, the big bug was burned to death. It was just a small episode, and just as the two wanted to go deeper, suddenly a small stone hit Bo-sun's head. Bo-sun easily dodged it, and then looked into the distance, only to see a little boy of 3 or 4 years old holding a stone, wanting to continue attacking Bo-sun. Bo-sun came directly to the little boy's side in an instant, and grabbed the little boy's hand that wanted to throw a stone, saying, "Little friend, why are you attacking me? You're the bad guy. Bad guy, let me go, or when my father comes, you will die." The little boy kept slapping Bo-sun with his small hands, but there was no cock. The little boy's strength hit Bo-sun's body, and it didn't hurt or itch. "Why do you say I'm a bad person? If you don't tell me, then I'll eat you, but I've already eaten 999 children, and I'm just 1,000 of you." Bo-sun clenched his teeth and said fiercely. Wu the little boy was directly frightened and crying by Bashan, and his heart was flustered, and it was impossible to tell Bashan why. Puff, Wixing Yu on the side covered his small mouth with his hand, trying not to make himself laugh. Bo Sun's face darkened, and said, "What is laughing? I am a tyrant in the grass ninja village, a bloody man too Bakken, killing people without blinking, eating people without putting salt, and I like to eat children the most. Is there anything wrong? Ah, yes, you breakfast human brain, lunch person limbs, dinner person ribs. Ha ha ha, I really can't help it." Wixing laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. If it weren't for the fact that this place was too dirty, he would have rolled on the ground laughing at this time. Bo Sun is full of black lines. "I scare children, want to set up some news I is easy? You poor hard tear me down." However, the two of them did not know that the child who was caught by Bashan believed it. After all, he is a 3 or 4-year-old child. Where can he tell whether he is lying or not? He only feels that these two people are so terrifying, saying that eating people is like drinking water, and he actually laughs. Whew. For it finally, I rolled my eyes and fainted. Bashan, am I so terrifying? Wexing did not expect that this child was actually frightened and fainted. What about this? Bo Sun gave her a blank look and said, "What else can I do? With you, it would be better if you could accept the blood dragon I family this time. Now Kusanagi village is too weak to help me at all." "Oh, you have the final say." So, Bo Shun carried the little boy all the way to the depths. Soon after, Bashan found a small village here, which was still very large, but most of the houses were dilapidated, and only a few houses were still habitable. Presumably, the number of people in the Blood Pool clan will not be too much. "Stop, what are you?" Quickly put down the real book. When Bashan tried to enter the village, a middle-aged man blocked Bashan's way. And the people in the village, hearing the movement here, also rushed over, and soon all the Blood Pool clan arrived. Bo Sun counted carefully, counting the little boy he was carrying, there were 75 people. The number of people is so small. This reminds Bo Shun of the conversation between Orochimaru and Blood Pond Oyakastle in his previous life, which roughly means that soon after the Blood Pond clan was exiled, civil strife occurred, and because of the small frictions that had accumulated over time, they would turn into mutual hatred, and eventually kill each other. In the end, Blood Pond Mia Castle killed all the clansmen except himself and his daughter. "Is this your child?" Bo Shun grabbed the unconscious Blood Pool True Book and shook it in his hand like a rag doll, as if to let others see it clearly. But Ba Shun's actions were taken as a provocation. The middle-aged man immediately became furious, and the originally normal eyes instantly became blood red, the salt was red, the pupils were black, and the pupil in the middle was a horizontal blood-colored stripe. "Don't you want your child?" Bo Sun waited for a long time and did not wait for the attack, so he asked again. A crow pulling beans flew over the heads of the people of the Blood Pool clan. "Impossible, why don't you have illusion?" The man asked in shock, knowing that their blood dragon eye illusion was second only to Uchiha's Sharingan illusion. However, what they don't know is that Bashan is the Uchiha clan, and he is also the most perverted Uchiha clan. What a lowly, blah blah, what mirror flowers and moons, bang jade, this is all hanging. Moreover, with Bo Sun's current spiritual pressure intensity, their illusion at this level was directly ignored. "Because I'm a Uchiha clan." Bo Sun squinted and smiled. "What? Uchiha? Are you from the Uchiha clan? It's really heaven right road you are inadequate, hell has no door you break in. Little ghost, it's up to you to pay the blood debt owed by your ancestors today." After hearing Bo Shun say that he was the Uchiha clan, all the Blood Pool clans immediately boiled, and they were simply angry, and they couldn't wait to crush Bo Shun's corpse immediately. But there was only one exception, quietly staying behind all the members of the Blood Pool clan, and there was no hatred in the eyes that looked at Bo Sun. "Hey, do you think the two of us dared to come here because we don't have brains?" However, Ba Shun's words not only did not calm down the Blood Pool clan, but made them even more angry. "Two imps dare to come to the territory of our Blood Pool clan, how much you look down on us." Coupled with the already oppressive environment of Hell Valley, their personalities have become more irritable, resulting in them losing their minds now, and they just want to crush the little ghosts in front of them into 10,000 pieces. So, one by one, they all open the blood dragon eyes, not to mention, more than 70 pairs of blood-colored eyes, and they will glow, which is quite mad in this foggy place. Bo Sun was indifferent to this, handed the little boy in his hand of Wexing, and walked towards the crowd of the Blood Pool clan step by step. Although he was young and only about 1 meter and 5 meters tall, his calm and unhurried expression made the Blood Pool clan present involuntarily feel jealous. "Break it, mirror flower water moon." Bo Sun slowly drew his slashing knife and completed the initial solution. Bashan knew that these people had to subdue them before they could be subdued, so give them an unforgettable lesson. "Shang, kill him, we will still be afraid that he will not be a ghost?" "That's right, on." Some people took the lead, and the rest naturally began to attack with the stream, but one person stood in place and did not move. More than 70 people scattered their positions, but they were not standing indiscriminately, and their positions happened to be near the blood-colored stream. "Little ghost, this will let you see the pupil technique of our Blood Pool clan." As one of them spoke, he slit his wrist with Ku-Wu, and the blood dripping from the wound dripped into the bloody stream, as did the others. Blood dragon art. In an instant, countless blood-colored dragon heads appeared in the stream, and their bodies connected to the stream, began to roar and bite towards Bashan. Bo-sun waved his big arm, 81 of the binding Dao, break the sky. When countless blood dragons were about to come to Bashan, an invisible wall suddenly appeared, as if suddenly rising from the ground, wanting to cut off the sky. The blood dragon crashed into it and instantly crashed into blood water. What? That's impossible. This is the blood dragon art that more than 70 of us have performed together. You should have died without suspense. Why can you block it? Everyone was shocked by this result, in their opinion that Bo-shun was just a little devil who did not know the height of the sky, and they just cast the blood dragon art together just gave them a feeling of jealousy, so they did not spare any room to strike together. But I never expected that in Ba-shun's eyes, their attack was just a word and a wave of his hand. This is impossible. Do we still have to be suppressed by the Uchiha clan? I don't convince, I must kill you. One of them seemed to have been overstimulated, and even inserted Ku-Wu into the body of his companion. You, Ching, what are you doing? The man looked at his companion in disbelief, as did the others. Wutai, don't you want revenge? As long as you can take revenge, what is it to die 1 or 2 clansmen? Ching looked around and pulled out the kunao, and the wound that Wutai had been pierced by the kun healed in the blink of an eye, and then he rushed straight to Bo-sun stunned. Immediately afterwards, under the complicated gaze of everyone, Wutai came to Bo-sun's side, and then his body expanded rapidly. Boom! The shock wave generated by the huge explosion set off bursts of smoke and dust, and the Bloodpool clan blocked their eyes with their hands so as not to be blinded. When the smoke cleared, Bo-sun's figure had dissipated. Ha, ha ha ha. Uchiha is nothing terrible, he was not killed by my blood Chi Ching. That is, I knew early on that Big Brother Ching is a person who does great things, and his future will definitely be limitless. They didn't care at all that Ching was using his own people by killing Bo-sun, but immediately began to pat the horse. But, does Bashan really die? He's the protagonist. Your pupil technique is really rubbish. Oh no, your pupil technique is not rubbish, because the ability to manipulate blood is very strong, and it also has illusion. That's not pupil trash, that's you people are too waste. At this time, Bo-sun's voice suddenly sounded from Ching's ears. Ching's laughter stopped abruptly, his forehead was full of cold sweat, and the others also saw Bo-shun stepping on the hilt of a sword stuck in the ground, talking in Ching's ear. Gollum, why aren't you dead? Ching swallowed a mouthful of spit and said with difficulty. The others did not dare to move anymore, and this unconscious speed made them feel desperate. And what was more shocked and frightened than them was the people of the Bloodpool clan who stood motionless from the beginning. His name is Bloodpawn Mia Castelyan, and what he just saw is completely different from what those people of the Bloodpool clan experienced. He saw that from the beginning. After Bo-shun took out the knife, he stood in place and did not understand, while the other people of the Bloodpool clan scattered, talking to the air and shooting at the air. Even Gangching also stabbed a rock, then threw the rock into the river, and then laughed maniacally, said some strange things, and the others also showed flattery. In just a moment, Ching's face turned into fear, and then the shocked look of the others. He didn't know what his people had gone through, but he knew that his people were all caught up in the environment, and he was fine. What a terrifying illusion, pulling more than 70 people into the environment at once, but he himself does not have the slightest feeling of straining. Is this the Sherry-nan of the Uchiha clan? Bloodpawn Mia Castelyan secretly sighed, attributing Bashan's ability to feed Sherry-nan. After all, he didn't know about the slashing knife. Snap! At this moment, Bo-sun suddenly snapped his fingers and restored the 5 senses of those of the Bloodpool clan. He believed that this experience of illusion would be fresh in their minds, and he liked the feeling of wanton manipulation of others, which always made him physically and mentally happy. Otherwise, with his strength, wouldn't it be good to directly exert the 6th Heaven Demon King to forcefully suppress him? Ha! Wutai, you're not dead? Ha! Yes, I'm not dead. Great, I'm not dead. Woo-woo. After seeing this scene, they knew that everything they had just experienced was an illusion, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, especially Wutai had a feeling of decoupling the rest of his life, but looked at Ching's gaze with a strong hatred. At this time, their eyes looked at Bo-sun, although they still had unkindness and hatred, but there was a touch of fear, but then they did it at will. Do you know our gap now? Bo-sun said lightly. What do you want? Ching asked with an ugly face. Play for me in the future, and I'll take you out. Bo-sun was very direct, but Ching pouted disdainfully. We will die when we go out, it is better to die in your hands. Oh? Why? Bo-shun was interested, and Ching Shen groaned. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder will not let us go out, and we also thought about going out, but at the beginning, it was your Uchiha clan who guarded us, and we couldn't get out. Speaking of this, Ching's face became very hideous. We just want to live a free life. What's wrong with us? Not only the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, but also your Uchiha clan. Why did you suppress us for so many years? You say it. Ching seemed to have lost his heart and went crazy, catching who bit whom, and even he forgot about how easily Bo-sun defeated them just now. Moreover, Bashan is never a good temper. Boom! Sure enough, the next moment, a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from Bo-sun's body, and Ching only felt that his body was suppressed by an invisible force, and he was instantly pressed to the ground and unable to move. And because this force was extremely powerful, even his internal organs were squeezed, and a mouthful of blood was directly spewed out. The Blood Pool clan looked at this scene in shock, but no one dared to step forward and be presumptuous, because Bo-sun was too strong and weird, and they had never seen this method. Remember who you're talking to, whether you say daimyo or Uchiha clan, it has nothing to do with me, but I don't like what you talk to me. Are you questioning me just now? Bo-sun looked indifferent. Ching read in Bo-sun's eyes that he was an ant, and Bo-sun could pinch himself to death at any time, and there was no psychological burden. For example, if you step on an ant while walking, will you pay attention? Yes, sorry, I was wrong. Wrong. Ching apologized in horror, his words intermittent, not only because he was afraid, but also because he was breathless by the spiritual pressure. Hearing the other party's apology, Bo-sun put away the spiritual pressure, and then said, "You should also see my strength. As long as you promise to serve me, I can guarantee that you will not come back here." Bo-sun's expression swept over the faces of everyone present, but no one stood up to respond to Bo-sun, whether to agree or not. Until Bashan's gaze fixed on the body of Blood Pawn Mia Castleyan, his body tightened, and he hit a spirit, not knowing why Bashan was staring at himself. "Tell me," Bo-shun pointed to Mia Castleyan and said. Mia Chenjun slowly swallowed and walked out. No way, the sense of oppression that Bo-shun gave him was too strong. Breathlessly took a deep breath, tried his best to calm his restless heart, and then said, "I think we should agree, because even if we don't go out, in this oppressive environment, sooner or later our internal agitation factor will be uncontrollable, and even extinct because of civil unrest. I think we should fight, even for our descendants." After listening to Mia Castleyan's words, the other people of the Blood Pool clan began to exchange ears, discussing whether to agree. "I think Mia Castle is right. In order for our children to grow up in a normal environment, for the continuation of our Blood Pool clan, we must fight." "Okay, then I agree." "I agree." Agreed. Everyone agreed, and only Ching had not yet expressed his position. Bo-sun looked at him and said, "That's all left for you. What do you think?" "I have one last question. As long as you answer me, my life will be yours from now on." "Okay, you say. You just said that you don't care what I say to Uchiha. What does that mean?" Hearing this question, everyone remembered that Bo-shun was still from the Uchiha clan, but they had a feud with the Uchiha clan. "My brother and I have defected to the Uchiha clan. Maybe we will let you participate in the operation to destroy the Uchiha clan in the future." Bo-sun did not hide this, and when the others heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. It's good to defect, and they can still participate in the plan of Uchiha Saibo's clan, and now the last layer of mustard in their hearts has disappeared. As for whether Bo-sun was deceiving them, they did not doubt it at all, because Bo-sun's strength was not needed at all, and he could let them destroy at any time. And even if they are deceived, they have no choice. Will they continue to stay in this place where birds do not? They have long had enough. Well, from today onwards, my life of blood Chi Ching will be yours. Ching is also a person who says everything, and immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "Get up, my name is Uchiha Hashun, you go back and pack your things, and then go back together when my affairs are done. Huixing, take me to that lake." After Bo-sun finished explaining, he and Huixing continued to set off. The people of the Blood Pool clan also returned to their homes and began to pack their things. Bo-sun, led by Huixing, soon came to a very huge blood-colored lake. "This is it." Huixing raised his jade hand and pointed to the lake and said. Without saying a word, Bo-shun began to undress. "Oops, what are you doing, dead rascal, stinky pervert?" Huixing suddenly covered her eyes with her small hand to keep herself from looking at Bo-sun, but curiosity made her quietly reveal 2 fingers. I saw that Bo-sun did not continue to undress, but looked at himself there and smiled badly. "Hey, if you want to see me undress, just tell me, I don't want you to see it." Bo-sun's ridiculous words made her embarrassed, but she was the former princess of the Big Tubewood clan. "Can I keep my grievances?" As a result, Huixing's little temper immediately broke out. "Ba-shun, Miss Ben bites you." This time she learned to be smart, afraid that Bo-chun would take advantage of herself again, changed back to her body, and then jumped towards Bo-sun's face, wanting to print 2 flowers for him. However, is there no way to change to the ontology wave? Bo-sun grabbed Huixing's 2 soft long ears, and the lifeline was pinched, and Huixing couldn't reach Bo-sun at all. "Let go of Miss Ben," Huixing shouted, but Bo-sun didn't care and went straight to the ground. What's wrong with turning into a rabbit? You have called me perverted, don't you let you say it in vain once I am not mutable?" So, Bo-shun gave her a full-body massage, along with a check of her gender. 10 minutes later, Hui Xingshang was squatting on the side, looking like a broken Biwan, with a red glow on his face that had not faded, and drawing circles with a small wooden stick. While drawing, he chanted, "Draw a circle to curse you." there is no paper in the toilet, only thorns next to it. This is thanks to the fact that Bosun has already gone into the water, otherwise when I hear Huexing say this, I will inevitably have to check my gender again. After Bosun dived underwater, he quickly found the crystal coffin, but just when Bosun wanted to carry the crystal coffin up, suddenly an enchantment suddenly appeared around the crystal coffin, blocking Bosun out. Bosun had not learned the art of sealing, so he could only violently dismantle it. 33 Broken Deo, Skyfire Pendant. Bosun's palm was aimed at the enchantment, followed by a white-looking flame rising into the sky, and a huge explosion exploded a column of water on the surface of the lake, startling the star who was drawing circles. Abominable Bashan, actually scare me, I'm going to curse you again. Draw a circle and curse you. Huixing complained as he continued to plunge into the curse. At this time, Bosun saw underwater that the enchantment was cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the sound of clicking and scraping continued, and after a while, the crack covered all the enchantment. Bosun touched it lightly with his hand, and the next moment, the enchantment shattered like a mirror. Bosun grinned, I finally got it, but I don't know who it is. But let's put it away first, and talk about it when we get back to the village. Saying that, Bosun waved his big hand and put the crystal coffin into the system space. Why use a crystal coffin? Because the crystal coffin is embalmed, don't lift the bar, I decided so. After putting away the crystal coffin, Bosun soon returned to the shore, and began to undress without anyone around. This caused Huixing, who had just come over to curse Bosun in person, to instantly slam his face. Bosun, can you pay attention to a little? Is there anyone next to you? Hey, aren't you a rabbit? Bosun said, pretending to be innocent. He just wanted to tease Huixing, so he took off his clothes in person. Of course, it was impossible to really take it off, then he was seen and suffered a lot. But who knows, Huixing actually stared at Bosun regardless of it, although his face was as red as a monkey's, but he just looked. Then you take it off, then I'll be a rabbit. This time it's Bosun's turn to be embarrassed. No matter how perverted I am, I can't undress in front of a loli in the wild. You take it off. Why don't you take it off? Huixing saw that Bosun's movements froze, and he knew that Bosun had just deliberately wanted to see his own joke, but in fact, he didn't dare to take it off, so Huixing's little devil's attribute was activated. She slowly walked to Bosun's side, looked Bosun back and forth, and then her soft little hand ran across Bosun's cheek. Golem Huixing's appearance is already beautiful, but now it is still a lowly body, the voice is pure and lustful. Where did Bosun suffer such a stimulus, and involuntarily swallowed his saliva? Now he desperately wants to grow up. Do you want me to help you, Lord Silverth? The heat with the fragrant wind swallowed in Bosun's ears, especially the last two words. Bosun gasped, his eyes were red. The idea was not because the riding wheel eyes were red, but the chi and blood were surging and congested. Oh mom, I can't stand it. I'm wrong, little ant, am I wrong? Bosun can't stand it, and he will marry his wife again. But you'll have to pay me 10 days of carrots, and roasting. Roast. Seeing Bosun admit his mistake, Huixing grinned, a little unexpectedly coaxed by Bosun. Bosun saw that she was hungry and embarrassed to say roasted rabbit, and wanted to ridicule, oh so you want to eat roast rabbit, that's it. Discovered careful thoughts, Huixing clasped his hands to his chest, with an attitude of what you do with me. Bosun saw Huixing like this, he didn't know what to say. This rabbit was thick-skinned and invincible. Okay, I promise you. Huixing also laughed when he heard this, but he looked a little silly. In this way, the two returned to the village of the Bloodpool clan in a row, and at this time everyone packed up their things and stood at the entrance of the village waiting for Bosun. Bosun took a general look, plus the child's words. The population of the Bloodpool clan is only about 110 people. It can be said that it is not far from the extinction of the clan. Go, brother, are you finally back? Moro and Honda Kotaro greet the returning Bosun at the entrance of the village. It's only been a few days, and it hasn't even been 5 days, right? Bosun replied with a smile. I don't care, brother, you can't eat well if I don't eat. Moro's coquettish tone made Bosun amuse. Squeak. Huixing watched this scene from the sidelines, and for no reason became hostile to Moro, and his teeth crunched. She herself didn't understand why. How adult, still coquettish. Bosun patted Moro's head fondly, and then said to Honda Gangtaro, these people will be arranged by you. Okay, don't worry, my lord. This thigh is not hugged in vain, there are benefits really brought back. When they left, they became more than 100 people when they returned, which made Honda Gangtaro happy. The stronger Kusanagi village, the happier he is, and secretly said, it feels good to hold your thighs. Sir, are these people ninjas or ordinary villagers? Kotaro Honda asked respectfully. The people of the Bloodpool clan, the family of the special pupil technique blood succession boundary, you arrange their residence. Hearing the special pupil technique blood succession limit, Honda Gangtaro almost fainted without excitement. This is the first bloodstained family in Kusanagi village, and it is especially pupil technique. Of course, the Bosun brothers do not count. Okay, the little one will do it, please follow me. Honda Gangtaro happily led the people of the Blood Pool clan to arrange accommodation. Ba Shun returned to his quarters, White Fang. Bo Shun called softly, and then the figure of White Fang appeared out of thin air. My king, please, go and catch a living person for me, don't look for it in the village. Yes. 10 minutes after Ba Shun's command, White Fang reappeared in the room, still carrying an unconscious man in his hand. Next, Bo Sun took out the crystal coffin in the system space, opened it, took some more skin tissue, and then began to cast the spell. The art of dirt rebirth. The unconscious man woke up alive and painfully, but in a moment, the man's appearance changed completely, becoming exactly the same as the corpse that Bo Sun brought back. Then he opened his eyes, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Am I not dead? What's your name? Hearing Ba Shun's words, he saw that there were still people around. How are there still children? My name is Uchiha Shun, what's your name? Children of the Uchiha clan? My name is Senna Uchiha, do you know how my eldest brother is? By the way, his name is Uchiha Madara. Bo Sun was embarrassed, and secretly said, sure enough, he is worthy of being a brother control, and he just woke up and asked his eldest brother. I know, I was killed by 1,000 hand pillars. Bo Sun's fluttering words immediately made Uchiha Senna angry. What? My brother? He's dead? As if his soul had been sucked away, Uchiha Senna almost fell to the ground, and then roared, it's impossible, my brother is the strongest, how can 1,000 hand pillars kill my brother? Hey Senna-senpai, you sacrificed early, I don't know the specific situation, listen to me tell you slowly. Bo Shun sighed, making a sad gesture. Say it quickly. Just shortly after your death, the 1,000 Hands pillar fooled your eldest brother into reconciliation, saying that Uchiha and Senju fought for too long, with countless deaths and injuries, and could only increase hatred in vain, and wanted to reconcile with Uchiha. Your eldest brother chose reconciliation for the sake of the future of the Uchiha clan, and for the peace of the entire ninja world, and founded Konoha village together with Senju. It's just that later your eldest brother found out that his beliefs clashed with the beliefs between the 1,000 Hands pillar, and your eldest brother felt that peace could only be achieved by unifying the ninja realm, and the 1,000 Hands pillar chose to balance the forces of the ninja realm to achieve peace. Hearing this, Uchiha Senna said indignantly, what does he understand between 1,000 hand pillars? My eldest brother is right, what an idiot. Bo Shun continued, sensing the difference in philosophy, your eldest brother planned to call the Uchiha clan to leave the village together, but the Uchiha clan, who had already obtained a peaceful life, did not agree, and they betrayed your eldest brother. So your eldest brother can only leave alone. What do you say? The Uchiha clan betrayed my eldest brother. Uchiha Senna was furious on the spot and stared at Hashun unkindly. Because Ba Shun is also a member of the Uchiha family. You listen to me slowly. Well, you say, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, you'll die. As soon as the 1,000 Hands pillar heard that your eldest brother was leaving, how could he agree? So he defeated your eldest brother together with the 1,000 Hands pillar. But the 1,000 Hands pillar didn't talk about martial virtue, and after defeating, he actually mended the knife. Just like that, your eldest brother died. Under Ba Shun's deliberate archfire, Uchiha Senna almost lost his mind. Senjima, I must kill you. Senior, don't worry, the 1,000 Hands and the 1,000 Hands pillar are already dead. It's not okay to die, I'm going to gouge out their corpses and crush their corpses into 10,000 pieces. Uchiha Senna had already imagined that his eldest brother was helpless at that time, the clan betrayed, and he was surrounded and killed, and he shed 2 lines of tears when he thought about it. Soon after, Senjuja died of illness, and Senju indirectly managed the village, and then frantically targeted the Uchiha family. Oh, you deserve it. Uchiha Senna doesn't care about the Uchiha clan at the moment, betrayed his eldest brother, it's good if I don't destroy you. Senjima also died in a big war, and his apprentice took over the village, oppressing the Uchiha clan even more, and they killed my brother's parents and me, so we escaped the village and became rebels. In order to take revenge, we found the corpse of our predecessor and resurrected it with forbidden magic. Hearing this, Uchiha Senna understood, you want me to help you take revenge. Bo Shun shook his head, turned to look out the window, and said profoundly, Senior, I have a way to resurrect Uchiha Senior. I hope that Uchiha Senior will lead us to rebuild the Uchiha again and truly make this world peaceful. At this moment, Uchiha Senna was unsettled, and said with a trembling voice, do you really have a way to resurrect my brother? Bo Sun snickered in his heart, I'm resurrecting a ghost, your brother is not dead yet, ha ha ha, it's fun. Yes, he could have directly erased Uchiha Senna's memory and turned him into a void, but he felt that the virtual of retaining memories seemed more interesting and fun. He has wireless potential in the future. If he just pushes everything flat and then lives the life of an ordinary person, then what is the point? It's fun to fool sentient beings. And maybe there will be some unexpected surprises in the future. Well, it's just that resurrecting people requires the legendary eye of reincarnation, so we found the senior, hoping that the senior can help us. Bo Sun's face was sincere. After Uchiha Senna was excited, he slowly calmed down, shook his head and said, this body is too weak, I can't exert any strength at all. Don't worry, senior, I accidentally got a secret method that can make people exist in the state of a soul. You see him, he is a soul become, and his strength is much stronger than before he was alive. Uchiha Senna then looked at the white teeth, and saw a pure white skin, a white bone mask on the side of his head, and what was even more surprising was that there was a hole in the chest that was transparent before and after. It is absolutely impossible for a living person to be like this. And he can also feel this excitement. If he wants to kill himself, he can do it at any time. Well, I call them void. Bo Shun laughed. They? And also, Uchiha Senna can't imagine that such an existence actually exists. There is one more. If the seniors agree, there will be 3. Uchiha Senna was still a little hesitant. He didn't know if there would be any risk in doing so. Seniors, rest assured that there will be no problem. We are doing this for the revival of Uchiha and for the peace of the ninja world. And you have already died once. As long as you bet correctly this time, then your eldest brother's resurrection is your own resurrection, and when the time comes, your eldest brother will definitely be proud of you. Ba Shun's words did not appeal to Uchiha Senna at all, but the last sentence hit his weakness, and at the moment his mind was full of Big Brother's pride. Big Brother is proud. Okay, I promise you. Uchiha Senna finally agreed, and Haki also showed a meaningful smile. Okay, I'll start the transformation. Subsequently, Ba Shun began to use Honyu to transform Uchiha Senna into a void, but Ba Shun did a little trick in the process. This has to say Bo Sun's third pupil technique, and the name of this pupil technique is called He Transformation Free Heaven. He is a world of illusion, just like a space of divine power. In this world of illusion, Bo Sun can know any environment, tormenting, sinking, and so on. It can even affect reality, and if you want to limit the things in the fantasy territory, you must use pupil art to leave coordinates. It's just that the stronger the strength of the affected object, the greater the pupil power consumed, and if you want to pull the human spirit into his free sky, you must look at Bo Sun. And Ba Shun just left the coordinates of his incarnation in Uchiha Senna's brain. As long as Ba Shun thinks, he can transform a boulder in his incarnation sky, and then manifest in Uchiha Senna's head. Soon, Uchiha Senna completed the blur, and the image was a white eagle with a wingspan of more than 3 meters. Uchiha Senna noticed the change in herself. Her face was very ugly, and she asked, why did I become like this? Although he could feel the powerful aura contained in his body, he still couldn't accept the current image. Oh, because your level is called Yakukas, the virtual is the image of various animals at this level, but it can evolve into Vaster by devouring Yakukas of the same level, and the Vastad level void is close to human form. Of course, this depends on the qualification. Other than that is the broken face, just like the white fang, he was transformed from the broken face of Yakukas. Bo Sun explained patiently, but his face suddenly changed, and he said coldly, one more point, from now on, please call me king. What did you say? Uchiha Senna was relieved to hear that he could change back into human form, but Haki actually asked him to be loyal, and when he heard this, he was immediately furious. He was also a proud person, and he didn't want to sit on his head except his brother's career. Uchiha Senna, what I told you before is true, and I will help you resurrect your brother, but the condition is that you are loyal to me. It's a pretty fair deal, isn't it? And I can give you the power now, and you can take it back at any time. Ba Shun's eyes were as calm as water, and he was not worried at all that Uchiha Senna would not agree. As long as he still wants to resurrect Uchiha, he must listen to himself. And if you really disobey, it will become the nourishment of other Ashikas. Okay, I promise you. Uchiha Senna pondered for a long time, but still agreed, only so that his brother could be resurrected. Let's find a place to hide first. After Uchiha Senna retreated, Haki secretly calculated the timeline. He only knows that Matkai was saved by Mat Dai when he was fighting with the Mist Ninja Village, but the original book did not explain the specific time, and Bo Sun wanted to take Matkai's heart, which was the best opportunity. Compared to Matkai, Kakashi is much easier to fool. Kakashi is in a confused time, it is easier to fool him into joining the gang. A talent with a naked heart like Meti is the most difficult to get, so he decided to spend this time on the battlefield, collecting souls on the one hand, and finding an opportunity to bring Kakashi and Matkei into the gang on the other. Half a year later, Ba Shun came to the battlefield of Izumo Shinobu village in Konoha, hiding in the shadows to secretly observe, and at the same time absorbing souls with Hongyu. In the past 6 months, he has been wandering around the battlefield, and Kakashi is very easy to find, but the Wave Feng Shui Gate is often by their side, and Ba Shun is not easy to approach. Metkai, on the other hand, was on the battlefield where Konoha and the Kiri Ninja village were fighting, but there should be no danger in a short time, so Hashin set his sights on Kakashi. Today is a good opportunity, because Wave Feng Shuiman is entangled by the son of the third generation of Thunder Shadow AI and the eight-tailed man Zuliki Rabi. Transfiguration. Ba Shun transformed into a Konoha ninja, then joined the battlefield, slowly moving towards Kakashi's position. Soon, Ba Shun easily came to Kakashi's side. At this time, Kakashi was fighting with an upper shinobi, and the two were considered to be up and down, and the fight was very difficult. You cover me, I'm in charge of the main attack. Kakashi saw Ba Shun coming over and said unceremoniously, Good. The corners of Bo-sun's mouth turned up slightly, evoking an evil smile. Chidori, seeing that the other party agreed, Kakashi turned his head and condensed a cloud of blue chakra in his hand, and also made a harsh sound, like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Bashan didn't expect that Kakashi would create this trick so early, but think about it, under his influence, didn't Kakashi reach the upper shinobi a year earlier? However, Kakashi was just about to rush forward, feeling a pain in his neck, and then the whole person lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Bashan's operation stunned Kakashi's opponent. Just now he saw someone come to help Kakashi, he was still waiting for him. Why did he start infighting in the blink of an eye? But it doesn't affect that this is good news, hehe, I don't know why, but thank you. You're welcome, just give me your life. The voice came from behind this Yun Shinobu, and as soon as he was about to turn around, he felt the sky spinning in front of him, and he also saw a headless corpse standing. It seems to be my body. Then he closed his eyes permanently. Bo-sun slowly put the mirror flower water moon into the scabbard, and then a soul was collected into the jade. The soul of a shinobi is still very good, and it is worth his sword. The art of shadow doppelganger. Transfiguration. Bashan separates a doppelganger, and then makes the shadow avatar look like Kakashi, so that he doesn't have to worry about someone finding out that Kakashi is missing for a while. And he quickly left the battlefield with Kakashi, and as soon as someone found out on the way, Bashan used the mirror to sleep with them, and easily took Kakashi to a cave. After a while, Kakashi woke up faintly, and as soon as he woke up, he looked around vigilantly, and finally locked his eyes on Bashan. His expression was shocked, and he obviously recognized Bashan. Why did you bring me here? What is the purpose? Instead of answering Kakashi's question, Bashan asked instead, what did the village say about me and my brother? Killing your fellow villagers and betraying the village, you are already S-class wanted criminals. Kakashi didn't hide it, because the news was not top secret, and you could find out by inquiring casually. Did you really do that? Kakashi clenched his fists and looked a little complicated, hoping that Bashan would give him a negative answer. However, he was disappointed, and Bashan admitted calmly, that's right, my brother and I killed more than 200 people from the Uchiha clan, and dozens of other ninjas. Why? Why do you want to do this? Kakashi stared at Bashan deadly, with disappointment and anger in his eyes. Because my parents died, they were killed by someone, Bo-sun said in a flat tone. If this were true, Kakashi could imagine how sad it was to be under this calm. It's just that he didn't expect that there was such a hidden secret in it, and he opened his mouth to say something, but it was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. Bashan looked at Kakashi with a hint of pity in his eyes. Kakashi noticed Bashan's eyes, and there were some doubts in his heart. What do you mean by this? I just feel like you're too pathetic. Bashan shrugged and looked at Kakashi with a smile. Kakashi frowned and asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you know the cause of your father's death? When Kakashi heard this, the pair of dead fish eyes finally flashed a wave, and then the whole person stepped forward and grabbed Bashan's collar. His eyes were red, and said, do you know something? How exactly did my father die? You said it. Since his father's suicide, he has lived in a state of confusion, making tasks his only goal in life, probably because he can't stand the blows and wants to paralyze himself by doing tasks like crazy. It may also be that Kikishuo Shigeru was cowardly and abandoned himself, thus changing his perception of the ninja profession. But no matter what the reason is, Kimo Shuumao's death is a hurdle in his heart. Bashan knocked Kakashi's hand away from his collar before saying, I do know something. Remember the day before your father died? Many of us went to see you that day? Remember. Kakashi, who had calmed down a little, nodded. I talked to your father alone that day. Hearing this, Kakashi's eyes lit up, and he felt that Bashan must know the cause of his father's death. Bo-sun continued, the day he told me that it was the Tuanzang people who spread the rumors, and he had to blackmail him and make him commit suicide, otherwise he would kill you. This news is like a thunderbolt for Kakashi. If this is true, then what is the purpose of desperately denying his father before? No, why did Danzo do this? And even if Danzo did this, wouldn't Naruto-sama care? Kakashi thought of the loophole and looked at Bashan deadly, hoping that Bashan would give him an answer. Because Danzo wants to be a Hokage, but your father's reputation is too high, which is an obstacle to him becoming a Hokage. That's why I came up with such a way. I want to eliminate the future troubles forever. As for Hokage, do you think he is a good person? He is not sick or calamitous, but it is not like giving up the power of Hokage so easily. You think, if he had stood up and said 2 words for your father, then all rumors would have been dispelled, and your mother would not have to die. After Bashan's words, Kakashi stood on the spot, and a huge wave turned up in his heart. These words completely subverted his understanding of Hokage and Danzo. Originally he wanted to go to the route after graduation, but now, go Nimas. But he wouldn't believe Bashan's words, and after calming down, Kakashi looked at Bashan and asked, what do you want to do when you tell me this? I wanted to recruit you. I promised Senior Shuumao to help you become stronger and help him protect you, so he told me those things. Well, come with me. The darkest place in Konoha's ninja world is not for you. Bo-sun opened his arms as if embracing heaven and earth. I will find out these things myself. If they are true, I will go to you. If they are fake, don't blame me for not talking about the friendship of the year. After that, Kakashi came to open the cave, and Bashin did not stop him. Just squinting at Kakashi's slowly disappearing back, he muttered to Kakashi, "You will definitely come, but you must not betray me, otherwise when the time comes, I will let your father deal with you, see if you can't get off." Bashan's hands made a seal, and after lifting the shadow doppelganger, he also disappeared in place. "Obito, did you see Kakashi?" Lin asked with a somewhat anxious look. Just after the battle, she suffered some injuries and was carried by Kakashi to the medical ninja, but on the way back after healing, Kakashi suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Rin then knew that this Kakashi was a shadow doppelganger, so where did Kakashi really go? So she began to hurry to find it. "When I heard it, my friend lost it, so I got it." "Lin, let's hurry up and find Teacher Watergate." "Good." Soon, the two found Bofeng Shui Gate and told the story just now. "Let's go separate ways to find." "Looking for what?" Before Wave Feng Shuiman finished speaking, Kakashi's voice sounded. The three fixed their eyes on it, and saw Kakashi standing not far away intact. "Kakashi, you're okay, it's really great." Lin ran over happily, her happy expression overflowing. "Kakashi, you bastard," quietly disappeared and appeared quietly. "Don't you know that Sensei and Rin are worried about you?" Obito also rushed over, pulled Karen, and roared at Kakashi. Kakashi's rare failure to return Obito may have had an impact on him by Bashan's words, and he would no longer treat the mission as anything until the cause of his father's death was clarified. Or after experiencing the bonds, it is not impossible that no matter what happens, it will not be impossible to treat the task as everything. "Ah, I'm sorry Obito, Rin, ha." Obito quickly jumped away when he heard this, and took out the kunao, pointing at Kakashi and saying, "Who the hell are you guy?" Kakashi will definitely not apologize. Even less laughing. "Stupid." Kakashi covered his face, not knowing what to say. Now, he seemed to feel very comfortable, a spiritual comfort that he had never felt before. Looking at Obito and Lin in front of him, he smiled slightly, and secretly said, "Why didn't you find it earlier? I'm such an idiot." Even Obito noticed Kakashi's change, not to mention Wave Feng Shuman, but this change seemed to be good. From the original unkindness, now it has a touch of human touch. Bofeng Shuman smiled and said, "She is Kakashi, don't worry about Obito." "Really?" Obito put aside the letter in doubt. "Kakashi, come with me, Obito and Rin will go to rest first." "Yes, teacher." After the two left, Bofeng Shuiman said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, where did you just go?" Kakashi's eyes flickered, and in the end he still didn't tell the truth. "Sensei, I was knocked unconscious, I don't know what happened, I woke up and found myself in a cave, and then I came back." Bofeng Shuiman was silent for a long time, and then said, "Then you go back and rest well, if there is anything, tell the teacher about it." "Thank you, teacher." Kakashi thanked him and left, believing Kakashi to say it when he wanted to. Everything that happened here was taken in by Bo-sun, and the corners of his mouth hooked an evil smile, and he muttered, "Only the deeper the friendship, the blackening is complete." After finishing here, Bo-shun walked leisurely towards Kusanagi village, thinking about the future as he walked. "I don't have any ambitions, I just want to become stronger, but the process of becoming stronger is boring, so I have to have some fun for myself." Now that Izumi has become a void, will he be an enemy in the future when he meets Madara? Kakashi also planted a seed in his heart, father and son cannibalism? Then do you want to turn Juzine into a void? Keep her memories and let her watch how miserable her son is alive. Then she goes to Konoha for revenge, but Naruto frantically stops her. Not bad, it's really interesting, so thinking about it, the future is quite interesting. By the way, and Lin, do you want to make her into a void? Let her watch Obito fall into the abyss, watch Kakashi and Obito kill each other, but she can't do anything about it, and then she can only come and beg me. Or erase his memory and let her fight Kakashi and Obito. I don't know if they will fight back. Oh roar. The more Bashin thought about it, the happier he became, and finally smiled as King Frisia. I'm so bad. Bo-shun himself felt that he was too bad, but he was still very happy. In this way, Bo-shun happily returned to Kusanagi village. After leaving the village for half a year, Bo-sun also wanted to go back and rest for a few days, and he felt that his eyes were a little uncomfortable these days, as if something was about to be born. He felt that his white eyes were about to awaken, and in half a year, his eyes had changed from black to white. If it weren't for his ability to use white eyes, just by his appearance, anyone who saw his eyes would think that they were white eyes. If this is to let the Hyuga clan know, then they must not think that Bashin is the illegitimate son of their Hyuga clan. Brother, you're back. As soon as Bashin returned to Kusanagi village, Maro sensed Bashin and quickly ran out to greet him. Well, I'm back. I didn't expect that your white eyes have also awakened in the past half a year. Bashin touched Maro's head fondly, ruffling his hair. Maro's current appearance has changed greatly, his hair has turned gray, his eyes have turned white, and there is an eye on his forehead that has not yet opened. Brother, don't rub it. Although Emo Luo said so, his heart blossomed, and secretly said, brother is so good. Huixing, who had just run out not far away, saw this scene, pouted his small mouth, and muttered, this damn brother control, and that damn brother control, have brain problems. It's all big perverts. She didn't notice at all that her current appearance was like a little daughter-in-law who had been angry, and her long-awaited lover had returned, but she saw that she was like glue with others, and her heart was full of vinegar, but she didn't know it. No, I'm going to bring them back and make them normal, Huixing said to himself, as if he was making some excuse for himself. Snap, two big men are so close, are you, epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals, Huixing came over and slapped Bo Sun, with a bad smile on his face. She wants to ridicule them to know that it is not right to welcome men, and they should know that men should retreat. Bo Sun saw the bad smile on Huixing's face, his eyes lit up instantly, as if he had found something beloved, and when he went up, he pinched Huixing's fleshy little face with his big hand, and kept pulling and kneading. Your face, don't show this bad smile, it's very incongruous. But it's cute. Huixing only felt that his face was not his own, and in addition to pain, there was also a strange feeling. Woohoo! Bo Sun did not stop until Huixing was about to cry, and at the moment when Bo Sun let go, Huixing seemed to teleport, and immediately distanced himself from Bo Sun, looking at Bo Sun vigilantly. At this time, Huixing's face was still red, and he secretly said, the pervert is really terrible, and it must be far away in the future. Brother, is it okay to bully your sister-in-law like this? Morrow asked secretly. What's the point? What are you talking nonsense? Bo Sun said subconsciously, only feeling that something was wrong halfway through. Huixing didn't pay attention to what Morrow said because he was still depressed. Sooner or later, although I don't want my brother to leave me in the future, but I can't be selfish, my brother will have a wife and children sooner or later, I think you two are very suitable, Morrow said with a grin. What about you? Bo Sun looked at Morrow strangely. Me? I don't care, Although Morrow demonstrated well, the sadness that flashed in his eyes was captured by Ba Shan. Brother, look into my eyes. Oh. Morrow subconsciously looked at it, and saw that Bo Sun's eyes had turned into a kaleidoscope, but this kaleidoscope was not red, but white, with strange color lines on it. Here there is a difference between Ba Shan and Morozi. One is the pure white eye, which gathers the ability of the chakra eye to the eye on the forehead, the other fuses two pairs of eyes together. When Morrow did not resist the kaleidoscope of the upper wave, this is absolute trust in his brother, he's at ease. The next moment, Morrow's gaze flickered, and when he looked around again, he found that it was so familiar. Isn't this Konoha? Why am I here? With such doubts, he planned to continue to explore and see, and after walking for a while, he found that the current Konoha was a little different from the Konoha he had at that time. Just when he wondered why this was, he saw the person who thought day and night, Sunset Red. It's just that now Sunset Red has grown up, but despite this, he still recognizes Sunset Red at a glance. It's very exciting to see someone you like. As soon as he was about to step forward to say hello, he saw Shirihong walking into the flower shop with a bearded man with a cigarette in his arms. He quickly ran over. Hong, who is he? Since Asma didn't have a beard when he was a child, he didn't recognize it. It turned out to be Morrow. After so many years, you still don't have Zhonggao. Hearing Sunset Hong's ridicule, Morrow noticed that he was still 10 years old, and then looked at the mature and sexy Sunset Red, and couldn't help but blush. Don't worry about that. Who is he? Morrow asked, shaking his head. He's my boyfriend, Ape Flying Asma, don't you know? We're classmates. When Morrow heard this, he petrified on the spot, and his mind was full of the words of the Sunset Red just now. She has a boyfriend, or her classmate Ape Fei Asma, and the most unacceptable thing is that he has still a beard. Morrow was thinking deeply, and the scene in front of him disappeared, replaced by a beautiful woman with a Rokiga body, standing at the window with a melancholy expression, fiddling with the flowers on the windowsill. Have you heard? Ape Fei Asma was killed by the people of the Xiao organization. Yes, it's a pity that such a big beauty as Sunset Red is pregnant with other people's children, but in the end she has to be widowed. I also heard that her father Sunset Zhenhong was slapped to death by the Nine Tails on the night of the Nine Tails. Hey, don't say, Sunset Red is really beautiful, but it's a pity if she is not the daughter-in-law of the Hokage family. ZZZI who? Who exactly said that? I'm going to smash your corpses into 10,000 pieces. Morrow kept hearing these words, but when he turned his head, he found that there was no one around. No, it can't be, it's not true, illusion, it must be illusion. Morrow saw that the Sunset Red experience was so miserable, he was a little broken inside. Originally, when he left Konoha, Sunset Red did not follow, and he planned to give up Sunset Red, which was a matter of position and had nothing to do with feelings. It's just that here, everything he has seen, let him know that Sunset Hong can't give up. Brother, is this your good intention? This illusion should also be broken. Morrow didn't realize until now that this was an illusion. This is the terrifying thing about his incarnation in the sky, which can make people unconsciously fall into it. Ba Shan keeps an eye on the changes in his incarnation, and when he discovers that Morrow already knows what he wants, he releases Morrow's consciousness. If Bo Sun hadn't taken the initiative to release Morrow, I'm afraid Morrow would have had to rely on his willpower and soul power to forcibly break free. Otherwise, this space that he transformed into the sky would be too pulled. Brother, I want to bring Red to us. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was this. Morrow didn't want the things in the fantasy realm to become real, and he couldn't get angry at the thought of Red having to keep the bearded ape flying Asma. It's just a flower stuck in cow dung. What if she doesn't come? Bo Shun asked maliciously. Even if you break his leg, tie her up, Morrow said with a serious look. Bang dash oh brother, why are you hitting me? Morrow covered his head, tears in his eyes, and his face full of grievances. You just pulled me into the fantasy realm, didn't you just want me to chase Red back? Why are you still hitting me? Hit you? I can't wait to give you 2 more feet. Bo Sun said with hatred that iron is not steel. Okay, give him 2 more feet. Huixing on the side was excited when he heard this. You give him 2 feet, he gives you 2 feet, and then the feelings are broken, and finally you are normal male silver, ha ha ha. You shut up, Bo Sun roared. What about my education brother? What are you interjecting? Oh. Huixing was startled and weakly ducked to the side. Do you think you're Naruto chasing Urju, and you have to tie your leg back? Bashin said, pointing at Morrow. Brother, who are Naruto and Nijuko? Morrow wondered, I chased Red, what does it have to do with Naruto and the second pillar? You don't care, you lost your wife looking for a future, not an enemy. Forget it, I'll help you figure it out when the time comes. You don't care. Bo Sun sighed helplessly. Who let the other party be his stupid brother? What else can you do besides pampering? Hee hee, then thank you brother. Bo Sun looked at his silly bubbling brother very speechless. Usually looks quite shrewd, how can he be so stupid when facing Red things? When the 3 battles are over, we will go to Konoha and find a way to kidnap Red. Abduction. As soon as Morrow listened, this one was half a pound and 8 tails with himself. Bo Sun noticed Morrow's questioning eyes, a little embarrassed, coughed dryly, and said, ahem, how can my plan be so shallow? When the time comes, when you know it, I am guaranteed to surprise I. Oh, Morrow finally chose to believe in his brother, for nothing else, just for his own brother. Hey, why didn't you fight? Huixing's cute little face was full of disappointment. Let's go. Seeing this, Bo Shun came over, grabbed her ears and left. He knew the nature of the little witch of Huixing, and he was very jumpy, thinking that 1 out was 1 out. It was the kind of brilliant type that gave a little sunshine, and he definitely couldn't get used to it. Oops. Let go, it hurts, woo. After resting in Kusanagi village for a few days, Bo Shun went to the battlefield again, and there was no time to awaken his eyes. He was afraid that he would miss the incident after a long time. Moreover, in the past 6 months, Bo Sun has collected countless souls, and only 3 Yakukas have been cultivated, all of which have been fed to Uchiha Senna. But Izumi still shows no signs of evolution, but the good news is that Uchiha Senna is indeed getting stronger. Reborn hard work, fortunately, there are many interesting things in the process. Bo Shun comforted himself and rushed to the battlefield between Kiri Ninja Village and Konoha first. He was afraid that he would miss the incident of Mat Dai opening the 8 gates. After arriving at the Konoha camp, Bashin did not sense the breath of Mat Kai. Is it a mission? But the Uchiha clan and the Konoha camp didn't move at all. Could it be that they went to a squad? Or did you only send civilian ninjas out to thunder? Bo Sun frowned, guessing in his heart that if the Mat Kai team went out alone this time, then it was likely that this mission encountered the ninja 7 people. Immediately, Bo Sun stopped being informed, left the place, and began to look for Mat Kai. 2 days later, Bashan successfully found the Matty team who was on a mission, and Bashan also recognized the members of Kai's team. In addition to Kai, Ebisu and Moonlight Blast, Bashan estimated that this would be the most likely to encounter the Ninja Blade 7. Bo Sun is also in no hurry to be exposed, and the heroes are often the last to appear. Through observation, their mission is not very difficult, just to search the ninja of the mist-hidden village in the territory of the Land of Fire. It's just that this time they were unlucky and ran into hard stubble, especially 7. It's not good, it's surrounded. There's no escape. Isn't that the Ninja Deo 7 of Mist-Hidden Village? Mat Kai looked at the 7 people in front of him with a heavy face, and Ebisu and Moonlight Wind were also heavy-hearted, and they didn't know what to do. I didn't expect that even the little ghosts in other villages knew about us, and we became celebrities, one of the ninja swordsmen said. Several other people also grinned and looked at Kai and the 3 playfully, as if they were looking at their own prey. What to do? We can't beat them at all. Moonlight Swift said with a solemn expression. But before they finished speaking, a green figure blocked in front of them. It's good to catch up, Dad. Matty was shocked by his father's sudden appearance, and Ebisu and Moonlight looked at each other, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Everyone in Konoha knows that Mater Dai is a 10,000-year ninja, and even if he comes, he can't change anything. Dad, what are you doing here? Matty didn't blame, but worried, afraid that his father would also join him. However, Materdi did not give him more time to speak. Don't say it, you guys run, I'll buy time. We ran away. Dad, the other party is all Shangnin, and it is a ninja knife of 7, just by Dad alone, he can't beat them. Mat Kai is a little anxious, but Mat Dai has already made the consciousness of mortality, how can it change? I have the 8 gates of death. But that trick. self-restraint. As soon as these 4 words came out, Matt K suddenly remembered what his father had said to him. The so-called real victory is not to defeat a strong enemy, but to protect what is most important to you. I see, Daddy. Blast, Ebisu, let's go. Matt Kai forced tears back and ran out with the 2 of them. Hey, don't you take us too seriously. Black Ho Thundertooth took out his ninja knife, and there were several arcs of electricity wrapped around the ninja knife, indicating how angry he was at the moment. Your opponent is me. The 7th door is shocked, open. In an instant, the green steam on Matai Dai's body turned into blue steam, and the terrifying air wave crushed the ground under Matter's feet into cracks. And the group of 7 who originally wanted to divide a few people to chase the 3 of Matt Kai also looked at Matt Dai squarely at this moment, and they all took out their ninja swords and waited for it. They could clearly perceive that Matt Dai at this moment was a little stronger than any of them, but it was not impossible to deal with it, so they were just serious, but they were not afraid, and they did not run away. Not far away, the 3 people who were fleeing also sensed this huge sense of oppression. I didn't expect Kai's father to be so strong. Yes, thanks to Uncle Matt Dai this time. Moonlight Blastwind and Ebisu have a feeling of aftermath, but Matt Kai can't be happy, because his father will definitely die this time. Bang bang, just then, Matty heard 2 muffled noises, and then he saw both of his teammates pass out. And right in front of him, stood a familiar figure. Ba Shun, is that you? Bo Hun? Can you save my dad? Is he dying? I beg you, okay? When he saw Ba Shun, he was first puzzled, then ecstatic, because he knew that Ba Shun was capable of his father. At the beginning, Bo Shun made too much trouble in Konoha, and he couldn't hide it if he wanted to, and Ape Flying Sun Chopper could only avoid the important and lightly push everything wrong onto Bo Sun. However, this does not affect Kai to ask Ba Shun for help now. Now he couldn't care about Bo Sun's rebellious identity, and immediately knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing. Bouncing, each stroke was very solid. 2 or 3 strokes, Matt Kai's forehead had been broken and red blood flowed. He doesn't care about this, as long as he can save his father. Ba Shun, I beg you, please. Matty is still kowtowing constantly, and as long as you save my father, I can kowtow to death. It's just that he didn't wait for Bo Sun to speak, and the hope in his heart became smaller and smaller, and finally he knelt directly on the ground, tears, blood, and dirt mixed together. I beg you. This time the voice was small, like the last struggle before despair. But fortunately this time the struggle worked. I can help you. Really? Matt Kai raised his head sharply, his eyes shooting a ray of essence, and looked at Bo Sun expectantly. Let's make a deal. I'll save your dad, and help you become stronger, so that you can protect your most precious things in the days to come. I agree, so what do I have to pay? Matt K agreed without thinking. This power is lent to you by me, but only for 15 years. 15 years later, you have to do things for me. Listen to me, even if I want your life, you can't resist. Bo Sun directly showdowned. He didn't want to use any tricks to fool Matt Kai, because a person like Matty with a naked heart is easy for him, but fooling him into doing bad things with you is 1,000 difficulties. Suo Shun directly changed to a deal, thinking of people like Matt Kai, but if he agrees to Ba Shun's deal, he will not regret it. Even if he still doesn't want to do something bad or hurt Konoha, Ba Shun can use this deal to get him back to himself. Okay, I promise you. After Matty agreed, Ba Shun smiled and took out a card, which was then pasted on his forehead in Matt Kai's surprised eyes. Immediately afterwards, he felt that a large amount of memory inheritance was poured into his mind, and a mysterious power was integrated into his body. More than 10 seconds later, Matt Kai looked at Bo Sun sweating, and the memory in his mind made him unbelievable. Try this power. As soon as Bo Sun's words fell, a slender blade appeared in Matt Kai's hand. Although slender, but very thick, Kai weighed it, felt very handy, and just holding the hilt, countless memories of knife skills emerged. Coupled with that amplified skill and his own 8-door Dunjia, he can say unceremoniously, I am invincible under the fire shadow, and one above the fire shadow. Don't destroy the demon body. Matt Kai drank lowly, and the next moment, a heavy cyan armor suddenly appeared on his body, majestic, and the knife in his hand also turned into a heavy big knife. Which god can slap Kai's face on Kai? To be honest, Bo Sun was a little jealous. This Kai daddy's armor is too handsome. But when he saw Matt Kai's face, he admitted that he was sloppy, because Matt Kai's mushroom head with this handsome armor was really too spicy for the eyes. In order not to let himself vomit out, Bo Sun hurriedly said, now you should have the ability to save your father. Rest assured, I will watch from the side. Once you are in danger, I will strike. Although Matt Kai also feels that his armor is so handsome, time does not wait for anyone, and there is no time for him to appreciate himself. Well, thank you, Ba Shun. In 15 years, I will definitely go to you. At this time, Mater Dai had already fought with the Ninja Deo 7 to the White Hot stage, although Matt Dai opened the 7th door, but it was only a little stronger than the Elite Shinobi, which was regarded as the strength of the beginner shadow level. If he faced any one or both of the Ninja Sword 7, he was sure of winning. However, now he was facing 7 people, plus the 7 strange ninja knives. Matt Dai was beaten very hard, and he was pressed and beaten almost the whole time. End the battle as soon as possible, we have other tasks, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost said to several others. Good. Several other people also had this plan, and immediately launched an attack on Matt Dai together. In that case, 8-gate Dungeon formation, 8th gate. Matt Dai was just about to prepare for a battle, but was interrupted by Matt Kai, who rushed in. Wait a minute. Dad, I'm here to save you. Swing blade. I saw that a cyan blade flew towards the 7 people of the Ninja Deo. Ringing bells, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost saw the blade flying towards him, and quickly took out the big knife to block it. But the others continued to attack, but how did they know that this swing blade could be ejected multiple times? I saw that the blade blocked by the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost actually flew to the Black Ho Thundertooth closest to him again. Get out of the way. What? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost hurriedly reminded, but the blade was already very close to the Black Ho Thundertooth, causing him to have no time to dodge. You can only move your body as much as possible to avoid the point. Flutter, the sharp blade cut through the arm of the Black Ho Thundertooth, and suddenly blood gushed out, and the forearm of the Black Ho Thundertooth was directly cut off. Black Ho Thundertooth roared, but he didn't forget to take back the ninja knife held in his severed hand, which was his lifeblood. It's not over yet, get out of the way. Just when everyone was shocked, the blade bounced towards the others again, but this time they were defensive and easily dodged. Click, the swirling blade returned to Kai's arm, and everyone had time to look at the comber. I saw a small man wrapped in armor standing in front of Matt Dai, holding an exaggerated large knife in his hand, staring at the 7 people of the ninja knife. Son, you. Roar, your armor is really too handsome. Can you dress, Dad? Mater Dai heard Kai's voice, and originally wanted to scold him to leave quickly, but seeing Kai come back wearing such a powerful and handsome armor, his eyes suddenly turned into stars. Around Kai began to observe back and forth, left and right, here touching, there touching. Bo Sun saw this scene on the side, and immediately held his forehead with one hand. You are fighting, big brother. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a father and son, the same nerves. What is it? Damn, it can't really be that little ghost just now, right? How did he gain such great power in such a short time? It must be the blade he is wearing. This must be a set of powerful blades, even more powerful than our ninja knife. Hearing the analysis of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, everyone immediately showed greedy eyes. Although their blades have improved their strength, Kyodun will not be able to improve so much like the armor on Kai's body, and he has raised a medium ninja trash to the same level as them. Dad, this time we fight side by side together. I will definitely protect you, Kai said seriously. Ha ha ha, good. Maturde also understood what his son meant, and laughed. Up, Watermelon Mountain River Tegui drank loudly and rushed out. How can such a powerful blade be cheaper for others? As long as my Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost gets this set of blades, I can also play as a water shadow, ha ha ha. The above is what the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost thinks at this time, and several other people also mean the same thing, all wanting Kai's armor. They rushed up without fear of death, and only the Black Ho Thundertooth with one missing small arm was not carried away by desire, but noticed Bo Sun, who was watching the play not far away. The moment he saw Bo Sun, he was full of cleverness. Why is Uchiha Shun here? After Bashan judged Konoha, Bashan's bounty appeared in the bounty exchange, and all major ninja villages also collected Bashan's intelligence. In particular, the story of Bo Shun alone driving the IWA shinobi village out of the land of grass spread throughout the ninja realm. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghosts, they should also know Bashan, but they are carried away by desire and subconsciously ignore Bashan's existence. Only the Black Ho Thundertooth that was missing an arm, because of the pain, did not completely want to devour. This noticed Bo Sun. Bo Sun also noticed that Black Ho's Thundertooth was looking at him, and then he showed 8 white teeth at him, and his smile was gentle and standard. But this smile seemed to be the smile of death in the eyes of Black Hoing Thundertooth, and he ran away without looking back. Thundertooth, why are you going? The relatively slow Peepa Shizo saw that the Black Ho Thundertooth ran away, and quickly asked. The Black Ho Thundertooth did not return, but only a sentence that came back: if you don't want to die, run quickly. Then the Black Ho Thundertooth disappeared into the jungle. At this time, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and others had already fought with Kai and Kai Th's father, and Peepa Juzo was a little hesitant, but seeing the armor on Kai's body, the heat in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he immediately joined the battlefield. Kai, with the bonus of the immortal demon body and the defense of the armor on his body, he resisted damage hard several times, and then swung the big knife in his hand to hit hard. Fortunately, the ninja's body is flexible, and Kai's big knife is a little clumsy, so no one has been slashed yet. Swing blade. The blade inlaid on Kai's arm flew out again, just in time to hit Peepa Juzo, who was at war with his father. It's just that Peepa Juzo was very vigilant and dodged it in time, but a big cut was still cut in his back, and he grinned in pain. But not only that, Peepa Juzo only felt that his quick break dropped by 80%. At this moment, Mater Dai seized the opportunity to directly kick the Peepa Juzo out, crashed into several trees and fell to the ground. Damn, what the hell is going on? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was very angry at the moment, and after fighting for so long, he didn't understand what ability that armor had, which made him feel a little irritable. The swing blade flew back into Kai's arm, and at this moment, Kai's speed increased sharply, and his physical strength and chakra also recovered somewhat. Can't delay, this immortal demon body can only last for a maximum of 8 minutes at present, and any more will be occupied by the terrifying demonic nature. After fighting for so long, Kai could obviously feel that the killing intent in his heart was boiling, and there was a faint feeling that he could not suppress it. So, he wanted to end the battle quickly. Extreme Blade Storm. Kai dragged the large knife in his hand and slashed forward twice in a row. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost didn't expect Kai to suddenly rush in and slash, and the speed was so fast that he didn't have time to react. Helplessly, he can only block with his muscles, but Kai's Extreme Blade Storm not only has damage, but also control, and directly knocks the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost away. Good opportunity. Kai seized the opportunity, and the big knife in his hand was slashed mercilessly towards the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost by the tiger he wielded. Not good. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's pupils shrank sharply, and a cyan big knife was constantly enlarging. He knew that if he couldn't dodge this time, he would definitely die, but he was in the air and had no focus at all, and his body couldn't move. Just as he closed his eyes and waited for death, a slender needle suddenly flew from the side and hit the body of Kai's big knife, causing Kai's attack to deflect. Even if it is offset, it is not too much, because the big knife is too heavy, and compared to the long knife and stitch, it is too far behind, and it is not easy to shake a little. In the end, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost managed to survive at the cost of one arm, and the pain of drilling his heart made his greedy heart regain a trace of sanity. He knew that he could not fight anymore, and it would be death to fight any longer. So, he happily abandoned the stitch user Curry Shotball who had just saved him, and turned his head and ran with the muscle. Bo-sun and Kai who looked at this operation were stunned. Is this Nima? Are the ninjas of Mist Hidden Village like this? Orochimaru didn't expect that he would be abandoned, so he broke his mouth and cursed Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. You must not die well, you will die of betrayal sooner or later. Now, the Black Ho Thundertooth and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost have all run away, and the Pipa Juzo was kicked by Mater Dai and flew into the woods, and now there is no one, and the probability is that he also ran. Now only the long knife needle chestnut shot string pill, the blunt knife cutting grass bait man, the explosive knife droplet no pair shinyachi, and the double knife flounder are left. What are we going to do? Wooly Shiba said with an ugly face. When they came just now, they were satisfied. They didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly, and now whether they can go back alive is a problem. And after calming down, they also found Bo-sun standing on a branch not far away. How is this blazing star there? You guys hold on, I'll go first. Relying on the advantage of speed, Shimura was the first to want to escape, but before he could take 2 steps, Mater Dai blocked him. Maturde's idea is simple: as long as he defeats them and grabs their ninja swords, Konoha will have the chips to negotiate with the Mist Hidden Village, which can greatly reduce Konoha's personnel consumption. You know, Konoha is now fighting with IWA Shinobi Village and Yunin Village at the same time, and the personnel are very tight. Once the trouble in Mist Hidden Village is solved, and even a peace treaty is signed, then Konoha can concentrate on dealing with the other 2 villages. If it weren't for the lack of strength, Mater Dai said that he would not have let go of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, so these 4 people definitely couldn't let it go anymore. However, if Konoha can lose a little more, then Bashin will definitely be very happy. So, he spoke, give me your ninja swords, and you can go. What? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're asking for our lives. As soon as Bo-sun's words came out, Wuli Jinba and Tonko Wild Bait people didn't have any brains, and directly refused. Ah, monk G twist. Bo-sun also did not talk nonsense, directly opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The next moment, the space where the necks of the 2 opposing were distorted. The 2 were frightened and wanted to say something at the same time, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the heads of the 2 had already separated from the body. Such a strange scene made everyone present shudder. Bo-sun's pupil technique is actually only called a manzi. The ability is only the basic control space. At the beginning of Bo-sun's broken space, due to the urgency of time, there is no time to study, so it is just a very crude usage. For example, space distortion and space folding can be achieved through cultivation and development. As for the level of power that can be reached, it depends on Bashan's own strength. Unlike the pupil technique with soil, it can be blurred as soon as it awakens, and there is a space for divine power, but this also limits the further development of the Trotomy technique with soil. It's not like the potential of the wave is greater. Bo-shun slowly walked to the 2 headless corpses, and put the 2 ninja knives into the system space. The users of Orochimaru and Double Knife Flounder did not dare to breathe, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, for fear that Bo-shun would give himself such a blow for a while. How are you 2 thinking about it? Bo-sun's cold words frightened the 2 of them and almost jumped, and their hearts were raised to their throats. Ugh, oh, we agree. Dare to disagree? Those who disagree have already laid down. The 2 trembled and walked in front of Bo-sun and respectfully offered their beloved ninja swords. although reluctant, the name is more important. Okay, you can go, Bo-sun said with a casual wave of his hand. Yes, yes, thank you for not killing. Only at this moment did the two really relax and leave here as quickly as possible. They swore that in the future, where Bo-sun was, they would never set foot again. It was really terrible. After the two left, Kai also lifted the immortal demon body. His body was a little out of strength, and he sat weakly on the ground, panting heavily, and there was still a little fear in his heart. Hoo, almost swallowed. Mater also lifted the 8 doors of Dungia. Pain. Then he felt a sharp pain in his body, which is a side effect of the 8 doors of Dungia. At this moment Matt Dai is probably seriously injured. However, he still endured the pain and said to Bashan, "You are Uchiha Bashan, right? I've heard my son often mention you. You're a true genius. I think his armor has something to do with you, right?" Matt Dai's words let Bo-sun stunned. Did not expect that Matt Dai is not stupid. The brain is still there. But not much. That's right, I made a deal with Akai. You can go back and ask Akai about this deal, but it's better not to let others know about this deal, otherwise some people in Konoha may not be able to sit still. Bo-sun kindly reminded him. As for whether he listened or not, it didn't matter to him. Even if he let Tuanzang arrest Kai, he couldn't study anything casually. After all, not everyone is a big snake pill. After listening to it, although Matt Dai had doubts in his heart, he decided to keep it a secret when it came to his son's safety. Then, he stammered a little that, you can. Mature felt that he was shameless, because he wanted the 4 ninja knives in Bashan's hand to negotiate with the Mist-Hidden Village, but Bashan not only gave his son such great power, but also saved himself and Kai, making him feel very embarrassed. What do you want to say? Bo-sun frowned, looking a little displeased. Mater Dai gritted his teeth and decided to ask, but he couldn't do it. Just try his best. I want to say, can you sell the ninja sword in your hand to Konoha? Mater Dai didn't ask for it directly, it would be too shameless. He believed that Konoha would definitely pay for peace. Bo-sun thought for a while, and said with a smile, yes, but a ninja knife is 1,000,000,000 taels. You can go back and ask the people of Konoha. If you buy it, go to Kusanagi village to find me. 10, 1,000,000,000 taels. Matt almost fell to the ground with his chin. This is still the price of a handful, for handfuls is 4,000,000,000 taels. In the face of Bashan's lion opening his mouth, he had no choice but to go back and ask. Okay, I'll go back and ask. Mater Dai said dejectedly. He felt that Konoha would probably not agree. After all, 4,000,000,000 taels is too much. Bo-sun smiled slightly, and then left here. Maturde and Kai rested for a while, and also dragged their injured bodies away. What? You said you ran into the Ninja Sword 7? And saved by Uchiha Hashun. Inside one of the largest tents in the Konoha camp, there was a roar. At this moment, Mater Dai came to report immediately after some treatment. And that roaring person is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hinata and Shimura Danzo specially sent them to deal with the Wien village in order to suppress the Uchiha clan. Most of the Wien village is good at water escape, while most of the Uchiha clan are good at fire escape and are very restrained. Moreover, the mist-hidden technique of the mist-hidden village also greatly limited the play of the Sharingan, which caused the Uchiha clan to suffer great losses on the battlefield. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku understood this, but his steady-seeking character made him not resist, and he always felt that as long as he won on the battlefield, the Uchiha clan would definitely be able to integrate into the village. It's just that he is too naive, not that the villagers of Konoha do not accept them Uchiha, but that the high level of Konoha does not accept Uchiha, especially after the rebellion of the Bashan brothers. The high level of Konoha has become more jealous of Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku, who was already upset about this matter, heard the name of his father's murderer, and instantly became uncalm. Tell me, where is Uchiha Shun? At the moment, he just wants to find Uchiha Bashan to avenge his father. What kind of ninja sword 7, it doesn't matter. Fugaku-sama, Uchiha Hiroshi has left, and he also snatched the 4 ninja swords of the Ninja 7 members. If we can get these ninja knives, we will have a bargaining chip with the Mist-Hidden Village. It's just that Bashan's price is too expensive, and a knife costs 1,000,000,000 taels. Mater Dai told what he knew, but hid his son's affairs. You tell me where Bashan is, as long as you defeat him, those 4 ninja swords are not ours? Uchiha Fugaku still chased after him. Mater Dai felt that Uchiha Fugaku was not Bashan's opponent, so he opened his mouth and persuaded Lord Fugaku. Bashan's strength is very strong. Just a glance, 2 of the 7 people of the Ninja Deo died. I feel that it is better to be cautious. Hearing this, Fugaku calmed down a little, and he asked himself if he could solve the 2 elite shinobi with a glance. It seems that the matter of revenge still has to be delayed. Now it is better to preserve the strength of the Uchiha family as much as possible, and if it continues to be consumed here, Uchiha's family will be exhausted. However, it is really unwilling to let go of this opportunity like this. You can't hit Kusanagi village. Hey, forget it, there will definitely be opportunities, you can't rush for a while. Uchiha Fugaku made a thought struggle in his heart, and the whole person seemed to have a little more twilight. Okay, I know, I'll report the situation to Naruto-sama and let him come forward to solve this matter. Uchiha Fugaku's words made Mater breathe a sigh of relief, as long as Uchiha Fugaku was not impulsive, otherwise in case Uchiha Fugaku comes to the door, the mist-hidden village has not yet solved, and it will provoke a big enemy. After Mater left, Uchiha Fugaku began writing letters back to Konoha. Within 2 days, Sarutobi received a letter from Uchiha Fugaku. After reading the letter, Sarutobi fell into deep thought. The Uchiha family has consumed almost the same, and if it is consumed again, it will really be extinguished. Moreover, the other fronts are very tight, and Konoha can't afford to consume it. It's not bad to be able to solve the Wien village as soon as possible now, and you can go to support other fronts. But 4 billion taels is too much, let's talk about it then. Sarutobi Hineda's face was full of sadness. He didn't want the Uchiha clan to be extinct. He hoped that the Uchiha clan could be like the Senju clan, combine with ordinary villagers, and completely integrate into Konoha, so that Uchiha's clan concept would be gone, and it would not be the blood succession limit of the Sharingan disappeared. It's a double win. In the near future, the reason why the Uchiha Weasel clan is to be exterminated is most likely because the Uchiha clan wants to rebel, and it can't be destroyed. Then he quickly wrote a letter. The general content of the letter was to drag the Wien village as much as possible, and he would personally go to the Kusanagi village to negotiate. Sarutobi handed the letter to the Dark Department and said, "Give this letter to Tenzo. Tell Tenzo, let him lead his own people to the battlefield of Wien village." Uchiha Fugaku fought unfavorably, resulting in heavy losses for the Uchiha clan, with Shimura Regiment Commander as the commander. Yes. The dark part left, and the ape Flying Sun Chop was smoking a dry tobacco bag, and a deep essence flashed in his cloudy eyes. He wants Tuan Zhang to pick peaches. The Uchiha clan wants to gain the approval of the villagers. It is simply a fool's dream. Uchiha Fugaku was really pitiful, just started dreaming, the dream woke up, and it especially made people wake up with scorched yellow urine. It's so disgusting. Kusanagi village, now a thriving scene, 1,500 IWA shinobi and more than 100 blood pools joined, greatly increasing the rewards of Kusanagi village, and during the time of Bashan's arrival, the curriculum and graduation conditions of the ninja school were replanned, and all school-age children could enter the ninja school for free, of course, provided that they had ninja qualifications. Under the reminder of Bosun, the Blood Pool clan made every effort to develop the pupil technique of the Blood Dragon's Eye. Some people specialized in developing illusion, some people specialized in blood control, and one person developed both at the same time, and really developed something. This person is Blood Pond Mia Castle-yan. Bosun saw that he had a good talent, so he promoted him to be the patriarch of the Blood Pool clan and manage the Blood Pool clan. And the people of IWA Shinobi Village are all disrupted. Some of the Naka Shinobi are arranged to enter the ninja school as teachers, and the rest all form a ninja team with the ninjas of Kusanagi Village, plus the influence of Boshan's Kagami Shueyu. No one can pass on the information of Kusanagi Village. On this day, Boshun suddenly received the news of the visit of Ape Flying Sun, and Boshun stopped his cultivation and went to the living room. "Oh, this is not the third generation of Hokage-sama. Your arrival really makes our Kusanagi Village shine." Bosun greeted very warmly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "I don't know how good the relationship between the two was. Ahem, Boshun, your grass ninja village is very well taken care of by you." In order to alleviate the embarrassment, Sarutobi began a commercial blow-up. "I wonder what happened to Naruto-sama coming to our small village. I think." Before Sarutobi could finish speaking, he was interrupted. "Report, Suchikage is here." Honda Kotaro directly interrupted Sarutobi's words with a snort. Ape Flying Sun Chopper is also wondering at this moment, what is this Earth Shadow here for? It won't be Boshin who called to pit himself, right? Thinking of this, Ape Fari couldn't help but break out in cold sweat on his forehead. Originally he couldn't deal with Bosun alone, and now add an Earth Shadow, wouldn't it be certain death? You know, this time he came to show his sincerity, but he brought an elite shinobi dark department. "Hey, Ape Flying Sun, why are you here?" As soon as the little old man Oniki entered the house, he saw the Ape Flying Sun, and he was a little surprised. "Dark Deo, could it be that he wants to unite with Bosun against himself? But how did he know that I came to Kusanagi village today? Spy. Depend on." Thinking of this, Oniki, the little old man, also broke out in a cold sweat. This scene made Bosun look at it unclear. "So, what are you doing? It's not hot in the house, why are you sweating so much?" "Ahem, it's okay, it's okay." "Ahem, I'm okay too." Sarutobi and Oniki sat on either side of the long table, and Boshin sat on the first place, and the scene fell silent for a while. "Are you all right? Get out of here if you're okay." Bosun is not polite at all. "How old? I am still young." However, hearing Bosun's words, the two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ape Fari said darkly, "This time should be a coincidence, fortunately it's okay." Oniki secretly said, "This time should be a coincidence, fortunately it's okay." "Boshan, I came to pay money this time. Didn't I say last time that I would compensate you for 400 million? Our IWA Shinobi village has tight finances, unlike the Konoha family, which took half a year to put together." "No, I'll send it to you as soon as I get it together, Oniki said with a smile. Bo-sun slapped the table, looking suddenly realized, I just remembered, it's been half a year, you just sent it, it's not authentic. Ahem, that's not a tight finance. Oniki coughed twice. Bo-sun rolled his eyes, you want to say that the finances of Sand Ninja Village are tight, but can the finances of your IWA Shinobi Village be tight? Not to mention that your IWA Shinobu Village has the shortest time to join the 3 wars, as far as the minerals in your land country can make you eat and drink without worry, how can you be financially tight? Ba-shun's words are true, although the environment of the country of Earth is not very good, but there are many mineral resources. The 5 major ninja villages in addition to Konoha may be the richest in IWA Ninja Village, so it's easy to take out a meager of 400 million taels. Ape Fei Ri watched happily from the sidelines, but did not dare to laugh. The more you offend Ba-shun, the better, and fight best. Quickly say, why did it take more than half a year to send it? Well, I'm looking for a girlfriend for you and your brother in the village. Even if Oniki is old and mature, he can't help but blush a little when he says this. He is a man of 50 or 60 years old, and he actually introduced girlfriends to 2 teenage children. Poof, the tea that Bo-shun just drank in his mouth spewed out. What's the thing? Introducing a girlfriend? However, before Bo-shun could speak, Ape Flying Sun Chopper shot up directly and said angrily, no, I don't agree. You don't agree? What's the use of you disagreeing? Are Ba-shun and his brother your Konoha's people? Oniki snorted coldly. This time it was the turn of the Ape Flying Sun to chop embarrassment. He was excited for a while, and forgot about it. However, in the end, the most shameless Hokage quickly adjusted and said, they are still so young now, they should focus on cultivation, how can they be trapped by their children's private affairs? I didn't say I had to do something now, you can get engaged first. Oniki glanced at Sarutobi with disdain, and then looked at Ba-shun with a smile and said, I can be the master, my granddaughter Kuratsuki can be engaged to Ba-shun now, and marry directly in 14 years. And the girls in IWA Shinobi Village you can pick at will. The only condition is that you 2 brothers join the IWA Shinobi Village. Groove, Leg Shadow? Still pick at random? If you guessed correctly, you're only 2 years old now, right? Oniki, you are really good. Ape Flying Sun Chopper was also shocked, but he didn't expect such a large blood capital under Onashida. Ape Fei Ri looked gloomy, and said darkly, no, you must not let Oniki succeed. He has already guessed Oniki's plan. Isn't it like letting IWA Shinobi Village also produce a Uchiha clan? He will never let you succeed. Honda Kotaro on the side is more urgent than Sarutobi Flying Sun, am I easy? The thigh I just looked for, you want to snatch it for me in less than a year? But fortunately, Ba-shun's words made his hanging heart relax. Although Mr. Oniki's conditions are very tempting, I will not join IWA Shinobi Village. Bo-shun refused very crisply. Ape Flying Sun Chopper quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he didn't agree, otherwise this 3 battles, it is not good to say that Konoha will lose. Oniki sighed, looking a little disappointed, and said, well, I won't force it, but I hope that our 2 villages can establish a friendly alliance. That's fine, but I won't help you fight. Oniki didn't say much when he heard this, anyway, as long as he wasn't an enemy. Ba-shun, old man, I have already handed over 400 million taels to Honda Kotaro, you can check it out later. Well, I see. Now that Oniki's problem is solved, Sarutobi is slashed. Now it's time to talk about yours. Bo-shun called the 2 by their first names, obviously putting himself on an equal footing, or even higher. This made Oniki and Sarutobi a little uncomfortable in their hearts. After all, Ba-shun is just a 10-year-old junior, no matter how they are also seniors, don't they respect their predecessors at all? But now the situation is stronger than people, and none of them want to offend Ba-shun, the strong, so they can only endure it. I'm here to buy a ninja sword, but the billion taels you said are too expensive, 100 million taels, we Konoha can barely take it. Good fellow, you directly cut down 90%, you should be a ninja knife of the 7 people as a cabbage? Bo-sun almost took a sip of tea and slashed his face, such a bargain, and Long Guo can't compare to you. Sarutobi sighed and directly began to sell miserably. Ba-shuna, you don't know about Konoha's situation. The first Ninja World War was Konoha's solo fight against the 4 great ninja villages, and the financial resources were seriously depleted. The second Ninja World War lasted for more than 10 years, and the third Ninja World War broke out before Konoha could slow down, and it was another pair of 4. Konoha really didn't have much money. Oniki's eyes lit up at this time, and said, if Konoha can't afford it, we can buy it in IWA Shinobi Village. The ninja knife of Miss Ninja Village, that can be used as a thing for inheritance, it is not a loss to buy it, although a billion taels are very expensive, but there is still money to buy 1 or 2. Moreover, Sarutobi Ri bought the ninja knife as nothing more than using it as a bargaining chip. He guessed it as soon as he heard it. After all, he is also a soil shadow and plays politics. Sure enough, the heart to play politics is dirty. As long as the ape flying sun slash has no chips, or there are not enough chips, then it is impossible for the Mist Ninja Village to retreat, so that it can contain Konoha's troops. Unless Konoha wins the Mist Ninja Village head-on, then Konoha will also suffer heavy losses, which is only good and no harm to their IWA Ninja Village. Sarutobi gritted his teeth with hatred for Oniki, and his eyes seemed to spew fire. To be honest, Konoha's current finances are still quite tight. Of course, this is compared to the previous Konoha. After all, the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. Ape Fei gritted his teeth and said, I can only take out 3 billion taels, and no matter how much Konoha there is, there will be none. 3 billion taels can only be sold to you 3. Bo Shun shook his head. I'll give 1.1 billion handfuls and buy 2. Oniki is also distressed, this is also his limit. Sarutobi wanted to kill Oniki immediately, but now the occasion was not appropriate, and he couldn't get more money. Bo Shun knocked on the table one by one, and with each knock, it seemed to knock on the heart of the ape flying sun, for fear that Bo Shun would sell it to Oniki. If the money is not enough, you can exchange ninjutsu for it. I will make a loss-making transaction. S-grade ninjutsu 100 million taels, A-level ninjutsu 50 million taels, B-level ninjutsu 10 million taels. Those below grade B will not be charged. The plan given by Bo Sun is to dig their meat. Ninjutsu is the root of every ninja village, especially the level of A and S level ninjutsu. That item is extremely precious and priceless. And the reason why Bo Shun did this is nothing more than that the foundation of Kusanagi village is too poor. There are only a handful of A-level ninjutsu, and there is no S-level ninjutsu. Bo Shun broke his heart for Kusanagi village. After all, this is where Bo Sun is now settling down, and naturally the stronger the better. Honda Kotaro on the side almost cried with excitement. If it weren't for someone else, afraid of embarrassing Bo Shun, he would definitely kneel down to give Bo Shun a kowtow, and then recognize his godfather. Okay, I agree, I'm willing to take out 3 billion taels, plus 1 S-grade ninjutsu, 4 A-grade ninjutsu, and 70 B-grade ninjutsu as a condition of exchange. After saying this, Sarutobi sat weakly in his chair. Seriously, this transaction was a big loss, but he had to trade, otherwise if Konoha lost, then the loss would be even greater. This is the second time that Ape Fei has compromised with Bo Shun, but the first time he didn't pay any price, but this time he really lost money. A generation of heroes began to fall into loneliness. Good, happy. Bo Sun was very satisfied with the expression of the ape flying sun, and of course, the price was also satisfied. Oniki, do you want to raise the price? Forget it, old man, I won't participate. Oniki shook his head. He didn't want to do this loss-making transaction. And Konoha is bleeding a lot this time. As long as they and Shinobu drags Konoha, they will be able to drag Konoha down. In the end, he still earned. Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation, and I hope that Naruto-sama can bring the money in ninjutsu as soon as possible, and we will pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Bo Shun's change of attitude caught the two a little off guard, and just called out by name, this time Naruto-sama? I'll do it as soon as possible. After that, Ape Flying Sun Chopper left in a huff. He was afraid that he would regret staying any longer. Onoji saw that there was no good show, and left with him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a loss, but he still had to trade, and finally he thought of a way. Konoha did this also to make Uchiha sacrifice some people less, and Uchiha didn't pay half the money and half the ninjutsu, right? Since Uchiha Fugaku was on the front line, Sarutobi directly approached the elders of the Uchiha clan who remained in Konoha and told the matter. Even coaxing and deception and threats, finally deceived. Uchiha Fugaku doesn't know yet, he has been arranged again. Not only is the credit gone, but he also fucking has to pay 1.5 billion taels, as well as 40 B-grade ninjutsu and 2 A-grade ninjutsu. It was clearly arranged, and I don't know if he would take revenge after learning about this. Within 2 days, Sarutobi came to Kusanagi village again and happily completed the transaction. This time he came with no one, bringing a lot of people, mainly for fear of being ambushed by Oniki. After all, Oniki knew that he would come to Kusanagi village, and in case he was ambushed, he would be unable to stand alone, so he brought 200 ninjas, all of whom were Ape Flying Clan. Sure enough, as expected, Sarutobi was ambushed by Oniki on the way back, and in the end, except Sarutobi Riko fled back, and all the people he took with him were left there. After going back, Ape Fei was furious, and once again increased the troops of the IWA Ninja Village battlefield. This time each family of Konoha F4 sent 1,000 people, a total of 4,000 people joined the IWA Ninja Village battlefield, which brought great pressure to the Loas, but Oniki also sent reinforcements, and the Loas took back Issei again. At the same time, Sarutobi used the 4 ninja knives he bought to successfully force the Kirihide village to sign a peace treaty, and the two sides agreed that the Misthide village would withdraw from the battlefield, and Konoha needed to return the 2 ninja knives now, and after the end of the 3 wars, return the remaining 2. With this, the Third Ninja World War is another big ninja village exit. But none of this has much to do with Bo Shun. What he cares about is how many people can die on the battlefield and how many souls can be collected, so as to speed up the destruction of his subordinates. It is not so easy to create a broken face. How many years of accumulation in the world of death, hundreds of millions of souls, only such a broken face. Although the quality of the soul of the people in the Naruto world is higher, it is only a ninja, and his ability to create 10 blades is almost the limit, which is still because Bo-sun uses the souls of the strong. If Bo-shun wants to create a broken face legion like Lanran, unless he sacrifices the entire ninja world. Now he only has one broken face under the white fang. Indra is slowly getting stronger and ready to break the face on his own, in addition to the two Yakukas of Uchiha Senna and Fenfu. For example, Uchiha Senna's shape is an eagle, and the soul of Fuku may have been influenced by Ichigo Moritsuru, and when it became void, it was a tanuki, very similar to Shaojuru, except that it was white. When the blessing was just turned into a void, it was just a Killian big void. It was Arcucus that Bo-shun only became through late feeding. To be honest, Bo-shun was a little disappointed. After all, he was a shadow-level powerhouse, and he was actually just a Killian. Fortunately, the blessing has not yet reached the limit, and he can feed for a while before letting him break his face. However, this also made him understand the level of the soul becoming a void. The probability that the shadow level would become virtual would be Killian. The early stage of the super shadow was almost Yakuka's, and the peak of the super shadow was the big void of the Vastad level. Hey, it's only 4, and the task is heavy and long. The next is the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and when the 9 Tails rebellion is over, go and find the remains of Azura. Bo-shun has been paying attention to the battle between Konoha and Yunin village during this time, and Yunin village has already shown its decline. I am afraid that it will reach the limit if it lasts for half a year at most. Half a year later, Yunin village announced its surrender, and now only Konoha and Iwa Shinobi village are left in the entire ninja world. Konoha consumes too much due to 1-4, resulting in a lack of troops in the face of the offensive of Iwa Shinobi village now. Is the message sure? Bo-shun looked at Honda Kotaro, who came to report, and said. At this time, Bo-shun's white eyes had awakened, and if he didn't consider his skin color and hair color, no one would doubt that he was a member of the Hyuga clan. Sure, now Oniki is mobilizing troops, and there are as many as 30,000. If he wants to ambush the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, the 5,000 remnants of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow will definitely not be able to stop it. Kotaro Honda danced excitedly, as if he was going to ambush the Thunder Shadow. Not necessarily. Thunder Shadow is notoriously thick-skinned, and the strongest spear and strongest shield in the ninja world are not called for nothing. Bo-sun shook his head. This Honda Kotaro still has too little knowledge. What has Maro been up to lately? During this time, he was either collecting souls on the battlefield or retreating to awaken his eyes, paying much less attention to Maro. Sir, your younger brother has been practicing recently, and as for the specific villain, we don't know it, and we don't dare to ask. In that case, then you call Huixing and let's go out. Yes. Not long after Honda Kotaro left, a little lowly walked in. In the past half a year, Huixing's size has basically not grown, didn't grow anywhere else. Bo-sun, where are you going this time? I've been in the village for half a year, I'm about to suffocate. Huixing's crisp voice is very good. Bo-sun looked at Huixing Lori's appearance, and then saw that he was also a little Jengtai, and couldn't help sighing. Hey, how does time pass so slowly? What's slow? Groove. Bo-sun was sighing about life, heard the voice in his ears, raised his eyes, and saw that Huixing's cute and pretty face was less than 2 centimeters away from him, and even the imperceptible fluff on his face could be seen clearly. Damn, you're testing me again? It shouldn't matter if you kiss it, right? Well, just kiss it, nothing else. In an instant, Bo-shun thought a lot, and he did. Huixing's eyes widened, and his brain suddenly went blank. There was only one thought left in my mind: Bo-shun kissed me. Even forgot to resist. Fortunately, Bo-sun still has a trace of the bottom line, and there is no stretch st. After a few seconds, Huixing reacted, pushed Bo-sun away, made a big red face, stammered and pointed at Bo-sun, unable to speak. Bo-sun, perverted. Whoa! Huixing looked aggrieved and almost cried. Not only did Bo-shun not coax, but instead clicked his mouth and began to reminisce. Carrot flavor, eat more strawberries next time, I like strawberry flavor. Bastard, go and die. Huixing instantly became furious, and a slap was placed on Bo-sun's face, and a small 5-finger mountain mark was printed on Bo-sun's face. That's it. Huixing is still not relieved. You kissed Miss Ben, can't you say 2 nice words? Maybe I'll forgive you? Gotta add fuel to the fire. You're a muddy Miss Ben. Therefore, Huixing pounced on it to be a Wang Ba fist. Fortunately, Bo-sun's skin was thick, it didn't hurt much, and he took advantage of his hands by the way. Frightened, Huixing no longer dared to approach Bo-sun, and immediately opened the distance of 10 meters, tightly covering his clothes, for fear that he would disappear in the next moment. Let's go out and wander. Oh, Huixing replied with a red face. Who would be surprised? She originally planned to find the person of her dreams to protect herself, but now how did she feel changed? She felt that Bo-shun was the most dangerous for her, because Bo-shun was hungry for her body, and she didn't have much disgust in her heart. It's terrifying. Why does it change its taste? Along the way, Huixing and Bo Sun kept a distance of at least 2 meters, for fear that Bo Sun would take advantage again. It wasn't until the two arrived at their destination that they got closer for the two of them. Am I that scary? Bo Sun rolled his eyes helplessly. Humph, what do you say? Huixing looked at Bo Sun with disdain, which seemed to say, don't you have a point in your heart? Forget it, good men don't fight with women. Bo Sun turned his head and looked at the battlefield in the distance. At this moment, the remnants of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow have been cut off by the 30,000 Yanin led by Oniki to return to Yunnan village, and if they want to return to Yunnan village, they must either forcibly break through or detour. But Oniki obviously won't let them run away like this. Once they turn around and detour, I'm afraid they will face a sneak attack from behind IWA Shinobu, and then there will probably be few who can go back alive. And if you detour, the distance will become very far, and Oniki will definitely pursue at that time, so in order to prevent Oniki from pursuing, he can only drag and drag for a long time. Son, you retreat with everyone and detour back to Yunnan village. I'll stay and break back. Whether you can become the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow after going back is up to you. The 3 generations of Lei Ying are very courageous and not afraid of life and death. If Ape Flying Sun Chopper can be like him, maybe Bo Sun will not defect, but will try his best to assist him. It can only be said that the gap between people is greater than the gap between people and pigs. Daddy! After I stay and break, you retreat with people. Yayu AI is also a person with feelings and righteousness, and there is nothing to say about treating his relatives. That's right, Lord Lei Ying, after my eldest brother and I stayed behind, I guaranteed that none of them could pass. The 8-tailed man Zulaki Rabbi also stood up, and it can only be said that it is worthy of being the most united ninja village. 30,000 people, who of you can stop it except me? The 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow roared, his strongest shield can withstand almost all attacks. When the time comes, just pay attention to the dust of Oniki, and his own Thunder Chakra mode speed is also extremely fast, be careful and will not be hit. As soon as these words came out, Yayu AI and Kiribi were suddenly speechless, they really couldn't stop it. Now they are still young, far from reaching their peak, even if they are completely tailed beasts, they can't stop these 30,000 yin shinobi. Now I am Lei Ying, listen to my orders, everyone follows Yayu AI to detour back to Yunnan village. Dad! Yayu AI's eyes trembled with tears, and she wanted to persuade. Obey orders. Yes. Everyone, withdraw with me. Onoji saw that the Yun ninja was moving and was retreating backwards, and he was anxious, but they had only dispatched 30,000 people in order to annihilate these people. As long as these 30,000 people in Thunder Shadow are completely annihilated, then Yunnan village, as a defeated country, will not be at will. How can they handle it? It's all money, it's all resources. Get this resource, and then fight a delaying war with Konoha, drag Konoha down, and then IWA Shinobi village may be able to become the first ninja village. They are going to run, attack. As soon as Oniki gave the order, Sanwan Yanin was like a pack of wolves hunting, and rushed forward with a cry. Seeing that IWA Shinobu had rushed over, a layer of blue chakra burned on the body of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. Thunder Chakra Mode. If the ninja of IWA Ninja Village is a pack of wolves, then the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow is an ancient Triceratops, and the ninjutsu of IWA Ninja is like tickling the body of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, without the slightest harm. But the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow began to quickly harvest human heads with the advantage of speed and the strongest spear. Leave Lei Ying alone, go chase the others. Oniki also knew that the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow were not easy to mess with, and planned to destroy the others first. However, where can the 3 waiting for Lei Ying make him get his wish? The few IWA shinobi who most wanted to chase were directly chased by the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and then beheaded. Seeing this, Oniki jumped straight to his feet, but he couldn't help it, the speed of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadows was too fast. If he insists on chasing, he will not be able to escape by the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and then it will be worth the loss. Everyone obeys the order, besieges the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, consume his chakra and physical strength, and exhaust him to death. Oniki's control of the battle situation is still good, and he will not hesitate, otherwise he will not get anything. With this slight change in Oniki, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow also began to be tired of coping, and their bodies were hit by a lot of ninjutsu. Fortunately they had the strongest shield in the flesh, otherwise they might not be able to carry it. What meat? No, it should be really hard, and the 1,000-hand pillars are meat. Bo Shun sighed when he saw this scene. Although the blood between the 1,000-hand pillars is thick and the recovery power is strong, it will still be stabbed by Kuwu. But the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows can resist ninjutsu, although with the help of Thunder Armor, it is also remarkable. Let's go, there will be Thunder Shadow here for a while, let's go find you something delicious. Delicious? Hearing this, Huixing suddenly hugged Bo Sun's arm, without the slightest contempt and distance just now. Bo Sun naturally won't pull out his arm, and it's too late to enjoy. Well, I don't know if this time for a little-tailed beast chakra, can Huixing develop again? What are you thinking about again? Huixing's head came to the scrutinizing gaze, mainly because Bo Sun's expression was too lewd just now, so she couldn't doubt it. Suction, nothing, let's go. Bo Shun sucked the saliva back and diverted from the subject. The main thing is that Tai Tima is humiliated. Okay. Without evidence, Huixing couldn't ask anything, but thinking of Delicious, she didn't care about it. There are not all high-level ninjas in Yunnan village, most of them are middle ninja and lower ninja, and in order to take care of these people, their speed is not fast. So Bo Shun and the two quickly chased after Yun Ren. Stop, this mountain is opened by me, this road is planted by me, if you want to pass from here, leave the road to buy money. Bo Sun and Huixing suddenly stopped in front of Yun Ren, and put the mirror flower water and moon pestle on the ground with both hands, and their words were very arrogant. That's right, there's also good food. However, before he was handsome for a second, he was completely destroyed by Huixing's words as a bully bandit. Yo-yo, where did you come from? The child, pretending to be a bandit, it's really bad. Bo Sun listened to Kirabi's crappy rap speechlessly, and almost vomited. Shut up and stop rapping. Yayu AI was also very troubled, and he had already recognized Bo Sun. As the future 4th generation Thunder Cage, he knows all the information about people who are famous in the ninja world, so he recognizes Bashin at a glance. Oh, Kirabi saw that his eldest brother was really angry and did not dare to provoke again. I wonder what you Uchiha stopped us from doing. And what about the human pillar force? Why didn't it come out? I just want a little-tailed chakra and feed the rabbits. Listening to Bo Sun's command-like tone, Yayu AI almost cursed. His forehead was bruised, but he still suppressed his anger and said, please don't joke, our Union village will not give up our companions. Hey, I really just want a little-tailed beast chakra, and I don't want their lives. Bo Shun sighed. He really didn't want their lives, after all, he promised Kagaya to help her save Kagaya. And he suspected that Kagaya was invaded by the consciousness of the divine tree, because originally the divine tree fruit needed a large tube with sacrifice before taking it, but Kagaya did not. From her later behavior of always thinking about recycling chakra, it is likely that she was influenced by the divine tree. Therefore, she still has to wait for the appearance of the big tube, and solve Kagaya's problem at one time. Otherwise, it won't take much time for him to awaken the eye of reincarnation himself, and coupled with Bangyu, he is confident of rescuing Kagaya, but there is no way to solve the problem of Kagaya's consciousness. So, you still have to wait, and a lot of interesting things will happen in the meantime, why not? However, in order to help Huixing recover his strength as soon as possible, he still has to get some tailed beast chakra. However, for Bashan's words, Yayu AI obviously did not believe them. In their opinion, Bashan came for the tailed beast. Do you think your rhetoric can fool us? You must have come for our tailed beast, wanting to snatch the tailed beast and enhance the heritage of Kusanagi village. We won't be fooled. You're going to die this heart. As soon as Yayu AI's words came out, all the people in Yunnan village immediately glared angrily at Bo Sun, as if Bo Sun was their father-killing enemy. I have to say that Yunnan village is the most united village among the 5 great ninja villages, but, do you have muscles in your head? Didn't I understand what I said? I just want a little-tailed beast chakra, why do you want to make up your own brains? Bo Sun was also angry by these simple-minded and well-developed people, and instantly opened his kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, only to see 3 black gujat appear in his white pupils, although there were 3 Guya complex and strange patterns. What is it? Mutated chakra eyes? Where have the people of Yunnan village seen kaleidoscope chakra eyes, and they still have white pupils, and at first they thought they had met the Hyaga clan. Only the Yao in Kirabi's body, and the Neo in Yukarin's body, felt the strong dangerous aura. Then, this person is very dangerous, don't take revenge with him. Get away from here as soon as possible. Kirabi heard his partner say this, and Kirabi was still a little unimpressed. Put heart, yo, these are 2 little ghosts, it's okay, oi. My combination with my eldest brother is invincible. The 8-tailed cow ghost is also helpless to these partners. When is it, you still play rap? Then, trust me, get away from him quickly. No matter how Yao persuaded, Kirabi was indifferent. In fact, he believed what the cow ghost said, but he couldn't leave his eldest brother here and run away by himself, right? The 8-tailed bull ghost may have sensed Kirabi's intentions and no longer dissuaded him. Just when Bashan arrived, he sensed a dangerous aura, and now this aura is more obvious, and it can even threaten his life. Cat demon, you don't need to persuade, I won't leave my companions behind and escape. Such a scene also happened to the 2-tailed human pillar force Yumolin's body, but Yumolin is not a perfect human pillar force, so the 2-tailed man is not just a reminder to dissuade the end. Fudao clearly sensed that Bashan could really kill himself, and in order not to be implicated, he directly frantically attacked Yukarin Seal. In that case, then I'll do it myself. Yukilin suddenly let out a scream, and then the tailed beast coat began to appear on his body, and the amount of chakra increased sharply. Yukarin, how are you? Yayu AI walked over and asked worriedly. However, the other Yunin villages quietly stayed away from Yuki-Rin. They all knew that Yuki-Lin could not fully control the tailed beast, and they were afraid that if the two tails lost control for a while, it would affect them. Erwei wants to run. I don't agree. She starts to storm the seal. Yuki-Rin can barely stay awake now, but I believe that it will not be long before he will be swallowed by Neo's consciousness. The sealing technique of their Yunin village was far worse than that of the Uzumaki clan, and the two tails struggled madly, and soon the seal was eroded and full of holes. Hey, isn't this coming out on its own? Brush, Night Moon AI and Yuki were startled, because Ba Shun's voice came from next to the two. The two turned their heads and saw Bo Shun standing beside the two, with a gentle smile on his face. If he didn't know that Bo Shun was not good, he would definitely regard Bo Shun as a sunny and cheerful big boy. And Ba Shun's side is Kawai's Huixing, with crystal saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth, and only Yuki-Lin in the coat of a tailed beast is left in his eyes. Huixing's eyes made the heart of the two tails in Yukirin's body tremble, making her have a feeling that she was going to be eaten in the next moment, so, in order to save her life, she began to erode the seal even more crazy. Gather all your strength and prepare to break through the seal in one fell swoop. Roar under the crazy struggle of the two tails, he successfully broke through the seal, and in an instant a cat demon that was 50 meters tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the moment when the Neoan brigade appeared, all the ninjas of Yunin village retreated one after another, and now in front of them was the Ireo, not the companion Yukirin, and the Ireo would not care if they lived or died. Even Yayu AI jumped away at the first time, afraid of the indiscriminate attack of the two tails. Only Bo Sun and Huixing stood in place. Are they scared, silly? If you don't leave, you will die. You care what they do, it's good to die. The two little broken children actually brazenly robbed, and the robbery was still the tailed beast of our Yunin village. It's really looking for death. Those who did not know Bo Shun in Yunin village began to gloat. But not everyone has not heard of Ba Shun's name, and those who have heard Ba Shun's achievements frown, interrupting those who are ignorant. Be careful, don't talk too much. If the rumors are true, then Erwei really may not have beaten him. Captain, don't joke, these are two little broken children who don't know if they are dead or alive. However, when they saw the captain's serious extension, they involuntarily swallowed their spit. Gollum, Captain, no, can't it? However, the next moment, their jaws fell to the ground. I saw that Bo Sun's body was instantly shrouded by a layer of chakra, and then these chakras seemed to be consciously like thin lines, constantly extending and entangled, and finally formed a giant of more than 100 meters, with 3 heads and 6 arms. At this moment, the 6th-day Demon King has some more changes than before, that is, he has an extra layer of armor on his body, which is powerful. Heavens! God, what the hell is this? This is simply the power of God. In front of this power, we are simply like ants. The 6th-day Demon King of Bo Sun directly shocked everyone's jaws, and even Yayu AI's forehead couldn't help but shed a few drops of cold sweat. And the cow ghost in Kiribi's body is also a little afraid, and he still plans to persuade Kiribi. Then, you better go quickly, even I am not his opponent. The chakra on Ba Shun's body that was like an abyss made him think of the two men more than 40 years ago, one of whom used the 9 tails as a psychic beast, the other pinched the 9 tails with one hand and said, "Your power is too dangerous," and then sealed the 9 tails. Brother, it's impossible for me to leave my eldest brother alone. Kiribi decided to stay, even though he felt that he was no match for him. At this moment, Erwei Brigade was standing beside the 6th Heavenly Demon King of Ba Shun, simply like a child, without the slightest comparison. However, you are a tailed beast, and your heart is defiant. The other party is going to kill themselves, and I can't resist yet? So, she opened her mouth wide, and the red and blue chakra continued to merge, and finally formed a tailed beast jade with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. However, as soon as Yulu aimed the tailed beast jade at Bo Sun, he saw a big hand constantly enlarged, and then he felt his breathing tighten. It turned out that it was Ba Shun's 6th-day Demon King who directly pinched Yala's neck with one big hand, but this was not over. The 6th Heaven Demon King's other hand directly held the tailed beast jade, and then directly stuffed it into Yala's open mouth. Feeling the swelling in her mouth, the very uncomfortable Lulu began to struggle wildly, but Ba Shun's 6th-day Demon King firmly controlled her limbs with the remaining 4 hands, and Yulu's strength looked very ridiculous in front of the 6th Heaven Demon King, and she couldn't break free at all. Followed by the 6th-day Demon King punched Yulu in the jaw. Boom! The tailed beast jade in the mouth of the brigade, after being squeezed by external forces, exploded with a bang. Ah! By Mulin this scene was only a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, and after Yayu AI and the others reacted, Yulu had already fallen to the ground. Can you believe it? It only takes 2 or 3 seconds to subdue a tailed beast. What's wrong with the world? Are we all false ninjas? Is Ba Shun the real ninja? They want to subdue a tailed beast, unless a shadow-level powerhouse makes a move, otherwise many people will be in vain, and they have to fight hard to seal a tailed beast. You can do it in 2 or 3 seconds, and let us not live? It is useless to think more now. What they should care about now is how to escape. They were worried and wanted to step forward to check, but because the Demon King was too oppressive on the 6th day, only Yayu AI and Kiribi dared to step forward. However, as soon as he passed, he was stopped by Bo-sun. "Ba-shun, do you want to provoke a war between the shinobi village and the Yunin village?" Yayu Ai said with a gloomy face. "No matter what, the tailed beast can't be lost. This is the most important weapon in the village." Although he didn't take the human pillar force as a weapon, but this is the truth. It's like a nuclear deterrent you want to be. As long as I have a tailed beast, you have to weigh me if you want to move me. Therefore, even sacrificing him will not let the tailed beast be snatched away. I said everything I just want a little tailed beast chakra, I don't want your life, and I won't rob the tailed beast. Why don't you understand? Did I not speak clearly enough, or did your brains not clear enough? Bo-sun was also angry at the moment, especially this is a group of people with muscular brains who can't understand people at all. Sure enough, Bo-sun's words, Yayu Ai did not believe it, but he still thought of delaying time and said, "Really? Am I idle, kidding you guys here?" By Yayu Ai glanced, and then gestured to Huixing, only to see Huixing quickly turn into the body, and then he couldn't wait to rush to the back of the brigade, and began to gnaw wildly. Roar, roar, and Lu roared angrily. This is not painful, but feels that his chakra is losing rapidly, and someone is stealing his power. Huixing is indeed not eating her flesh and blood, but chakra. Since eating a mouthful of sand, she has improved her method of devouring chakra, and she can extract chakra without eating flesh and blood. So Yulu began to struggle frantically despite her severely injured body, but her body wave 6th-day Demon King was firmly controlled, and she couldn't escape at all. Transformed into a rabbit? It won't be a yukai, will it? This scene once again stimulated everyone's nerves, but it also confirmed that Bo-sun really did not have the mind to snatch the tailed beast, and really fed the rabbit. It's true? The brothers who saw this scene looked at each other, and Yayu Ai said with some embarrassment, "Yagi dear big brother, it seems to be true." Yagi dear Kunyo rode. After knowing that Yukarin's life may not be in danger, Kiribi began his crappy rap again, and also taunted a wave of his own big brother. "Bastard, shut up, stop singing." Yayu Ai, whose face was a little unbearable, roared angrily. Fortunately, Kiribi still gave face to his eldest brother and did not continue to provoke. "Ahem, since you want the tailed beast chakra, why don't you say it?" Yayu Ai said with some resentment. Didn't I say it? Yes? Bo-shun roared. At the mention of this, Bo-shun came to gas, a group of reckless men with muscles in their brains. Whoever let you rob as soon as you appear, no one will treat you as a good person. I don't understand what I joke, I don't have a humor cell at all. Bo-sun gave him a blank look, and Yayu Ai was also bitter in his heart. Is this a joke? We're being hunted down. The scene fell into an eerie silence for a while. After about half an hour, when Night Moon Ai looked at Yuyu again, Yala changed from a cat with a bracteur to skinny and bony, just like the nine-tailed tails that had just been snatched by Naruto in the original book, and turned into skin. Bo-sun looked at it, sure enough, but this rabbit seemed to have red eyes, and it was still eating non-stop, and he didn't hear Bo-sun's words at all. Bo-sun immediately lifted the 6th Heaven Demon King, jumped to Huixing's side, skillfully grabbed the 2 rabbit ears, and lifted Huixing up. The feeling of rapid growth of this power is too refreshing, which makes Huixing a little. Well, do you still want to resurrect your sister? Tell me what to do. As soon as Huixing heard about the resurrected sister, he immediately regained his composure and quickly asked for a way. Go back and tell you again, there is still a Yao for you to enjoy. When Huixing heard this, he immediately looked at Kiribi, and his white eyes even flashed a strange red light. This is really eating red eyes. Kiribi was a little frightened by Huixing's frightening gaze, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. What do you want? Let Yao come out, you can see it too, just eat a little chakra, you can recover. Ba-shun said. The 8-tailed cow ghost couldn't help but secretly curse when he heard this. What the is this? A little can eat and travel into skin and bones? But who made the family strong? He had to compromise. Then, let me out. In the consciousness space of the black hole of Kiribi, he asked with some concern, is it really not going to cause any damage to you? Kiribi is worthy of being a perfect human pillar force, and in terms of this concern for the tailed beast, there are few in this world since ancient times. Don't worry, just lose some chakra, you will recover slowly, but this time will be a little weaker. The 8-tailed bull Oni explained, telling Kiribi not to worry. Okay. After Kiribi handed over his body to the cow ghost, a half-cow, half-octopus monster appeared in front of everyone. Go, Pikachu. Bo-shun happily threw Kai Hoshi at the 8-tailed bull ghost. Ba-shun, I hate you. You bastard. Although Huixing didn't understand what it meant, it didn't affect her to scold Bo-sun. It's just that facing the tailed beast chakra, she decided to find Ba-shun to settle the account after finishing the matter. The 8-tailed bull ghost looked at the star flying towards him, and subconsciously clenched his fist, but when he thought of Bo-sun who was watching from the side, he loosened his fist again. Huixing, who only had the tailed beast chakra in his eyes, did not notice this scene at all. Count you smart. Bo-sun secretly said in his heart, if the punch of the bull ghost just now, he didn't know if Huixing had anything, but the bull ghost would definitely die. Anyway, the tailed beast can be reborn. Then, Bo-sun was stunned. Why am I angry? Even if I have the attribute of protecting my brother Mad Demon and the attribute of protecting my wife Madness, then it shouldn't be. Huixing is not my wife now. Forget it, the wife protection Mad Demon will protect the wife Mad Demon. Anyway, it's all a matter of sooner or later. Bo-shun shook his head, no longer thinking about this. Who doesn't like beautiful women? He is no exception, and after getting along for so long, it is not strange to have feelings. Soon, the eight-tailed cow ghost also followed in the footsteps of the two-tailed and brigade. Originally strong and enlarged version of the cow, now sold in the vegetable market, can only be sold as ribs. Bo-sun felt that it was almost the same, so he lifted Huixing down again. If not for Bo-sun's intervention, it is estimated that Huixing would not have stopped. Okay, you can go. Bo-sun waved his hand and said, "We'll have a period later." Yayu Ai said in humiliation. He vowed to cultivate well after going back, cultivate hard, and cultivate peacefully. In the future, we must return this shame to Ba-shun. After the people of Yunnan village left, Ba-shun returned to the battlefield of the three generations of Thunder Shadow and Iwa Shinobu again, secretly observing, while collecting the souls of those Iwa Shinobi who were killed by the three generations of Thunder Shadow. This battle lasted for 3 days, and finally, the third generation of Thunder Shadow closed his eyes when he killed the Iwa Shinobu and slowly fell down. Ba-shun also asked his soul to collect it. Oniki was a gloomy face. He thought that the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow could last so long. Even with the harassment of his Dust Escape Origin Realm stripping technique, he still lost more than 5,000 people in his Iwa Shinobi village. His Origin Realm stripping technique is indeed powerful, even the strongest shield of Thunder Shadow can't resist it, but the speed of Thunder Shadow is too fast. He just aimed at launching, and Thunder Shadow has already changed places. Moreover, his Origin Realm stripping technique also consumed a lot of chakra, and the roots could not support him to use it for a long time, so he had to rest for a while after a while. I don't want to be able to fight for 3 days like 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. It can be said that he lost money in this operation, blood loss. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying died, but his son could succeed the 4th generation of Lei Ying, and the impact on Union Village was not very great. But their Iwa Shinobi village is fighting Konoha, and the strength is not so easy to replenish. And now Konoha only has one enemy left. He can concentrate on dealing with himself, although he believes that the current Konoha troops are not necessarily more than himself, or even less than himself, but Konoha's bloodstained family is not easy to deal with. These 5,000 troops only changed a 3rd generation Thunder Shadow, and they especially offended Yunnan Village, and they didn't get any benefits. It was a blood loss. Withdraw. Onoji was full of anger, and he decided to find Konoha to spread his anger, but he had to change his combat strategy. Satisfied, Bo-shun returned to Kusanagi village with this harvest, and after placing the sleeping Huixing, he went to the only battlefield non-stop to continue collecting souls. It can be said that he broke his heart for his 10 blades. A few months later, Konoha arranged a mission for the wave Feng Shuiman to blow up the transportation channel of Iwa Shinobi village, the Kaminobi Bridge. In a certain underground cave, the old and unspeakable Uchiha was listening to Heiju's report. Obito's qualifications are very good, although he is a little worse than the Boshin brothers, but his extreme kindness is much stronger than the Boshin brothers. Such a person is easier for us to control. Now it's almost time. When Uchiha heard the Boshin brothers, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there any news from the brothers?" During this time, Moro has been staying in Kusanagi village, but Bo-shun has appeared in various battlefields, and he has also brought the people of the Bloodpool clan back to Kusanagi village. What? The Bloodpool clan? Hearing this, Uchiha suddenly became excited. The bottom of the lake of the Bloodpool clan buried his brother, and no one but himself knows that he buried Izuna's body at the bottom of the lake of the Bloodpool clan. And Bo-shun happened to go there and brought back the Bloodpool clan. What if his brother's body was found? What if my brother's body is stolen? Heiju, go and see if the crystal coffin at the bottom of the Bloodpool clan lake is still there? Uchiha's face was gloomy, and he swore that if Boshin dared to touch his brother's corpse, he would make Boshin pay a heavy price even if he fought to expose the 10-tailed body. It's just that now he can't do without the nutrient tube connected to the 10-tailed body behind him, and after the last battle with Moro, he no longer has the extra strength to check it, so he can only send Heiju forward. Moreover, he believed that Heiju, as the embodiment of his will, would definitely not lie to himself. Yes. A wisp of essence flashed in the black eyes, and slowly disappeared into the ground. When Heiju arrived at the lake of the Bloodpool clan, he found that there was no crystal coffin at the bottom of the lake. The black spirit flashed, as clever as he had already guessed that this might be the location of his brother's body. Now if he tells Madara that his brother's body is gone, he will definitely desperately find Boshin to settle the score. But now it has come to the critical period of implementation of the plan. In order to avoid accidents, it is better not to tell him. Making a decision, Kuriko quickly returned and informed Uchiha that the crystal coffin was still there. Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief and began to execute his plan. Bashan did not interfere with the progress of the matter, and as in the original, Obito was pressed under the boulder and gave Kakashi an eye of his own. And the 3 battles were also over. The 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun took the initiative to abdicate, and Bofang Shuman became the 4th generation of Hokage. Rin still died at the hands of Kakashi as in the original, and Obito saw that this scene was completely blackened. To create a world with Rin. However, Lin's soul has been taken away by Bashan, but her qualifications are real dishes, and after becoming a void, even the big virtual Killian is not a big void, so this unconscious void will gradually forget the previous memory over time, but losing memory has the game of losing memory. Bo-sun doesn't really care. Lord Ami, Kanaha's Uzumaki Shina has not appeared for several days, plus her belly is already very large. It is estimated that she is about to give birth. Honda Kotaro stood respectfully beside Bashan to report. I know, you go down first. Bo-sun waved his hand, and a ray of essence flashed in his eyes. It's finally beginning, the child of destiny is about to be born. I just don't know if you, the son of destiny, can defeat me, the son of calamity. I'm looking forward to your growth. Bo-sun wants to cultivate an opponent for himself like Lanran, because his evolution rate is too slow, and now he has not even completed the genes of Itsuki, let alone evolution. The reason is because there is no strong opponent who cannot force themselves to evolve faster. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, Hong's father was slapped to death by the 9 tails on the night of the 9 tails, so let's call Moro with him. Huixing may have eaten last time, it has been several months, and now he hasn't woken up. Forget it, Huixing still take it, there is nothing to pet the rabbit. Bashan and his younger brother Moro walked the streets of Konoha, and in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they both used transfiguration to transform themselves into merchants. Bo-shun held a sleeping Snow-White rabbit in his arms, and Bo-shun gently brushed her hair. Brother, there seem to be fewer people here. Moro wondered. Since he left Konoha, a cat has been cultivating in Kusanagi village, rarely coming out, and how strong his strength is now, Bo-shun does not know. War, it's a low-level ninja's crusher, dead people, 4 people, it's normal, Bo-sun said lightly. So what are we doing here? Moro stole a glance at Bo-sun and said tentatively. Bo-sun glanced at him, and a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Come and see your little girlfriend, kiss his father. Oh, nasty, he's only 11. Bo-sun got goosebumps all over his body, and he really couldn't stand Moro's twisted and coquettish appearance. Let him not only wonder, is this really my brother? He wasn't like this before. So Bashan quickened his pace, and now he just wanted to stay away from his brother. Brother, wait for me. Moro hurried after him. For 3 days in a row, nothing happened to Konoha, during which Moro also secretly went to see Fruit Red, but fortunately Red was not with the bearded ape Fei Asma, which made him relieved. However, when he saw ape Fei Asma entangled Red, he couldn't help but beat ape Fei Asma, but fortunately Bo-sun stopped him. Until the 4th night, a roar like thunder made Bo-sun wake up from his sleep. Here it comes. Bashan immediately came to the roof, and Moro also came to Bashan's side. Brother, go and watch your little girlfriend, don't get hurt. Moro turned away, not worried about Bohun's safety. He firmly believed that his brother was the strongest. By the way, you'd better reappear when Red is in danger, come to a hero to save beauty, and show your true body, Bo-sun said with a meaningful smile. I don't disdain to use such methods. It's just that when he said this, the corners of his mouth raised a slight arc, and this scene was naturally seen by Bo-sun. This is my brother, the coquette before must have worked overtime, this tsundere is real. After Moro left, Bashan changed to an inconspicuous place to continue observing. There was already chaos in Konoha at this time, and all the low-level ninjas organized civilians to enter the shelter. But the power of the 9 tails is too great, and with a random wave, a large tree is flown away, and the 9 tails sweep away and the pieces of houses collapse. Those who did not have time to flee from the houses were all crushed underneath, not knowing if they could still live. Run, the demon fox is coming, don't kill me. Help, who will save me? I don't want to die, Naruto-sama, where are you? Come and save us. However, many people failed to escape the arrangement of fate and died under the claws of the 9 tails. At this moment, a yellow flash of light passed by and stopped not far from the 9 tails. Ape Fei Riko also wore a combat uniform and held a Rui stick and came to the side of Bofang Shuman. Watergate, what about the people who control the 9 tails? Sarutobi Hinata has long seen the abnormality of the 9 tails eye, which is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, indicating that the 9 tails were released, and then manipulating him to attack Konoha is related to the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi didn't dare to think about it anymore. No matter what the situation was, it was the last thing Konoha wanted to see, especially the Bashan brothers. The talent was too perverted. If they were given some more time, I am afraid it would surpass the original Hokage. That person has escaped, he has weird time-space ninjutsu, and time is urgent, so let him escape. Sandaime, the most important thing now is that the 9 tails can no longer be allowed to continue to wreak havoc in the village. Ape Fei Ri nodded and said, don't worry, leave it to me. Ape demon, stretch. The next moment, the ruddy stick in the hand of the ape flying sun chopper instantly became longer, and the speed was extremely fast, right in the abdomen of the nine tails, directly pushing the nine tails out of Konoha. Roar! The nine tails ate in pain and let out a roar. I didn't expect the 3 generations of old men to be quite capable. Bo-sun watched this scene from not far away. Why are you here? At this moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Bashin and said, "How's it going? How did you check during this time?" Bashin turned his head and asked with a smile. Kakashi shook his head, "I haven't found it yet." "Are you the one who controls the nine tails?" Kakashi stared at Bashin vigilantly, since Obito killed Rin with his own hands in order to save his own death, coupled with the cause of Kakashi's death that Bashin told Kakashi about his father before. Kakashi's spirit was a little abnormal, and now he looked distrustful of anyone. Bashin didn't expect that Kakashi would think so much of himself. What kind of heinous big bad person am I? With my strength, if I want to attack Konoha, who can stop it? Do you need to control the nine tails? The nine tails is a pet in my hands, not even my rabbit. Saying that, Bo-shun also stroked the little white rabbit he was holding twice, which felt amazing. But, I do know who revealed that Juzine is about to give birth. Bashin looked at Kakashi with a weird smile. Looking at Bashin's smile, Kakashi subconsciously took 2 steps back, but he was eager to know which bastard leaked the information of his master's birth time. Can you tell me? Seeing Kakashi like this, the smile on Bashin's face gradually widened, and he said playfully, "Do you remember what you said at the grave with soil? Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply, and there was an incredulous look on his face. After Bo-sun's reminder, he already knew that he had inadvertently leaked the date of his master's mother's delivery. On that day, he was chosen by his teacher to be his mother's guard, and told him the date of his mother's birth, so he thought of sharing it with Obito, so he went to Obito's grave and said the date of Juzine's birth. "Yes, I killed my mother." Kakashi was a little unacceptable for a while. I'm sorry, I don't want to, it's all my fault. None of the people around me will end well. Father is like this, Obito is like this, Rin is like this, and now it's master's turn again. I damn it. Kakashi knelt on the ground in pain, his hands helplessly grabbing his hair, tears already blurring his eyes. Suddenly, Kakashi pulled out the short knife he was carrying behind his back and wiped it at his throat. Seeing that Kakashi wanted to commit suicide to apologize, Bashin immediately struck and used Kagami Shuemoon to pick Kakashi's short knife away. "Why stop me? Damn it! I shouldn't be alive. That would hurt more people. You just died? What about those murderers? The good guys are dead, the bad guys are still at large. Is that what you want to see? You coward is just running away. After all, if you die, you don't have to be condemned by your conscience. But is that really the case? Your death will not change any outcome. The bad guys are still at large, and the good guys are still being persecuted." Bashin's words made Kakashi stunned, and then suddenly asked, "So are you a good person or a bad person?" Bo-sun laughed, and then opened his arms, and the momentum on his body changed abruptly, as if he was embracing the king of the world. "I will be the king of this world. One can't be wrong. For the will of the king is the will of this world." Kakashi opened his mouth blankly, shocked. He didn't expect Bo-shun to have such ambitions, and at the same time realized what kind of person Bo-shun was. "How? Shocked?" Bo-shun said with a smile. He had returned to his usual smiling Aunt Mew, who seemed harmless to humans and animals. Kakashi nodded subconsciously, and seeing that the emotions were almost mobilized, Bashin continued, "Well, living in this world, you always have to find something to do, so that you won't be bored. Kakashi is silent and becomes the king of the world simply because of boredom. How about doing things with me later? Together we build a new world, a new system." Kakashi was silent for a long time. He was thinking. He had already heard Bashin's words just now. Bashin was a person who didn't care about human life in the slightest, and human life was as worthless as Kusanagi in his eyes. "If you become king, will you kill innocents?" Kakashi asked the most important question, although he also felt that the current world was very chaotic and very bad. But if the world ruled by Bashin is still the same as it is now, then what's the point? Do you think that the gods in the sky will care about the life and death of the ants on the ground? Instead of answering positively, Bashin gave an example. "It means living according to God's rules, and God ignores you." This was what Kakashi understood, but there was another layer of meaning that he ignored. That is, he did not find another interest in Bashin, and if he found another interest in Bashin, it is estimated that Kakashi would directly reject Bashin, because Bashin's interest is to have fun. Bashin wasted a lot of time and energy in order to have fun, such as Izuna, White Fang, Kakashi, Rin, and for a while Uzumaki Jushine. "Okay, I agree." Kakashi slowly stood up and looked firmly at Bashin. "However, you want to help me improve my strength. I want to take revenge with my own hands, and I want to make those people die a bad death." The next few words were almost squeezed out of between his teeth by Kakashi, which shows how much he hates those people. "Welcome, Kakashi. Bashan showed an evil smile again, but it was only fleeting, and Kakashi, who was blinded by hatred, did not pay attention at all. When you find out that the last enemy is Obito, I don't know, will you choose to forgive like the original? On the other side, Moro quietly found Sunset Red, who was organizing the evacuation of civilians, and suddenly, the Nine Tails roared. A huge wind and wave was formed, and many buildings were instantly uprooted under the ravages of this 15-level wind. This is the power of the complete body of the Nine Tails. Just a roar can blow away the obstacles ahead, and these blown buildings coincidentally fell in the direction of Red. It would be good that Red could withstand the fierce wind and not be blown away, and she didn't notice the smashed waist, and when she found out, it was too late to hide. The red pupils shrank sharply, and he could only watch weakly as death slowly approached him, and there was nothing he could do. Red. At the critical moment, Moro stepped forward, flashed to Hong's side in an instant, and hugged Hong's delicate body. Susanoo. Moro summoned Susanoo directly, and a white skeleton wrapped the two of them. Boom! Countless buildings crashed into Susanoo's skeleton, but they couldn't shake Susanoo in the slightest. Sunset Hong looked at this familiar face stunned, and was a little dazed for a while. It took a long time for her to remember that she was still held in her arms by Moro, and her face was red in an instant. So he instantly broke free from Moro's embrace, and then straightened his long hair, not daring to look up at Moro. Moro didn't know what to say for a while, so he stood there and giggled. How did you get back to Konoha? In the end, it was Red who broke the awkward atmosphere. Oh, I came with my brother, hee. Moro smiled a little blandly, and his words were a little bleak. Hong also gave him a beautiful white eye, and secretly said, "What a nerd, can't you say it's to me? You didn't even know me and dared to kiss me?" Moro. Red stopped talking a little, biting her lip, making people look very distressed. Moro also saw her embarrassment, so he said, "You say, what is it? As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. My dad went to deal with the Nine Tails." After listening, Moro knew why Red was embarrassed, and wanted to let herself save her father, but she was worried that she was in danger. Moro's heart warmed, so he said, "Don't worry about leaving it to me, the Nine Tails is not my opponent. I'm not asking you to deal with the Nine Tails. I know that the strength of the Nine Tails is strong. What if you get hurt? If it really doesn't work, even if you can't save my father, you must come back safely." Sunset Hong said worriedly, in her eyes, "So many people can't subdue the Nine Tails. It is enough to show that the Nine Tails are strong, and she has not seen the true strength of Moro, so she is inevitably a little worried." She didn't want Moro to get hurt, but she was really worried about her dad. "Don't worry, I won't be hurt, and I will also save my future father-in-law." Hearing his father-in-law's sons, Shirihong was made a big red face. "What father-in-law? I'm not your girlfriend yet. Sooner or later." With that, Moro turned red and headed for the shelter. "Ah, get me down." Moro's sudden attack startled Red. But how could Moro put it? He doesn't know what is going on in this brain, sometimes a batch of spirits, and sometimes a batch of people. Seeing that Moro did not let go, he hugged him tighter and tighter, and gave up resisting. It's just that the face is still red and cute. Soon, Moro sent Red to a no-one place near the shelter. "Stay here, I'll come back when I go." After that, he used the transformation technique to transform into an adult appearance, and disappeared in front of the Red eyes. "You must be careful," Red shouted and instructed. Only a voice came back in the distance, "Don't worry." Moro soon came to the vicinity of the battlefield, and saw that Bashun Watergate and Ape Flying Sun Chopper were attacking head-on, and there were some other upper shinobi around to assist, but none of them have any ninjutsu to deal with such a large creature as the tailed beast, and the damage of those ninjutsu hitting the body of the Nine Tails is at most painful, and it is impossible to hurt Daya. Where is Uncle Zhenhong? Found it. Looking around, Moro finally found the Sunset True Red, but the situation of this matter does not seem to be very good. Due to the weakness of the tailed beasts, in addition to the sealing technique, the illusion also suppresses them greatly, which is why the Uchiha clan can be called the natural enemies of the tailed beast. Therefore, at the beginning, the Nine Tails suffered the loss of the Sunset True Red illusion technique, and others took advantage of the time when he was affected by the illusion to frantically vent all kinds of ninjutsu on him. It's harmless, but it hurts. Therefore, he set his target on Sunset True Red. Even if he took a few hard shots of ninjutsu, he would kill this hateful person one by one. I saw the sharp claws of the Nine Tails coming towards the Sunset True Red, and the Sunset True Red was eaten back by the Nine Tails' abhorrent thoughts because he had just been freed from the illusion, and his mind was a little unconscious for a while. "Be careful." What a Red! Seeing this, the others wanted to rescue, but they were all pumped away by the tail of the Nine Tails. Watergate wanted to use the Flying Thunder God to save, but a tailed beast jade suddenly condensed in the mouth of the Nine Tails and launched in the direction of the village. The Watergate did not have time to hesitate, so he could only go to organize the tailed beast jade to fall in the village. "Sorry, so Red," Watergate silently said, humility in his heart, and then the figure disappeared in place. And when Sunset True Red discovered that the Nine Tails were attacking him, it was too late to try to dodge. I'm sorry, Hong, I can't continue to protect you, I can't continue to accompany you to grow up in the future, I have to live strong in the future. The only thing that Sunset True Red can't let go of is Sunset Red, but he can't help it, fate makes him like this. He slowly closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Then, a few seconds later, I found out that it didn't seem to be dead. When he opened his eyes, he found that the 9 tails were lying on the ground, unable to get up no matter how much he struggled. What is the situation? Sunset Zhenhong opened his mouth wide, his jaw almost fell off, and the other people were similar, they didn't understand what the situation was. Then Sunset Zhenhong suddenly felt that there was someone behind her. He turned around sharply and found a strange middle-aged man standing behind him. When he saw those white eyes, he subconsciously said, "You are from the Hyaga clan?" But it was quickly denied, because the man also had a blood-red eye on his forehead with strange and complicated black lines, as if, it's like, writing wheel eyes. He remembered, isn't this the Sherinan? Who are you? Sunset Zhenhong asked warily. He was pretty sure that there wasn't such a person in Konoha. However, Morrow winked playfully, I am your son-in-law, my father-in-law. Hearing this, the sunset is really red like being struck by lightning, and I instantly know who is coming. Who else could there be except the bad breed who dared to kiss his daughter in front of him? Although he didn't know why Morrow had white eyes, he was sure that this person was Morrow. Just now, Morrow saw that his future husband was in danger, and instantly activated the pupil technique Oyamatsumi, directly pressed the 9 tails to the ground unable to move. After so many years of training, Morrow's strength has improved rapidly, and his control of chakra and pupil art has become more and more proficient, so the power of his pupil technique has also been greatly enhanced. At this moment, Sunset Zhenhong's mood is complicated. Although he was saved, it is very fortunate, but he can't be happy to hear the word son-in-law anyway. Why are you here? Don't you know that Konoha is looking for you? Although he hated this Uchiha imp, but he saved himself after all, then he would not do ungrateful things. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Go ahead, I'll protect you. Morrow did not meddle in the matter of the 9 tails, as long as he ensured the safety of his father-in-law to be. After that, he closed the chakra eyes, and the eyes on his forehead were also closed, and others would only think that it was a scar. Roar, Uncle Ben is going to kill you all. Losing the suppression of the Morrow pupil technique, the 9 tails rose up in a rage, ready to wreak havoc. Hey, that person, did you suppress the 9 tails just now? Now hurry up and continue. One of the upper shinobi looked at Morrow and shouted. Morrow shrugged and said, I'm here to see the play, you guys do yours. Far from Hineda's white eyes looking at Morrow, he fell into deep thought and secretly said, could it be that this person is a genius hidden by the Hyaga clan? Can easily suppress the 9 tails. I didn't expect that White Eye still has such ability. It seems that he is going to overturn the previous assessment of the Hyaga clan. Do you want to let Tenzo catch a few Hyaga clans to study and study? Between the electric light and flint, it was far from Hyaga thinking a lot, but the most important thing now was the crisis in front of him, so he also said to Morrow Persuasion, you are also from the Hyaga clan, right? You are also part of Konoha, and your home is here. Can you bear to watch the 9 tails destroy your home? Sorry, I'm not from Konoha. The ancestor has received help from the Sunset True Red ancestor, and today I came to repay the favor, today to save his life, and the two will not owe each other after that. Morrow is still very clever, so to say that he told the 8 flying sun, don't try to blackmail me with the Sunset True Red. After all, everyone knows now that he came here to save the sunset from being really red. 8 Fei frowned. Originally there were many folds on his face, but now it was like a chrysanthemum, and secretly said, who is this person? Roar! The roar of the 9 tails interrupted the thoughts of the 8 flying sun, and the priority now is to solve the 9 tails and hurry to meet the enemy. The next thing is similar to the original. When the Wei Feng Shui gate came back, he took Jishina and Uzumaki Naruto, sealed the 9 tails with a ghoul. The Yin 9 tails were sealed on himself, and the Yang 9 tails were sealed on Naruto. Bosun also took the opportunity to take away Juzine's soul. Originally he wanted to try to see if he could take this Grim Reaper away, but when he had this idea, he faintly felt the danger, so he temporarily gave up this idea. The night of the 9 tails is over. Morrow brought Sunset True Red back to meet Sunset Red. Sunset Red was excited, and kissed Morrow in front of her father, which can choke Sunset True Red, especially when I see Morrow's provocative eyes. My heart is more uncomfortable than eating. So out of sight is clean. Hong, I'll go back first, don't come back too late. Thank you, Daddy. After Sunset Zhenhong left, Red looked at Morrow and thanked him. Thank you. It's okay. Morrow scratched his head sheepishly. So are you leaving today? Red was a little reluctant, and even took the initiative to take Morrow's hand and sat next to him. At this moment, Morrow was a little stiff and didn't know what to say. The two suddenly fell silent, but at this moment, Bosun's voice suddenly came from behind the two. Brother, how about we come to the game? The sudden sound was so frightened that Hong quickly withdrew the hand holding Morrow, and some of his faces were red, not daring to look up at people. What game? Morrow asked suspiciously. The two of us will take an apprentice one by one, and after 12 years, let's see which of them is stronger. Good, good. These two people, one is Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the newly born fourth generation of Hokage, and the other is Sasuke Uchiha, the youngest son of Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. You pick one. Boskin gives two options. I don't choose someone from the Uchiha clan. I think that fourth generation person is quite good, then I will choose his son. Maro decided to choose Naruto Uzumaki. Okay, then I'll choose Sasuke. Then, he looked at Sunset Hong again and ridiculed brother and sister, you have to keep it secret. Otherwise, my brother won't be able to accompany you in Konoha. I'm ignoring you. Sunset was very shy, turned his head and covered his face and ran. Bosun sighed secretly, it's okay, I didn't faint, it's much stronger than Steamy. 3 years later, in Konoha's death forest, two figures, one big and one small, were practicing against each other, saying that they were training against each other, rather than unilaterally crushing. Soon, the small figure was kicked out. Oops. Teacher, can't you be lighter? Sasuke, you're going to school next year, think about your brother, he went to war when he was 3 years old, you haven't seen blood yet, can't let your brother down. I don't say more than your brother, but it's always okay to be equal to your brother, right? Bashin pulled Sasuke up and provoked him with a provocation. Well, teacher, don't worry, I will definitely surpass my brother and become the pride of my brother and my parents, and, of course, the pride of the teacher. Sure enough, under the stimulation of Moro, Sasuke was instantly full of energy. Just as he wanted to continue training, the system in his head finally moved. So he wanted to quickly send Sasuke away, saying, okay, I'll practice here today, don't reveal the existence of the teacher when you go back. I know, teacher. Sasuke is still very obedient at the moment, a well-behaved and arrogant little Shota. After Sasuke left, Bashin began the fourth card draw. System, start drawing cards. Start the lottery. Then countless cards lit up, and a dozen seconds later, one card appeared in front of Bosun's eyes, and the other cards turned gray again. Seeing this card, Bosun instantly became excited, and saw that the eyes of the person on the card were covered by a black ribbon. His silver hair was very similar to Kakashi, and the expression on his face was calm, as if he was confident of defeating no matter what kind of strong enemy he faced. Gojo. Depend on. Seriously, Bashin loves this character and his abilities, and as a spell returned to the combat power ceiling of the world, his abilities are very perverted. Unlimited technique, able to interfere with atomic level matter and dominate space. There are also abilities such as Kang, Technique Reversal High, Void Form, Realm Infinite Void and more. Bashin was suddenly a little reluctant to give Kakashi. Hey, still give it to him, it's a big deal to use the Ghost Bud art to grab it when the time comes. When it came to the art of Ghost Luo Bud, Bosun suddenly felt that it was time to go to the Bay Liovu. He needed to perfect the art of Ghost Luo Bud as soon as possible, otherwise how would he seize the power of the divided character at that time? Soon, Bashin found Kakashi. Is there something wrong with me? I promised your father to improve your strength, now it's time. Saying that, Bashin took out a card and placed it on Kakashi's forehead. Kakashi subconsciously wanted to hide, but still held back. Bashin glanced at Kakashi meaningfully, and Bashin knew that Kakashi still didn't fully believe in himself. But it didn't matter, Hakushen never considered Kakashi his own anyway. When Bashin placed the card on Kakashi's forehead, the card instantly turned into a streamer and burrowed into Kakashi's forehead. In an instant, a large number of memories flooded into Kakashi's mind, and at the same time, his body was undergoing wonderful changes, especially his eyes, which swelled sharply, and his forehead was a little itchy, as if something was about to grow. This process didn't take long, and when Kakashi reopened his eyes had turned light blue, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in them. The Sharingan, which was originally sent with soil, was squeezed to the forehead, destroying this beauty. What exactly is this force? It's amazing. Saying that, Kakashi picked up a stone and placed it on his palm, but strangely, the stone was still some distance from Kakashi's palm, and it floated on Kakashi's palm. In fact, this is not floating on Kakashi's palm, in fact, the stone is still falling, but Kakashi's unlimited technique makes the distance between the stone and himself become infinite. That means the stone will always fall, but it will never fall into Kakashi's hand. Bosch looked a little envious, just inherited, he was actually able to use the infinite limit technique. So Bo-shun said sourly, or you take this eye off, it's too ruining the beauty. No, this is Obito's gift to me. Kakashi refused on the spot. Cut. Bo-sun pouted disdainfully, sooner or later one day let your father give you 2 knives. Presumably after so many years in the roots, you have already found out the cause of your father's death that year, right? At this time, Bo-sun's eyes suddenly became serious and said, Kakashi nodded, the hatred in his eyes could not be hidden. Want revenge? Think, then you go and kill Mikato Uchiha. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then shocked, and asked, why? His enemy, Shidenzo, why did he kill Mikato Uchiha? Do you think your enemy is hidden? Why kill Mikato Uchiha? Bashin spoke what was in his heart. Yes, is your enemy really just a group hide? Your enemy should be the whole of Konoha. Kakashi was shocked by Bashun's words, and at the same time still didn't quite understand. Tenzo threatened your father to commit suicide, but if there were no foolish villagers to follow the trend, would your father be afraid of him? As long as most people believe in your father dares to slaughter Danzo. As long as he becomes Hokage, who dares to touch you? Did you come for nothing when the title of White Fang? Boom! At this moment, Kakashi felt that his 3 views were destroyed. Our purpose is the same, we are all to destroy Konoha. Bo Shun continued to tempt. With your strength, I am afraid that you can destroy Konoha at any time, right? Why let me come? Kakashi was angry at the moment, but he wasn't stupid. Although he agreed to join Ba Shun's forces, he still had his own judgment on some things. Wouldn't that be a lot less fun? Ba Shun said with a smile, but that smile seemed like a demon to Kakashi. Did you kill Mikato Uchiha to provoke a conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan? Kakashi asked with a frown. So to speak, but I estimate that when the time comes, the ape flying sun slash will push Tuan Zhang out to back the pot. Bo Shun touched his chin and said, okay, you can do things, as soon as possible. I know. A few days later, Kakashi wore a fox mask and quietly arrived at the land of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi Bluestripe, who has an unbounded technique, can no longer limit his strength. He easily bypassed the sentry Uchiha personnel, although Uchiha defended more rigorously today, but Uchiha Fugaku was not at home at the moment. Because today is the time of the clan meeting, Kakashi was able to get these news, thanks to the water of Uchiha. Soon, he came to Uchiha Fugaku's house. Six Eyes has 360 degrees ultra-long range vision. He jumped on the roof and quickly locked onto his target. At this moment, Mikato Uchiha does not know that she has been targeted and is coaxing Suzuki to sleep. Mom, when will my brother come back? Little Suzuki didn't have the slightest sense of sleep. He wanted his brother to put himself to sleep. Obedient, Suzuki, go to sleep first. Your brother is having a meeting with the clansmen, and he won't be back until very late. Uchiha Mikato gently patted Suzuki's back and said softly, oh, okay. Suzuki was a little disappointed, but still obedient, closed his eyes and slept. But in my heart, I was thinking, I must wait for my brother to come back before sleeping. I want to stay up late with my brother. Kakashi looked at this scene, and a wave suddenly swelled in his dead heart. Is what I did really right? But after thinking about it, hatred still drowned out reason. My dad died, it's all to blame Konoha. Don't think about it in Konoha. It's 10 minutes later. Uchiha Mikado felt that Suzuki was almost asleep and wanted to leave the room to make some late-night snacks for her husband. I have to say that Uchiha Mikato is a very standard Yamato Fuko, a husband and godson. Just as she got out of bed, she suddenly felt a chill in her spine, and Kakashi didn't know when he appeared behind her. This is exactly the derivative use of the technique Shun Zuan Kang, teleportation. The technique can form a small black hole centered on the Kang, attracting surrounding things into the Kang, and the Kang can also mark 2 different geographical locations to achieve teleportation, which Kakashi just used this. It's just that the current Kakashi is not skilled enough to turn it on or off at will. When Uchiha Mikato sensed danger, the first time she turned around was a whip leg. Although she had not been a ninja for many years, she had not forgotten everything about being a ninja. However, Kakashi could not avoid it, and the next moment, Mikato Uchiha's long leg hit Kakashi's head. However, Mikato Uchiha was not happy, but cold sweat began to appear on his forehead, because his leg did not touch Kakashi at all. Her legs were still a centimeter away from Kakashi, but she couldn't get close. It's as if blocked by something unseen. At the moment when Uchiha Mikato was stunned, the short knife behind Kakashi was instantly unsheathed. Puff Uchiha Mikato quickly dodged to resist, but she didn't have a weapon in her hand, and the distance was too short for her to use ninjutsu and could only raise her hand to block. Although the reaction was fast, a long cut was made on the arm, and blood flowed. Suzuki covered his mouth tightly in the bed, not letting himself make a sound. Ben was not asleep, and Suzuki found out the moment Uchiha Mikato and Kakashi moved. But he didn't dare to make a sound, and he didn't dare to open his eyes, because he knew that his strength was a drag oil bottle. Sherry-nan. Uchiha Mikato's Sangoitama Sherry-nan appeared instantly. She wanted to control the other party with the Sherry-nan illusion first, and then take Suzuki away as soon as possible is a wise choice. Teleport. Just as she opened her chakra eyes, Kakashi strangely disappeared in front of her eyes. Immediately afterward, she only felt a pain in her chest, slowly looked down, and saw a blade stained with blood shining with cold light, piercing her chest from behind. Kakashi drew the short knife, the wound lost the closure of the short knife, and blood gushed out like a fountain, just as a stream of blood sprayed into Suzuki's face. Suzuki felt the hot foreign object on his face, subconsciously moved, and was discovered by the inspired Kakashi. Kakashi slowly walked towards Suzuki, but Uchiha Mikato grabbed Kakashi's pant leg and said with difficulty, leave mine alone, child. Suzuki, who pretended to sleep, trembled all over, and was extremely afraid in his heart, but at the same time, he hated his weakness very much, and he didn't even have the courage to face the enemy. Why? Why am I so weak? Mom, I'm sorry, I'm too weak. Uchiha Suzuki's spirit was greatly stimulated, and he did not notice that a gloomy cold aura was rapidly rushing to his eyes. But at this moment, Kakashi suddenly walked up to Suzuki and slapped him down, knocking Suzuki unconscious. Just when Suzuki fainted, the gloomy cold aura no longer transmitted to his eyes. It can be said that Kakashi successfully prevented Suzuki's eyes from opening. Uchiha Mikato saw that Kakashi was just lucky with his own child, and finally let go of his heart and died completely. Kakashi also quickly left here. It's just that he didn't notice that the dead Uchiha Mikato had a word root under him. No wonder she didn't recognize Kakashi, because Kakashi had used the transfiguration technique before he came, changing his appearance, especially the conspicuous silver hair. And she speculated that only Tenzo dared to wave his hand on Uka so unscrupulously. Uchiha Land, Conference Room. Uchiha Itaki. Have you already betrayed your family and fled to the village? Why is it that since you entered the Dark Division, the village always knows our next plan? Drove us into a corner every time. Someone questioned Uchiha, but Shisui objected. The Uchiha clan, are also members of Konoha, and the 3 generations of Hokage-sama are also looking for a way for Uchiha and the village to live in harmony. Harmony? Can you live in harmony until today? Just as someone was about to say that a coup was going to be staged, Uchiha Fugaku interrupted them and yelled, "Shut up! Now we shouldn't be arguing here," but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Not good. Patriarch, your wife was assassinated. Boom! Uchiha Fugaku's face immediately darkened when he heard this. And Uchiha Itaki left here in a flash. Who is it? He asked with proud Bo Fugaku suppressing his voice. Anyone knew that he was suppressing his anger. We only saw under your lady a word root written in blood. Boom! As soon as his words were finished, Uchiha Fugaku's anger was like a volcano, and it exploded in an instant. In addition to him, there are also those radicals, who also broke out in an instant. They have been suppressed for too long, and they have long wanted to stage a coup, but they have always been pressed by Uchiha Fugaku. But now your wife has been stabbed to death by the root. See if you can't stop it. Gather all Uchiha members, assemble. Uchiha Fugaku was very angry. His father's revenge has not yet been repaid, and now that his wife has been killed again, the anger that has been accumulated for a long time must have an outlet. That vent is the root. Yes, Patriarch. The radicals pulled their throats and responded. They had waited too long for this day. Even many of the doves were a little shaken. After all, the act of assassinating the wife of the Patriarch was too much. And Uchiha Shueishui saw this scene. The secret path was not good. I have to quickly notify Lord Hokage and let Lord Hokage come forward to solve it, otherwise both the village and the family will have great losses. So, Uchiha took advantage of the chaos of the scene and secretly released his shadow doppelganger to go out and pass the matter to Ape Flying Sun. And when he returned home and looked at his mother who fell in a pool of blood, Uchiha only felt a tingling pain in his eyes. He couldn't help but close his eyes, and when he opened his eyes, the Gujad in Sharingan's eyes disappeared, replaced by a windmill-like pattern. He awakened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hinata was listening to Uchiha's report to stop the water. Naruto-sama, the wife of the clan elder, was assassinated, and the murderer is the Root Man. What? The people of the Roots killed? Listening to the previous sentence, he thought that he was assassinated by other people from the ninja village, but the latter sentence directly made Ape Fei stand up. Once this matter is not handled well, then the village and Uchiha will definitely have a big war. Are you sure it's the Root Man? What is the evidence? Sarutobi asked with a frown. Naruto-sama, Aunt Mikato has a root character written in blood under her. Is it possible that someone else framed it? Ape Flying Sun Chopper is still excusing Tuan Zhang. After all, the root will not act without Tuan Zhang's order. Oh yo Ape Flying Sun Chop and Tuan Zhang are really true love. Uchiha Shui and Ape Flying Sun Chopper didn't hear this voice, nor did they see a third person in the office. Because Bo Shun used the mirror flower water moon and deceived the 5 senses of the two, even if Bo Shun ate stinky tofu in front of the two, they would not find out. Bo Shun looked at the ugly face of the Ape Flying Sun with interest. Naruto-sama, the emotions of the clansmen have reached a critical point, and the death of Aunt Mikato this time has allowed them to find a catharsis, so the evidence is no longer important, and they have decided in their hearts that this incident was done by the Roots. Moreover, now the patriarchs have begun to gather people. I hope that Naruto-sama can find a way to get the Root to give an explanation as soon as possible, otherwise, I am afraid that the clan will act irrationally at that time. Uchiha Shisui knows very well what the current Uchiha family thinks. He has been committed to easing the relationship between the village and the family for so many years. In his heart, the village is very important, the family is also very important, and the two occupy the same position in his heart. It's not like Uchiha Itaki. In his heart, his younger brother is first, the village is second, and the family is third. Ape Flying Sun Chopper listened to the words of Shui Shui, and also fell into hesitation. Uchiha stopped the water and looked at the hesitant Ape Flying Sun Chopper, and suddenly felt that the Ape Flying Sun Chopper seemed to be a little different from the Ape Flying Sun Chopper in his mind. The Ape Flying Sun in his mind was a gentle, wise Hokage, but now Ape Flying Sun Chopper, not thinking about how to solve the problems of the Uchiha clan and the village, but throwing the problem to Uchiha. Even he didn't notice it, and he had less trust in Sarutobi in his heart, but Bashin noticed the change in Uchiha's expression. It seems that the plot is about to change. At this moment, in the room, Uchiha suddenly jumped in from the window and almost missed Bashin. Naruto-sama, I request to verify the roots of Shinmura Danzo. Uchiha Itachi went straight to the point. Now if you want to stop the coup of the Uchiha clan, this is the only way, otherwise Konoha will lose a lot by then. However, Bashin noticed the change in Uchiha Itachi, and according to his previous personality of helping the village, he would not have made this suggestion. But now the route of the investigation group is proposed, which is incredible. As soon as Uchiha Weasel came in, Boshin felt a gloomy and cold chakra aura on Uchiha Itachi's body, guessing that it should be awakening the kaleidoscope chakra eye. There has been a change again. Could it be that the awakening of the kaleidoscope chakra eye has made his paranoia different from the original? In the original, after the death of Stop Water, he opened the kaleidoscope and inherited the will to stop the water, which led to his paranoid idea that the village is greater than the family. Now that his mother is dead and he has turned on the kaleidoscope, what paranoid ideas will come from? Things are getting interesting. Bo Sun's eyes were full of smiles, quietly watching the development of the situation. You too, come with me to find Tuan Zhang. Ape Flying Sun Chopper can't help, it's worth agreeing. Then can't it really be done to let the Uchiha clan and Konoha go to war? Yes. However, when Uchiha Weasel left the room, he suddenly glanced back at the location of the window and secretly said, "Didn't I close the window when I came in just now? How did it open? Or am I misremembering? Weasel, hurry up." At this time, Shui Shui greeted, and Uchiha Weasel left in battle. This Uchiha Itachi really deserves to be a genius. Such a small mistake has been discovered. I just don't know if the pupil technique you awakened this time will be Amaterasu and reading. Uchiha Fugaku has already gathered Uchiha Sanchin's ninjas at this moment, about 1,000 people. Most of them are middle shinobi, a few are upper shinobi, and the lower shinobi are not called. Go to the root base. Yes, thousands of people marched towards the roots. Such a big movement has long alarmed the major families, as well as countless civilians. What's going on? How did Uchiha dispatch so many ninjas? I don't know, maybe I'm catching spies. I didn't expect Uchiha to do business. Unlike civilians, the major families have their own sources, and they were notified as soon as Uchiha Fugaku gathered family members. At this matter, the contemporary families of the three families of Pig Deer Butterfly came together at Liu. What should we do? Uchiha seems to be coming for real this time. It's okay, Naruto-sama didn't hand us over, we won't participate. Nara Shikaku touched his chin and said, "Listen to you, anyway, 3 doors and 3 you are the smartest." The two did not object to Nara Shikaisa's words. Anyway, it was right to listen to Shikaisa. The Hayaga clan also gathered together at this time and were standing in a meeting. Hayashi, what do you think about this? The Uchiha clan is imposing. It is estimated that even if the village suppresses Uchiha, it will suffer heavy losses. Hey, a clan elder sighed shortly. I'm standing on the side and watching. After Hinata Hayashi finished speaking, everyone present was full of question marks, not knowing what Hinata Hayashi was talking about. Let's just wait and see, don't meddle. Fortunately, Hinata Hayashi explained. After hearing this, the clan elders frowned one after another, and said, "This is a good opportunity to win people's hearts and help the village block Uchiha, and the reputation of the Hayaga clan in the village will be unprecedentedly loud at that time. Even become the #1 clan in Konoha." Hinata was helpless. What did this group of clan elders think? He couldn't wait to directly step forward and give them 2 big pockets, and then scolded them. Are you all in your head? Think about how exactly Konoha dealt with Uchiha. If Uchiha is really finished, will Hinata be the next Uchiha? Do you expect the Hayaga clan to integrate into the commoners like the Senju clan? Hinata Hayashi's words made those clan elders recognize the current situation, and they stopped shouting to suppress Uchiha, and left here in ashes. Hinata Hayashi has another reason that he did not say, that is, the death of his brother last year. Due to the cowardice of the Ape Flying Sun, his younger brother committed suicide to top the sin. I see how cowardly you are. Hinata Hayashi was hideous at the moment, full of resentment. While Konoha was paying attention to Uchiha's movements, 2 people suddenly fell from the sky from the forest of death not far away. The 2 men were one big and one small, and the small one had hair that resembled yellow leaves and turquoise blue eyes, a big black robe, long hair covering the eyes, and most importantly, one arm missing. These 2 are Suzuki and Boruto, who traveled from the future. Note: Boruto's timeline will not be written, these 2 are from parallel worlds. Are we really back in time? Boruto Uzumaki asked suspiciously, still feeling a little incredible in his heart. It's hard to imagine how far the technology of the Itsuki family has developed, and even the ninja tool that shuttles through time can be invented. Let's find someone and ask what time it is. Sasuke had a clear mind, and he planned to figure out the time first, and then find Naruto and protect him, and he couldn't let Itsukippo style find Naruto first. Boom! At this moment, in the distance, several violent explosions suddenly sounded. The sound was so loud that it even alarmed Sasuke and Boruto in the forest of death outside Konoha village. Sasuke heard the explosion and immediately jumped to the top of a large tree and looked at the place where it exploded. There it is, Konoha. Sasuke finally remembered that this forest was the forest of death. It can't be that the Oto Kippo style has already found Konoha. It's not good, Boruto, let's hurry over. Naruto is in danger. Yes, the two quickly rushed towards Konoha. Just now, Uchiha Fugaku led the Uchiha clan to gather to the fundamental base, but as soon as he arrived, he was stopped. Shimura Danzo stood in front of the group of root members, holding his crutches, and said with cold eyes, "What do you want to do? Are you Uchiha clans planning to rebel? Hand over the murderer, or you will step on the roots today." His two closest relatives were all killed, which made Uchiha Fugaku, who originally pursued stability, understand a truth: only if you are ruthless and strong enough, no one will hurt you. Therefore, his killing intent at this moment is awe-inspiring. Don't say that my roots have never done this, and even if I do, I won't leave any handles. Will I give you the opportunity to come to you? Shimura Danzo knows that this matter is very big, so saying this is a disguised submission, indicating that I did not do it. But the Fugaku Uchiha and Uchiha clans under the anger understood it as, "I did it, what can you do with me? You admitted it too, didn't you?" Uchiha Fugaku sneered. Shimura Danzo, how did I admit it? What did I admit? However, Uchiha Fugaku did not give him a chance to think, and directly waved his hand and said, "Step on the root, flatten the roots." Flat roots. For a while, Uchiha and his family were angry, and they opened the chakra eye and went on. After so many years, they have been oppressed for more than 40 years, and finally they have begun to resist. Think about how brilliant their Uchiha clan was before? In the entire ninja world, only the Senju clan can be their equals. But since the death of the first Hokage who established Konoha, their Uchiha clan has been miserable. To exaggerate, it is not as good as a dog. Even ape-flying sun choppers from small families like the ape-flying family can ride on their necks and now after so many years of enduring, they finally can't bear it. Just 2 words, fuck his mother. It seems that the grievances in their hearts finally have a place to vent, and the Uchiha clan is suddenly in a mess, more fierce than when they went to the battlefield in the 3 battles. Coupled with the blessing of the Sharingan, it is difficult for the root ninja to resist. All kinds of ninjutsu, kunao, shurikens, and detonation charms are flying all over the sky, and the battle of 1,000 people has just entered a white-hot stage. Boom! For a while, a violent explosion erupted in the open space in front of the roots. At this moment, Sarutobi Hinata and Uchiha Shueishui and Uchiha Itachi were late, and when they arrived, they saw that the two sides were already fighting together, and they were anxious. The corner of Bo-sun's mouth in the dark hooked an evil smile. Just now he used the ability of the mirror to affect the sight of the 3 people, let them detour for a while, so it was late. Otherwise, if they stopped it, where would he go to watch the play? Stop fighting. Wait for us to have doubts about this matter, don't fight. Uchiha shouted loudly, wanting to stop it, but how could the 2 sides who killed the Red Eye stop? And Uchiha Itachi quickly joined the battlefield, aiming directly at Shimura Danzo. His purpose is simple: grab Danzo and force him to hand over the murderer, or give it to the Inu clan to check the memory. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha tried to stop it, but stopped it. He then chased after him, trying to stop Uchiha from making an unforgivable mistake. Sarutobi also joined the battle, but he must have helped his good friend. Although this approach is not necessarily right, he can't help the Uchiha family. Even after the matter is over, he has an excuse: "I just can't bear to see so many innocent people being affected." The scene turned into a pot of porridge. Bo-sun sat on the roof of a house not far away, and he was so happy that he almost rolled on the ground. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Who are you? Did you cause the turmoil here?" The voice was cold and contained endless killing intent. Bo-shun stopped smiling when he heard this, turned his head to look, and recognized the person at a glance. Uchiha Sasuke. "Can you see me?" Uchiha Sasuke immediately became alert when he heard this. "Why do you know my name? And can I see what is wrong with you?" Bo-shun narrowed his eyes. This is Sasuke when he grows up, and Sasuke is next to the son of future Naruto, Boruto Uzumaki. This world, when he was Sasuke's master, Sasuke has long seen the liberation of Kagami Mizuki, and this future Uchiha Sasuke neither knows himself nor is affected by Kagami Mizuki, then it can only mean that this Sasuke comes from a parallel time and space. Moreover, in addition to these 2 people, it is very likely that the Otokipo style has also come to this world. "The world is a bit of a mess," muttered Sasuke, ignoring his question. "What's the mess?" Sasuke frowned, not understanding what the 14 and 15-year-old boy in front of him was talking about. "That's really It's so interesting. At this time, Suzuki saw his brother, who he had been dreaming about, and his father. There were many, many clansmen, and he realized that in the current time, his brother had not yet perished. He wants to do everything he can to stop his brother, even if it changes the future. So, ignoring Bashan's maniacal laughter, he rushed straight over to stop this battle of unknown reasons. But where will Bashan be as he wishes? This is a rare strong person, and now Bosun urgently needs the stimulation of the strong to accelerate his evolution. His evolution is too slow. Until now, he hadn't even completed the Datuma gene, because his reincarnation eye hadn't awakened yet. So, Bashan flashed in front of Suzuki. Get out of the way. Suzuki spoke coldly. Whoever stood in his way now would be his enemy. However, Boruto Uzumaki's words immediately calmed Suzuki's heart. This person looks like the Atsuki clan. Bashan's muttered words exploded in Suzuki's ears. Just because I was in a hurry, I didn't carefully observe Bashan's appearance, but now under the reminder of Boruto, look again, it's really it. That can't be said to be the same, it's exactly the same. Bosun's eyes are white at the moment, his skin is milky white, and his hair is also white with a little gray. Are you Atsuki? Suzuki stared at Hashundu deadly. When Atsuki appeared here, things were not simple, and his gaze drifted to the battle of Uchiha and the others, and found that they would not be in danger for a while. Then let's solve your big tube wood first. Big tube? I'm not a big tube wood, my name is Uchiha Shun, Uchiha Suzuki's master. Bashan held out a finger and shook it at Suzuki, revealing an evil smile. Teacher, he's your master? Boruto was shocked. What about snakes? Speaking of this, Suzuki suddenly stopped, because he realized that this world might not be the same as his, because he was pretty sure that there was no such person as Uchiha Shun in his world, at least he hadn't heard of it. And this person named Uchiha Shun, in front of him, is actually the master of this world himself? So why did he stand by and watch this battle? Or is this battle planned by him? Did you plan this battle? Suzuki was still quite smart when he calmed down. It's still quite smart, but the second pillar from childhood is more likable. Bo Shun laughed. Two pillars. Damn it. From birth to now, the first time someone has called himself a nickname, it is so ugly, even Suzuki, who has experienced many tribulations, is angry for a while. Ten Shuru. The next moment, Suzuki suddenly pulled out his straw sword, and then the whole person suddenly appeared behind Bashan, slashing at Bashan's head fiercely. And Bosun's reaction was also extremely fast, and the mirror flower in his hand came out of the sheath and crossed the top of his head. One blow failed, and Suzuki quickly retreated. However, at this moment, one of the eyes of Boruto Uzumaki, who was watching the battle, suddenly changed, the whites of the eyes turned black, and the pupils glowed blue-white. He saw some fragmentary images, in which Bashan was completely teasing Suzuki. No matter how strong Suzuki's attack was or how fast he was, he could never hit many sides, as if he was fighting an invisible enemy. And the beginning of all this starts with Bosun holding the mirror flower water moon and saying the words broken it, mirror flower water moon. When these pictures were shattered and Boruto's consciousness returned to reality, he was already covered in cold sweat and gasping for air, and in just a few fragments of the pictures, he had already recognized the strength of Suzuki. The strength is not at all as weak as when he fought with Peach, although he didn't understand why, but such a powerful force was played by Bosun, which is enough to show Bosun's terrible. Teacher, be careful with that knife, don't listen to him say the words break it, mirror flower water moon. Boruto shouted. He was able to analyze these two important pieces of information from the scattered images. Suzuki, who was fighting, stared, and then jumped away and pulled away from Bashan, and he also noticed an abnormality. Here in the root base is less than 100 meters away, and in the battle just now, both of them have also used several ninjutsu, and there are also a wide range of ninjutsu. It stands to reason that those people cannot find out. But until now, everyone seems to have not seen the battle here. This scene is really weird. Although, through the battle just now, he also found that Bashan's strength had not yet reached the level of 6 Deo Madara, but what Boruto just said, coupled with this strange scene, made him have to be cautious, and even put Bashan at the level of Atsuki. Found it? Is this the ability to clear the eyes? What a rarity! Boshun is still calm, always with a smile on his face. Is that what you're capable of? Magic? Suzuki asked in a deep voice. Intelligence is important for ninjas, but Bashan can't say what he is capable of, so what's the difference between that and looking for death? Unless the other party has already hit his own mirror. Suzuki, you don't know yet, do you? Your mom is dead. Hearing this, Suzuki's eyes widened instantly. You did it. Suzuki's killing intent in his heart could not be hidden. His mother had already died once, and it was done by Uchiha Itaki, but he didn't expect this world and died again, and it became the fuse for the battle between the Uchiha clan and the Roots, and it didn't look like the situation was done by the Uchiha Weasel. Then it must have been done by the person in front of you. No. Be the teacher of your world. Kakashi. At that time, I was watching not far away. You who are more than 3 years old obviously did not sleep, but did not dare to open your eyes and dare not resist, until Kakashi killed his mother, blood splashed on his face, and he was still curled up in the quilt, not daring to come out. Say, isn't he a waste? It's like, when Uchiha slaughters the whole clan and kills his father and mother, you can only be incompetent and furious. You shut up. Sasuke was instantly furious, and at the same time as he was furious, his heart was shocked. Why could he know what was happening in his world? The kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes open, and the whites of the eyes are full of blood that appeared because of anger. Amaterasu. It worked. Boruto was secretly pleasantly surprised. But soon Sasuke noticed that something was wrong, and saw a terrifying force suddenly appear on Bashan's body. This invisible force, from top to bottom, instantly pressed the black flame to Bo-sun's feet. Bo-shun walked out of the range of black flames under his feet in this way. It still burned, Bo-shun said as he looked at his burned clothes and burns that were about to recover. With his current physique, he had long surpassed the immortal body between the 1,000 hand pillars, and this injury recovered in the blink of an eye. How is that possible? Boruto exclaimed. This is known as the Amaterasu of the immortal flame, and the thunder shadow paid the price of an arm so that he was not burned to death. But now, it's so simple to crack? However, Sasuke is not surprised. Although Amaterasu's characteristics are very powerful, there are many flaws. As long as the speed is fast, or the surface of the body is covered with a layer of energy, Amaterasu's damage can be avoided. You've all made a move, it's my turn. Bo-sun also opened the kaleidoscope wheel eye and said softly, a monk-G teleport. The next moment, Bashan had already appeared behind Sasuke. What? How can it be exactly the same? Boruto exclaimed, isn't this the same ability as Sasuke flashed and suddenly appeared behind Bashan? Sasuke was also a little surprised, but his physical reaction was very fast, and he drew his knife to resist. After blocking Bashan's knife, he found that one of the fingers of Bashan's left hand was pointing at him, and there was a blue point of light on the tip of the finger. Broken path number 4 White Thunder. In an instant, the blue point of light condensed on his fingertips instantly turned into a ray of thunder and shot towards Sasuke. Since the incident happened suddenly, and behind him was Boruto, he couldn't hide at all. Swoosh, the thunder light instantly penetrated Sasuke's shoulder and shot towards Boruto behind him. Boruto's pupils shrank sharply, but at this moment, Sasuke's body was suddenly wrapped in purple chakra, forming a skull shape, and at this time, Sasuke's Susanoo condensed at the fastest speed, blocking the light in Susanoo. It's really a pit daddy, a pit master. If it weren't for you, your father wouldn't have been taken away by Momoshi so easily, and now in order to protect you, Sasuke is also injured. I see you still died earlier. Bashan looked at Boruto with utter disgust. I think when he watched Boruto, he almost smashed the computer out of breath. As soon as Bashan's words came out, Boruto suddenly remembered the stupid thing he had done, and his expression became a little low. Sasuke has not yet been inserted by Boruto, so he does not believe Bashan's words. However, he was very curious about why Bo-sun was obviously a person of this world, and why he knew so much about their world. Boruto, you go to Naruto, I'll deal with this guy. Sasuke spoke up. Teacher, but you. Teacher, be careful. Boruto left in a depressed mood. He also thought that Sasuke was disgusted that he was a drag oil bottle. But Sasuke really didn't notice this, just afraid that he would accidentally hurt Boruto for a while, and this was also in case the Oto Kippo style suddenly attacked Naruto. It's just that how did they know that Naruto was following Maro to cultivate at this time? Even if the big tube of Mokpo style came, it would be estimated that he would not be able to take Maro for a while. 33 Broken Deo, Skyfire Pendant. Bashan's palm was aimed at Sasuke, and a blue flame shot out of his palm, spreading towards Sasuke. Shinra Tensho. Sasuke activated the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation, instantly ejected this powerful flame, and then continued towards Bashan. Instantaneous. Bashan quickly jumped out of Sasuke's attack range. But Bashan suddenly lost interest, because Sasuke didn't use his full strength at all, and he didn't even use Susanoo to fight until now. Are you worried about causing Konoha any major damage? Bashan muttered. How about we change places? You can't let go of your hands and feet here. Bo-chan has a hearty fight, no need to sleep in the mirror, a dignified fight. I want to ask you why you know so many things about the future, or things about our world. Bo-sun smiled slightly and said, you guess? Sasuke, so is my mother your handiwork? Sasuke asked again. Bashan, you guess? Sasuke. Kid, guess. Good. Then hit in another place. Sasuke was fierce in his heart and vowed to make this person pay. However, at this moment, a violent explosion suddenly came from a distance. Whether it was Bashan, Sasuke, or the Uchiha clan and the Root who were fighting, they were all shocked by this explosion. Boshan didn't expect that someone actually made such a big movement at this time, so the 5 senses of Ape Flying Sun Chop and others just ignored Bosun's few people, not completely losing their perception of the world. Therefore, the huge explosion almost alarmed everyone, so the Uchiha clan and the people of the Root also stopped tacitly. Now if other villages invade, then it will not benefit anyone if they fight here. What's going on there? Tunzo, Fugaku, now is not the time for infighting, let's go and see what happened first. In case other villages seize the opportunity to engage in a sneak attack, it will not benefit any of us, you will let it go in advance, and when you come back to investigate clearly, you will definitely give you an explanation. Ape Flying Sun said in a deep voice. Give you a face this time. Tuanzang snorted coldly. Just now the Ape Flying Sun cut himself, he couldn't take it as not seeing. Uchiha is okay too. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and said. In the end, he just wanted the truth and avenge his wife, and acted irrationally in a fit of anger. He also knew that he made a big deal this time, and if he didn't make a fuss, Uchiha would be destroyed, and now that the excuse came, he didn't plan to continue. Okay, then let's go over and see what's going on. Led by Sarutobi Hinata, everyone went there. Bosun also felt a terrifying energy fluctuation there, and he guessed that it was probably a large tube of Mokpo style. And to be able to fight so fiercely with the Itsukippo style, I am afraid that it is his own younger brother in Konoha. Brother? Groove. Brother. The next moment, Bosun's figure disappeared, leaving Suzuki, who was left with a blinded face. Didn't he just say that he was going to fight outside? Why did you just run? Could it be? The younger brother control attribute of the Uchiha family is at work. Just now, Naruto secretly came to the place where he practiced with his master. Just next to a stream not far from Konoha. In order to prevent the nape from flying into the sun, Moro also specially learned the sealing technique from Uzumaki Jishine and set up an enchantment here. Uzumaki Shina still doesn't know what kind of life his son lives in Konoha, otherwise his character would have turned Konoha upside down. Teacher, what are we practicing today? Naruto ran over happily, looking at Moro expectantly. Is it okay to teach you a ninjutsu today? Moro said with a smile. To be honest, he still liked this kid named Naruto, because Naruto was very similar to him when he was a child, but not quite. His innocence and cheerfulness as a child were all pretended, but Naruto was really naive and cheerful. Perhaps out of sympathy for the same illness, Moro taught this apprentice quite seriously. What ninjutsu? Naruto showed an expectant expression. No matter what kind of ninjutsu, as long as it is taught by Moro, he will do his best to cultivate. Because in Konoha, only Moro did not dislike him, gave him respect, and accepted him as a disciple. Even the Ape Flying Sun slash is probably not as important as Moro in Naruto's heart. Look, saying that, a blue ball appeared in Moro's hand, and then suddenly pressed towards a boulder. Boom! After a loud bang, the boulder disappeared without a trace, and there was an extra pit with a diameter of 10 meters in place. Wow, that's awesome. I want to learn. Naruto's eyes suddenly appeared many small stars, looked at Moro with adoration, ran to Moro's side, and stomped back and forth with small feet, looking impatient. Good. Be careful. Just as Moro wanted to agree, he suddenly sensed the danger, opened his eyes instantly, and then found a thin red line with a fish hook at the end, towards Naruto. Fortunately, Moro was fast enough to directly drag Naruto to avoid the blow. Big tubes? Compared to Bashan, Moro at this moment is more like a member of the Utsumai clan. Since Moro is a Uchiha family, the root is Itsuki Kagaya, so after receiving the inheritance of Itsuki Kagaya, the atavism of the body is faster than Bashan. At this moment, in addition to the Eye of Reincarnation, most of Moro's other abilities can be used, such as killing ashes together, 80 God airstrikes, white eye coercion, etc. How can the breath on your body be so similar to Kagaya's? Otomokpo style looked at Moro in shock. Naruto, you get out of here first, Moro said as he stood in front of Naruto. He could feel that this person was very strong, and his heart was a little eager to try. After cultivating for so long, I haven't really used my full strength, and today I just want you to test my strength. When Moro looked at the big tube of Mokpo style, his eyes were full of fighting intent. Master! Be careful! Naruto wasn't stupid, knowing that he would only cause chaos for his teacher here, so he ran away instantly after finishing his instructions. Want to run? You big fox has now become a little fox, and you still want to run? Saying that, the white eyes of the big tube Mokyupo style turned into blue reincarnation eyes, and the next moment, the big tube of the wood post style appeared in front of Naruto, blocking Naruto's way. But how could Moro possibly let him succeed? Oyama Tsumi. Moro's forward kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes opened, and he was about to wave the large barrel of Mokpo style with a red light fishing rod in his hand, and suddenly felt as if he was carrying a mountain, and with a pause, it was in this gap that Moro successfully took Naruto away. You are the descendant of the union of Kagaya Etsuki and the natives of this world, right? Barely qualified to be a slave, I hope you cherish this opportunity. The people of the Datumo clan are very proud, but this is all superficial. Once someone loses their face, they will expose their true colors, especially the big tube of Mokpo style. He seems to be a spoiled son-in-law, arrogant and conceited. Once he fails, he will become extremely vicious and unable to accept his failure. Coincidentally, I feel the same way, Moro said with a sneer. Then don't you hurry up and sacrifice that little ghost. Naruto was a little depressed when he heard this, and he lowered his head to hold back tears to prevent them from flowing. Sure enough, everyone hates me, but Maro's voice sounded again, making Naruto immediately ashamed. I mean, your strength is good, or you should be a servant to my brother. I think my brother is still very good at talking. You're looking for death. Tsukipo style gritted teeth. The blue reincarnation eye flashed a ray of light again, and then his figure appeared at Maro's side, and then waved the red light fishing rod in his hand towards Maro. Susanoo. Maro felt that this fishing rod was very dangerous, and instinctively turned on Susanoo. Bell, the fish hook is blocked by Susanoo, making the Otokippo-style attack futile. Thunder and go. Moro seized the opportunity to attack, and one after another thunder and lightning rushed towards Urashi. However, Urashi did not dodge, and just when the ground was about to approach Urashi, the red light fish basket behind him suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him. Then, in Moro's surprised gaze, he put lay duty into the fish basket. So, let's try your own ninjutsu too, ha ha ha. Before the words fell, in the red fish basket, more powerful electricity poured out, more than double the ninjutsu power released by Moro just now. Thunder and go. This time, Moro increased chakra's output, and two waves of lightning and lightning collided, erupting into a terrifying explosion, and the battle became a huge sound. Is ninjutsu useless? Moro quickly analyzed the role of the red fish basket. As for the red hook, it is not yet known. Shadow doppelganger art. Moro separated into a doppelganger and protected Naruto. And the body is directly rushed up. Since ninjutsu is useless, then use physical skills. Over the years, his physical skills have not fallen. After all, he often fights with the white fang, and the broken face is all with rigid skin, so the long-term physical training makes Moro's physical skills not to be underestimated. Both of them rolled their eyes, so fast that Naruto on the side couldn't see their movements at all, and Evil could see two streamers jumping up and down. Although both of them only use physical skills, those trees and boulders will immediately fall apart whenever they are directly or briefly. Moro made a false move and rushed towards the Urashi face, and Urashi raised his hand to block, but Moro came with a roundhouse kick and kicked Urashi out. Moro is unforgiving, quickly catching up and preparing to kill you while you are sick. But where did Urashi suffer such anger, and immediately became furious? Shinra Tensho. I saw that he aimed one hand at Moro, and then Moro felt his body hit an invisible force, and instantly flew out upside down. Bang bang, several large trees were broken in succession before it was enough to stop. Master. Naruto shouted anxiously, wanting to rush over to save someone, but was firmly grabbed by Moro's shadow doppelganger and wouldn't let him go. Hurry up and save Master. Naruto was really worried about Moro. He had long regarded Moro as his relative, and now that his relatives were flying, how could he not be worried? At the same time, he felt a lot of hatred for the Utsukippo style in his heart, and this hatred was felt very clearly by the 9 tails in his body. If he uses it a little, then he may be able to come out to breathe, but the two perverts outside are still there, so he dismissed the idea of going out. Ahem. Moro stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The expression did not flinch in the slightest, but was full of fighting intent. Then, I saw him spread out the palms of his hands, and then 2 bone spurs grew in his palms. The bone spurs were gray in color and covered with cracks, as if they could break at any moment. But when Otokippo style saw these 2 bone spurs, those blue reincarnation eyes were terrified for the first time. Why? Why would you use this technique? The Mokpo style expression is very excited, and it can even be said that it is a little hideous. Why can't I do this? Moro got Kagaya's inheritance, and also got her memory, and in his memory, the technique of killing ashes together can only be used by their vein. Even if it is a unique technique of their vein, there are also 80 god airstrikes. No matter how many years other Utsumai have studied these 2 techniques, they have all come to nothing. For the current Moro, it is still a bit difficult to use the common killing bones. Just 2 bones that killed ashes consumed 2% of her chakra, so he can't use the ko-killing bones as darts like Kagaya, but take them out as melee weapons. Clicking, the sound of bones breaking sounded, and Moro held the 2 ko-killing bones in the palm of his hand, quickly turned into a streamer, and rushed towards the large tube of Mokpo style. How could Yura, who knew that he was powerful at killing ashes, let Moro get close? Constant long-range attacks with red rods. But Moro is extremely fast and can dodge every time. After a long time, it will be lost, and finally Urashi revealed a flaw. Moro naturally will not let go, and the ko-killing ashes in his hand stabbed fiercely towards Pushi. However, Urashi is more thrilling under this inevitable blow. How so? Before Moro could be surprised, Urashi whipped his leg. Bang! Moro was pumped out again. Moro, who slowly stood up, still didn't understand why his attack was dodged, and in order to verify Yura's ability, Moro rushed forward again. This time Moro was faster, and he almost stabbed Urashiki several times. Finally, Moro once again pierced Urashi's flaw and stabbed it with 1 blow, but it still didn't hit and was dodged by Urashi. The tree behind Urashi did not have this good luck, and after being killed together, it quickly turned into flying ash and disappeared into this world. Seeing this, Urashi couldn't help but shed a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead, and secretly said, "Fortunately, I have the ability to go back in time, otherwise." Urashi is sure that if he wins this technique, it will definitely be the same as the end of this big tree. However, just as he saw in his mind, Moro suddenly gave up the killing bone in his right hand and threw it towards Urashi. Urashi quickly used the ability to go back in time to dodge this attack again. 80 God Airstrike. Moro slammed his palm into the air, and Urashi only felt that he was hit by a huge force, directly spurting out a mouthful of blood, and then the whole person flew out upside down, rolling on the ground several times before breaking the car. This was the first time he had been injured since the battle with Moro, and his heart was naturally angry. "You damn natives," Urashi said through gritted teeth. Moro was already out of breath at this time, whether it was killing ashes or 80 God's airstrikes. For Moro now, the consumption was extremely great. At this moment, the chakra in his body is less than 40%, and although Urashi has suffered from his own 80 divine airstrikes, his injuries are not serious. And the chakra in his body has not decreased much. This is the difference between the 6 levels and the super shadow level. However, it is such a 6-level powerhouse, and Urashi in the original book was actually defeated by 2 shinobi spiral pills, although with the help of Suzuki and Jiraiya, but it is too outrageous. The 6 spots were beaten by Kai and half of his body did not die, and he was actually defeated by a big pill, which is outrageous. Urashi had lost his mind at the moment, and directly ate his red light fish basket, and then under the stunned gaze of everyone, he gouged out his eyes, and then stuffed them into his mouth and began to chew. This scene stunned the kind and simple Naruto, and once left a shadow in his heart. The next moment, Piyushi's pupils became yellow-white eyes for 100 years, but there was an extra yellow reincarnation eye on his forehead, and in front of him, a light gate appeared, and the moment Piyushi passed through the light gate, the appearance of the whole person changed greatly. The wing-like horns of cranes did not appear on the forehead, and the right horn was missing, and then on the face, as if someone had hit the sole of a shoe, leaving a pitch-black shoe print that could not be erased. Although his appearance has become a lot uglier, the momentum on his body has become stronger, bringing a strong sense of oppression to Moro. "It's probably going to be planted now," Moro muttered. Even if he uses his last pupil technique, I am afraid that he is not the opponent of the current PU style. However, at this moment, Bosun suddenly appeared next to Moro. "Brother." Moro was overjoyed and no longer so worried. In his heart, his brother was invincible. No rebuttals accepted. "The strength is good, you can force his form out. It seems that you are not lazy during this time." Bo-shun rubbed Moro's head with satisfaction and said, "Hee, no matter how strong he is not my brother's opponent." Moro smirked a smirk. Immediately afterwards, Suzuki also came to Ba-shun's side, but he kept a certain distance from Ba-shun, obviously still wary. "Master, are you all right?" At this time, Naruto ran to Moro and asked worriedly. Bo-sun smiled slightly and said, "What conspiracy can we have?" But it was too miserable to see Naruto, and my brother and I really couldn't stand it, so I asked my brother to take him as an apprentice. As for little Suzuki, interest is just a matter of interest. This answer obviously did not satisfy Suzuki, and when he listened to Ba-shun say the 3 words little Suzuki, he always felt that Ba-shun's eyes looked at him strangely. "What kind of answer is that? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now, don't you see that people are already angry?" Saying that, Ba-shun raised his chin at Urashi. Suzuki fixed his eyes, and saw Ura's eyes were fierce, and his forehead was bruised. He was ignored. And just when he wanted to start, Ape Flying Sun Chopper and the others also arrived here. In an instant, beside the calm stream, it became a pot of porridge. "Uchiha-shun? Uchiha Moro? Why are you here?" Ape Flying Sun said very unexpectedly. "Uchiha-shun, Uchiha Moro, take your life." Uchiha Fugaku saw his father killing enemy, and instantly opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Regardless of Danzo or Ape Flying Sun, they didn't know that Uchiha Fugaku was actually hiding so deeply. If the Uchiha clan staged a coup d'etat, then the loss of the village would be greatly increased. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but feel a little chill in their backs. Fortunately, this coup was interrupted by this sudden few people. "Fugaku, don't be impulsive." Sarutobi stopped Uchiha Fugaku because he saw the 9-tailed man Pillar Force Uzumaki Naruto staying by Moro's side, and the appearance of the two seemed familiar. The purpose of the Ba-shun brothers is the 9-tailed man Pillar Force Naruto? The idea instantly came to mind. 3 Hokage, do you want to stop me from taking revenge? Uchiha Fugaku questioned. Sarutobi was also a little unhappy when he heard this. "That's how you talk to Hokage? Then it's up to you." Before Sarutobi Hinata's words fell, Uchiha Fugaku rushed forward, but Moro didn't put him in his eyes at all, but just separated a shadow doppelganger to deal with Uchiha Fugaku. "Moro, hand over the 9-tailed Pillar Force." Ape Flying Sun's almost commanding tone made Moro a little uncomfortable. "Are you ordering me?" Moro's icy tone had a hint of killing intent in it, and Naruto, who was closest to him, couldn't help but be a little scared, and his body involuntarily snorted. Master, don't fight with the third generation of grandfathers, okay? Naruto's words instantly shocked the people of Konoha. Now, the nine-tailed man pillar force has become a rebellious disciple. How ridiculous is that? Hinata, I said a long time ago, give me the nine tails pillar power to cultivate. I promise to train him into the most qualified weapon. You have to listen, what now? Bad thing, right? Ape Flying Sun's face has also become very ugly. But he didn't dare to make a move. A few years ago, the strength of the Boshin brothers had already surpassed him, let alone now? You guys, isn't it too arrogant? Urashi never imagined that one day he would be ignored by those bugs in his eyes. Ape Flying Sun and the others looked for the sound, but before they saw the figure, they felt like they had been hit by a big car, and instantly flew upside down and flew out. None of those Konoha ninjas were spared, and they were all teleported by Urashi, and in a few breaths they all flew out. But there are exceptions, such as Uchiha Itake. Because at the moment when Urashi attacked Uchiha Itake, Suzuki used the castle keep to move Uchiha Itake to his side. Thank you, but, you are? Uchiha felt that the man in front of him was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Now is not the time to say this, the most important thing is to solve the problem at hand. Suzuki tried his best to suppress the emotions in his heart and pretended to be calm. Uchiha nodded. Although the Tato Mokpo style in the form of a crane cannot use time to retrace the skill, his speed and strength have been greatly improved. With just one blow, only Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi were left to stand up. Ahem, how could it be so strong? Ape Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood and said in disbelief. Compared with the Ape Flying Sun chop, Tuanzang's situation is much better, because he transplanted the primary cells, and his resilience is much stronger than that of the Ape Flying Sun chop. But what a dog he was, he didn't get up after lying down. Don't interfere with all of you, he's my prey. Bo-shun came to Piyushi with great interest, and his excitement could be clearly seen in his eyes. Are you taking yourself too seriously? Urashi seemed to be humiliated. He flashed behind Bo-sun again, and a black iron rod suddenly appeared in his hand, stabbing towards Bo-sun. And Bo-sun's reaction is not slow, and the mirror flower water moon is unsheathed, and he casually blocks this powerful blow. Then the two began to wrestle on the ground, and no one gave in the slightest. Good strength. Bo-shun took advantage of the gap in the coach to also point out, natives, don't be too arrogant. Shinra Tensho. A terrifying repulsion around Urashi quickly spread. 81 of the Bound Deo, Broken Void. The moment he sensed the danger, Bo-shun stopped wrestling with Urashi and retreated, and immediately used the broken air in front of him. Boom, the powerful repulsion spread instantly, and everywhere the repulsion passed, whether it was rocks or trees, it was razed to the ground. What the hell is this? Ape Fei didn't have time to be surprised, and quickly jumped towards the place far away from the battlefield. Not only him, but also those upper and middle ninja who had just struggled to get up, they all fled into the distance in horror. Even Suzuki, Uchiha Itake, and Uchiha Fugaku, who was fighting, had to flee the area. Finally, the expansion of the repulsion stopped, but the smoke did not dissipate. When the smoke cleared, everyone could see the scene inside. I saw that within a radius of 1 kilometer, there was no green, and even the earth was dug down 2 or 3 meters. However, bounded by Bashan, the large pit 2 or 3 meters in front of Bashan's body seems to be turned over by a large ground. Behind Bo-sun, however, it was green and unaffected. This blow is not as powerful as the super god Luo Tianzheng released by Heavenly Deo Pain in the original work, so Bo-sun easily blocked it. Of course, this is because Yura-style attacks are rushed and do not output much chakra. Is it still human? Why is there such a powerful person in the ninja world? Who is that one with horns on his head? I have never heard of such a number one figure in the ninja world. The people who survived from Shinra Tianjing almost dropped their jaws when they saw the scene. The sound of the Ape Flying Sun chopping was very small, but Shimura Danzo, who had just run to his side, heard it clearly. At that moment, greed arose in my heart. If I can get this reincarnation eye, then I can't worry about the Hokage? Also afraid of Uchiha Shun, these two evil Uchiha imps? Tuanzang said secretly in his heart. Sarutobi Riko knows his good friend a lot, and as soon as he saw the expression on Tuanzang's face, he guessed what he was thinking. But he didn't stop it, because he also wanted to have Tuanzang take the lead and use it to show up. Danzo, that's why you can't be a Hokage, you can only carry the darkness for Konoha in the dark. A weird smile also appeared on Ape Fei Riko's face, and it flashed away. Now, there are two battlefields ahead, Maro's Shadow Avatar and the battle with Proud Hato Fugaku, and the battle between Bashin and Urashi. Otomupo style, do you only have this strength? Bo-shun continued to taunt. He wanted to oppress himself through a battle with Itsukippo style, complete the completion of genes as soon as possible, and awaken the Eye of Reincarnation. Only by completing his genes can he evolve to a higher level. That's okay, then let you see. Kill your power. Tensu Wave Meteor Life Dragon Palace. Urashi flew in the air, aiming one hand at Bashan, and then condensed a huge purple-red ball of light, and behind the ball of light was a black giant snake, with a large mouth open, holding the purple-red ball of light in his mouth. Huge energy fluctuations, forming a violent wind spread around. Countless ninjas saw this incredible scene. Just the fierce wind caused by the aftermath makes me unable to open my eyes. Can this trick really be blocked? Pray that Uchiha can block it. If we can't stop it, I'm afraid we will all be blown up into flying ash. Master Tenzo, shall we make a move? The members of the Root have long put life and death on the line, so even under such a blow, they are calm. No, just wait until they both lose. Since you want to seize the Eye of Reincarnation, how can you not take risks? He was gambling that Bashan would be able to lose both with this mysterious man. Understood, my lord. The Root stepped down and stood by. Broken Road 88 did not find the chant words. The asterisk here represents the chant. 88 Flying Dragon Strikes Thief Heaven Shaking Thunder Cannon. Bo-shun finished chanting at an extremely fast speed, and the spiritual pressure in his body gathered, condensed and compressed at the palm of his hand, and finally formed a blue huge spiritual pressure light, galloping towards Piyushi. At this time, Urashi was also ready to move, and the big black snake with a purple-red ball of light churned towards Bashan. Boom, the two attacks collided together, and the energy in waves formed instantly uprooted the surrounding trees, and even some ninjas with lower strength were directly blown out. Uchiha Fugaku watched this scene in a daze, and even Moro's shadow doppelganger kicked him away. He didn't feel pain. With such strength, can I still take revenge? His face was ashen, and he fell into deep self-doubt. He thought he had turned on the kaleidoscope, no matter how bad it was, right? How can there be hope of revenge? But reality slapped him hard. Just the attack launched by Bo-sun and that mysterious man at this moment, no matter who it is countless times stronger than himself. Even the tailed beast Jade does not have such energy. Father, are you all right? Uchiha Itachi came to Uchiha Fugaku's side and said with concern. Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally like a dead ash, instantly had more meaning in his eyes when he saw Uchiha Itachi. I can't take revenge, but my son can. He was determined to train his son to be stronger than Bashan and Moro. I'm fine, let's watch this battle now. It's good for you. The two attacks stalemated in the air, but soon Bashan's attack fell downwind, and little by little was eaten away by the Tensu Wave Meteor. I saw that the purple-red ball of light was getting closer and closer to Bashan, and Piyushi couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, bug, do you know your insignificance? Soon, you will be in ashes, and I will send everything related to you to hell to accompany you. Although the Urashi crane form strengthens his strength, it also makes his personality more vicious and irritable. Is it? I don't think so, Bashan said laboriously, but the smile on his face grew brighter. Because, he felt that his pupil power was steadily improving. Distance from the Eye of Reincarnation. Not far away. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, open. Build a famous party. With the release of the Bashan pupil technique, the energy rays of the Flying Dragon Thief Heaven-Shaking Thunder Cannon suddenly doubled. He actually gradually pushed back the Ura-style Tensu Wave Meteor Life. This is Bashan's fourth brother pupil technique, which can multiply his full attributes, and increase it by up to 10 times. The side effect is that the time of persistence is short, double the increase can last 10 minutes, double the increase insist on 9 minutes, and so on. After 10 minutes, the pupil power of the kaleidoscope chakra eye will be exhausted, and the kaleidoscope chakra eye will not be able to use it temporarily. However, in the future, the pupil strength will increase, and the time to persist will also become longer. Urashi was still laughing at this bug just now, but at this time he could compete with his own branch hall. His face was hot, and his face changed in an instant. Then increase the output of chakra. Both sides are continuing to increase the output of energy, stalemate for a while, and finally Bo-sun's strength is still a step behind. Boom, the purple-red ball of light exploded violently on Bo-sun's body, producing a blinding white light. Brother, Moro roared anxiously, rushing over despite the danger of explosion, but was struck by the shock wave generated by the aftermath. Invincible brother, dead? This is the hardest thing for Moro to accept. Bashan, he's dead. What should we do if he's dead? We are no match for that guy. Tuanzang also secretly hated. Why? Bashan, why are you such a waste? Why can't you even get your opponent injured? Ha ha ha. The humble ants also want to challenge the gods. Urashi burst out laughing, and then his gaze turned to the others. I didn't expect that there are quite a few high-quality chakras here. It seems that I want to harvest a good wave. Everyone saw Urashi's gaze sweeping towards them, and they couldn't help but take a step back. Only Moro still stared at Urashi fiercely. If it weren't for Suzuki pulling Moro, I'm afraid he would have rushed up. Of course, this is not Suzuki atmosphere, but now they have a common enemy, and the grudge between them can wait until Urashiki is resolved before doing it. What do you say you can do? If you go together from the beginning, you may be able to win, you have to go on your own. That is, now everyone is threatened by life, all blame Bosun. Everyone feels that this is Bashun's responsibility, especially the Uchiha family, who have been worried about the defection of the Bashun brothers a few years ago, and now they hate the Bashun brothers even more. Uchiha Fugaku really likes to hear these words, but is it time to discuss them? He felt that his patriarch was too tired. And Uchiha Weasel frowned even more when he heard these words. Once Uchiha was not like this, that was a proud family, now Uchiha. It is estimated that only arrogance remains. You guys shut up. The terrifying power that erupted on Moro's body immediately silenced those rotten mouths. Bugs, do you still want to resist? Urashi said to everyone with a smile. Of course, everyone did not speak, but this voice made Moro excited. Brother is still alive, great, great. It was his brother's voice, and he would never forget it. Under the great joy and sorrow, tears actually welled up in his eyes. Master, don't cry. Seeing this, Naruto hurried to comfort, not to mention, Naruto was still quite cute when he was a child, and Moro finally broke into laughter and looked up in the direction of his brother. Bashun is not dead? He's alive. How is this possible? The power of that move just now is greater than the power of the tailed beast Jade. How can it still be alive? Looking around, none of them found Bashun's shadow, and finally, they saw that Moro was looking at the sky, and they looked up at the sky. Finally, I found that white figure, like a heavenly king, standing in the sky. Reincarnation Eye. You actually awakened the Eye of Reincarnation? How is this possible? At a glance, Urashi saw the white reincarnation eye inside the Bashun eye frame. It cannot be said that it is a white reincarnation eye, it should be a white eye plus a reincarnation eye to show this color. And the reason why he was shocked was that the Eye of Reincarnation originally did not belong to the power of the Datuma clan, and he wanted to awaken only by taking the divine tree fruit. He didn't know how the ninja world gave birth to the Eye of Reincarnation, but Bosun was in front of his eyes, and he awakened the Eye of Reincarnation. It's just incredible. In fact, just now Bosun did almost die, but fortunately, Bosun's resilience was very strong, plus Bangyu had fused with his body, and his resilience was greatly increased, which allowed him to escape. Also awakened the Eye of Reincarnation. Now, I have finally completed the genes in my body, and now, my strength should reach the 6th level, Bosun muttered, and began to try to mobilize the power in his body. I saw 12 Dao seeking jades, slowly emerging from his hand, and finally slowly floating behind Bosun. Seeking Dao jade such a useful thing, I really don't understand why you Datuma clan don't know how to use it. Bosun glanced at Urashi with disdain. In the original work, the jade was played with the soil, whether it is defense or attack, it is a very good weapon. However, neither the gold style, the peach style, nor the PU style have ever been used. At most, it is used with a black rod. I really don't understand why. Bosun did not condense the tin staff, because he currently has the mirror flower water moon, which is enough, and when the mirror flower water moon and himself are integrated, it is not too late to use it. Urashi obviously felt that the chakra in Bashun's body was almost the same as himself, and he was just not as good as he could force himself to this part, so wouldn't he be hanged now? Inexplicably, I have an emotion called fear in my heart. Bastard. Bastard. How could I be afraid of a bug? Even if the bug gets bigger, it's just a big worm. Being overtaken by an indigenous man caused fear in his heart, made him feel angry and ashamed, and instantly became angry. Urashi rushed towards Bashun like crazy, as if hiding his fear in this way. The two fought again, and the huge destructive power of the collision could be said to be a landslide, and there was no grass where the two passed, leaving only a large pit, and soon the land here was destroyed and dilapidated. And the scope of destruction is rapidly expanding. It's not good, you can't stay here, retreat quickly. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to react and ordered the Uchiha clan to retreat as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hinata and Shimura Danzo also withdrew with an unwilling expression. Such a power is not something they can covet. Before leaving, Sarutobi glanced at Naruto, but he did not dare to go and ask for someone, so he could only pray that Moro would not mess around. Hey, it's really eventful. As for the Tuan Zhang, I have always been bold, how can I give up after seeing such power? Bosun used to be a disciple of the Great Snake Pill. With the character of the Great Snake Pill, it is impossible not to leave some Bochun cells. It seems that he has to find the Great Snake Pill to cooperate. In the end, he was afraid that this would be unsafe, and left a few rude ninjas responsible for collecting the blood of Bosun and Urashi. In the end, only 3 people remained to watch: Sasuke, Moro, and Naruto, who was protected by Moro. Well, that's awesome. Naruto's mouth couldn't close at the moment. Although he couldn't see the 2 figures, he could only see 2 streamers, but the ruined earth and mountains and rocks were all there. Sasuke's mood became more and more solemn. Although he guessed that this place and his world were 2 worlds, he still hoped that his brother in this world would no longer carry the darkness and no longer be threatened. But this Bashun brothers obviously have a feud with the Uchiha clan. Now that he has such a powerful force, coupled with his younger brother, he can be said to have no certainty of winning. Well, your role has been completed, and you can die next. Bashan doesn't plan to play anymore. Break it, mirror flower water moon. Bosun's slashing knife has been solved, and he wants to solve this big tube of Mokpo style as soon as possible. Hearing Bashan's voice, Suzuki's face changed, and he secretly said, "Is this what Boruto said?" It seems that nothing has changed, and the flow of chakra in the body is also normal. What kind of illusion is this? Just when Suzuki was wondering, he saw a scene that he would never forget. I saw Boshun instantly flashed in front of Piyushi's body, and then an unpretentious knife stabbed into Piyushi's chest fiercely. And Urashi is as if he didn't see Bashan at all. It's just that instinctively felt the danger, and the body shifted slightly, causing Bosun's knife to not hit the point. What the hell is going on here? Suzuki couldn't believe it. Urashi almost died so easily. Don't talk about him, even Urashi is still in the blindfold, he has been pierced, and he has not yet felt pain. Even, in his opinion, Bosun was still in the position just now, and he had not moved at all. It wasn't until Bashan lifted the mirror that Urashi saw that Bashan had come to him, and he had been pierced, followed by severe pain that kept hitting his brain. How possible? Urashi was still wondering why Bashan was here, and why he didn't notice it at all. Boshun saw that he was stabbed, and the mirror in his hand twisted, and then there was a horizontal slash, directly cutting Piyushi's body in half, and there was not even a chance to scream. Moreover, because the slashing knife directly cut off Urashi's soul, Urastyle had no chance to be reborn with the help of the wedge. When Urashi died, Boshun scavenged all the blades of Urashi, and of course, the eye of reincarnation, even the corpse was not spared, and he took it into the system space. Oh, I leaned on, forgetting that his soul can be made into nothing. After doing all this, Bosun slapped his head and regretted it. Brother, you are too powerful. Maro quickly ran over and said. Naruto, who he was holding, also looked at Boshun with adoration, and even felt that his master was not fragrant. As for Suzuki, he was still self-aware, knowing that he couldn't beat Boshun, so he didn't rush to find trouble. All he can do now is remind his brother as much as possible not to provoke this guy. After all, it is not your own world, otherwise, I am afraid that even if I am not defeated now, I will try to become stronger in the future and take revenge. But, that world, and his wife, daughter, and Naruto, he has to go back. And now that Urashi is dead, when Uchiha is finished, he and Boruto should go back. So, Suzuki walked away silently. Of course, this could not be concealed by Bashan, who smiled mysteriously and muttered, "The turtle is in my hands, how can you go back?" Before Bashan and Maro took Naruto back to Konoha, they casually wiped out the people left behind by Danzo. Really, my white eyes are decorations. At this time, everyone in Konoha was looking at the battlefield in the distance, but the direction of the battlefield had not moved for a long time, and I didn't know who had one. If there hasn't been movement for a long time, Bosun won't have been killed, right? So what to do? If all monsters like Bashan are killed, how are we going to resist that enemy? Many of the people who have seen the battlefield are dejected and even begin to wonder if their ninja career is the right one. Of course, there are people who have different expectations. Hey, don't say such depressing things, maybe Bosun won. Yes, maybe Bashan can win. However, as soon as they finished speaking, someone let their expectations be shattered. Is it interesting for you to fight each other? Whether it is Bashan or that mysterious man, they are our enemies of Konoha, and it will not be good for us if any of them wins. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent again, and there was a dead silence. Immediately afterwards, the person who had just spoken said, "Moreover, just now I saw that the demon fox child followed Maro's side and called him master. A son of calamity, taking a son of a demon fox as an apprentice, is simply a perfect match. But the demon fox is a person from our village after all, wouldn't he want to betray the village by doing that?" If the White Fang were here, and there was still a memory, he would definitely say, "I am familiar with this scene. Isn't this exactly the same when the Root gave him a walk rumor?" After identification, this person is the Root ninja. But those civilians and low-level ninjas don't know it is really like that when he said this. It seems to be, if the demon fox is controlled by Boshun and his brother, will it reproduce the Knight of the Nine Tails? It's so terrible, let's look for Hokage for a while, we must supervise the demon fox, otherwise there will not necessarily be many deaths in the Knight of the Nine Tails again. The last time it was the fourth generation of the couple who exchanged their lives for our peaceful life, so what about the next time? Do you want to let the 3 generations go on? Somebody followed the rhythm. Yes, we must not let the demon fox out of control, we must strictly monitor. That's right, let's go find Naruto-sama. Go find Naruto-sama. They dare not find trouble with Bashan and Maro, but they can find trouble with a child. This is the inferior nature of man. Shimura Danzo, who was hidden in the shadows, saw this scene and smiled slightly, and the folds on his face were almost wrinkled into chrysanthemums. Hinata, I don't believe it. You still handed over the 9 tails into my hands. Since he had just seen that Naruto was so familiar with Maro, he had thought of this plan, so that he could supervise the training of the 9 tails pillar force and become a qualified weapon. The second is to find a vent for this major incident, so that the anger in the hearts of the villagers can be sprinkled. 3. Of course, it is an important bargaining chip for him as a Hokage. At this moment, the three of Bashan slowly walked into Konoha, but the street that was originally chattering nonstop, after the three of Bashan came, it instantly quieted down. It's just that the people around them are a little evasive when they look at Bashan and Moro, but their eyes are full of disgust when they look at Naruto. Naruto's gaze didn't even dare to make contact with these eyes, he was afraid that he would cry. The master said that a manly husband, blood and sweat do not shed tears, tears are a sign of cowardice, he does not want to disappoint the master. So the whole process he can only choose to keep his head down and not look at the people around him. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hinata, Shimura Danzo, Mito Manita, and Koharu are having a small meeting. Hinata, Bashan and Moro appeared in Konoha. What do you say to deal with it? And what should they do if they approach the Nine Tails Pillar Force? As soon as he came up, Tuanzang began to attack. Ape Fei had expected it, and his expression was very calm. The Bashan brothers don't have the strength to take care of it, since they came to Konoha, but they didn't bring losses to Konoha, so we don't care about them. He is also older now, he just wants to wait for the 5th generation Hokage to succeed in peace, and then retire honorably, and he doesn't want to make a difference. As for, it's no big deal about their contact with the Nine Tails Pillar Force, Naruto's loyalty to the village will definitely not be a problem. It is absolutely impossible for Sarutobi to give Naruto to Shimura Danzo, let alone let Shimura Danzo become a Hokage, because he knew that if Shimura Danzo became a Hokage, that Konoha would definitely decline quickly or even perish. Danzo is only suitable for hiding in the shadows and dealing with those shady things, Hokage? Forget it. Hinata, if Naruto tells Naruto about his origins, will Naruto still listen to the village? Or will it become an enemy of the village? And, maybe now that Naruto already knows his background, maybe Tuanzang was not in a hurry, and he looked like he was in control. Isn't that your fault? Why did you want people to advertise Naruto's identity in the first place? Don't you know if this will put him in danger? Ape Fei's son slapped the table twice and roared. Rico, didn't you object at the beginning? Tuanzang said with a smile. I didn't punish you for our old friend's sake. It seems that my soft heart over the years has made you more and more presumptuous. Sarutobi Hinata is still exciting, and Danzo is also expected, but none of this matters, as long as Sarutobi is forced to hand Naruto over to himself. Hinata, now, you only have to hand Naruto over to me, and I promise to train him into a qualified Konoha weapon, so that Naruto can also sever the connection between Naruto and the Bashan brothers. When Xiaochun heard this, he also nodded, and stood on the side of Danzo rarely, and said, Hinata, this time I support Danzo. After all, the Bashan brothers are too dangerous. Continue to contact. I am afraid that Naruto will really be abducted. Mito Minion is silent. You say yours, I will listen to it, go through the motions. He has long understood that no matter how much he earns, he can't compete for the Japanese chopping and the Tuanzang, so he simply puts it on the rot, as long as it doesn't harm his own interests. Then have you ever thought that Naruto and Moro have such a good relationship? Once Naruto disappears, or Moro knows that his apprentice was taken to the root by Danzo, when the time comes to find Konoha's trouble, which of you will deal with him? And Bashan, they are brothers, who should deal with Bashan? As soon as Ape Fei's words came out, Xiaochun was suddenly shocked into a cold sweat. Yes, they have such a good relationship. In case the time comes to launch a madness, who can stop it? Today's battle in Bashan, even if they didn't go to the scene, they all felt the power to destroy the world and the earth. When people came to the door, could they still go up and block it? Thinking of this, Xiaochun stopped talking for an instant, which was regarded as acquiescing to the words of the Ape Flying Sun. Tuanzang also did not expect that the Ape Flying Sun chop would use the Bashan brothers as a shield, and his face became ugly. However, at this moment, under the Hokage building, the sound of many people shouting came, and it was they still heard clearly in the office. Strictly watch over the nine-tailed demon fox to prevent the Knight of the Nine-Tailed from reappearing. Strictly watch over the nine-tailed demon fox to prevent the Knight of the Nine-Tailed from reappearing. Strictly watch over the nine-tailed demon fox to prevent the Knight of the Nine-Tailed from reappearing. The shouts were endless, and the Ape Flying Sun blackened his face and walked to the window to look, only to see a dense crowd standing on the street, and several banners were held by the crowd. It reads, Keep Muye safe, imprison the nine-tailed demon fox. Tuanzang, this is your trick again. A fire burned in the Ape Flying Sun's cloudy gaze, staring angrily at Tuanzang. How could I do such a thing? But, these are all public opinions, and you as Hokage can't ignore the wishes of the villagers. Moreover, the Night of the Nine Tails has only been a few years ago, and at that time it was suspected that the people of the Uchiha clan did it. Now that the nine-tailed man Zhu Liao has become Uchiha Moro's apprentice again, if he comes again and again for the Night of the Nine Tails, it is normal for the villagers to be afraid. The moment Tuanzang heard the shouting outside the window, he knew that this time it was estimated to be done. Ape Fei clenched his fists, his nails were embedded in the flesh, and he didn't notice it. He knew that even if he came forward to explain, not many people would believe it. After all, this matter was related to the lives of all of them. In the end, all the helplessness and anger turned into a sign. Naruto can hand it over to you, but this matter must be after Moro is gone, and it cannot be announced to the public, and it must not be planted with any spell marks on Naruto, and I will check it regularly at that time. At the same time, I also have the right to see Naruto at any time. Ha ha ha, Hinata, you finally made the right decision. Danzo laughed loudly. He finally won once when facing the ape-flying sun. As for the conditions that the ape-flying sun choppered, there is no problem at all, as long as it enters the root, then it is not all their own decision? At this time, Naruto did not know that his life was about to face this major change, or a catastrophic change. At this time, Bashin and Moro were eating at Naruto's house, and at the dinner table, Bashin suddenly said, "Brother, go out with me every day, it's not interesting to always be cats here, but I don't know when I can come back." Moro paused and then asked, "What about our game? Over the past year, we have given them all the basic things, and ninjutsu has not been taught less. If you really want to, just leave a shadow doppelganger." Bo-sun said while eating. Naruto suddenly said, "Master, can I go with you?" Naruto kept his head down as he spoke, but he looked at Bashin and Moro for fear of rejection. Moro looked at Bashin, who was aware, and said, "Naruto, you are too weak now, you have seen today's battle, our future enemies will be like this, so now your most important task is to cultivate well, and when you become stronger, we can take you with you, you know." Naruto was a little disappointed when he heard this, and he was also a little scared. Today, when those villagers looked at him, he saw it, and he was afraid that once Master left, he would return to the state where he didn't have enough to eat and no one to protect him. Moro took Naruto as an apprentice a year ago, and before that, Naruto had been in the stage of being bullied by children in an orphanage, and eating food that was gluttonous with sand. It wasn't until Moro took him as an apprentice that he lived a slightly normal life. After all, Moro couldn't blatantly approach Naruto, then say, "Well, when I become stronger, I will definitely become the right hand of Master and Master's brother." Naruto hid his disappointment and fear, and said with a big grin. Bashin could see Naruto's inner thoughts, but he wasn't nosy. Naruto and Sasuke were just a little spice in his boring life and weren't worth Bashin paying more. As for Moro, he may have some feelings for Naruto, but that is also from empathy. In the case that Naruto is not an enemy of his brother, he will try his best to be good to Naruto, but as long as he is an enemy of his brother, then pull the knife. "Okay, let's eat," Moro said as he knocked on Naruto's head. He Naruto smirked, completely unable to see the look of disappointment and fear just now. Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi was very distressed in his heart after seeing the little Sasuke who was still in a coma. "Seeing your mother being killed with your own eyes, Sasuke, you must be very guilty and painful," Uchiha murmured as he leaned behind the door. Then his eyes became fierce, and he secretly vowed that, "Murderer, I will definitely find you, kill you, and avenge my mother." Sasha, who, at this moment, Uchiha suddenly looked at a tree not far away, and saw a young man in a black robe standing on the tree, looking at himself. It's just that when the man saw Uchiha Itachi, he ran away into the distance. Is he? Uchiha thought about it. This person was seen during the day, and he had always given himself a sense of familiarity. And he had just finished watching Sasuke, when suddenly a ridiculous idea appeared in his mind. Could it be? In order to confirm this idea, he quickly chased in the direction the man left. Soon, the two came to the depths of the forest of death, and Sasuke finally stopped and turned his head to look at Uchiha Itachi. "You, what's your name?" Uchiha saw the man stop, and he finally asked his question. "Uchiha Sasuke." Sure enough, Uchiha was shocked, but more joyful. He had already guessed that this person was Sasuke Uchiha, and it was most likely from the future. He could feel that Sasuke's strength was much stronger than his own, so he was very happy. "You must have just come out. So, I want to ask you what you think about the family now. What is it?" Sasuke Uchiha asked. Uchiha frowned slightly when he heard this, organized the language, and said, "The current Uchiha family has decayed. They still live in the glory of their ancestors, but they have no strength. Now they are only arrogant, but they have lost their pride. They are no longer worthy of being called Uchiha." When Sasuke heard Uchiha's words, he immediately became excited. "Are you going to kill them and make our Uchiha clan extinct?" These words made Sasuke misunderstand. He didn't want his brother to bear such a heavy sin in this world. "It seems that I will become a sinner in the future," Uchiha chuckled. Sasuke was a little stunned. It turned out that Itachi regarded himself as a person in the future, and what he said was not a matter of the future? He quickly explained, "I am not from the future, most likely from another world that is very similar to here, because there are no two people in our world, Bashin and Moro. In our world, you killed the whole clan, only left me, and finally after I killed you, I knew the truth, so I came to you this time to tell you, don't do stupid things, you can't save the glory of the family, and it's not good for the village. I hope you think of another way. Finally, I remind you, be careful of Bashin and Moro, their strength is already invincible in the ninja realm." Sasuke reminded and left after the last sentence. There is no need to seal Uchiha's memories, because this is not the past of their own world, and even if it changes, it will not change the future of their world. If you want to send it to him, what else can be done? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi fell into confusion. When he saw his mother's body, he understood that family affection was the most important thing for him, and he was determined to help his father manage the clan well. However, when he saw the ugly face of his own people, he really disgusted. The idea of destroying them and then reshaping Uchiha also came up. But what Sasuke just said made him hesitate again, not knowing what to do. After Sasuke left, he quickly found Boruto, and the great battle could not get close to the battlefield with his strength, so he simply stayed in the village. Bashan, Urashi has been settled, we should go back, Sasuke said. Yay, I can finally go back, Boruto shouted in surprise. It was too depressing to stay here, mainly because Bosun gave Boruto a feeling that was too terrible. That kind of weird means he hadn't figured out the principle until now. Teacher, let's go quickly, Boruto urged. But Sasuke didn't move, and his face had a hint of imperceptible embarrassment. He didn't get that space-time turtle. At that time, I only sighed that Bosun was powerful, and forgot to take back the time and space turtle, and now that time and space turtle is probably in Bosun's hands. Teacher, we won't be able to go back, will we? Boruto saw that Sasuke's face was unnatural, plus Sasuke's delay in taking out the space-time turtle, guessed. Even Sasuke's face was paralyzed, and he couldn't help but blush a little at this time. Hey, I can only go to him. There is no way. Sasuke can only go to find Urashi, defeat Urashi, and finally put away Urashi's body. Then the space-time turtle must have fallen into Bashan's hands. Soon, Sasuke found Hakushan at Naruto's house. Oh, I didn't expect you to come so soon, Bashan teased. Sasuke was silent for a while. It was still hostile before, and now he actually asked for others. He really couldn't open his mouth. However, if you want to rob and not be an opponent, it is very uncomfortable. In the end, Boruto saw that neither of them spoke, and there was no way but him to say, Mr. Bashan, can you give us that turtle? That's an important tool for us to go back, and I hope Mr. Bashan can ignore the past. Bosun raised his eyebrows and said, yes. Really? Boruto didn't expect Bashan to be so nice to talk to, but is this possible? Bosun waved his hand, signaling him to be quiet first, and then said, I haven't finished speaking. I can give it to you, but we will go back with you. No, I would never have brought you to our world. Sasuke refused directly without thinking. They were already messy enough there. If this let Bashan pass, then it would be worth it? It's even more dangerous than a big tube. Sasuke's objection. Bashan was not surprised, and smiled slightly. Are you sure? Anyway, the turtle is in my hands. I can go by myself without taking you with me. Sasuke, you think about your daughter, think about your wife Naruto? If you don't go back, they may be killed by the big tube. Boruto, Dad? It's the teacher's wife? Boruto looked at Sasuke in disbelief, his eyes as if to say, what should I call you? Don't listen to him, Sasuke said expressionlessly. Now is not the time to care about this. If he really can't go back, then Naruto alone may really be alone. However, Bashan was even more dangerous to him than Itsuki. He didn't even know what Haki wanted to do. At least he knew that Isaki wanted the entire ninja world and the divine tree. Can you tell me what you want to do? Sasuke asked. If Bashan's idea is too dangerous, then even if he desperately tries to prevent Bashan from going to them, I'm just too bored and want to have some fun, and it would be better if I could kill Itsuki. Bashan has nothing to hide. Anyway, the turtle is in his hands, so he has the initiative and is not afraid of Sasuke talking nonsense everywhere. Okay, you can go back with us. Sasuke was silent for a long time, pondering the veracity of Bashan's words. But no matter what the outcome, the turtle in Bashan's hands cannot be bypassed, so he can only compromise. Che, I can go if you disagree or not. Now you guys wait outside the village first, I'll go find someone. Before the words fell, Bosun disappeared here. Let's go, let's wait for my brother outside the village first. Maro also walked out, leaving a shadow doppelganger to take care of Naruto. Sasuke and Boruto looked at each other and hurried to follow. Bunny, are you at home? Before Bashan entered his yard, he began to shout. As soon as Bosun finished shouting, he heard an angry voice from the courtyard. Miss Ben's name is Wexing. Radiance. It's not called a bunny. Then a silhouette snapped, and violently pushed the door. If the door was not strong, it would have been broken. At this time, Wexing slowly recovered his strength. He already had a height of 1 meter 6, his facial features were even more exquisite, and 3,000 silver filaments fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like water, but he was angry, as if he wanted to swallow the whole wave in front of him. 10 fingers Chien, skin like coagulation, snow white pink through. I don't know if it is by the wave chi or it is like this, it seems to be able to pinch out water. The slender willow waist is grasped. The only deficiency may be that the size of the chest is not large, and the whole person looks like a violent little sister next door. What for? Wexing asked angrily. Let's go have fun, Bosun said mysteriously. When Huixing heard this, his eyes suddenly flashed Venus. He had been here for so long, he was about to rust, and he had long wanted to go out and play. Where are you going? Huixing looked impatient. Just come with me. Saying that, Bo Sun pulled up Huixing's wife, until he walked out a long way. Huixing reacted, and he seemed to be grabbed by that hand. But, that's not the point is your thumb writing on the back of my hand? You haven't stopped since you grabbed your hand. This bastard is taking advantage of Miss Ben again. Huixing cursed secretly, wanting to break free, but was held very tightly by Bo Sun, and he couldn't shake it off at all. In the end, you can only pick it at your disposal. Bo Chun cannot care about these, there is cheap do not occupy is the king bastard. Fortunately, Bo Sun was not too excessive, but along the way, Huixing's little face was still red, which made people want to take a bite. Kagaya Atsuki. How can it be? Suzuki was shocked when he saw Kaisei. At this time, isn't Kagaya supposed to be sealed on the moon? Why is it here? Moreover, what is his relationship with Bashan? Actually hand in hand? What is this trying to do? Want to be the ancestor of the entire ninja world? For a while, Suzuki wondered why in his heart. Boshan knew that he had misunderstood when he saw Suzuki's stunned expression, but this was no way. Keiko and Kagaya were 7 or 8% similar, and it was normal for Suzuki to admit his mistake. To introduce you, her name is Atsuki. Bo-sun deliberately pulled a long tone. Suzuki muttered, sure enough, it's Kagaya. Huixing, it's Kagaya's older sister. When Suzuki heard this, he knew that he had been teased, and secretly said, it's really bad fun. Kagaya's sister. Suzuki was still a little suspicious, but if you looked closely, it was really a little different. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Bo-sun had an unspeakable meaning. Hey, what kind of eyes are you? Bo-shun was keenly noticed. Nothing. Che, I still don't know you. Sullen man. Suzuki's forehead was bruised. If he couldn't beat it, he really wanted to make waves 8 times a day. Okay, let's get started. Saying that, Bo-shun took out the space-time turtle. As soon as he took it out, Huixing recognized it. How can this thing be in you? Oh? Do you know? Of course, I brought it in the first place. Suddenly, Boruto turned unsolved mystery one less. Let's go. The space-time turtle gang emitted a dazzling light, and then Bo-sun and the other 5 disappeared in place. When everyone opened their eyes, they found that they were in a primeval forest. Bo-sun was also a little puzzled when he heard this, so he asked, why are you sure that this is not your world? I was once planted with a spell seal by the great snake pill, and it is also a weakened version of the immortal art, so although I can't use natural energy, I can sense natural energy in the air. And the natural energy of this world is extremely rich, even if I move it away, it even absorbs natural energy. Before the words fell, Suzuki's appearance changed, his pupils turned into snake pupils, there were more purple eyeshadows around his eyes, and some scales appeared on his body. However, soon Suzuki did not dare to continue to absorb natural energy, because he could not freely control the balance between chakra and natural energy in his body, and if he continued, he might become a snake statue. So what would this place be? Bo-sun fell into deep thought, and finally he took out the turtle and wanted to ask him, but when he took it out, he found that the turtle had fallen into a deep sleep, as if it had run out of electricity. Huixing, what's going on? Bo-sun had no choice, he could only ask the original owner. He has no energy and needs to replenish it with natural energy, but rest assured, he will absorb natural energy by himself, but I don't know how long it will take. Huixing explained. So what is this place? Bo-sun frowned. If he crossed into a world where there was no one, it would be over. Wouldn't it be boring to death? It seems a little familiar here, and I feel a familiar breath. Huixing said with his small hand supporting his chin. Oh? Familiar? It can't be a time back in time when you came to the ninja world, right? Bo-sun suddenly thought of this possibility, and was faintly excited. This is the time period of the Onmyoji, and he has not seen the methods of the Onmyoji? When did Kaisei come to the ninja world? When was that? Also, what is Onmyoji? Suzuki asked. He had always thought that Keiko had come to the ninja world after Kagaya. Moreover, he had never heard of Onmyoji. Then, if he calculated it this way, this was probably the ninja world from an earlier period, and Kagaya had not yet come, and the ninja had not yet been born. If it's really the time period when I came here, it's about 2,000 years ago, Huixing said with a bitter face. She really didn't want to come to this time period, because she was too weak now and was not the opponent of those Onmyoji at all. 2,000 years ago? Onmyoji? That's so cool. Boruto is also a master without heart and lungs, and he is not aware of the dangers of this world at all. Are you sure? Bashan asked. Huixing saw the excitement on Bo-sun's face, sighed and said, hey, come with me. If the divine tree is there, then it proves that this place is indeed 2,000 years ago. After that, Huixing took the lead and walked ahead. Bashan and Maro immediately followed, and Boruto followed. Only Suzuki looked ugly, very worried about Naruto and the others in their world. But he couldn't go back, he had to keep up with them. Soon, Huixing came to a high mountain with Bosun, jumped into the distance, and a towering tree came into everyone's eyes. Sure enough, this is 2,000 years ago, Huixing said in a deep voice. The snow-white little hand clenched his fist, and his face was filled with a sad face that could not be dissolved. Since coming here, Bosun has found that Huixing's mood is a little different, without the big grin before. Bosun reached out and grabbed Huixing's hand. Huixing felt his hand wrapped in Bosun's big hand, and looked up at Bosun. Bosun smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I will protect you, this is the promise I once gave you." Bosun's words were like a blazing sun, melting the snow in Huixing's heart and calming her restless heart again. Then she looked at Bosun's eyes bent into a crescent moon and said, "Well, I believe you. Is that the divine tree? It's so big." Boruto, who had never seen the divine tree, sighed. Even Emo Luo was curious. After all, the divine tree was too big, it was thousands of meters. "Let's go over and see, maybe. I will meet you in this period." After that, Bosun didn't give everyone a chance to refute at all, and directly pulled Huixing and flew up. The Dao jade behind him turned into 3 discs and floated in front of the 3 of Moro. The 5 of them flew towards the divine tree in pain. "Hey, look at it, someone seems to be flying." On the ground, in a tribe, someone suddenly looked up at the sky and found 2 people flying hand in hand, and 3 people standing on a black disc flying. "Where? Really? It's really flying. Hurry up and repay Lord Onmyoji." Yes, Lord Onmyoji recently said that anyone who finds something suspicious must report it immediately. Soon, they came to the most luxurious house in the tribe. "Lord Onmyoji, suspicious people have been found." Yes, there are 5 of them, flying in the sky." The Onmyoji sitting at the top, wearing a high hat and a wide wizard suit, looked at the person reporting below with a grim face. "You guys, a total of 5 people are flying in the sky. So where are they flying in the direction?" Onmyoji asked. "The direction. It's the direction of the magic tree," one person said with some hesitation. "The demon tree, that is, the divine tree. Since the demon tree came here, these yin-yang masters obviously felt that the natural energy was being devoured by the demon tree. Many people want to destroy the magic tree, but the magic tree has a woman protecting. That woman is ridiculously strong. If they want to destroy the magic tree, I am afraid that they will pay a heavy price. And the human heart is complicated. They don't want to make a head bird, they all wait for others to make a head bird, and they sit on their own to reap the benefits of the fisherman. But obviously, everyone is not stupid, no one is going to be the first bird. There is also a fluke mentality, feeling that the magic tree has an upper limit of absorption when it reaches the top, and if there is a lot of natural energy, it is impossible to suck it up. In this way, although everyone was very concerned about the matter of the demon tree, no one made a move. What? They went to the demon tree. This Onmyoji's face changed suddenly. Flying is not unusual, he can also fly, many Onmyoji can fly, so it is not surprising that they fly for Bashan, but the demon tree is a big deal. Could it be that finally an Onmyoji can't sit still and is ready to start? Who will it be? Forget it, go check it out, you'll know who it is then. Huixing, is the Onmyoji here very powerful? Bosun asked. Since he has come to this world, then naturally he must understand it. Huixing recalled and said, It's okay, there are a few that are similar to your current strength, and the rest are okay. Bosun Kanyan, what is called just a few me and I are similar, the rest is okay. What kind of strength is it? So how many of them are there? Bashan decided to ask something simpler. He was afraid that Huixing's brain would not be enough. There are fewer people in this era, and even fewer Onmyoji, about 10,000. But in addition to the Yin-Yang Master, there are also some holy places, that is, where those psychic beasts stay, and it is estimated that there are also 20 or 30,000. And among the psychic beasts that can compare with you now, there are also 3 or 4. The corners of Bosun's mouth twitched slightly. There are more than 10 of them in this family, and how strong should that person be if he picks the stars of the whole world? It seems that you have to be kind of Huixing in the future, otherwise. Bosun secretly made a decision in his heart, because he was afraid of domestic violence. After roughly understanding it, Bosun increased the speed of his flight and soon came to the vicinity of the divine tree. The 5 slowly landed on the ground, and just as Bosun was about to approach the divine tree, a cold voice came and stopped Bosun. Stop, get closer, died. Although there were not many words, the strong killing intent was terrifying, and Boruto fainted directly under the impact of this killing intent, but Suzuki hugged him. Even now Bosun felt a strong dangerous aura and subconsciously stopped. Everyone looked for the sound, and saw an enlarged version of the star appear in the field of vision. She is the big barrel of Jupiter of this period. It's just that, in addition to looking almost exactly the same as Xiao Huixing, her personality is completely different from Xiao Huixing. Xiao Huixing belongs to the kind of big grin, and the brain is not working at times, and this big star reveals ice all over his body, giving people a feeling of being thousands of miles away. What a shock! Suzuki was a little shocked even if he was mentally prepared. And Big Huixing was also a little surprised when he saw Xiao Huixing, but the killing intent that enveloped everyone slowly receded. Are you the same me as before? Or the future me? De Wixing asked coldly. I am the future you. In a few years, the Onmyoji will come in a big way. You are besieged by them, although you won, but you also ended up seriously injured and dying, and had to fall into a deep sleep, and did not wake up until 2,000 years later. Xiao Huixing directly said what he knew, and he was not afraid that it would change history. So it is. De Huixing seemed to have known such a result for a long time, and his face was still cold, and there was not much change. So who are they? I feel a familiar breath in both of you. Deki looked at Bashan and Moro. Before Xiao Huixing could speak, Bo Sun said first, let me do it. My name is Uchiha Shun and this is my younger brother Uchiha Mora. We are both descendants of your sister Kagaya Atsuki. Maybe for this reason, you will feel the breath on our body familiar. Bo Sun's words were half true, although they were the descendants of Kagaya, by then the bloodline would have long been thin and could no longer be thinner. But with the help of Bashan, he completed the genes of the Atsuki clan in his body, and because he was a descendant of Kagaya, his breath was closer to Kagaya. Moro not to mention, he inherited everything from Kagaya Atsuki, except for gender. It is estimated that it will be more and more similar in the future. This way, Big Huixing completely relaxed his vigilance against the Bo Sun people. Is it okay for me to call you Big Star? Bo Shun looked at Dewey Star and said. The main thing is to separate, really not because of the big. As you wish. Big Bright didn't care about that. But Xiao Huixing subconsciously glanced at Big Huixing's chest, and then looked at himself, and suddenly closed himself. It's going to be long, it's going to be long. Xiao Huixing comforted himself in his heart. How long will this divine tree still have to mature? Bashan asked. When De Wixing heard this, he glanced at Bo Sun vigilantly and said, what do you want to do? Don't get me wrong, I just wanted to ask you, do you want to eat this divine tree fruit? Bo Sun squinted at the big star. Big Bright fell silent and didn't want to eat? That must be fake. Their vein is the most orthodox Big Tube would. In order to take revenge, how can they not thirst for power? Otherwise, she would not be so strong now. However, once you eat it, then you will be frantically chased and killed by the current main family of Datumu. So she is still hesitating, only now Bo Sun has put the problem on the bright side. Is there anything you can do? De Wixing asked. She still wanted to gamble. Because the natural energy of this planet is outrageous, and the quality is also very high, the fruit of the divine tree that grows must also have high quality. Even if 2 more divine trees are planted, this planet may be able to feed. That's why she wanted to gamble. If you can mature in a short time, you will come to the future world with me after eating, and then we will face the big tubewood together. But if it will take a long time to mature, then there is nothing I can do. I can't stay here for long. The reason why Bo Shun wants to help her is only because Bo Shun is not sure whether this is the past timeline or another parallel world. If it is another parallel world, then Bo Shun will definitely not care whether she lives or dies. Anyway, death has no effect on Xiao Huixing. However, if it is the past timeline of his own world, Bo Sun decided to help it, because his arrival will definitely have an impact on the past. In case of an accident, Bo Sun will not help again, resulting in the death of Big Huixing. Then isn't little Huixing also dead? It may disappoint you, and there is still almost 1,000 years. Daikyo shook her head in disappointment. She thought that Bo Sun had some way to ripen the divine tree. Bo Shun also suddenly remembered that 1,000 years later, Kagaya came and the fruit of the divine tree was ripe. It seems that I overthought it. I thought that the divine tree could bear fruit many times. However, at this moment, Bo Sun's eyes suddenly lit up, and a method came to mind. Then he looked at De Wixing, his eyes full of confidence and madness, and asked, if you take all the Onmyoji in this world and those animals in all the Holy Land as nourishment, how long will it take for the fruit of the divine tree to ripen? If all the Onmyoji in the entire world, as well as the animals of those holy places, are sacrificed, how long will it take for the fruit of the divine tree to ripen? As soon as Bo Sun's words came out, even De Wixing opened his mouth for a while, not knowing what to say. She had also thought about ripening the divine tree through such a method, but the Onmyoji in the Holy Land would definitely come together to deal with her in the end. Although her strength was strong, but she was not invincible. So many people would be seriously injured even if they won. Just like Xiao Huixing said, although she won in the end, she also ended up sleeping with serious injuries. And Suzuki's first reaction, in addition to shock, was that he absolutely could not let Bashan succeed. It may be influenced by Naruto, or it may be that he did not want to see such a scene happen in his heart, so he subconsciously said, no. As soon as his words came out, Bashan, Moro, and Big and Small Huixing all looked at him in unison. Their eyes were not good, and even he couldn't help but feel a chill in his neck. It's sloppy. Even if you want to stop it, you have to do it secretly. At this moment, Suzuki couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps. Bo Shun also looked at Suzuki with a strange face. It stands to reason that after being beaten by Naruto, he didn't see him as crazy as before. How did he become like this again? Could it really be that Boruto's existence forcibly lowered his intelligence? Don't force me to slap you, Bashan warned, then looked at Big Bright, hoping that she would give the answer he wanted. If they are all sacrificed to the divine tree, it is estimated that the divine tree fruit will be able to ripen in a maximum of 30 years. De Wixing's beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and the look in his eyes that looked at Bo Sun also changed a little. Seeing this scene, Xiao Huixing instantly turned into a little lion who protected food, grinning at Big Huixing. What do you want? He is mine, even I can't rob me. Xiao Huixing thought to himself. Big Huixing was very clear about Xiao Huixing's thoughts at the moment, and smiled rarely. Don't worry, I won't rob you of it. The others couldn't see it, so only Xiao Huixing smiled awkwardly, and his eyes became kind. 30 years, acceptable. Bo Shun didn't pay attention to their conversation and began to think secretly about the plan. Just as Bo Shun was thinking about the plan, the big tube of wood peach style in Baru's body also heard their conversation. Is this the divine tree? The quality is really outrageously high. Since I came to the ninja world, I haven't seen the true appearance of the divine tree, but I didn't expect to see it here. What a surprise. Momoshiki came to the ninja world too late, and he had never seen the true appearance of the divine tree, and after feeling the power of the divine tree up close in Boruto's body this time, he found that the divine tree fruit he had eaten before was all rubbish. 30 years to go, maybe I can plan it. Momoshi also began to play with the idea of the fruit of the divine tree. But that Huixing is a trouble, we have to find a way to solve him first. The peach style is calculating the fruit of the divine tree, and Bo Sun is actually calculating the peach style. Bo Shun touched his chin and thought secretly, the peach style is in Boruto's body. If you want Huixing to eat the fruit of the divine tree, you must feed a large tube wood to the 10 tails before, then the peach style is the best choice. At that time, first help Momo style take Boruto, let Momoshi complete the rebirth, and then feed Momoshiki to the dog. It's feeding the 10 tails. Hey. Bo Shun thought about it, and a mysterious smile began to appear on his face. How did those people stay with that woman? What are they talking about? Is there any hidden secret? Amsaburo flew over with Ba Shun, and saw Ba Shun and the others with Daikyo. He wanted to find out, but there was still a big star beside Bo Sun and the others, and he didn't dare to approach alone, so he could only be anxious from afar. Hey, uncle, you are voyeurism, it's not a good habit. At this moment, a voice suddenly exploded in Amsaburo's ears. Amsaburo, who was already highly nervous, only felt that his heartbeat stopped for a moment, then reacted and quickly flew into the air. Only then did Amsaburo find that his forehead was full of cold sweat. If that person just now did not speak, but stabbed himself, I am afraid that he would have died. The more he thought about it, the more he felt afraid, and the more he was afraid of the person on the ground. You, who are you? Amsaburo asked boldly. Because he found that Bo Sun and the woman looked alike, both with milky white skin, gray-white hair, and white eyes. They were simply the same race. One star has already made them fearful, and now there is another one, so how to resist? My name is Uchiha Shun and I was just talking to a friend when I sensed someone spying on us, so I came over to take a look and say hello. Bo Sun smiled, looking gentle and amiable. Brother, who is he? Moro also came over and asked. Amsaburo saw that Moro and Bashan looked similar, and his heart fell to the bottom. My heart couldn't help but start roaring. 3. If it's all that woman's strength, God, how can you let us live? Oh, and on my Oji. Bo Sun spoke. Oh, is this on my Oji? What a magical power. Sighing, then his gaze looked at Bo Sun and asked, Brother, can I fight him? I want to try his strength. You feel free, leave him with his life. I also have to ask him something about the Terran immortal art. Bo Shun waved his hand, not saying that Amsaburo looked at it in his eyes, or did not put human life in his heart at all. Well, thank you brother. Before the words fell, Moro attacked. Susanoo. Moro opened Susanoo, and in the astonished gaze of Amsaburo, a 200-meter white giant rose up. What the hell is this? Before he could be shocked, the white Susanoo swung the long knife in his hand and slashed at him. Amsaburo is also a yin-yang master admired by everyone, and he has experienced countless battles, and he quickly calmed his heart. Godspeed Talisman. I saw him with one hand in the air, and in the blink of an eye, a rune depicting complex graphics and texts was completed. He slammed the speed talisman on himself, and Amsaburo's speed increased sharply, easily avoiding the sword chi of Moro's sword. The slashed sword chi of this knife did not abate, and it slashed towards the distant mountain. Boom! Amsaburo glanced back at this slash, and saw that the top of a large mountain was directly flattened. Seeing this scene, Enpei Saburo couldn't help but have a cold sweat on his forehead. However, Moro will not give him time to be afraid and deceive him again. Too much deception. Curse possession, urgent as a command. I saw Enpei Saburo take out a spirit talisman and throw it in front of him, and the next moment, the spirit talisman turned into a light gate, and Enpei Sanlang quickly passed through the light gate. After passing through the light gate, Amsaburo had a huge axe in his hand, and his body was also covered with spells. At this moment, Moro's attack had arrived. A 200-meter giant, holding a 100-meter large knife, slashed towards Amsaburo like this. And Amsaburo is just in normal height, and the comparison between the two is simply an elephant and an ant, which is simply not comparable. Bang boom Amsaburo desperately blocked in front of him with a giant axe, but Susanoo's huge power directly knocked Amsaburo out. Like a cannonball, it hit the ground heavily, the earth was overwhelmed, and it was smashed out of a deep pit, and there were also dense cracks near the pit. Such a blow, even if the battalion-level powerhouse came, he had to die. After all, ninja is a profession with high attack and low defense, but Amsaburo quickly climbed out of the big pit. There was a smear of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and he gasped heavily, his eyes full of fear. The spells on his body are also flickering on and off, and it is these spells, which can also be called spells, that saved Amsaburo's life. Bo-sun on the side nodded secretly when he saw this scene. The strength of this Onmyoji is stronger than the shadow level, almost the strength of the super shadow, but it is not as strong as Uchiha and Senju pillar. Maro's strength should be above the super shadow, below the 6 realms. You can advance to the 6 realms level in one step, and this time will not be too long. But this yin-yang master's means are not bad. There is no immortal chakra yet, so he is now using a simple immortal art, although the power is much stronger than chakra, but it feels a little worse than the immortal chakra. I will ask him how to cultivate immortal arts. After all, the immortal arts of the Terran race have been lost. This is a good opportunity. Bo-sun couldn't help but think a lot when he watched the battle between the two. However, after seeing the methods of the Onmyoji, Bo-sun no longer paid too much attention. That Onmyoji was obviously not Moro's opponent. As long as Moro wanted to, he would soon be able to defeat the other party. Sure enough, Moro seems to have had enough, and suddenly uses the pupil technique Oyamatsumi. A huge pressure pressed on Amsaburo's body out of thin air, making him instantly lose the advantage of flexibility and mobility. And Moro also seized this opportunity to slash again. Boom! Amsaburo again smashed into the ground like a cannonball. This time, he did not stand up again, and the spell on his body was completely shattered and dissipated. And he himself escaped with his life again under the protection of the spell, but he was also seriously injured and dying and fell into a coma. Bo-sun lifted him out and began healing the man's injuries. Soon, under Bo-sun's treatment, Amsaburo's injuries slowly recovered, and the person slowly woke up. What the hell do you want? When Amsaburo wakes up, he knows that he can't run, so he tries to see if he can negotiate. I want you to teach me fairy arts, how to absorb and use natural energy. Bo-sun touched his chin and said, Impossible, you will die this hard. Amsaburo refused stiffly. Bo-senseo didn't care, and continued, with my qualifications, in a place where natural energy is so dense, it won't take long to study immortal arts. The reason I want you to teach me is because I don't want to waste time. As long as you teach me, I can let you go and think about it. Bo-sun patted him on the shoulder, as if to comfort, as if to encourage or threaten. Moreover, Bo-sun did not lie. He who originally inherited the blue dye, he is very smart. The original blue dye is still a scientist, coupled with the jade and the memories of the past life. In this place with abundant natural energy, it is really not difficult to study immortal arts. Amsaburo was very entangled in his heart. He didn't want to die. But if he handed over the immortal art to him, wouldn't that be an enemy? But if the other party can really study immortal arts, then even if you don't say that others can learn it, then what difference does it make if you don't say it? Since there is no difference, if you say that you can still let yourself die, then why not? In the end, Amsaburo decided to call it Bashan Senjutsu. Well, I promise you, I hope you can talk and count. Of course, Bo-sun also showed a smile. At night, the tribe where Amsaburo left. This is a tribe with a population of people. A group of people stay at home, and as soon as it falls into the night, each house closes its door, and does not even light the lamp. Because the people of the tribe knew that the Onmyoji master was not there tonight, and the strength of the yin-yang master's apprentice was not high, everyone did not dare to go out. The world 2,000 years ago was not peaceful. There are many exotic beasts here, able to absorb natural energy to obtain very powerful powers, and even use humans as rations. There are also some souls of the dead that will also turn into evil spirits and attack humans under some special circumstances. Boom! A loud bang sounded in this silent tribe. In the silent night, the sound spread exceptionally loud. Ah! Help me! There are monsters! Run! The people who came out to check on the situation, seeing the huge figure sitting on a house that was crushed into ruins, began to shout and flee. However, a regular tongue directly rolls the person up and sends it into a huge mouth. Stink! Stinky toad, this is not the place for you to go wild, and, not fast yet, hurry up and back. The disciple of the Onmyoji came over at this time, but when he saw this behemoth, he couldn't help but tremble his legs and feet, and his speech was a little stuttered. This is not to blame him, the main thing is that this toad is too big, a full 30 meters tall, and he is afraid that he can be blown away in front of this toad in one breath. In the past, Amsaburo was sitting here, and we Myomushin would not come to provoke, but today, Amsaburo actually went to the demon tree. Can he or come back? He's not there. Just with a few of you little Onmyoji, I can wipe you all away with one toad. After all, humans are much better than bugs. Saying that, the toad also showed an intoxicated expression. That's just a piece of paper, you really believe it? the big toad said with disdain, his eyes full of mockery. After that, he also stopped talking nonsense with others. Today he came here to have a full meal, he hasn't eaten anyone for a long time. Next, more than a dozen onmyoji frantically stopped the big toad, but the gap between the two sides was too big, and they were soon seriously injured and dying, and those villagers only ran away a small part. At dawn the next day, only a piece of wreckage remained in this tribe, and more than a dozen onmyoji were lying on the ground without knowing whether they were alive or dead. And the things here, the people who escaped, passed on to the people of other tribes, and then were known by the onmyoji of other tribes. Myoki Mountain. Say, why go to cannibalism? A huge old toad on the first seat of the palace looked majestically at the big toad bowing down below. This big toad is the one who attacked the tribe last night, called Toad Madness, and today when the big toad immortals found out, they immediately called him over. Sir, it's just some humans, didn't we eat it often before? It should be nothing. The toad shrunk his head wildly and said, a little afraid to look at the big toad immortal. Nothing? Do you know what period it is? Do you really think that piece of paper is a decoration? Before the demon tree is cleared, anyone who dares to break the alliance will be besieged, do you know? The eyes of the big toad immortal were about to spew fire. The toad madman knew that the big toad immortal was really angry, and wisely stopped talking back. The big toad immortal hated to look at him. If it weren't for the fact that this toad maniac was the most talented in their Miyama mountain, he would have dragged him out and beheaded him immediately. There is no way now, at this time, we will definitely be targeted by everyone. You immediately call someone to inform the immortals of Longdi Cave and the Wetbone Forest, and ask them to come to me. I have something important to discuss with them. Yes. Hey, what a crime. The big toad immortal sighed after the toad withdrew wildly, but the essence in his eyes seemed to tell that things were not so simple. If that dream is true, then I can only choose to be sorry. Countless years later, my descendants will avenge you. The big toad immortal couldn't help but recall the dream he had not long ago. In the future, there will be 4 people who will challenge the entire world, and eventually all the onmyoji in Holy Land will be destroyed. At first, he didn't believe it, but yesterday the toad who monitored the magic tree came to report that 5 strangers had contacted the woman, and 3 of them looked very similar to the woman, with similar eyes, skin color, and hair color. It reminded him of that dream again. If that dream really comes true, then their Miyama mountain will also be on the list of destroyed. So he wants to betray. Only by turning to those few people can they survive in Miyama mountain. But it's not enough to rely on one's own family, you have to call the other 2, so that you have enough chips. It turned out that the world, not long after Bosun left, Tuanzang received the news. Are you sure the Boshin brothers are gone? Tenzo asked, looking at Jen who had come to report. Sure, it's just that Naruto has a shadow doppelganger of Maro beside him. Okay, you retreat first. Yes. After the man retreated, Tuanzang said to the darkness, come out. Hiss, is Danzo-sama really going to move Naruto? If Maro comes back, I'm afraid he won't give up. With a playful smile on his face, Orochimaru walked out from the shadows, his eyes fixed on Danzo. The strange snake pupil stared at Tuanzang uncomfortably. He had also been stared at by Orochimaru before, but he didn't feel like this at all. Big snake pill, you're getting stronger again. Tuanzang squinted slightly, as if he wanted to see through the big snake pill. Hee, there are some small gains, Orochimaru said modestly. Over the years, he has studied Bosun's blood, although he still has not gained much, but just that little gain has also made a qualitative change in his strength. Okay, so I'm more sure, Tuanzang said with a smile. With his cautious personality, how could he personally take risks? Therefore, his original plan was to let Orochimaru help him tie Naruto, but now that there is another Maro doppelganger, let Orochimaru solve Maro's doppelganger and tie Naruto himself. Maro is my favorite apprentice, aren't you afraid that I will release water when the time comes? Orochimaru said with a smile. Danzo frowned, and a displeased expression began to appear on his face, but for the sake of his own plan, in order to become a Hokage, he endured it and asked, I have already handed over the topography of the Book of Seals and the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan to you. Now you want to repent? Orochimaru shook his head and said, I said, Moro is my apprentice, and now they have no parents, then my master can also be regarded as their only elder, so, gotta add money. I'll just say, how can someone like you have feelings? Tuanzang breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he didn't pick and choose. Say, what do you want? I want the corpse of Uzumaki Mito, the cells between the Senju pillars, and the well-preserved corpse of the Uchiha clan, preferably with the Sanga jade writing will I open, and the eyes don't gouge away. And the corpse of the Hyaga clan, preferably the Zone family. If it really doesn't work, you need a little clan cell. Big snake pill, this can be regarded as a lion's big opening. There are no cells between the 1,000 hand pillars, Tuanzang now has them in his hands, but the body of Uzumaki Mito, he doesn't have he has to dig a grave. If this is discovered, he will still be a fart Hokage, and there are 2 other conditions. Killing Uchiha is undoubtedly provoking the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha. After all, something like that just happened, something happened so quickly, and a fool can guess who did it. There is also the Hyaga family, they all have white eyes, it is difficult to sneak attack, head-to-head confrontation is easy to expose, offending the two major pupil families in a row. Does he want to live? Can you say something practical? Tuanzang's words were almost said through gritted teeth, and it was really too tricky for the Great Snake Pill's request. If only Master Tuanzang couldn't do it. The Great Snake Pill has no fear. Anyway, the Book of Seals and the Vortex Clan's sealing techniques have already arrived, and those things can be slowly collected by themselves. The reason why he wanted these corpses so much was because he had seen the appearance of Bashin and Moro recently, and it was hard to imagine that it was clearly the Uchiha family, and he actually had white eyes and chakra eyes at the same time. Moreover, when he was studying Bashin blood, he actually found that several gene fragments in it were actually very similar to several gene fragments of the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars. Okay, I promise you. Tunzo almost squeezed a few words out of between his teeth. The Big Snake Pill had a sick smile on his face and said, "That, happy cooperation." After that, the Big Snake Pill suddenly disappeared in front of Tuanzang, which made Tuanzang feel very shocked. When did the Great Snake Pill have such strength? In his impression, the Big Snake Pill was equal to his own strength. But just now, the Big Snake Pill did not make a seal, and he didn't even see the movement of the Big Snake Pill, and the Big Snake Pill disappeared. How is this possible? Although he was shocked in his heart, the most important thing now was to catch Naruto and become a Hokage himself, so the stronger the strength of Orochimaru now, the greater his grasp. Immediately, without further thought, he immediately took action himself. At this time, Naruto was fishing by the stream, which was also one of his main foods. No way, the living expenses given by Sarutobi Hinata were too small, and there was simply not enough to eat. And beside him, Moro's shadow doppelganger is closing his eyes and nurturing his mind. Suddenly, Moro's eyes suddenly opened and burst into a sparkle. "What's wrong, Master?" Naruto asked suspiciously. "Be careful with yourself for a while, I may not be able to take care of you," Moro said with a serious expression, but his eyes were firmly fixed in one direction. Crackling in the shade of the trees, a figure slowly walked out, gently clapping as he walked, and then a playful voice came, "Moro, my good disciple, I didn't expect that just a doppelganger was already so strong." Emolua was also a little surprised when he saw the person coming. "I didn't expect it to be you, teacher, did you come this time for any advice?" Although Emolua looks relaxed on the surface, his eyes have not left the Big Snake Pill for a moment, because the current Big Snake Pill gives him a strong feeling. You know, although this avatar is only 1/10 of Moro's chakra, it is not comparable to ordinary shadow levels. However, even so, the Great Snake Pill was actually able to bring a sense of oppression to Moro. You can imagine how strong the Big Snake Pill is now. "I can't talk about teaching, but I am a little curious about you now, the teacher." Orochimaru's long tongue licked his lips, and the greed in his eyes was undisguised. He was sure that the current Moro had a fundamental change from the Moro who worshipped him back then, and this change even had to be traced to the level of bloodline. He didn't know what was going on and why both of the Bashin brothers were able to change bloodlines, but it was this question that made him interested in Moro and interested in Bashan. "Come on, let the teacher see how far you are now." Saying that, obvious changes appeared on the Big Snake Pill. A single horn grew on the forehead, purple eyeshadow appeared around the eyes, scales began to grow in many parts of the body, and a layer of green chakra was wrapped in the body. Dragon Immortal. The Great Snake Pill actually mastered the Dragon Earth Cave Immortal art. "Naruto, take care of yourself." "Well, don't worry, Master." Naruto nodded obediently, and then quickly ran in the direction of the village. However, before he could run far, he was blocked by the people at the roots. Naruto. Seeing this, Moro wanted to go to support, but how could the Big Snake Pill let him pass easily? Oh, breaking the void remembered, Emoluo instantly opened his eyes, and saw a figure rapidly approaching him. The speed is so fast that even the current Moro can't use it back. Susanoo. Boom, just as Orochimaru was about to attack Moro, the white skeleton rose, and a huge force hit Susanoo's skeleton, making a muffled sound. Under the action of this huge force, Moro flew out directly upside down and broke several trees before stopping. To be honest, the current Moro strength is no worse than that of the Big Snake Pill, but the doppelganger is a doppelganger after all, and his ability is limited. Moreover, as a doppelganger, he cannot be harmed, otherwise he will disappear directly, and it is these that make him a little restrained. "Teacher, I didn't expect your strength to improve so much." Moro sighed. "Thanks to your brother, I found a mysterious substance in your brother's blood, and after my research, this substance can actually act on the soul. After countless experiments, I finally made a soul potion, stripped the souls of others, made potions, and enhanced the souls of users, and it is because of this that I mastered immortal arts, even got certain magical abilities." Speaking of this, Orochimaru revealed a mysterious smile. "Master, save me." At this moment, Naruto's cry for help was heard not far away. "Naruto!" Moro's Susanoo began to grow muscle fibers, and his legs were also installed, eventually becoming a white giant 50 meters tall. It's just that Susanoo doesn't have clothes or armor on his body, and now this form of Susanoo is the limit of what Moro can use. Moro quickly swept towards the place where Naruto called for help. Yagi Great Snake. The body of the big snake pill underwent a huge change, and the body quickly expanded and enlarged, and finally turned into a large white snake with 8 heads, straddling Moro's path. The white sequel No held a spear and stabbed one of the heads of the Yagi Great Snake. Poof! The big snake of Yagi did not dodge, and a head was directly nailed to the ground, and blood flowed everywhere. However, the Yagi Great Snake didn't care about this at all, and the remaining head was directly bitten towards the sequel. The body, on the other hand, wins upwards, and Susanoo is constantly struggling, breaking the body of the great snake of Yagi and preventing it from completely entangled himself. Because Moro knows that his current Susanoo defense is not the strongest, once entangled, under the blessing of immortal arts, the power of the Yagi Great Serpent is even more terrifying. I am afraid that it will directly smash Susanoo. That's exactly what Orochimaru thought. As long as he could wrap around Susanoo's body, then the battle would almost be over. Oyama Tsumi. Moro didn't want to use the pupil technique, because it would speed up the consumption of his chakra, and once his chakra was consumed, he would disappear. But now it has to be done. The big snake pill suddenly felt that his body was countless times heavier, and even with the blessing of immortal arts, it was difficult to adapt to such a weight for a while, causing his movements to have to stop. Open it for me. Moro seized the opportunity and instantly broke free from the snake body on his body, throwing the Yagi Great Snake out. I saw that the big snake pill suddenly gave up the huge body of the Yagi Great Snake and changed back to his own appearance, and then, a bow and arrow suddenly appeared in his hand. If Boshun was here, he would be surprised that the Great Snake Pill actually used the means of the Exterminator Master. Drawing his bow, condensing the blue Raiko, he gathered into an arrow and aimed at Moro. Moro seemed to sense the danger, his white eyes opened instantly, and then he felt an arrow rushing towards him in the black and white world. The speed was so staggering that Moro could only turn around and block. However, this arrow gathered all the spiritual pressure in the body of the Great Snake Pill, and Emo Luo was too careless. I saw that the blue arrow instantly broke through Susanoo's defense, and in Moro's incredulous eyes, it directly shot through Moro's body. Naruto, wait for the master's body to come back. Poof! Leaving such a sentence, Moro's shadow avatar turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. The big snake pill was also panting at this time, and the arrow just now directly hollowed him out, otherwise he was afraid that he would not be able to help his disciple. Although he is very tired now, he has a morbid smile on his face. Ha 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 ha! Sparasi, this force is really amazing. Boshun, what a surprise you gave the teacher. Over the years, in order to study the special energy in Boshun's blood, the big snake pill forgot to eat and sleep, but there was no progress, and finally he didn't eat or drink for several days, and once fell into madness. Until 2 years ago, the big snake pill still had no clue, fell into the crazy demon of the big snake pill, made a crazy decision, that is, directly inject Bosun's cells and let himself personally feel the magical power. He was lucky, although he was tortured to death after injecting the Boshun cells, he survived and even mastered a magical power. It was the power of the exterminator that he had just unleashed, but without teaching, he can only grope for himself, so now his means of destroying the master are still too few. However, this was enough for his strength to make a leap, not to mention indirectly allowing him to master the immortal art of the Dragon Earth Cave. Now among the 3 shinobi, I am afraid that Tsunade and Jiraiya combined, and their strength will not be stronger than him. It is precisely because of his own changes that the big snake pill is more and more curious about this world, making him more eager to explore the truth of this world, and at the same time more eager to get Boshun. Boshun, I look forward to our future meeting. Oh, by the way, and Moro. The gaze came to Naruto's side. At this time, Naruto had been brought back to the route by Danzo, and originally Danzo had no chance to catch Naruto. Because of the influence of Boshun, Kakashi also focused on Naruto during this time. He did not want any danger to his teacher's children. However, before Boshun left, he also left a shadow doppelganger to look for the remains of Ashura. I have been looking for it in previous years, but I can't find it. In addition, he also gave Kakashi a task, let Kakashi go to find Bariahu, so that Kakashi, no matter what method he used, he had to find Bariahu and bring it back to Kusanagi village. So Kakashi also took a long-term mission out of the village when Boshun left, and went out of the village to hide his ears. Otherwise, if Kakashi is here, if you can't get Danzo, it will be directly cold. At this time, Naruto was looking at the man with bandaged eyes in horror, and his fierce face combined with the dark and damp environment at the root made it very scary. And Naruto is now just a child under the age of 4, and he is afraid of home in his heart. You, why are you? Are you going to get me? Naruto asked with forced fear. I am the root of Konoha, guarding Konoha in the dark, and some things that Konoha cannot do on the bright side will be done by our roots. So, I'm not arresting you, but I want you to join the roots and guard Konoha with us. Danzo said righteousness Ling ran, but Naruto didn't feel anything to protect Konoha here, but was very uncomfortable, and there was always a voice in his heart telling him, get out of here. So, Naruto said timidly, I don't want to join the Roots, I'll go back. How could Tuan Zhang let him go? He snorted coldly and said, humph. When you enter the Roots, you can do whatever you want. Here, there is only one rule, and that is to follow orders, obey my bright. After that, Danzo waved his hand towards the shadows, and then a dark part threw a person in front of Naruto. This man was dressed plainly, because he was still on the ground. The pain made him gradually wake up from the coma, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a frightened Naruto, and he decided in his heart that Naruto knocked him unconscious, and he didn't pay attention to his environment in anger. You demon fox, did you knock me unconscious? I'm going to repay Naruto-sama and let him drive you out of the village. Not me. It must be you, who else but you? Why don't you demon fox die? As soon as he woke up, he decided that he had been attacked by Naruto, regardless of Naruto's defense. When Naruto heard this, he also knew that this person was also a villager of Konoha, and he wanted to defend in his heart, but the people didn't listen at all, and then the already scared mood fell directly to the bottom. Kill him. Tuan Zhang suddenly spoke at this time. What the? Naruto was stunned when he heard this, probably not understanding whether to let himself kill or let the villager kill himself. Maybe they were too shocked and didn't believe what they heard. Naruto, I said let you kill that villager. This is the first lesson to enter the Roots. Danzo's icy voice shocked Naruto, and the villager also changed from anger to horror. No, don't. He wanted to retreat in horror, wanted to escape, but was held down by the people at the root, and he couldn't run at all. No, I can't kill him, he's from Konoha. Naruto was stunned for a long time before saying, although he hated these people a little, hated them for their malice towards him, but he never thought of killing them. So Naruto refused very crisply. Snap, however, as soon as Naruto's words were finished, he was severely whipped on his body by the root man, and the skin bloomed in an instant. You must know that Naruto is a 3-year-old child. Where can he endure such pain? He immediately screamed. It hurts, master save me. 20 full whips, each time, a wound of the smallest 20 centimeters appeared on Naruto's body. His clothes were already tattered, and his body was full of scars, looking miserable. And the villager just now, he was already frightened and fainted at this moment. He was a small civilian, where had he seen such a scene, he fainted when he was the 10th whip. Kill or not? Tuan Zhang's icy voice sounded again. Just when Naruto heard this voice, his body kept shaking, for fear that the next moment the whip would be swung at him fiercely. Whoa, I wouldn't dare. Naruto's voice was hoarse, caused by a roar of pain just now. He didn't want to kill, so he could only use timidity as an excuse to excuse himself. Keep fighting. When Tuan Zhang heard this, he ordered again. For a while, a miserable cry came from the secret room again, and the voice was very immature, which made people feel distressed. But this is the root, it is a place without humanity, so there will be no such sentiment as pity. A whole day and night passed like this. Naruto was whipped countless times, and tortured all kinds of times, until in the end his voice could not even make any sound, because he was poured with boiling water. If it weren't for the perverted vortex physique and the protection of the 9-tailed chakra, he might have died in the root. During this period, the 9 tails did not induce Naruto to release him, and he didn't even take advantage of Naruto's undecided mind to storm the seal, because he wanted Naruto to have more contact with darkness and hatred, so that he would be more sure to break through the seal in the future. Naruto finally didn't know how he got out of that secret room. He only knew one thing, and that was I killed someone. 2,000 years ago in the world, these days Bo-sun has been learning how to absorb natural energy with that Amsabaro. Whew, is this the fairy chakra? Bo-sun exhaled a turbid breath, his face with a hint of excitement. There is nothing face-like on Bo-sun's face, because this is a Terran fairy art, so it will not bring any changes to people. Moreover, Bo-shun did not learn the methods of the Onmyoji, because he already had enough of his own things, and he still understood the truth of greedy and chewy. If you give him 1,800 years, maybe he is interested in studying and researching, but now that time is urgent. It is enough to cultivate the immortal art chakra, and it is enough to cooperate with his own death and jade-breaking jade. Senfa spiral pill. Bo-sun condensed a blue ball in his hand, and then threw it directly out like a sandbag. Boom! After a while, a violent explosion occurred thousands of meters away, and a large mountain was directly blown off by the block, and its power was no worse than that of the tailed beast jade. When Amsabaro on the side saw this scene, his mouth was open, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. This is a successful cultivation? Amsabaro was still in disbelief. You know, it took him a month to successfully cultivate the immortal art, but the alien race in front of him actually took only 3 days to cultivate the immortal art, and it feels much more powerful than his own fairy arts. Immortal chakra feels more powerful than pure immortal art, Bo-sun muttered. This discovery, Bo-shun was a little surprised, and when Moro and Huixing learned fairy arts, then the combat power would be improved again. Just when Bo-shun was secretly happy, Amsabero next to him rubbed his hands, looked flattering, and said that, "Sir, you have already completed the immortal art, can I leave?" Bo-sun glanced at him, then showed a gentle appearance, and said with a smile, "Hee, of course, you can do me a lot." "Ah, thank you, since this is the case, I will go first, and I will continue to practice hard without disturbing the adults." Amsabero finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard this, turned around and left. However, as soon as he turned around, he felt a pain in his chest, and he slowly lowered his head and saw the white blade with repeated blood penetrating his chest. 4. Why? Blood sprang up in Ampi Saburo's mouth, and blood continued to flow out, shocked by Bo-sun's lack of credit. He threw himself in, and handed over the cultivation method of immortal art to the other party. Why did he kill himself? Bo-shun leaned into his ear and whispered, "Because I'm a bad guy. Ha ha ha." Bo-shun laughed loudly, and then pulled out the mirror flower water moon on Amsabero's chest, and Amsabero widened his eyes and fell to the ground unwillingly. Die with a grievance or everlasting regret. Bo-shun looked at this man distraught, and a fire casually burned him into flying ash. Brother, Suzuki, and Boruto are missing. At this moment, Maro hurriedly found Bo-shun. Bo-sun frowned and said, "What's going on?" You say slowly. "That's right, you've been practicing immortal art since you came back that day, and the two sisters-in-law are also practicing fairy arts, and Suzuki and Boruto are also quite honest these 2 days, so no one paid attention to the two of them, but after getting up today, I didn't find Suzuki and Boruto. I looked for it, but I didn't find it." Bo-sun didn't blame his younger brother, waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. "Well, it's okay, they can't turn over any big waves." Suzuki and Boruto had already left the scope of the divine tree by this time and found a large tribe. At this time, in a large hall of this tribe, there were 3 people, 1 small and 4 people, who seemed to be saying something. "Lord Qingming, these 2 people want to see you." A white-robed Onmyoji saluted respectfully and said. At this time, Suzuki and Boruto also saluted slightly. "Hello, Lord Haruaki. Who are you two?" And Pei Qingming raised his eyes slightly, and said softly, looking high. "We are ninjas," Suzuki said. If he came from 2,000 years later, or a parallel world, he would definitely be blasted out as a madman. "Ninja?" And Pei Qingming's eyes flashed a light, and he was more interested in Suzuki and the 2. "Yes, but it doesn't matter, what matters is that I know the information about the one named Huixing and her companion." After Suzuki finished speaking, and Pei Qingming came to his side in an instant, and even Suzuki didn't react. "Well, so fast. This is what Suzuki and Boruto have in their hearts at this time. What you said is true." The arrogance on Pei Qingming's face disappeared, leaving only solemnity. When it comes to the entire Yin-Yang Master realm, he has to pay attention to it. Of course, they want to sacrifice all the Onmyoji and the animals of the Holy Land to the Divine Tree. And Pei Qingming's brain instantly shut down when he heard this, followed by endless anger. How dare they? Suzuki told Abe Qingming everything he had seen and heard around him. What do you say? They plan to sacrifice all the Onmyoji and the animals of the Holy Land to ripen the Divine Tree? After Pei Qingming listened, his eyes were almost open. Followed by endless anger. Who is he? He is the strongest Yin-Yang Master in Pei Qingming. All the Yin-Yang Masters in the world must listen to him, and now that someone is actually going to ruin his rule, can he not be angry? Are you sure what you said is true? And Pei Qingming's face was gloomy, and his eyes were glued to Suzuki, wanting to find a clue from Suzuki. After all, if there is a war, many people will definitely die, and this is his loss. A powerful force enveloped Suzuki. Even if he was as strong as Suzuki, he felt terrified. This person gave him a feeling even stronger than Bo-shun's strength. Is this the strong man 2,000 years ago? Suzuki said secretly in his heart. Suzuki fixed his mind and gave an explanation. I'm sure that the fruit of the divine tree would have taken 1,000 years to ripen, but Bo-shun intends to ripen with the lives of all Onmyoji in the Holy Land, which I heard with my own ears. Okay, I'll summon all the Yin-Yang Masters in the world, as well as the Holy Land. This is a disaster for the whole world, can't just let us humans go on top. Come, summon the Onmyoji of all tribes to come here, and also, notify some of the holy places and let them come here to discuss. And Pei Qingming did not drag the mud and water at all, and directly gave the order. Suzuki and Boruto were slightly relieved to see this. They can also be regarded as doing this for humans. A day later, Bo-sun welcomed 3 special guests. These 3 guests were representatives sent by Miyama Mountain, Longdi Cave, and Wet Bone Forest. Are you sure you want to join us? Bo-sun drank tea and said with a playful expression. Lord Bo-shun, we are sure that the person who knows the time is Junja. A small red toad said respectfully. The other white snake and small slugs were the same, very respectful to Bo-hun. Okay, I welcome the 3 of you, and I need more of your efforts at that time. Bo-shun laughed. Lord Bo-shun, rest assured, since we have turned to you, we will definitely go all out. It's best that way. Bo-sun narrowed his eyes and secretly looked at the 3. Bo-sun didn't expect that there was actually an unexpected joy. Now he can have more strength. How much strength will be saved when the time comes, and after everyone is sacrificed, what big waves can these three races make? It's just a matter of unloading and killing donkeys, it's normal. The three saw that Bosun agreed, and they were all secretly relieved. They all came on the orders of their own immortals. If they couldn't finish it, it was estimated that they would have to peel the skin when they went back. At this moment, the red toad, who was immersed in joy, suddenly startled, and then his face changed greatly. What's wrong with you? The slugs wondered. The red toad ignored the slug, but said directly to Bosun, Lord Bosun, my family's immortals have sent a message that the great Onmyoji in Pei Qingming is gathering all the Onmyoji in Holy Land, wanting to fight the divine tree. The immortal of Miyama Mountain just now used the secret technique of Miyama Mountain to convey to him the message, and there will definitely be no mistake. How can it be? The little white snake and the slug's heart is cold, they have just surrendered, are they going to be completely destroyed? They didn't think that a few people in Bashan would be able to fight against all the Onmyoji in Holy Land. The combined combat power of the Yin-Yang Master in the Holy Land can be 40 or 50,000, and just these few people can die of exhaustion. Oh, that's great. A hint of fighting intent flashed in Bosun's deep eyes. He was worried that no one could help him evolve, and he believed that this hard battle would definitely be able to make him evolve to a higher level. Oh, Lord Bashan, aren't we running away? The three of them obviously sensed Bosun's fighting intent and asked in surprise. They do not understand, the end that will obviously lose, why fight? Do you think I'm going to lose? Bosun grabbed the toad that had just spoken, squeezed it in his hand and questioned. No, absolutely not. The red toad was covered in cold sweat, for fear that Bosun would pinch himself to death with one force. Okay, you guys send the message back, hide in the coalition forces first, and find an opportunity to attack from within. Go back. Bosun put down the red toad and said, there is no tension in the future of the big war, there is just endless fighting intent. Yes, Lord Bashan. After the three left, Bashan went to meet Morrow and the big and small stars. Xiao Huixing's current strength is still too weak, and it is estimated that it is the peak of the shadow level, so Bosun does not plan to let her participate in the war. Emo Luo is now one step away from the 6 realms, and as long as his reincarnation eye awakens, he will definitely be able to step into the 6 realms. Moreover, Morrow inherited Kagaya in his heyday, that is, when the time comes, Morrow will even be able to summon the 10 tails to fight. Moreover, both Bosun and Morrow are now able to use Mu Duen. In other words, the tactics of the Sea of People are useless for the two of them, at least they can directly eliminate the strength below the shadow level. As for the great Huixing, that's not to mention, much stronger than the current Bashan, even if she has not eaten the divine tree fruit, her strength is still strong, at least not comparable to the Peach style and the Yura style. The battle is about to start, Xiao Huixing should not participate, just find a place to sleep. Bosun stroked Xiao Huixing's head and said. Xiao Huixing also knew that his strength was too poor, so he did not refute it, just slapped off Bosun's strange hand, pouted and ran to the side. Bosun shook his head with a smile and asked Emo Luo and the two, how are your immortal arts cultivation? Although not as fast as your brother, I have mastered it. Morrow said braggingly, in his cognition, he should not be better than his brother, as long as he didn't lag too far behind. I have also successfully cultivated. There are still very few words into Huixing. Although she is also very close to Bosun, she and Xiao Huixing are simply two people in terms of personality, and I really don't know why Huixing became like Xiao Huixing. Is it really that you sleep too long and end up sleeping stupidly? That's good, now let's rest and recharge. 2 days later. Knock knock. Bosun, who was closing his eyes under the divine tree, suddenly felt the shaking of the earth. Bosun instantly opened his eyes, jumped up, jumped on the top of the divine tree, and looked into the distance. Then let me give you a big gift. After saying that, Bosun flew up, and in a few breaths, he came to the coalition army thousands of meters away. Stop! As the commander-in-chief, and Pei Qingming saw Bosun and raised his hand and said, treading, the order is forbidden, and more than 40,000 people and beasts stop in unison, and the momentum is magnificent. But in front of such an army, Bosun still did not change his face and looked calm. Morrow and Deki also came to Bashan's side at this time. Brother, give them a big gift. Good. The brothers looked at each other and understood what the other meant. God Tree Realm is born. Birth of the Tree Realm. The two brothers clapped their hands, and then the earth shook, and countless tree roots broke out of the ground and grew at an alarming speed. In just the blink of an eye, the coalition army was already surrounded by countless trees. It's not good, get out of this area. Suzuki had seen the Tree Realm birthday, he knew what the Tree Realm birth meant to the army. It could be said that once trapped by the Tree Realm, then at least a quarter of their allied forces would have to be scrapped. Spell possession, urgent as a command. Needless to say, they also knew that the other party's attack had arrived, and it was still a large-scale attack. So, humans took out charms and wore spell costumes. Those in the Holy Land do not need to be so troublesome, they can directly use natural energy for attack and defense, unlike humans, who can only do it through talismans. The birth of the tree realm has been completed, and countless thick branches, like swimming snakes, shuttle through the crowd, and quickly entangle when they catch people. Ah, my strength is draining. These trees can absorb energy in the body, don't get entangled. Just one face, countless people and beasts are entangled in trees. Even if they are rescued by their companions, they will be weakened by the absorbed power, and directly lose the qualification to fight, and then soon they will be caught and entangled by branches, and finally sucked to death. The fire flame array, urgent as an order. And Pei Qingming jumped directly into the air, took out 8 talismans, and chanted the incantation. The next moment, 8 talismans levitated in front of Pei Qingming's body in an octagonal shape, forming a thing more than 2 meters tall, like a mirror. With the infusion of natural energy in Pei Qingming's body, this mirror of more than 2 meters suddenly shone, and a blazing flame spread towards the tree boundary below. Quickly dodge, this is Lord Qingming's attack, not something we can block. Someone saw this scene and quickly came to the air, and at the same time did not forget to remind others. Boom, where the flames passed, they instantly turned into a scorched earth. It works, Qingming Lauer, the limelight can't let you go out alone. At this time, an old man suddenly said, "The mountain god is coming, and it is as urgent as a command." Then he saw that he took out a talisman and chanted the incantation, and then the earth around him suddenly shook, and soon countless stones flew into the air, with that talisman as the core, forming a stone man 200 meters high. Directly like a reckless man, it constantly destroys the tree world. Is this the time of Onmyoji? That's awesome. Suzuki sighed, although he could do it himself, but he felt that the other party had only come up with a little means, and in the field, he found at least 4 people who were stronger than himself. There are more than a dozen of them who are similar to themselves, and if you think about their era, only Naruto and his own strength are worth doing, and compared with the Onmyoji here, it is simply a heaven and an underground. That way, I'll be more sure to stop you, Bashun. Suzuki stopped thinking about it and focused on cleaning up the tree realm and saving people as much as possible. In addition to the human side, the Holy Land was not to be outdone, and among them was a large white tiger, which directly changed into a giant monster of 50 meters in normal height. Although in terms of size, the white tiger and the stone man have checked a lot, but their speed of destroying the tree realm is no worse than in Pei Qingming and that old man. The speed is extremely fast, the claws are sharp, and all the trees in the way they pass are directly cut off, and even the wind blade can be spit out in the mouth, constantly destroying the tree boundary. There was also a firebird, spitting flames in its mouth. The temperature was extremely high, and with his efforts, soon the surrounding tree realm became a sea of fire. Bashin and Maro watched quietly from the sidelines, their eyes only on a few of them. Among the humans, in Pei Qingming, the old man just now, and a man wearing a black top hat, and the only female strongman. On this side of the Holy Land, there are also 4, namely the white tiger of the White Tiger Holy Land, the firebird of the Sky Holy Land, the grizzly bear of the Mountain Holy Land, and the spirit fox of the Spirit Holy Land. Sitsais of the 3 holy places of Miyama Mountain, Longdi Cave, and Wet Bone Forest are really pulled, and they can't be compared with those top holy places. Bo Shun smacked his lips and said, "However, among so many holy places, the 3 holy places of Miyama Mountain could only be regarded as medium, and they were not comparable to those powerful holy places at all. As for why there are only 3 holy places left in the end, it may be to know the time." Just as Bo Shun sighed, he and Maro's tree realm had been completely destroyed, but the loss of the Onmyoji and the Holy Land was also quite a lot. In this first stage, they lost nearly 3,000 people. What other means do you have? Show them all, otherwise you won't have a chance later. And Pei Qingming raised his hand and pointed at Bo Sun and said, "Hee, then I'll have a good time playing with you." Bo Sun looked cold, his legs were slightly bent, and then he suddenly exerted his strength, and his body flew out like a cannonball, blowing up a large pit in place, and the surface was full of cracks. Kill! And Pei Qingming gulped. The yin-yang master behind him and the beasts of the Holy Land instantly rushed out as if they had beaten chicken blood, and met Bo Sun. Kill! The shouts of killing were earth-shattering, and he rushed towards Bo Sun desperately. And Bo Shun pulled out his own mirror flower, opened the writing wheel eye and white eye at the same time, rushed into the crowd like a dragon. No one can touch Bo Shun, but Bo Shun is like a night boy, every movement is like dancing, relaxed, comfortable and elegant. Bang bang bang, Bo Sun kicked a series of kicks and flew away the people around him, creating a vacuum around him. Then he took a sharp breath. Fire escape, fire extinguished. In an instant, the flames swept towards the coalition like monstrous waves. Not good, quick defense. Water use. The blazing sea of fire collided with the towering wall of water, making a snorting sound, and in an instant, a 1,000-meter range of water mist was generated on the battlefield, blocking everyone's sight. But this is nothing to Boshin and Onmyoji and the Holy Land. Bo Sun's white eyes can clearly see everyone in the mist, and the Onmyoji and the people of the Holy Land can know the specific location and movements of Bo Sun by sensing natural energy. So the exchange of physical skills began. But their physical skills for Bo Sun are simply playing big knives in front of Guan Gong, and Bo Sun's dynamic vision of the riding wheel has greatly increased his physical skills, coupled with the terrifying physical fitness of the Datumo family. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen people died in Bo Sun's hands. Just as Bo Sun was looking for his next target, his eyes suddenly saw a sharp sword behind him speeding towards him. Without having time to think about it, Bo Sun could only stop looking for the next target, because from this sharp sword, he felt a strong aura of danger. Oh, Bo Sun jumped into the air and turned around, and the sword grazed Bo Sun's waist and flew by, narrowly avoiding this fateful blow. After Bo Sun stood firm, a cold sweat could not help but appear on his forehead. It could feel the terrifying energy attached to this sword. If it was really hit, it would have to be seriously injured if it did not die. However, this stimulated Bo Sun's hidden desire to fight even more. This era, it's so much fun. A powerful spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from Bo Sun's body, and those who wanted to get close to Bo Sun were all crushed to the ground by the spirit pressure, and even fainted directly, and their strength was even crushed into a blood mist. Even the fog was directly blown away under the pressure of this powerful spirit, and the battlefield of the Corpse Mountain and the Sea of Blood was once again exposed to everyone's eyes. Only then did Bo Sun see clearly the person opposite him, the only person who was not affected by Bo Sun's spiritual pressure. He wears a wide white robe, a white onmyoji hat on his head, and two blue longswords in his hand. The sword body is oval, similar to the double-blade flounder, but the sword body is more slender, and it does not look bulky like the double-blade flounder. "What's your name?" Bo Sun asked curiously. Such a strong person, he must remember. "And Pei Qingming, the strongest yin-yang master." And Pei Qingming said indifferently. After hearing the words of the strongest yin-yang master, Bo Sun narrowed his eyes. The strongest is not just talk, and Bo Sun can clearly feel the terrifying energy on Pei Qingming's body. Oh, Moro and Big Huexing instantly came to Ba Shun's side, and Huexing looked at Pei Qingming and said to Ba Shun, "This person is stronger than you. Do you want me to make a move?" "No need, I'll do it myself. You are responsible for other high-end combat power, and Moro will be responsible for clearing the field." Bo Sun's deep eyes were filled with a strong fighting intent. De Huexing looked at the 7 strong people who rushed to Pei Qingming's side, pondered, and nodded. "Good. Brother, I also want to play high-end games," Moro said with a look of grievance. "Obedient, when you really set foot in the 6th level, let you play the high-end game. At most, that Suzuki is also handed over to you." Bo Shun comforted that it was not that he didn't want Moro to fight with masters, but that he felt that the strength of each of the 7 people was not weaker than his current self, and Moro's strength was still a little worse. Okay, Moro had no choice but to agree. "In that case, I went first." Before the words fell, Bo Sun's figure had disappeared in place, and Pei Qingming's figure also disappeared at the same time. The two turned into 2 streamers, constantly colliding in the air. Ordinary people can't see the movements of the two at all. They can only see the 2 streamers of the river constantly chasing and entangled, and the sound of ping-pong from the collision of weapons. Moro and De Huexing were not idle. They found their battlefield separately, and in an instant, the battlefield that had just calmed down became chaotic again. Build a famous party. Bo Sun's kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes flashed a strange light, and then Pei Qingming suddenly felt that Bo Sun's speed and strength had all entered a new level. Caught off guard, he was directly slashed out by Bo Sun and hit the distant rock wall, and the towering rock wall collapsed abruptly, burying Pei Qingming underneath. This, Lord Qingming, was actually sent flying. That person is actually so strong. Someone saw this scene and said in disbelief. Even the few people who fought with Deikea frowned one after another. They didn't expect that there was such a strong existence here besides Kagaya. But they were not worried, because in their perception, Ampere Qingming did not suffer any harm. At this time, Bo Sun was unforgiving, and used his kaleidoscope teleportation ability to instantly come to the collapsed rock wall. And just as he was about to continue the attack, a sword figure suddenly popped up from under the gravel, carrying 2 long swords to kill Bo Sun. Immortal Law Great Jade Spiral Pill. A blue ball with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters in Bo Sun's hand was raised above his head and thrown towards Pei Qingming, who was killing him. And Pei Qingming also did not expect that this thing could actually be thrown out, but he was also a big yin-yang master, and he quickly made a decision. The long sword in his left hand was instantly thrown towards the blue pill, and the long sword that flew out directly pierced the great jade spiral pill, and the power attached to the sword even wiped out the power inside the great jade spiral pill, causing it to dissipate between heaven and earth. Bo Sun was slightly shocked. His big jade spiral pill actually didn't even hear a sound, and it was gone? And Pei Qingming did not give Bo Sun more time to think, because the long sword continued to attack Bo Sun, and Pei Qingming was also killing towards Bo Sun. In the face of the attacks from both places, Bo Sun did not panic in the slightest. Because this battle that has just begun has already brought unprecedented pressure to Ba Shun, which makes Bangyu quickly fuse with Ba Shun. Bo Shun felt the rapidly growing power in his body, and he knew that he was about to usher in the first stage of fusion with Hong Yu. "Ha! Come on!" Bo Shun shouted, facing the terrifying attack, did not retreat, but even gave up the defense of the flying sword, focusing on defending Pei Qingming's own attack. In an instant, two attacks came to Bo Shun at the same time, and Bo Shun could clearly feel that Inpei Qingning's attack this time was to kill himself directly. Because of the battlefield on the side of De Wixing can actually press 7 people to fight alone. So he wants to end the battle as soon as possible, and then kill De Wixing in a joint force. Bo Shuiyu held the mirror flower water moon, and collided with Inpei Qingning in the front, while the other hand condensed a fairy magic spiral shuriken, emitting a piercing humming sound, and violently collided with another flying longsword. Boom! Ba Shun's strength was a little worse after all, and he was shot away by Inpei Qingning, and the spiral shuriken in his hand also exploded between the two. The hurricane and small wind blades formed by the explosion of the spiral shuriken acted on the two people, and the meridians in the bodies of the two were constantly cut, and the clouds in the sky were also wrapped in this hurricane, forming a spectacular scene. Ahem! Bo Sun stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, although this move was performed at close range, causing a scene where both sides were injured. No, Bo Sun was injured a little more badly, because his left arm had disappeared. The flying sword that Inpei Qingning had just seen penetrate the spiral shuriken and unloaded Ba Shun's arm. Inpei Qingning's condition is slightly better than Bo Sun, but he looks a little embarrassed. Although he had a spell to protect his body, he was still injured not lightly under Bo Sun's all-out blow, and his clothes were tattered, and there were countless wounds. He took out a talisman and slapped it on his body, chanting the spell, and in the blink of an eye, the talisman turned into a little starlight, integrated into his body, and his injuries were recovering rapidly. Phew, I didn't expect it to almost fall into the hands of this little guy of yours. If that blow just now had been replaced by that woman, I'm afraid I would have died at this moment. However, you are still too tender, and your strength is not strong enough. Now, please die. And Pei Qingning slashed with both swords, and several blue sword chi flew towards Bo Sun. This was not the end, and he also took out 3 talismans in his hand. As the spell moved, the 3 talismans turned into thunder and lightning, constantly intertwining in the air, forming a giant beast of hundreds of meters, roaring towards Bo Sun. Say goodbye. Bo Sun cast a kaleidoscopic pupil technique, reversing his time by a minute, and in an instant all the injuries on his body recovered, and even the broken arm grew out of thin air. No, it's either a person who grows out, or a person with a broken arm. You blink your eyes, and the arm of that person suddenly appears. How could this be? And Pei Qingning's eyes bulged out, looking at this scene in disbelief. Even if you are resilient, it is impossible to grow in the blink of an eye. Bo Shun smiled secretly in his heart. He would never understand the perversion of Sherinan, not to mention, after Sherinan evolved into the Eye of Reincarnation, Bo Sun's pupil power has also been greatly improved. Super Shinra Tensho. Bo Shun smiled evilly, his eyes suddenly turned into reincarnation eyes, and an invisible repulsive force spread to all around with Bo Shun as the center. Those yin-yang masters or beasts of the Holy Land who were relatively close to Ba Shun were all flown out by this terrifying repulsion, and then slapped on trees, stones, and rock walls, and few people survived. 2. It's terrifying, their strength, let's stay away. Is this a clash of top powerhouses? Unexpectedly, Lord Qingning also fell into a bitter battle. Let's concentrate on dealing with the people in front of us, stay away from Lord Qingning and their battle. People who saw this scene showed horror one after another. It was at this moment that Inpei Qingning's sword chi also arrived, forming a horn with Bo Sun's repulsion, and no one was as good as anyone. Bo Sun frantically output his pupil power, resisting these several sword chi. However, when the lightning behemoth arrived, Ba Shun's Shinra Tianjing showed his decline. Sure enough, soon, this repulsion gradually disappeared, but Inpei Qingning's attack only weakened a little, and then continued to attack Ba Shun. This time, see if you're not dead yet? And Piking said viciously. In the battle just now, he found that Bo Sun's strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, which surprised him, so in order to avoid accidents, he used his full strength in these 2 attacks, that is, to kill the goal. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Bo Sun still intends to resist hard. If Bo Shun uses the ability of the mirror to spend the moon, he believes that he can win this battle. However, in order to speed up the speed of evolution, Bo Sun chose to resist hard and promote his evolution through external pressure. 6th Day Demon King. The chakra on Ba Shun's body was frantically output, forming a 1,000-meter-long giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. The giant was wearing battle armor, and holding a tin staff, spear, and rope in his hands. What exactly is this? Someone looked at the 6th Heaven Demon King blankly and said, with such a huge body, Lord Qingning, can it really be defeated? What nonsense! Lord Qingning is the strongest, even if such a giant? Is big necessarily strong? Although this person said this, his tone was obviously a little unfirm. Carving insect tricks, flashy. And Pei Qingning said disdainfully, in his opinion, such a huge body is only suitable for dealing with those enemies who are also huge. Against him, an enemy of less than 2 meters, it seemed too bulky. But Bo Sun didn't think of using this to deal with Inpei Qingning, just wanted to use it to resist Inpei Qingning's attack. As he spoke, the 6th Heaven Demon King waved the tin staff in his hand and fiercely attacked those sword chi and lightning behemoths. Although compared to Bashan's 6th-day Demon King, and Pei Qingming's several attacks seemed so small, the energy contained in them was terrifyingly terrifying. Boom, the attacks of both sides collided together, and a violent explosion occurred, the earth cracked, and a huge deep pit was blown out. And the 6th-day Demon King also shattered directly in this explosion. This is a kilometer of Susanoo, except for Bashan, which the 6 immortals used when dealing with their mother, and now they are actually directly broken. It can be seen how strong Pei Qingming's attack really is. Lord Qingming is really powerful. Lord Qingming is the strongest. How could that outsider be Lord Qingming's opponent? Everyone who saw this scene cheered, and also admired Pei Qingming even more. Only those top powerhouses did not show the joy of victory, but frowned. The same is true of Pei Qingming, because in his perception, Bashan not only did not die in his attack, but became more powerful. The smoke cleared, and Bo Sun's figure reappeared, his shirt completely shattered, revealing his lean body. The most striking thing is that his chest is set with a gemstone with a faint black light. Just as Bashan evolved to its first form, the battlefield of the Great Radiant changed. Ugh! There was a scream in the sky, and immediately after, the man wearing the black top hat at the beginning fell from the air, and there was a big hole in his chest, and there was no life when he landed. Old Black. And Pei Qingming didn't care about Bo Sun, and instantly flew to Lao Hei's side, took out the spirit talisman and wanted to save Lao Hei. However, at this moment, Lao Hei had lost any life breath, and his spirit talisman was even more useless. This also made him re-recognize the strength of the great bright star, and I am afraid that they can only have the power of a battle together. But he was dragged down by Bashan and couldn't help at all. And now that Lao Hei is dead, their strength is weakened again. I'm afraid that this battle, they may well lose. At this time, the great radiant star stood in the sky, like the empress of the starry sky, and the 6 people and beasts around did not dare to continue to move, and they all stared at the great radiant with trepidation. Dewixing's white eyes turned sky blue, covered with a layer of green flame-like armor, and 12 Dao-seeking jades floating behind him. It is the reincarnation chakra mode. He did not rely on the divine tree and fruit, but his own solid cultivation and mastered the blood snare, so even if she withdrew from the reincarnation chakra mode, the Dao jade behind her would not disappear unless she took the initiative to put it away. The battlefield on Morrow's side is the most scorching. If Morrow is only fighting against Suzuki Uchiha, then Morrow with his own physique and pupil skills, it is not difficult to win. However, in addition to Suzuki, Morrow fought against all the remaining Onmyoji and the Holy Land. He is the real 1v40,000. Among them, there are several who are comparable to Suzuki, and it would be nice to be undefeated. Therefore, Morrow fought very embarrassed, but did not see him decline, but fought more and more courageously. This made Suzuki anxious, but there was nothing he could do. On the mountain peak in the distance, Boruto Uzumaki is standing there observing the direction of this war. At this moment, Bo Sun's heart suddenly sounded a large wooden peach-like voice. You guys are about to lose. Sure enough, our Datumo clan is the overlord of this universe, and you natives can only be reduced to our rations, hahaha. Although, they are a group of wild tubewoods, but that is also a large tubewood. Bo Sun listened to the peach-style taunt, and his already irritable heart suddenly became angry and roared, "Shut up! We humans will surely win. Victory? I'm afraid they'll die soon. Oh, by the way, I'm afraid your teacher will also die here, and then with your own strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to your own world for the rest of your life." Momo style continued to stimulate Boruto Uzumaki, and Boruto heard that the teacher would die and he couldn't go back, and there was a sudden panic in his heart, but after encountering such an urgent matter, he slowly came out of his fear and calmed down. He knew that fear would not solve anything. After thinking a little, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You don't want those big tubewood clans of yours to win in the end, do you? Your goal is also the divine tree fruit, right? Momo fell silent. He didn't expect that Boruto would actually calm down and think. Wasn't he always reckless before? Seeing Momo's silence, Boruto knew that he had guessed correctly. So he quickly asked, "Is there any way for you to defeat those people?" "Yes." Hearing this, Boruto's eyes lit up, as if he had found new hope. "But, you're going to give me control of your body." This condition of Momo style made Boruto also fall silent, and Momo style did not urge, knowing that he was thinking about the pros and cons. Boruto's heart is struggling. He knows that Mamaji has been coveting his body, but if he does not agree, his teacher will die, and it will be difficult for him to return to his parents and his sister. "Okay, I promise you." After finally weighing the pros and cons, Boruto chose to agree. "Now you can talk about your solution?" Of course, on that woman's body, there is a prohibition planted by the Datuma clan, and that prohibition allows me to control her for a few seconds, so as long as I wait for the opportunity, I will give her a fatal blow when the time comes. After listening to Momo's words, Boruto secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to slowly approach the battlefield, waiting for the opportunity to give his body to Momo. But, is that really the case? How could Momo style tell others about his whole cards? And Piking saw that Lao Hei had completely died, so he could only stand up angrily and stare at Bo Sun with dead eyes. Secret Deo, although that woman is powerful, but faintly centered on this young man. As long as he is caught, he is not afraid that the woman will not compromise. He is definitely not bullying the soft and afraid of the hard. This is a tactic. You guys drag him as much as you can, don't fight hard, and when I catch this little ghost, that woman will be a rat trap. And Pei Qingming said to the remaining 6 powerhouses. This battle is about their survival, so now the arrow is on the string, and it has to be sent. The 6 people looked at each other, made up their minds, and attacked towards Huixing at the same time. This time, they did not choose to fight hard, but the tactic of flying kites, constantly wandering and harassing. Although Huixing's strength is much stronger than them, in the face of 6 people who are completely faceless, they really can't win each other for a while. On the other hand, after evolving into the first form, Bashan looked much calmer in the face of Pei Qingming's attack. Meteor Sword Array, urgent as an order. And Pei Qingming took out 2 spirit runes and posted them on his twin swords, and the spirit runes instantly turned into a little starlight and merged into the twin swords. The next moment, the 2 swords came out of their hands and floated above their heads, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Soon, dense swords appeared in the sky, like shooting stars hanging in the sky. The power on Pei Qingming's body was continuously transmitted to the sword formation above his head, and each sharp sword had a lot of power. Go and die. Before the words fell, the dense sword rained down towards Bashan. Bashan raised his hand flatly, aimed at the rain of swords that was coming towards him, and spat softly in his mouth, 1,000,000 single shields. The single shield is the ability of the first form after the original blue dye fused with Hanyu, and it is with the help of the skills developed by Hanyu to form a mirror-like defensive shield around it, although the defense power is limited, but it can also block a slash at the captain level. And the 1,000,000 single shields used by Bashan, that is, such a shield has 1,000,000 layers. 1 attack and 1 defense, the 2 forces collided together in an instant. The sound of ping-pong is endless, the shield is shattering, the sword is disappearing, and now, it depends on which of the 2 has the highest endurance. However, compared to battery life, can Bashan lose? Until all the swords were shattered, and only 2 were returned to Pei Qingming's hands, Bashan's 1,000,000 single shields were still not completely destroyed. How can it be? What kind of monster are you? And Pei Qingming couldn't believe his eyes, and such a change made a huge wave in his calm heart, and even a little flustered. Obviously he was still pressed and beaten by himself just now, and just now he didn't use his full strength. He was able to press the other party to fight, and now he shot with all his strength, and he was easily blocked by the other party. What kind of terrifying boost speed is this? He even suspected that he had fallen for illusion, and here he was in the world of illusion. However, he didn't feel anything wrong, so this is the real world, the real thing. That's why it's so shocking. I'm not a monster, I just used you as a whetstone before. Do you really think I can't help you? Bo Sun looked at Pei Qingming with contempt. Such a look deeply stung his proud heart. It's impossible, you must have used some kind of secret technique to quickly improve so much strength. Yes, that's right, this terrifying secret technique must have some restrictions or sequelae. As long as it is delayed until your secret technique fails, it must be me who wins. And Pei Qingming's condition was a little crazy, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was hideous, as if he wanted to cut Qin Yang to his bones. Whatever you think. Now, I have completed the first stage of evolution, so I won't play with you. Saying that, Bo Shun slowly put the mirror flower water moon in front of him. Break it, mirror flower water moon. The next moment, Bo Sun's figure disappeared, and instantly came to the left of Pei Qingming, swinging a knife and chopping down. And Pei Qingming sensed that something was wrong, but time did not give him a chance to think more. He raised his knife and parried to the left. Not good. At this moment, the alarm bell in his heart sounded, and he jumped away in an instant. But it was still a step late, and his chest was cut by the blade of the knife, and blood was suddenly splashed. Why? Obviously I saw people on the left, but why did the attack come from the right? Now his mind was very messy. He knew that it was probably an illusion, but he didn't feel the shadow of the illusion at all. Everything was so normal. Until he was about to be hit, he sensed danger through the perception of natural energy, but he still couldn't perceive Bo Sun's figure. Is this an illusion? Without the slightest clue, he could only ask Bo Sun. It's kind of an illusion, Bo Shun said softly. He really didn't lie, although Jinghua Shuiyu used hypnosis to control the 5 senses, but Jinghua Shuiyu is known as the strongest slashing knife in the Phantom system, and there is no problem with saying that it is illusion. Okay, now I don't want to waste time, let's fight quickly. Saying that, Bo Sun's figure disappeared again, and Pei Qingming could only choose to keep moving at high speed before figuring out Bo Sun's ability, dodging Bo Sun's attack as much as possible. However, even so, he was very embarrassed, and there were more than a dozen wounds on his body. Each wound was very close to the essence of Pei Qingming. It can be seen that every knife of Bo Sun is rushing to his life, but with the natural energy perception, the perceived danger has allowed him to escape death several times. Bo Sun did not expect that the perception of natural energy could actually perceive a little danger. Is it because the absorption of natural energy is not only by the skin and the 7 tips? Bo Sun frowned and guessed. If the absorption of natural energy depends on the 7 tips in the skin, then Bo-sun must not be able to perceive the danger, because these are in the organs of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. But if it doesn't just rely on these organs to absorb natural energy, then it makes sense. Thinking of this, Bo-sun also recalled that when he absorbed natural energy entered the body. Acupuncture points. And acupuncture points. Bo-sun suddenly realized, this makes sense, acupuncture points are also a portal for natural energy to enter the body, but compared to the skin, the area is too small, so MPI Qingming can only detect a little danger and avoid the point, but there is no way to fully perceive Bo-sun. Then you won't have time to dodge. Would doppelganger art? Bo-chun divided into 2 doppelgangers, but in MPI Qingming's eyes, there were no other 2 Bo-chun at all, it has always been one Bo-shun. Boom-shun compressed the spirit pressure into the mirror flower water moon, and swung out 3 sword chi, and before this was over, the 3 Bo-shun's figures also disappeared in place. And Pei Qingming only felt that his sweaty hair exploded, and an unprecedented sense of danger surged from his heart. It's just too much deception. He is the strongest yin-yang master in this era, named in Pei Qingming. When has he suffered such humiliation? When has he been so embarrassed? I saw that he took out a blood-colored spirit talisman and quickly recited the incantation, and the spirit talisman turned into a little bloodlight and integrated into Pei Qingming's body. Immediately afterwards, Pei Qingming's body suddenly erupted with unimaginable blood-colored energy, and the powerful blood-colored energy was like an explosion, and everything that approached him was blown away. Even Bo-sun's 3 slashes were blown out, and a large pit with a diameter of 100 meters was formed on the ground. Seeing this scene, Bo-sun also stopped his attack. White eyes. In Bo-sun's white eyes, Pei Qingming's blood has an extra unknown energy, which is accelerating the flow of blood, and it is precisely for this reason that Pei Qingming's strength has instantly increased so much. Treat blood vessels, like meridians, to accelerate or even increase the amount of natural energy flowing in the body, so as to greatly increase physical fitness and natural energy output, but the disadvantage of doing so is that you will die in 3 minutes at most. Am I right? Bo-sun's relaxed and indifferent appearance made Pei Qingming rush to fear. He was afraid that even if he played the last hole card, he would not be able to defeat Bo-sun. However, he soon threw this idea out of his mind, and he was afraid that if he continued to think about it, he would give up doing it. Come on, one move to determine the victory. Even if I die in the end, I will take you away. As for the others, I believe that my comrades in arms will be able to drive you group of invaders out sooner or later. As he spoke, the power that erupted from his body was actually increasing. It's a bit of a backbone, but I'm not an intruder, I'm also a native of this planet. The 2 long swords in Pei Qingming's hand merged into one, and the blue sword appeared with leaf-like red lines on the body. The tip of the sword was aimed at Bo-sun, and the palm was against the hilt, but there was still some gap between the palm and the hilt, and the long sword was suspended in front of Pei Qingming's body. Ha! And Pei Qingming shouted. The natural energy of the whole body continued to gather and compress, and the blood vessels of the whole body became thicker due to the influx of a large amount of natural energy, protruding from the surface of the skin, which looked very terrifying. This is not over. The natural energy around MPI Qingming's body is also condensing at a terrifying speed, and finally forming a big blue and red bird. The moment the big bird formed, the earth under his feet seemed to be unable to withstand this terrifying weight, sinking and cracking violently. Hey, Qingming old ghost, you actually want to use this trick? The people who were fighting with Huixing, seeing Pei Qingming's move, they all opened their distance and stopped fighting. The one who spoke was also the yin-yang master of the human race. He was Pei Qingming's master, and he had always been proud of Pei Qingming's achievements, and he naturally knew the disadvantages of this trick. He couldn't imagine that the other party could actually force his apprentice to use the same trick. Hey, old man, what the hell is this trick? I felt a very terrifying aura from such a distance. How come I hadn't seen him cast it before? The white tiger asked with a human expression. His heart told him that if he faced this move, then he would definitely die, and there was no second possibility. This is his trick, the same trick to the death, said the old man in a somewhat heavy tone. The others also fell silent when they heard this. If they were to change to them, if they did not die in this way, then they would lose. Huixing also heard their words, so she did not continue to attack, but turned her head to look at Bashan, somewhat worried in her heart, but Bashan did not let her make a move. She naturally would not intervene, unless it could really threaten Deo Bashan's life. Brother. Maro also noticed the situation on his brother's side, and was stabbed through the shoulder by Suzuki under distraction. No way, there were too many people besieging him, and this wandering mind was sneaked in. However, such an injury was nothing to him, so he fled in an instant and came to Kaiju's side, and Suzuki did not pursue. Because all of them knew that this time, it was the last chance for the Onmyoji and the Holy Land side to kill Bashan, then there would be still a fight in this battle, otherwise, they would lose completely. Bo-sun also knew that this was the last blow, so he was also ready to make a big move. 99 5 Dragons of the Broken Way. At the same time as the word sounded, a terrifying blue dragon suddenly rose up. Roar! The dragon roared, and the sound was like thunder, shaking the sky. Wow! And Pei Qingning's big bird, as if not to be outdone, let out a long song. At this time, the atmosphere was frozen to the extreme, and everyone did not dare to breathe. Roar! Wow! The attacks of both sides burst out at the same time, and Pei Qingning stepped out with his sword in his hand, leaving a deep ravine in his path. Bo Sun controlled the dragon, roaring and pounced on Pei Qingning, and the fat woman's power seemed to break the space. Rumble! The dragon collided with the big bird, and the huge aftermath of the energy generated quickly spread around. The energy aftermath alone flattened a radius of thousands of meters, and even weak people were directly knocked out by this terrifying shock wave, suffered serious internal injuries, and even died directly. It's terrible. I didn't expect that Lord Qingning actually had such a whole card, and I didn't expect that the person who was pressed and beaten by Lord Qingning just now actually had such power. Suzuki used his arm to resist the dust caused by the aftermath, and tried his best to look at Bo Shun and Pei Qingning, who were stalemated in the battlefield. This Bo Shun's strength is improving too fast. I'm afraid this won't kill him. Suzuki seemed very restless in his heart. Bo Shun gave him a feeling like an abyss, deep and bottomless. You can never see how deep his strength is. Maybe you just saw the limit of his strength. He broke through again. Give me death. And Pei Qingning saw that his trick was actually blocked, and his heart was very unwilling. He didn't want to die, crazy to add the output of natural energy. The blood vessels on the body even exceeded the limit of blood vessels due to the increase in natural energy output, and the blood vessels in some places exploded directly. At this moment, Pei Qingning's body is full of blood, but his face is full of determination. Under his desperate output, the power of the big bird gradually overwhelmed the dragon, but as a result, he did not live for more than a minute. That is, Bo Shun does not need to fight back, it only takes a minute to drag and he wins. Bo Shun was also struggling to resist, but his dragon was rapidly dissipating, which he knew was a sign of insufficient spiritual pressure in his body. Rumble! Finally, the dragon completely dissipated, and Bo Sun was completely devoured by the big bird. The big bird exploded in front of Bo Sun, and the huge energy explosion even made the entire earth shake, waiting for the smoke to dissipate, leaving a bottomless abyss in place. Win! Lord Qingning wins! I don't know who cheered, and immediately after, all the Onmyoji were boiling, and even the Holy Land was faintly excited. Their excitement is not only that Bo Sun has been eliminated, there is one less great enemy that endangers the world, but also Pei Qingning is also going to die, and they finally don't have to be suppressed by the Onmyoji anymore. Suzuki felt that it was not so simple. Even if the facts were in front of him now, Suzuki did not dare to be careless, for fear that Bo Shun would suddenly come to life. Thinking like this, he suddenly saw Maro and Huixing. Why are they not in a hurry at all? Not worried? Not good. He immediately realized that Bo Shun was not dead yet, and he recalled what Boruto himself had said. Sensei, be careful with that knife, don't listen to him say the words break it, mirror flower water moon. It's magic. He's not dead yet. However, as soon as Suzuki's voice fell, before everyone could react, a knife cut through Pei Qingning's neck, and a wide-eyed head was cut off like this, and the expression on his face even stayed at the ease and joy after the victory. And it was Bo Sun who did it, with a faint smile on his face, and calmly put the mirror into the scabbard. Lord Qingning is dead? How is this possible? Why didn't that imp die? Will Lord Qingning die instead? It's over. We failed. At this moment, everyone's mood fell to the bottom. Bo Sun is so strong, and there is a Huixing under the siege of their 7 top powerhouses, and he killed one person strongly, although Maro has been being pressed and beaten, but it is a fight of 40,000. How do they win? For a time, despair spread rapidly, taking root and germinating deeply in everyone's hearts. Bo Sun also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he didn't just use the mirror flower water moon, but first used the power of 170% to condense the wooden doppelganger, and then the wooden doppelganger cast 5 dragons to turn out, confronted Pei Qingning, and forced the other party into a corner, and the body was under the cover of the mirror flower water moon, quietly came behind Pei Qingning, and stabbed his head. However, just when Bo Shun thought the battle was coming to an end, an accident happened. Puff! Moro, who was standing next to Huixing, suddenly felt his face stained with hot liquid. He turned his head stunnedly and saw the heart-exploding Huixing, and the gradually dimming eyes of Huixing. Sister-in-law! Moro's roar attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? How did the woman die? The firebird of the Sky Holy Land was surprised. What about him? Isn't it good that the woman died? The little ghost who fought against Qingning is estimated to not have much combat power now, and the last little ghost is not worth mentioning at all. Isn't our opportunity coming? The white tiger had a human smile on his face. Just how fierce he looked. Yes, too. The despair in the hearts of the people who came back disappeared, and hope burst out in their eyes again. Ha ha ha, you will all make me wedding dresses. With the sound of maniacal laughter, a short figure suddenly appeared next to Huixing. This person was Boruto Uzumaki. No, it should be said that it was a large tube of wood peach. Just now, when everyone's eyes were focused on Bo Shun, Boruto felt that an opportunity had come, so he handed over the control of his body to Itsuki Momo. However, the first thing Momoshiki did after taking control was to gouge Boruto's clean eyes. He kind of figured it out, although the clean eye is good, but the clean eye is the only killer tool that Boruto now competes with himself for control of his body. Therefore, he gouged out Boruto's clean eyes for the first time, and besides, aren't there ready-made eyes here? Huixing's reincarnation eye, Suzuki's six-hook jade reincarnation eye, and Bashan's reincarnation eye, these are all very good substitutes. Moreover, what he and Boruto said about making Huixing lose his mind is also wrong. Datomu Huixing, the talent is too strong, has not eaten the fruit of the divine tree, relying on his own cultivation alone, has surpassed the vast majority of the clansmen of the Datomu clan, so, in order to prevent Huixing from getting out of control, a spell mark was hit on Huixing's heart. As long as the spell mark is induced, and the target is within 1,000 meters of its own range, it can instantly destroy the target's heart. And Huixing has not eaten the fruit of the divine tree, so he does not have the same strong resilience as Kagaya, and even the ability to not die. If the heart is gone, it will die. Fortunately, Xiao Huixing is not around here, otherwise it will be a double kill. Boruto? No, it's a big tube of peach style. What do you want? When Suzuki saw this scene, his heart instantly raised his throat. Ha ha ha, just wait and see. Momo's sudden appearance, Moro did not react. Just when Moro wanted to stop Momo style, Momoshi's body with Kagaya suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away. This is the ability of the wedge to give Boruto the ability to travel through time and space, and is now controlled by Momo. Momoshiki reached out to Kaishi's eyes, wanting to replace herself. Now Huixing has not much life, relying on the terrifying physical strength of the big tubewood family, there is no ability to resist at all, and he can only watch the big hand slowly enlarge in the pupils. However, at this moment, Bashan's voice suddenly sounded. Say goodbye. With the loss of Bosun's pupil power, Huixing's body was actually recovering rapidly, and the eyes that had gradually lost their brilliance gradually returned to brightness. This, the power of time. Momo, she clearly felt the power that lingered around Huixing, which was the power of time. No matter where it is, the power of time and space is a very perverted ability, and the big tubewood family has a lot of space power, but there are really few who master the power of time. In the blink of an eye, Huixing had already returned to his previous situation, and the moment he recovered, he kicked the peach style, and she herself quickly opened the distance, keeping a distance of 1,000 meters from Momo. Obviously, he also knows the spell mark on his heart, and he didn't want to kill the peach style just now, but the existence of the spell mark also has a role, that is, he can't kill the people of the big tube Kimoto family now. Otherwise, just give him a golden wheel rebirth explosion. Bosun is also tired enough at the moment, his pupil technique is back, although he can control the time of others, but the stronger the target object, then the more pupil power he consumes. Obviously Huixing's current strength is still above Bosun, otherwise Bosun will not be just 10 seconds of time, he will consume 2% of his own strength. Now, there is only 1% of power left in his body. Huixing, you go and deal with the others, that peach style, I'll help you deal with it. Saying that, Bashan's figure disappeared, and he went to chase the peach style. Even if he had 1% of the strength left, it was not something that the current peach style could defeat. Good. Huixing was also apprehensive, but soon eased up, and his gaze fell on White Tiger and the others again. This time he was going to fight quickly. Let's fight. We have no other way but to die in battle or become the nourishment of the divine tree. War. 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 The north of the town has sunk the cauldron. The current Momoshiki, after just hitting the hand that was missing, quickly fled, and he knew that he had no chance. Originally, he planned to kill the big tube of Jupiter, and Bosun consumed too much, then the remaining 6 people could consume Bosun to death even if they consumed, and the last Maro was even more worried. Fight to the end of the Onmyoji in case there may not be too many strong people left. At that time, he will absorb Huixing's reincarnation eye, and even make Huixing into Dan, and even if he is defeated, he will be able to fight a draw with the other party. In this way, you can also keep the divine tree, wait until the divine tree fruit is ripe, and then eat it yourself. The plan is perfect. Bo Shun also turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye, and he went to chase Peach. Abominable. Damn it. Just a little, damn Bashun. Momo quickly fled the battlefield while cursing in annoyance. Oh, Bashun's figure suddenly appeared in front of Momo Style, blocking Momo Style's way. Peach braked sharply and stopped less than 10 meters away from Bosun, staring at Bosun nervously, not only a few drops of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Even if the current Bosun only has 1% of the strength left, it is not something he can fight against now. Not bad, I have become smarter, and I can actually gouge out the clean eye. Bosun looked at Momoshi's gouged eyes and knew the general situation, although it sounded like praise, but Momoshi knew that the other party was mocking herself. However, he did not refute it, he was thinking about how to survive. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Bo Sun planned to start directly and forget it. Anyway, there was no need to keep it, as long as he was fed to the 10 tails at that time. Wait. Seeing that Bo Shun planned to make a move, she hurriedly said, "Oh, any last words?" Bo Sun didn't care what tricks he would play. "Bo Sun, now that your physique and bloodline have evolved to the level of Datumu, you can also be regarded as a member of our Datumu clan. As long as you release me, I can introduce you to join the Datumu clan. In order to survive, now he only has this method to try. If the big tubewood is a weak chicken like you, I still don't join as well." Bo Shun touched his chin and said, "Damn it, I dare to say that I am a weak chicken. When I recover, I must crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces." This doshi can only think in his heart. If he says it, Bo Sun will definitely destroy him without saying a word. So he could only bury the hatred for Bo Sun in his heart and continued, "The strength of the Datuma clan is far beyond your imagination. My strength in the Datuma clan is at most the strength of the second echelon, Huixing that woman is the strength of the first echelon, and there are 5 people with similar strength to her, but there is another person above the first echelon, that is the god of our Datuma clan." Speaking of this, Tao's expression became extremely fanatical, as if he was a fanatical believer of a cult, similar to Fei Duan. "Oh? Then tell me more about your god? If that's what you say, it's not impossible for me to join the Atsuki clan." Bashin was very interested in that god. "This world is very strange. There are gods of death, there are evil gods, except that the god of death can summon an unconscious soul through the ghoul seal, and the evil god has never even seen a shadow. Only one flying section seems to be favored by the evil god." So, Bo Sun was curious about where those gods were, and what was the god of the big tubular family? He was interested in these. "I won't tell you about the situation of God, I can only tell you that his name is Atsuki Washi, and you can only join the Itsumai family, and then find out for yourself." Momo shook her head and said, "It's not that he doesn't want to say that at this time, only the stronger their gods, Bo Sun will throw rats, but..." He also didn't know very well how strong their gods were, let alone what abilities they had. He had just seen several sides of the big tube with Washi, knew the name of the big tube with no style, and that's it. "It turns out that you don't know. It's a pity. I thought I could find out some news from your mouth," Bo Sun said with a regretful sigh. "Forget it, with my current strength, I shouldn't be able to slaughter gods yet, but it should be fast." Bashin muttered that he had loved you peach style, and wanted to seal the peach style, and feed it directly to the 10 tails when the time came. Although Bashan's voice was very small, Momo style heard it clearly. "God slaughter? You actually want to slaughter gods? Is it up to you? Although I know that you are very strong, but now you can't even beat Huixing, you actually dare to slaughter gods? Do you know the greatness of God? An existence like Huixing, in front of God, is like an ant, and it can be pinched to death at will. You ignorant and humble ant, you actually want to slaughter God, you really don't know what to say." Whimsical. The eyeball of the only remaining eye of the peach style protruded, and it was covered with bloodshots, pretending to be crazy. Bashan's words were a contempt for their god, and in his opinion, God is not blasphemous, and Bashan's words are completely blasphemous. "Bashan, kneel down and apologize to God and become a servant of the Itsumai clan, so that you can still have a glimmer of life, otherwise everything related to you will be destroyed." Bo Sun looked at the fanatic believer and suddenly grinned. "Ha ha ha, no one stands in the sky from the beginning, whether it is you or me, not even God. Weren't you servants of Huixing's lineage before? It was only because he got a little opportunity that he climbed to the throne of the main family. God? Kill it, and from now on, I will stand at the top." Bo Sun's arrogant posture deeply shocked Momo,